Clearly I awakened an S-class special ability to control souls. Not only was I mocked as the weakest S-class talent, but I was also expelled from the family tree. Even the goddess I had pursued for 3 years turned away and left. All because the growth time for soul control is extremely long, with input and gains being disproportionate. Just when I was also prepared to spend my life doing nothing. Until I saw the vast soul nurturing space in my mind. Inside, any of the soul servants living there are of top-tier combat power if placed outside. At this moment I was serene, feeling the intense changes in my body, a faint smile curling up at the corner of my mouth. This was definitely an S-class talent. Seeing this, Lord Yang of the city showed undisguised excitement on his face, flashed over and came directly to my side. Then, full of anticipation, he asked, "What exactly is your ability?" However, before I could speak, 2 teachers came and took me away from the scene. I was then taken directly to the city lord's mansion, where at the request of the high-level city base officials I immediately demonstrated my talent. Looking at my right hand that had turned pitch black, Lord Yang seriously asked, "Is your talent soul control?" Looking at the various expressions of the city base leaders, I hesitated and then asked, "Has there ever been a talent like mine before?" Upon hearing this, the city base leaders spoke up, saying that might be a bit difficult. Listening to the murmurs of the high-level officials, I slightly raised my eyebrows, wondering if there was something wrong with my ability. Seeing this, Lord Yang quickly regained his composure and spoke firmly, "Regardless of what the talent is, his talent level is indeed S-class." Hearing this, all the high-level officials reacted, their expressions changed instantly and they calmed down immediately. Then Lord Yang, without any concealment, directly confessed to me, revealing all the information he knew about the soul control ability. Hearing this, I nodded and then returned to the S-class exclusive training room. With a single thought, what appeared in my mental world was a vast, boundless soul-nurturing space completely without borders. Seeing this, my eyes lit up. The size of the space determines the number of soul servants. Could I now control an infinite number of soul servants? I then decided to test this idea. I picked up a battle saber and walked directly to the side of a dying beast. Seeing this, I struck heavily and the Shadow Panther's head twisted, dying instantly. Without hesitation, I immediately activated my ability, my right hand instantly spreading with pitch black color, emitting a heart-palpitating attraction, and pressed directly onto the forehead of the Shadow Panther. In an instant, a fierce evil aura came from the Shadow Panther, fiercely resisting the attraction of my right hand. The entire process lasted for more than 10 seconds. The soul of the Phantom Panther was forcibly extracted from its body and instantly entered the soul-nurturing space through my forehead. Seeing the situation in front of me, I did not hesitate and immediately took out the communicator to call, saying, "I need you to prepare 10 more second-level beasts for me." The sweet voice of my dedicated contact Xiao Wei responded, "Understood, we will prepare them for you as soon as possible." After hanging up with a thought, a flickering light shone from my forehead and a huge shadow flew out, landing in front of me. I nodded in satisfaction, ready to test the strength of the Phantom Panther. Shortly after the test, I discovered that the Phantom Panther in its soul state could be immune to most physical attacks and had the ability to fly and burrow, significantly enhancing its strength. Suddenly an idea came to my mind. I wonder if human souls can be controlled. However, this idea might be too advanced for now. I decided to try it out later. During this period of my life has been very regimented, never stepping out of the villa, spending most of my days training and familiarizing myself with my innate abilities. Meanwhile, with the support of the base city, the number of my soul servants has reached 22, all being second-level beasts. In the city lord's mansion, Yang Yi turned to his secretary and asked, "Has Chen Yu not left the house yet?" The latter nodded. "Since he entered the villa, he has not come out. During this period we have supplied him with 22 second-level beasts, but he still says it's not enough and hopes we can provide more." Then, recalling something, the secretary spoke again. "The suggestion we made earlier for him to join the genius training camp was rejected by him." Upon hearing this, Lord Yang Yi simply nodded thoughtfully without any objection. At the same time, in this session's genius training camp at the North Desert Base City, 18 young men and women of Class A and Class B are undergoing grueling training. But they all persevered through gritted teeth because they wanted to become stronger, to emerge as formidable beings capable of surviving in this harsh world. They aim to contribute to the base city, to the Dragon Nation, and to humanity. After a grueling day of training, these gifted individuals enjoyed a rare moment of peace in the cafeteria, whispering among themselves, "We're training ourselves to death here while that guy is enjoying life in his villa. What a waste of talent. If I had an S-level gift, I'd never be that lazy. I heard he hasn't even stepped out of his villa in half a month. It's not just laziness, that's cowardice. Such a waste of good talent. Don't say that after all he has an S-level gift. It's normal for him to have some privileges since his talent surpasses ours." S level or not, you need to grow into it, and I've heard that his talent is the most. Before the speaker could finish, Yang Yujing, who had been silently eating and not joining the conversation, suddenly looked up and interjected coldly, "Tang Jing, who told you these things?" Everyone else also realized the gravity of the situation and turned their gaze toward him. While they might grumble, they were well aware of what Chen Yu's S-level talent implied. At most, they might envy or rant a bit, but they would never act against Chen Yu. That would be akin to treason. Sensing the tense atmosphere under Yang Yujing's icy stare, the young man named Tang Jing quickly came to his senses and admitted, "It was just something I picked up." "Where did you hear it?" Yang Yujing's expression grew even colder. The importance of an S-level talent was well known, and now it seems someone had leaked information about Chen Yu's abilities, which was no small matter. As the sole daughter of the city lord, she felt it was her duty to report this to her father and to stop the spread of this information. Soon, the security department of the base city was mobilized, though no one knew exactly what they were up to. All that was known was that today many might face consequences. Meanwhile, Chen Yu, who had become a homebody, was oblivious to all this. He was focused on enhancing his strength. After absorbing the souls of 3 recently delivered level 2 ferocious beasts and transforming them into completely loyal soul servants, he felt his physical and mental strengths increase. However, Chen Yu realized the boost was not as significant as before, pondering if his current mental power could handle the souls of level 3 ferocious beasts. After instructing staff to clean the training room of beast corpses, Chen Yu walked over to a nearby testing device. Without any hesitation, he threw a punch, accompanied by a dull sound. The screen displayed Chen Yu's current punching power: 2,534 kilograms. Looking at the number on the screen, Chen Yu nodded in satisfaction. Chen Yu's punch was powerful enough to kill a bull, and he hadn't even used his full strength yet. Even so, his punching power had increased from 175 kilograms before his talent awakening to an astonishing 2,534 kilograms, more than tenfold. It had taken him only half a month to reach this level, a rate of progress that could only be described as rapid fire. "This is not even my limit," he thought, his expression darkening. This time he employed the force techniques he had been practicing recently, launching punch after punch at the strength meter in the training room, creating a series of muffled sounds. The workers who had come to handle the carcasses of the beasts were visibly shocked, their keen eyes watching the numbers on the screen jump incredulously. 3,367 kilograms. 3,401 kilograms, 3,399 kilograms, over 3 tons of punching power, which was unbelievably strong. You see, a basic punching power exceeding 3,000 kilograms classified a fighter at the warrant officer level. Before awakening their talents, humans' potential and refinement of their physical abilities were not fully realized, and the differences in physical quality among them were not significant. Rarely did anyone even reach the minimum soldier level standard of 300 kilograms. This highlighted just how staggering Chen Yu's progress was. In just over half a month, he had advanced from an ordinary person to warrant officer level, a testament to the madness of this world. If it weren't for seeing it with their own eyes, they would never believe it. After all, it seemed too incredible. The so-called geniuses who graduated from the previous talent training camps didn't seem to reach 2,000 kilograms in basic punching power, did they? None did. To recall, the strongest graduate from the last camp had a basic punch strength of only 1,780 kilograms, nowhere near Chen Yu's level. It just goes to show S-level talents are truly formidable. His talent must be related to strength and physical quality, otherwise such rapid progress would not be possible, probably. But that's not for us to be curious about, right? Let's just finish up and leave. I don't want to be discouraged any further. People really are not all the same. Who can say otherwise? I, a C-level talent, have been awakened for nearly 5 years and have just reached the warrant officer level in punching power. He reached it in just half a month. It's really demoralizing. Unaware of the impact his test had on others, Chen Yu primarily lacked a reference for his current strength and growth rate. He simply thought he was progressing quickly, that's all. Had he known, he certainly wouldn't have tested his abilities in front of others. After testing his punching power and realizing that even with all his techniques and full strength, his punching power was only about 3,400 kilograms, Chen Yu felt slightly disappointed. He then tested his kicking power, speed, reaction, mental strength, and other abilities. Overall, they all reached the standard for warrant officer level. However, he was just at The initial stage of warrant officer compatibility with severely lacking combat experience and very basic fighting skills, which meant the actual combat power he could demonstrate was significantly less. After all, enemies won't stand still and let you charge up your attack. However, Chinyu was never fighting alone. He currently possessed 25 level 2 ferocious beast soul servants. At the rank of military officer level combat strength, with his current comprehensive capabilities, he was an invincible force. Their strength in numbers, however, while the power of the soul servants was formidable, and increasing their numbers in the future to form an army by himself was not a dream. No matter how strong or numerous the soul servants were, his own strength remained critically important. Shenyu did not want to become a fragile summoner relying entirely on his soul servants for safety. He must also possess the ability to protect himself. There are no walls without cracks. His gifted abilities would inevitably be fully exposed one day. If by that time the enemies underestimated him, thinking that his biggest threat was only his soul servants, they would be greatly mistaken. This was precisely the effect Shenyu was hoping for. After completing a series of tests and resting for a while to catch his breath, feeling the immense power within his body, Chinyu murmured, "My mental power is nearly at the school level. I can probably start trying to absorb and control level 3 ferocious beasts." Chinyu was satisfied with his current physical and mental condition, and he was steadily and rapidly improving. However, he was well aware that combat strength wasn't just about punching power. Fundamental physical fitness, relevant combat skills, combined with personal gifted abilities contributed to the full extent of combat power. This was something he must remember, otherwise he would definitely suffer a big loss. However, what Shenyu did not know was that the news of his base punching power reaching military officer level had already been known by the high-level officials in the base city who had been closely monitoring him. Even these top-ranking officials were shocked at the moment. What happened to the slow growth rate? In just a short time he had reached military officer level, and they all knew Chenyu's gifted abilities were not related to strength and physical fitness. Is soul control that strong? At this point, they were almost doubting whether Chenyu was deceiving them. Perhaps his gifted ability wasn't soul control. They considered whether to re-inquire and test him again. Alright, let's not get caught up in the issue of Chenyu's talents. His rapid progress in strength is undoubtedly good news for the base city, and that's enough. We don't need to dwell on other matters. City Lord Young. He glanced around at everyone and spoke again in a stern voice. Let's not discuss Chenyu's matter for now. Military officer level combat strength is not enough to impact the overall situation. According to the information from the front, there has been some activity recently in the caves and we must pay attention to this. Next, I will personally go to oversee it. After a pause, seeing the changed expressions on everyone's faces, Yang Yi continued, additionally, there have been some issues in the base city lately. It hasn't been many years of peace and some people are starting to become restless. Again, Jun go and take care of it, understood? In the following time, as Yang Yi had to leave the base city to oversee the caves to prevent alien invasions, being the city lord, he naturally had to arrange various internal affairs. After more than half an hour, everything was officially arranged. Just as Yang Yi was about to conclude the meeting, the chief instructor of the base city, Hongzhan, stood up and spoke. City Lord, according to the usual schedule, 1 month after the awakening ceremony, we arrange for the youngsters to go outside the city to experience battle. But with the recent unexpected events in the caverns, should we postpone this activity? No need for a delay, proceed as planned, Yang Yi replied, a glint of something unusual flashing in his eyes. Let Chenyu join them as well. Flowers grown in a greenhouse are too fragile. Staying always in the safe zone is not acceptable, understood? Meanwhile, Chenyu, who was in his villa thinking he could continue his secluded life until he was capable of handling major combat forces, was unaware that his hermit-like existence was nearing its end. Damn, I thought for sure we'd get to see our S-class super warrior this time, Ouyang said sarcastically, his face showing his helplessness. As one of the only 2 A-class talents of this session, his words resonated with the young men and women around him, who all condemned Chenyu's isolation from the group. What they felt inside was more of a disappointment. Since the awakening ceremony, Chenyu had never appeared in front of them again, and they all wanted to see for themselves just how fast an S-class talent could improve. Unfortunately, Chenyu did not give them the chance. Choosing not to join the annual training with the main forces and getting approval for it was something they couldn't imagine asking for themselves. Probably they would have been scolded by the instructors. Sheep flock together, but a fierce beast walks alone. This thought crossed Yang Yujing's mind as she observed everyone's attitude. Initially, she was slightly annoyed by Chen Yu's reclusive, training alone attitude, thinking he was looking down on her. But ever since she learned from her father that Chen Yu's basic fist strength had reached the level of a junior officer half a month ago, her annoyance completely dissipated. As the second strongest talent in the Mobei base city right after Ouyang, she and Ouyang had only managed to increase their basic fist strength to around 1,900 kilograms in a month, which was incomparable to Chen Yu, although their main combat methods did not rely on physical attributes like strength and speed. And each had their powerful innate talents. Chen Yu was no exception. Although she didn't know what exactly Chen Yu's talent was, Yang Yujing got clear information from her father that Chen Yu's talent had nothing to do with physical qualities like strength and speed, which left her feeling even more defeated. She had thought that the gap between S-class and A-class, even if vast, would be within an imaginable and bearable range, but now it seemed not to be the case. Having enjoyed numerous resources from a young age, her physical qualities had already surpassed the level of a soldier before awakening her talent, and after awakening her body's potential was greatly elevated, allowing such rapid progress. Ouyang was no exception, but Chen Yu didn't receive such privileges. He was merely an orphan living off the welfare provided by the base city, barely meeting his basic needs. Yet even so, after awakening his talent and undergoing physical sublimation, his progress far surpassed theirs. S-rank, terrifyingly powerful. He probably thought us too weak to bother with. The trial area we were headed to posed no challenge for him, hence it lacked any meaning as a trial. He must have ventured into a more perilous region, Yang Yujing thought, but she kept these thoughts to herself, buried deep in her heart, a silent reminder that she was still too weak and needed to become stronger. Only when she was qualified to train alongside Chen Yu would it prove her strength was sufficient. She hoped that day would come soon. In her mind she recalled the awakening ceremony where Chen Yu's calm and composed demeanor had deeply impressed her. It was the first time she had ever respected a peer so much, and she made him her benchmark for progress. Achu, fully equipped, not a patch of skin exposed, Chen Yu had just walked a few dozen meters away from the towering 5-meter-thick bluestone walls of the base city when he suddenly sneezed. Is someone thinking of me? He murmured to himself, then shook his head, dismissing these idle thoughts and quickening his pace away from base city. Glancing back at the endless city walls, he marveled at their grandeur. How magnificent! It was hard to imagine that the Mobei base city, easily accommodating 10 million people, was surrounded by such sturdy and thick walls. Established over 50 years ago in this location, the walls had endured daily exposure to harsh winds and scorching sun without any damage, their robustness awe-inspiring. One could only imagine how arduous it was for the ancestors who first built this base city in the desert. Countless must have perished to establish Mobei base city, which now protected millions in the vast northwest of Long Country. The situation had finally stabilized. The forefathers plant the trees, the descendants enjoy the shade. One must never forget to be grateful. With these thoughts, Chen Yu suddenly had a new idea regarding his next destination. When Mayor Yang briefed him about the training activities, he was given a choice for his next move. Either stay in Mobei base city, continuing to enjoy the current resources until his combat power reached the general level, or directly join the military front at the city's military department. Despite the peaceful appearance of Mobei base city, that was because tens of thousands of soldiers and officers tirelessly patrolled outside the city. Having enjoyed a stable environment and abundant resources during his rise in strength, it was only right to fulfill his duties and give back to the base city once he had sufficient combat capabilities. There was no question about that. As for the other option that involves leaving the remote North base city and entering the Pillar training camp in the capital base city of Kyoto, located in the central region of Dragon Country, after completing and passing the relevant courses and trials there, one would directly join the Kyoto base city. For this purpose, Kyoto base city would allocate a large batch of compensatory resources to the North base city. In this world, once one reaches the age of 18 and successfully awakens their talent, as long as the talent is at least C-grade, they would join their respective base cities. Those with exceptional talents, namely A-grade or above, have the privilege to choose whether to enter the central Kyoto base city, the strongest and most resource-rich yet also the most dangerous base city in Dragon Country. There, they would receive direct mentoring from martial level or even national guardian level powerhouses, and might even become apprentices to a national pillar. The temptation was certainly not small. After learning about these two options, Chen Yu felt torn but had more or less made up his mind. He decided not to dwell on it any further for the time being, choosing instead to focus on the present. Despite regular cleanups near the base city, dangers could still lurk, necessitating caution and vigilance at all times. With his current physical condition, Chen Yu braved the scorching sun and sandstorms, walking more than 10 kilometers along a broad road outside the base city. Along the way, he encountered numerous watchtowers and patrol soldiers. After showing the necessary credentials, he was allowed to pass. Once he was 10 kilometers away from the base city, where there were no more patrol soldiers or watchtowers, Chen Yu did not hesitate. With a thought, two beastly shadows flew out from his brow. The shadow leopard and the arrow-wing eagle, both shimmering in an eerie black hue with eyes glowing green, looking particularly intimidating. Yet perhaps because they were his soul servants, Chen Yu felt a special fondness towards these fierce beasts. The arrow-wing eagle soared into the sky, serving as a scout to observe the surroundings, while Chen Yu, with a large backpack, mounted the shadow leopard and continued on his journey. If Yang Yujing were here under the guidance of Yang Yi, who had left the city more than once, she would immediately realize that Chen Yu's destination was not the more dangerous place as she imagined, but the southeastern area of the base city, where even second-level beasts rarely appeared. Indeed, his approach was very cautious. By nightfall, the day's scorching heat had vanished, leaving the desert night bone-chillingly cold. The clouds were sparse and the moon and stars were faint. Moonlight poured from the sky, piercing through the dark veil of night, bringing traces of light. Crackling by a wind-sheltered sand dune, Chen Yu sat next to a burning fire, his eyes fixed on a dripping wolf leg roasting above it, the distinctive aroma of barbecued meat wafting through the air, making him involuntarily swallow. About 10 meters away, a 2-meter-long, nearly 1-meter-high wolf carcass was casually placed, its bloody scent spreading with the breeze, drifting off into the distance. The wolf legs were almost perfectly roasted. Chen Yu lifted his merciless iron claws, grabbed them directly from the fire and took a big bite without caring if they were hot. After his physical enhancement, his resistance to temperature had increased significantly. Such heat did not harm him, nor did he feel any pain. Satisfied, he thought that indeed the best way to enjoy roasted meat was to eat it in big bites. Even with just a simple seasoning, the taste was delicious and the texture of the beast meat was truly good. However, before Chen Yu could enjoy more bites, the calm was shattered by a series of wolf howls. They were dozens of kilometers away from the base city, and yet it had taken them so long to arrive, indicating that the city's patrols and clearing operations extended well beyond 10 kilometers. As he pondered, pairs of eyes filled with murderous intent appeared in his vision, slowly enclosing him from all sides, fixated on both Chen Yu and the wolf carcass nearby. 1 inch 2 3, he calmly counted, nodding slightly. Razor-toothed sandwolves, first-level beasts, 13 in total, not bad. The surrounding wolf pack did not intend to waste time chatting with Chen Yu. Sensing that he was alone, they swiftly closed in, nearly within 10 meters. Suddenly, without any warning, shadows burst from the ground, screams filled the air. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the menacing wolf pack had been reduced to corpses. The gap between a first-level and a second-level beast was significant, not to mention that being in a soul state added a considerable boost to his strength, plus the surprise attack at their weakest spot, abdomens. It would be a wonder if they weren't killed instantly. Chen Yu was no fool to casually roast meat in the wilderness, leaving the bloody wolf carcass aside, allowing the scent of blood to drift freely. He was actually fishing for bigger game, with no choice but to reside in a desert area where daytime temperatures were excessively high. Even beasts would not venture out. After trekking for dozens of kilometers, he only encountered a lone wolf, which he easily dispatched to become his dinner. These razor-toothed sandwolves, first-level beasts, still retained their pre-evolutionary habits of moving in packs, posing a significant threat to talents below the rank of commander. However, they were clearly no match for Chen Yu. In his soul state, all 53 of his soul servants had submerged into the ground, ready to strike any beast that came within 10 meters of him. With such overpowering strength and the element of surprise, it was hard to see how he could lose. Through these experiments, Chen Yu discovered that the soul servants not only retained their pre-death strength and talents but their intelligence as well. They understood and executed his commands perfectly. He wondered if the same would hold true for intelligent beings retaining their memories and consciousness. Bold thoughts surfaced in his mind again. He shook his head slightly, not daring to ponder further. The soul servants had already moved the wolf carcasses, and Chen Yu without delay swiftly completed the soul absorption. Over time, one wonders if a soul might dissipate. Having guarded this spot for so long, the arrival of goods at last is a treasure not to be squandered. In less than half a minute, the souls of 13 sharp-toothed sandwolves were fully absorbed, becoming soul servants under Chen Yu's command. With this, his count of soul servants reached 66, among them 14 were first-level fierce beasts, the rest second-level. For safety, he released the newly controlled Sand Wolf soul servants to dispose of the wolf carcasses to the side, then had them return underground to continue luring more fierce beasts. Meanwhile, Chenyu reheated some grilled meat by the fire, preparing to indulge once again. As his strength increased, so too did his appetite, visibly so. Although the meat of fierce beasts was rich in energy, it was insufficient to meet his daily training energy needs alone, hence the necessity for energy potions. These potions were indeed effective, very satiating, helpful for cultivation, but tasted mediocre. For Chenyu, who relished good food, he preferred meat unless absolutely necessary. It's a pity all his companions were fierce beast soul servants, none of whom could partake in conversation, making it rather dull. After consuming most of a wolf leg and drinking some energy potion, feeling fully sated, Chenyu lay back, his thoughts drifting away. Unbeknownst to him, he had fully adapted to life here, even possessing a significant means of self-protection. After summoning 10 second-level fierce beast soul servants, the city lord no longer arranged for guards but simply warned him not to venture more than 100 kilometers from the base city before letting him go. With his physical strength alone granting him commander-level combat abilities and 5 second-level fierce beasts by his side, Chenyu could easily handle himself in the perilous southeastern region. With the city lord's keen eye, he could discern the strength of these soul-state fierce beasts. Even if faced with a third-level fierce beast, Chenyu would likely escape unscathed. The city lord thus reassured allowed Chenyu to leave on his own. Knowing Chenyu's cautious nature, it was likely he wouldn't encounter trouble and might even possess more than just 5 second-level fierce beasts, having previously helped capture 52 of them with a 20% successful absorption rate. Thinking of this, the city lord felt immensely excited. Chenyu was undoubtedly a prodigious talent with an extraordinary soul-nurturing space. The so-called weakest S-class talent might just make a turnaround in his hands, as the only S-class capable individual in the base city with enormous potential and possibly making history. He certainly wouldn't be left unprotected. Yang Yi didn't want to become the sinner of Dragon Country. A locator-communicator capable of contacting the high echelons of the base city was placed in Chenyu's backpack. With the press of a button within 100 kilometers, the strong men of the base city could arrive at the scene within 3 minutes, and they were on standby 24 hours. Thus, Chenyu was extremely safe. It was also because of this that Chenyu could confidently go out and hunt souls, expanding his army of soul servants. With his first successful experience under his belt, he became more adept. He placed the bodies of the fierce beasts directly at the upwind side of the dunes, allowing the bloody scent to drift as far as possible. It was bound to be a sleepless night, however, the rewards were numerous. The fierce beasts of the desert mostly hunted at night, and the smell of blood from over 10 beasts was so strong that it could be detected from dozens of kilometers away due to their keen sense of smell. Over the course of the night, Chenyu's number of beast soul servants increased to 96, including an unexpected gain of a second-level scorpion-type fierce beast and a second-level lizard fierce beast. With the team significantly enlarged, their strength also greatly increased. Despite not sleeping all night, Chenyu was still very spirited due to his exceptional mental strength. Looking at the mountain of fierce beast corpses piled beside him, he thought it a waste to leave them, so he made a call to the base city to have someone come to collect them. He didn't stay put but continued moving towards the outskirts of the base city. Level 1 fierce beasts were too weak for him now. Absorbing the souls of 30 level 1 fierce beasts barely felt like an improvement, and even level 2 beasts didn't offer much upgrade. To advance quickly, Chenyu had no choice but to take his 96 soul servants and risk his life searching for level 2 and even level 3 fierce beasts in the outer areas. Just 10 minutes after he left, a convoy from the base city arrived at his last night's campsite. Staring at the mountainous pile of various fierce beast corpses, the team members looked at each other in bewilderment. It seemed the scale was still too small to handle. The team leader couldn't help but remark, as expected of an S-grade talent hunting dozens of fierce beasts alone in one day, truly monstrous. The next day after leaving the base city, Chenyu took a circuitous route and arrived nearly 70 kilometers away from the base city. Employing the same tactics, the number of his soul servants further expanded to 123. Having control over so many soul servants, he felt far from reaching his limit. This excited Chenyu. It confirmed his previous speculation that with his infinite soul-nurturing space he could indeed continue expanding his army of soul servants to quickly enhance his own strength. As for what the ultimate limit was, it was currently impossible to know without practical experience. But for now he certainly hadn't reached that limit. Besides his natural ability, Chinyu also realized from previous experience that during the day not many fierce beasts could be encountered in the desert. Even though he had the arrow wing eagle which could scout from high altitudes, this type of fierce beast had incredibly sharp eyesight and could spot conditions tens of kilometers away, yet it still rarely found any trace of other fierce beasts. Reluctantly, he had to shift his hunting to the nighttime, which proved very effective. The further he moved away from the base city, the stronger and more numerous the fierce beasts he encountered became. After 3 days, the number of his soul servants had exceeded 200. Even though the feedback from the souls of level 1 and level 2 fierce beasts increasingly provided minimal enhancement to his strength, the sheer number increased the pace of his power enhancement significantly. His personal combat ability took a big step towards the school level, continuously absorbing souls and controlling his soul servants. Chunyu's mastery over his innate abilities grew more adept. It was on the day when the number of his soul servants exceeded 200 that he successfully awakened a derivative ability of his talents, shared vision. He could switch his own perspective to any of his summoned soul servants, sharing their current view. This ability was indeed impressive. The journeys would no longer be dull. He could share the vision to enjoy distant landscapes, no longer aimlessly wandering through the desert. Now 100 kilometers away from the base city, he wondered should he continue forward. Glancing at the communicator in his hand, Chinyu immediately shared his vision with a skywing hawk soaring above, surveying the scenery within a dozen kilometers around. His gaze immediately locked onto a small oasis to the northwest. 5 days since leaving the base city, after winding through hundreds of kilometers, he finally found an oasis. It wasn't easy, Chinyu murmured. Below him, the phantom panther, which had been serving as his mount, displayed a hint of speechlessness in its lush green eyes, human-like in expression. It was, after all, the one carrying Chinyu for hundreds of kilometers, a tough life for a leopard. Oh, but that's not right, it was already dead. Unaware of these details and thinking of the need for beasts to replenish water in the desert, Chinyu decided it was a good strategy to wait at the oasis for them to come. He immediately instructed the phantom panther to head swiftly towards the oasis. At the same time, he summoned dozens of unsolicited soul servants from the soul nurturing space. With 8 skywing hawks soaring in the sky and over 200 various ferocious animal soul servants stealthily encircling and following on the ground, Chinyu, positioned in the center, breathed a sigh of relief. With such an arrangement, even if he encountered a third-level ferocious beast, he should be able to fight and win, or at least retreat unscathed. Meanwhile, more than 700 kilometers away from the base city in the northern desert, at the bottom of a large rift valley, various defensive installations were scattered about, with spears and guns aplenty, manned by hundreds of thousands of talented soldiers ready for battle, the air filled with a ferocious iron-blooded aura. This place was the location of the cave exit guarded by the northern desert base city of the Dragon Nation. With 36 base cities across the nation, it meant there were 36 cave exits, and the Dragon Nation faced immense pressure from foreign races. Due to recent disturbances in the cave, the city lord Yang Yi decided to personally oversee the defense to prevent any unexpected incidents. Of course, he kept up with the affairs within the base city daily through a communicator, including the annual awakening event for newcomers. After all, the future of the base city depended on these new awakeners growing up quickly to help alleviate some of the city's pressures. In just 3 days, they had slain over 100 ferocious beasts, including 17 second-level ones. The rate of growth was indescribable, utterly outrageous, even for someone who had weathered great storms and slain tens of thousands of foreign races and ferocious beasts. Yang Yi was still surprised by the combat results Chinyu achieved these past few days. I thought I had adequately estimated Chunyu's strength and talent, but it turns out I still underestimated him. It probably won't be long before he reaches the level of a general class warrior. Muttering to myself, a hint of melancholy flickers in Yang Yi's eyes. At 45, I've been cultivating my awakened talents for nearly 30 years, only recently reaching the peak of general class strength. I've just begun to feel a breakthrough approaching, which should soon elevate me to martial class. But Chinyu, how long has he awakened his talent? He's already reached officer class strength on his own, and if you count his numerous soul servants, his overall combat power might well have hit school level. To achieve such power less than a month after awakening is incredibly fast. Even I, as the lord of the city, can't help but feel envious. Despite my reflections, the gap between S-class and A-class, though just one level, is truly vast. Upon realizing this, I couldn't help but laugh at myself. To think that I would feel jealous of an 18-year-old. taking out the locator. I frowned slightly as I checked Qinyu's current position. He has traveled over 100 kilometers away from the base city, entering an area inhabited by level 3 ferocious beasts where the danger level spikes drastically. What happened to being cautious? No, I must ensure Qinyu's safety. I am ready to dial the base city's security bureau, but after a moment's thought I decide against it. Considering Qinyu's current strength, the area within 100 kilometers of the base city where level 1 and above ferocious beasts are regularly cleared indeed poses no challenge and offers no real training. For him, heading to the moderately dangerous areas beyond 100 kilometers doesn't seem too worrisome. With the communicator for location tracking, any problem would bring a general class warrior from the base city to the scene within minutes. It should be safe. With these thoughts, I decide not to arrange for personnel to protect him. With the strength and potential Chenyu has shown, overprotecting him might actually do more harm than good. I must suppress my worries and let him forge his own path. Meanwhile, in the southwest, the current awakening training activities are in full swing with groups of 10-inch and with instructors safeguarding from a distance. The risk is minimal. However, these new awakeners, who have never seen bloodshed even when facing a level 1 ferocious beast in a group, do not perform as well as expected. The gap is too wide. Watching the training situation through real-time surveillance, the chief instructor of the base city, Hong Zhan, shakes his head. As a senior official of the base city, he is very clear about Chenyu's actions during this period. They're really not on the same level. Frankly speaking, in front of Chenyu, everyone else is trash. Even Yang Yujing and Ouyang, who can already kill a level 1 ferocious beast on their own, are far behind. If Chenyu stays, the future of the Mo North base city rests on his shoulders. At the center of Oa, Chenyu had now reached an oasis tens of kilometers away. At first glance, he spotted a massive figure hidden in the small lake of the oasis, raising an eyebrow in surprise. A rhino in the desert. The oasis, about the size of 2 football fields, was surrounded by low shrubs and date trees, with a fairly deep lake in the middle that supplied water to the vegetation. Several paths, trampled by various animals, led straight to the small lake, following the path to a spot a few meters from the lake. A rhino in the desert, how is that scientifically possible? Observing the beast in the lake blowing bubbles, clad in a brown flesh-like armor, the half-meter-long sharp horn was still chillingly sharp through the 2-meter layer of water, leaving Chenyu somewhat bewildered. But now was not the time to dwell on such matters. Judging by its size and the aura it exuded, this rhino beast was definitely higher than level 2. Having never battled a creature beyond level 2, Chenyu was inwardly alert, knowing he must proceed with caution. At the same time, the gigantic rhino beast also sensed Chenyu's presence. Seeing this small figure on a mysteriously stealthy black panther approaching rather than fleeing, it showed human-like anger in its eyes. Splash, water splashed as a gigantic rhino, about 4 meters tall and nearly 10 meters long, came into Chenyu's view. Impressive size. Without hesitation, Chenyu urged the shadow panther to turn and quickly leave the oasis. Behind them, the ground shook with the thunderous steps of the rhino, whose massive body belied its speed, charging like a full-speed tank, trampling bushes and snapping date trees in half as it passed. Truly domineering. Unflustered, the shadow panther had the advantage in speed. And Chenyu was not limited to this single combatant. Just as they left the oasis, soul servants hidden underground suddenly burst forth, launching a fierce attack on the giant rhino, initiating a group assault mode. Chenyu, riding the shadow panther, distanced himself by hundreds of meters. Dust flew, the ground shook, and deafening roars filled the air, each underscoring the intensity of the battle. Despite being surrounded by over 200 level 1 and 2 beasts, the giant rhino's defense was astonishingly unbreakable. Several sharp-toothed killer wolves, caught off guard, were flung away by its stomps. However, since they were in spirit form and not engaging in attack, the giant rhino couldn't touch the actual bodies of the soul servant beasts. They were merely knocked back without serious damage. Just when Chenyu thought he could exhaust the giant rhino with their numerical advantage, accompanied by an angry roar, rocky blades shot up from the ground around the rhino. Watching this, Chenyu's eyelids twitched, and he immediately leaped from the back of the shadow panther. A skywing eagle with a wingspan of 3.5 meters swooped down from the sky, catching Chenyu on its back and swiftly ascending. Given that this colossal rhinoceros possessed Earth-related innate abilities, it was imperative for it to act cautiously. A single misstep could spell doom, as it only had one life. Observing from above, the soul servants below that were impaled by the rhino's rocky blades sustained severe injuries. Even the 8 murderous wolves lost their combat effectiveness. With a thought, Chenyu summoned them back into the soul nurturing space, his gaze fixed on the rhinoceros below, which likely reached the level of a third-grade fierce beast equivalent to school-level combat power, causing his brows to furrow slightly. The beast boasted exceptional defensive capabilities and decent speed, coupled with its earth-based attack abilities, and its appearance and stature were particularly dominating. It was captivating, a creature he desired to possess. Breaking its defense was a significant challenge, Chen Yu murmured to himself. His eyes narrowed slightly as he watched the rhinoceros below, which, relying on its excellent defensive power, did not guard but attacked relentlessly, growing more vigorous in the face of a group assault. The other 7 arrow winghawks that had been circling in the air swooped down, targeting the unprotected eyes of the rhinoceros. Sensing Chen Yu's intentions, the rhinoceros roared continuously and dodged frequently, displaying agility that did not match its size. However, it failed to notice that among the soul servant beasts attacking it, several shadow leopards had stealthily approached from behind. They pounced directly at its rear, tearing fiercely. Screams instantly filled the air as the rhinoceros desperately tried to shake off the shadow leopards biting at its rear, but they clung on relentlessly, immune to pain. Realizing it couldn't shake off the shadow leopards, the rhinoceros could only continue to unleash its rocky blade ability, which was constantly blocked by the sandwolves. Out of the more than 200 soul servant beasts, sandwolves accounted for over 70. Chen Yu was not the least bit distressed about this. These creatures were abundant in the desert, and gathering a few hundred more would just take some extra time. Moreover, those sandwolves that were used as shields and impaled by the rocky blades were merely close to having their soul bodies shattered, not completely destroyed. They could recover fully with some time in the soul nurturing space. For Chen Yu, this was hardly a loss. After launching the skills more than a dozen times, he noticed the rhinoceros beginning to pant heavily, clearly having physical issues. Its vulnerable rear had been bitten open, leaving a nearly 1 meter wide bloody hole. Continuously gushing blood, its cries became even more agonizing. Seizing the moment, Chen Yu with a thought commanded a small lizard to burrow directly into the bloody hole at the rhinoceros' rear, furiously tearing and struggling inside its body and intestines. The intense pain made the rhinoceros unable to care about the arrow winghawks above. Not only did it mishandle its rear, but its eyes were also accidentally blinded by the hawks, causing it to run around blindly and crash into things utterly devoid of any lethality. After struggling and screaming for well over half an hour, the giant rhinoceros finally collapsed thunderously, raising a massive cloud of dust, its body covered with thousands of wounds, a sight of extreme brutality. At last, it was over. This rhinoceros' strength must have been among the higher tier within third-grade fierce beasts. After waiting for more than 10 seconds and confirming that the giant rhino was not pretending, Chen Yu returned to the ground and began the soul absorption process. He immediately felt a struggle far more intense than when he had absorbed the soul of a level 2 beast. Chen Yu could even sense the souls roaring, clearly unwilling to be controlled by him. Just become my servant, my precious. Under the influence of Chen Yu's powerful mental strength and innate abilities, the soul of the giant rhino was forcibly extracted within a few dozen seconds. A long mist sensation of becoming stronger surged from his forehead throughout his body, almost making Chen Yu cry out in comfort. His soul servants scattered around, forming a protective circle around him. Indeed, this was a powerful being that had managed to withstand the onslaught of over 200 soul servant beasts for nearly an hour before finally succumbing to a cunning attack. Chen Yu could clearly feel his body and mental strength had significantly increased. The harder the challenge, the greater the reward. Risk and benefit are always proportional, Chen Yu reflected. He felt a noticeable mental exhaustion, but it was still within an acceptable range. A short rest would suffice for recovery. Losing only 5 level 1 soul servants in exchange for such a powerful being was definitely a huge win. With a thought, the giant rhino was summoned forth. Appearing in front of him was the rhino, its body pitch black and its eyes emitting a characteristic green glow. It looked around at the fierce beasts that had just attacked it and at its own body covered in wounds, its eyes revealing a complex, almost human-like expression. Then it lowered its head towards Chen Yu, positioning its sharp horn in front of him in a gesture of submission. Chen Yu placed his right hand on the cool surface of the horn, smiling satisfactorily. This was now the strongest force under his command, and its broad back seemed much more comfortable to sit on than the shadow leopard had been. New mount acquired, shadow leopard. So love can disappear, huh? With the rhino's ability to serve as both a shield and a powerhouse, Chen Yu's confidence in his upcoming defensive hunt increased significantly, but reality was tough. After spending 2 full days in the oasis, having consumed dozens of pounds of rhino meat, not a single fierce beast showed up. It was baffling. This is not scientific, Chen Yu thought, puzzled. glancing at the giant rhino which was staring at the roasted rhino. Leg on the fire with a complicated expression. Chinyu felt a bit guilty. It wasn't that he wanted to challenge his top fighter, it was just that no other beasts had come along and he was out of meat. 2 days of guarding and not a single beast had come to drink water. It was simply a waste of time. Could it be because of the rhino's presence? A sudden thought struck him, and the more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. He sighed deeply, suddenly realizing how foolish he had been. According to the textbooks from his previous life, the stronger the beast, the stronger its territorial instincts. With the rhino's formidable strength and its position at the center of the oasis lake, it seemed unlikely that any beast less powerful would dare to approach. From the fruitless past 2 days, it appears there are no beasts stronger than the giant rhino nearby. Otherwise, some ferocious creatures would have surely shown up by now. It seems unwise to linger here any longer. With this thought, Chinyu decided to leave the oasis tomorrow and scout the vicinity. Since passive waiting proved futile, he resolved to take the offensive approach. A simple dinner of roasted meat and an energy potion was swiftly dealt with, and with soul servants on guard and the giant rhino by his side, the safety factor was incredibly high, allowing him to rest with ease. However, just as Chinyu was about to lie down, the western sky, which had been pitch black with only specks of starlight, suddenly became enveloped in a vast expanse of blood red. It looked eerily unsettling. Sensing such a significant change, memories flooded his mind, causing his body to shudder. It was from the direction of the caverns. The scenario pointed to one thing: an alien invasion. Recalling previous experiences and combining them with the current spectacle in the western sky, Chinyu was almost certain of this situation. He immediately stood up and pulled out his communicator, only to find, as expected, that there was no signal. With the alien invasion, the magnetic fields within thousands of kilometers had altered drastically, rendering all electronic devices dysfunctional. He was cut off from the base city. Now, Chinyu faced 2 choices: immediately return to the base city, protected by its walls and many strong inhabitants, ensuring some level of safety. If death was to come, it would come to all. Or continue hunting in the periphery, enhancing his own strength with his current combat power. As long as he didn't encounter a level 4 beast or more than 2 level 3 beasts simultaneously, he would not be in danger. To return or not to return, Chinyu was conflicted. Meanwhile, the base city had also noticed the situation and remained calm. This was the 5th alien invasion since the establishment of the base city, the most recent being 5 years ago. Everyone was experienced and regular drills were conducted, so everything was proceeding in an orderly fashion. The entire base city was mobilized. All individuals aged 18 to 70 were conscripted. Messengers to other base cities were dispatched immediately, and the whole city entered a wartime state. At this moment, Yang Yi, the city lord, led an army of several 100,000 elite awakeners to confront the alien vanguard. Thanks to thorough preparations and strong leadership, they held a clear advantage. However, Yang Yi dared not relax even slightly, knowing that greater challenges lay ahead. Behind him were millions of compatriots. Should they falter here, the base city would likely face dire consequences. They could only win. They could not afford to lose. Moreover, every alien invasion was accompanied by a rampage of beasts, with the worst instance even triggering a terrifying beast tide. Every invasion was a matter of life and death for the base city. There was no room for complacency. Simultaneously, in the training area for new awakeners, all 3210 sea level and above talented newcomers were assembled. The chief instructor Hong Zhan stood at the forefront, his expression more serious than ever. "I believe you're all aware of the current situation," he announced solemnly. "Regrettably, I must inform you that this training session has to end prematurely. We're moving directly into live combat." Although many faces showed fear, not a single person retreated or backed down. Hong Zhan nodded in satisfaction and announced, "Next, we will return to the base city, enter the city defense department, rely on the city walls, and prepare for possible invasions by alien races and ferocious beasts. This might be cruel for you, but there's no other way. This is the world we live in. We have no choice." Without further ado, Hong Zhan waved his hand grandly and everyone boarded the transport vehicles ready to return to the base city and join the city defense army. Watching the trainees with various expressions boarding the vehicles, Hong Zhan turned to his adjutant and asked, "Have we made contact with Chinyu? No, you know that after the invasion by the aliens, our communicators tend to fail." The adjutant, sensing Hong Zhan's concern, seriously added, "With Chinyu's strength, as long as he doesn't encounter a top-tier level 3 beast, he shouldn't be in too much danger. He might even reach the base city by the time we get back." "I hope so." After 15 years another S rank has emerged. I'm counting on him to become the 11th pillar of strength for our nation. We can't afford to lose him. If we do, we will all be sinners, Hong Zhan said earnestly. Only those at their level could truly understand what an S-rank talent meant and reach the pinnacle of real power impacting the current battle situation. Every S-rank talent is humanity's most precious treasure. Initially, it was thought that Qin Yu, being the weakest S rank, might not reach that level, but recent information indicated that Qin Yu was far more excellent than anticipated. He would change everyone's view of the S-rank soul control ability. Of course, Qin Yu himself was unaware of these developments. After much contemplation, he decided not to return to the base city. To enhance his strength as quickly as possible, he needed to increase the number of his soul servants and enhance his physical and mental strength through the nourishment of absorbed souls. His current warforce level was too weak, merely elite cannon fodder, hardly making a decisive impact on the battlefield and barely managing self-protection. The crisis could strike at any time, just like this invasion by the alien race, which no one had anticipated. Considering the invasion patterns of the underground alien race near Mo Bay base city, the intervals between invasions were continuously decreasing. Qin Yu, who already lacked a sense of security, did not want to face a real deadly crisis unprepared. He wanted to live safely, therefore, the best option for now was to stay here, hunt ferocious beasts and rapidly enhance his strength. With his current combat capabilities, as long as he remained cautious, he would surely be safe. The night passed quickly amidst anxiety, and the next morning Qin Yu sat on the back of a giant rhinoceros, summoned all his soul servants, and merged into the environment. The sky winghawks in the air dispersed far away for reconnaissance, starting a new round of hunting. Considering his own safety and hunting efficiency, Qin Yu let the sky winghawks scatter to broaden the search area but did not continue moving away from the base city. Instead, he conducted lateral exploratory activities within this region. Using the ability to share vision, Qin Yu surveyed the surrounding terrain. After half an hour, he finally spotted the shadows of other ferocious beasts. Another half hour passed and the situation within hundreds of kilometers was clear at a glance. The nearest one was probably almost 100 kilometers away from him, seemingly truly divided by territory. Through the vision of the arrow-wing eagle, Qin Yu was able to clearly observe those areas and found that most of the ferocious beasts tended to move in groups, rarely occupying a region alone like the giant rhino. "You're not from around here, are you? That's why you don't have any subordinates," he joked, patting the giant rhino beneath him. Hearing this, the giant rhino nodded almost humanly. "Well, I never noticed before, but this guy's pretty smart. Too bad he can't talk." Qin Yu's attention then shifted back to those beasts entrenched in their own territories. Deciding to first deal with the isolated ones based on his previous experience, he knew that those who could dominate in this area were definitely not simple. "Let's take care of a few isolated ones first to enhance my own strength before subduing those that live in groups. None shall escape. As long as I discover them, I must subdue them all." Without further delay, Qin Yu immediately signaled the giant rhino to head towards the nearest solitary beast. In less than an hour, they reached their destination. Without much fuss, he launched a group attack on the green-eyed giant serpent resting in the cool area of the Great Rift Valley. Over 200 beasts suddenly sprang from the ground, stunning the serpent. Losing the initiative, the serpent was overwhelmed. The giant rhino acted as both the main shield and the main firepower, with other soul servants assisting to prevent the green-eyed giant serpent from escaping. The soul state was immune to poison, rendering the serpent's most deadly venom fangs useless. Watching the venom that pierced through the body of a soul servant corrode the ground and emit white smoke, Qin Yu retreated a few hundred meters, thinking that if the venom touched him, it would likely be fatal. With the overall combat power being superior and having the advantage of the initial attack, the battle concluded in less than 10 minutes. Looking at the crushed head and the body covered in wounds of the green-eyed giant serpent, Qin Yu sighed, truly tragic, and then proceeded to soul-suck the twitching snake corpse. Soon his second Tier 3 ferocious beast soul servant was in place. Feeling his current mental state, Qin Yu estimated that it would probably take less than an hour to fully recover. Without staying longer, he immediately headed to the next destination. By noon, the other 3 isolated Tier 3 ferocious beasts were successfully subdued, becoming Qin Yu's soul servants. With 5 Tier 3 and 221 Tier 1 and Tier 2 ferocious beast soul servants, Qin Yu's current assets were quite substantial. "With my current strength, I should have no problems going into the territories of those group living ferocious beasts." The first to be visited by Qin Yu was a tribe of dozens of sandwolves. Unlike before, these sandwolves were significantly larger in size and their presence was incomparably more formidable, visibly stronger in strength. Most of them have reached the level of second-tier ferocious beasts. Through the arrow-wing eagle, Chinyu had a clear view of all the sandwolves within this territory. After a rough count, there were 74 of them, which was no small number. The most threatening among them was undoubtedly the Wolf King, who resided in the central area and was significantly larger than the other sandwolves. To prevent excessive losses on his side, Chinyu planned to first clear the peripheral sandwolves and then proceed layer by layer. However, he underestimated the sandwolves' sense of smell. After only clearing the first batch on the periphery, which included 8 sandwolves, his presence was discovered. With angry howls, the Wolf King led the pack straight towards him. Naturally, not wanting to put himself in danger, Chinyu sat on the back of the arrow-wing eagle and flew high into the sky. Commanding the battle from a distance, he first had the giant rhino and the blue-eyed giant serpent entangle the Wolf King, while the other 3 third-tier ferocious beasts led the rest in a one-sided hunt of the remaining sandwolves, moving the bodies to a distant location. Watching his kin being swiftly eradicated, even having their bodies removed, the Wolf King roared continuously. But facing 2 opponents whose strength was not inferior to his own, he could not go to support them and could only watch helplessly as his subordinates and relatives were all hunted down. Seeing that the situation was very clear, with no unexpected incidents or dangers, Chinyu then approached the piled-up mountain of wolf corpses, quickly absorbing the souls and transforming them into his own soul servants. The more he fought, the stronger he became, which was Chinyu's most direct view of his abilities. In less than 10 minutes he had harvested over 60 sand wolf soul servants, and it was time for the main event of this campaign. His gaze turned to the Wolf King, who had been beaten for a long time and was now powerless, barely clinging to life, but still watching him sharply with keen eyes. Ignoring its fierce aura and wiping the sweat from his forehead, Chinyu walked tiredly to it. Family should stick together. Saying this, without needing any further indication, the giant rhino stepped on the chest of the Wolf King, extinguishing its last breath. 10 seconds later, Chinyu successfully harvested a Wolf King soul servant. Phew, it's finally over. After continuously absorbing a large number of souls, most of which were of second-tier ferocious beasts, Chinyu felt utterly drained, desperately wanting to find a place to lie down and rest. However, his gains were also tremendous, with significant improvements in physical fitness and an even greater increase in mental strength. There were no measuring instruments here, but Chinyu estimated that his mental strength had now reached the middle school level. After all, since awakening his talent and having lived 2 lifetimes as a human, his mental strength had started at the officer level. Absorbing so many souls over this period and advancing to the school level was only logical. As for his physical body, it probably hadn't reached the school level yet. This showed that the nourishment from absorbing souls mainly targeted mental strength, with physical enhancements being much less. However, quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. Once the quantity increased, even if each enhancement was small, the cumulative effect was significant. Anyway, it was definitely faster than cultivating on his own, and that was enough. At this moment, given Chinyu's current mental state, he definitely couldn't continue hunting and had to rest here for the day, planning to continue tomorrow. With a mere thought, he summoned more than 70 sand wolf soul servants from his soul nurturing space. They quickly adapted to their new roles and even voluntarily ran into the wolf den, dragging out 5 wolf pups and placing them before Chinyu. It seemed like a family reunion was in order. Observing the desperately struggling pups, Chinyu hesitated for a second but eventually agreed to their request. They were just a few wolf pups, not even at the level of fierce beasts, and didn't consume much of his spiritual power, so he easily extracted their souls. Looking at the 5 little ones gathered around him, Chinyu wondered if they could still grow. Probably not, he thought. They certainly wouldn't be able to fight, so they might as well serve as mascots or little moving ice blocks in the summer. Chinyu chuckled to himself. Over the next half-month, Chinyu cleared all the fierce beasts within hundreds of kilometers, nurturing his combat abilities through battle. His own power surged dramatically. The number of his soul servants reached an astonishing 833, all of them fierce beasts. This included 17 third-level fierce beast soul servants, 521 second-level ones, and the rest were first-level. Chinyu wondered if his current strength would be enough to face a Tier 4 fierce beast with general-level combat capabilities. Thinking this, he considered whether he should continue exploring the outer regions. Within the parallel range there were no fierce beasts left within hundreds of kilometers. However, reality did not grant him the chance to do so. 100 meters above, a huge golden crown vulture with a wingspan of 15 meters swiftly skimmed the sky, surrounded by over 40 smaller silver and black crown vultures in a protective formation, creating a spectacular scene. This was Chen Yu's main aerial force. He had put considerable effort into acquiring these vulture beasts. With these dozens of flying fierce beasts, he had some assurance of air superiority, provided of course he didn't encounter any fierce beasts above level 3, otherwise he'd likely be in trouble. To prevent unexpected situations and to avoid endangering himself, he had sent several arrow-wing eagles known for their speed but average strength far away for reconnaissance, while he himself stayed on the back of the lead vulture directing operations remotely, with other vultures shielding him from the sunlight and the cool breeze blowing against his face. The overall feeling was quite refreshing. His gaze continually shifted towards the distant arrow-wing eagles. Soon the terrifying sight of dust swirling and beasts stampeding in the northwest caught his attention. More and more scattered fierce beasts kept joining this torrent, making it even larger. A beast tide. Information from his memories surfaced and Chen Yu frowned. It seemed to be heading towards the base city. First an alien invasion, now a beast tide. This world was indeed dangerous. Judging by the current speed of the beast tide, it would probably reach the base city area in 3 days. Suddenly a dark beam of light shot out from within the beast tide, and one of the arrow-wing eagles sharing its view from the air was instantly obliterated, its soul shattered. Chen Yu felt a slight pain in his forehead, his brows furrowing tightly. He hadn't even reacted before it was destroyed. Its soul form couldn't withstand a single strike, definitely indicating the presence of a fierce beast above level 3, most likely level 4. Internally he was secretly frightened. After his strength had increased, he realized he had become somewhat conceited, even believing that he could possibly defeat a beast of general level strength. That was still too presumptuous. Beasts above level 3, even just a level 4, were probably not something he could handle at the moment. He needed to remain cautious. With a thought, he recalled the arrow-wing eagles that had scattered, and since they were quite far away, it would take some time for them to return. Once they were back, Chen Yu wrote down the situation in text form and had the arrow-wing eagles carry the message back to the base city so that everyone could be mentally prepared. As for himself, he planned to see if he could reap some benefits on the edge of the beast tide. He had thought his nearly 1,000 soul servants were strong enough, but after witnessing the terrifying momentum of the beast tide and the state of the arrow-wing eagles that were instantly killed, Chen Yu knew he was not strong enough and could not afford to relax. Only when he could withstand such a level of beast tide with the power of his soul servants alone would he truly be strong enough to protect himself. He must continue to strive harder. After encouraging himself, Chen Yu ordered the remaining arrow-wing eagles to follow the beast tide from a distance and observe, looking for small groups of fierce beasts joining it to see if he could intercept them and further enhance his combat power. Originally contemplating how to improve the efficiency of hunting to maximize the speed of his strength advancement, now with so many fierce beasts in front of him, how could Chen Yu not be tempted? He definitely planned to devise a way to seize the opportunity. Ensuring his own safety, he aimed to expand his combat power as much as possible. It wasn't long before he found an opportunity. Through the arrow-wing eagles he detected that over 100 fierce beasts were located dozens of kilometers from the beast tide, preparing to join it. Naturally, he wouldn't give them that chance. Chen Yu decided to go and annihilate them. Soon he arrived at their inevitable path and had prepared in advance. It was still a surprise attack. The combat power was about the same, but the numerical advantage was quite clear. The battle lasted less than half an hour, and it took some time to absorb and control the souls of these fierce beasts, transforming them into soul servants. Through practice during this time and continuously experimenting and familiarizing with his abilities, Chen Yu found that as long as he absorbed the souls within an hour of killing the beasts, he could successfully capture their souls. If it took longer than an hour, there was a chance he couldn't absorb the soul, which meant killing them in vain. There was still ample time, this time, thanks to the significant improvement in his mental power over this period. Otherwise, Chen Yu would definitely not have been able to absorb the souls of over 100 fierce beasts at once and still have energy left. After the battle and soul absorption, Chen Yu didn't linger in the area and immediately left. What he didn't know was that less than 10 minutes after he left, a humanoid beast shadow appeared there, looking at the surrounding corpses with a humanized expression of anger in its eyes, and then ran towards the beast tide at an astonishing speed. At this time, Chen Yu had already found his second target. His efficiency had greatly improved compared to before, experiencing both agony and ecstasy. After easily defeating a group of fierce beasts, his number of soul servants exceeded 1,000, significantly boosting his overall combat power. However, due to fatigue, he needed to rest before he could continue absorbing souls, as Chen Yu intermittently increased his soul servants and enhanced his combat abilities. The Arrow Wing Eagle, acting as a messenger, had already reached the outskirts of the base city. It was immediately spotted by the city defense forces. Just as they were about to shoot it down, Hong Zhan, who was on duty at the city walls to date, signaled not to fire. His eyes turned golden as he watched the rapidly approaching Arrow Wing Eagle, his expression subtly changing. In a flash, he disappeared from atop the wall, much to the surprise of the young men and women pulled up to help defend the city. Such was the prowess of a general-level fighter, even though he was not a speed type. His speed was exceptionally fast, and they didn't even catch a glimpse of Hong Zhan's shadow. When Hong Zhan reappeared on the city wall, he was holding the Arrow Wing Eagle by the neck and placed it on the ground, now holding a letter in his hand. He quickly scanned the letter, his expression changing immediately. He vanished from sight once more, leaving the onlookers to turn their gaze towards the Arrow Wing Eagle on the ground, its body pitch black and eyes glowing green, emitting no human aura, all eyes filled with curiosity. However, the Arrow Wing Eagle did not stay long. It immediately took flight, heading straight towards Chen Yu's location. Soon, the high echelons of the base city learned of the beast tide from the letter, which also included Chen Yu's identification, so they had no doubts and began to arrange the city's defenses accordingly. Recently, the nearby dungeon had been reinforced several times, increasing the defensive pressure significantly, and with no reinforcements coming from other base cities. The emergence of the beast tide weighed heavily on everyone's hearts, yet they had no choice but to face the challenge. Fortunately, they had the advantage of sturdy, tall city walls and prior knowledge of the approaching beast tide, which allowed them to prepare in advance. They were also very satisfied with Chen Yu's calm and bold actions, relieved to know that he was still alive and seemingly in no danger. Under intense preparation, time passed quickly, and the beast tide, nearly 1,000,000 strong, surged towards the base city, unstoppable. Being located in a desert area, if this were a central or western base city, a beast tide could involve tens of millions, undoubtedly increasing the pressure even further. However, the strongest known beast in this area, as well as the 5 previous alien invasions, had not seen the appearance of a general level or higher entity, so no martial level or national protector level fighters were stationed here. With 36 dungeons appearing across the nation, the defensive pressure was immense, necessitating careful allocation of resources. Now, seeing the endless tide of fierce beasts in the distance and sensing the terrifying aura they emitted, everyone on the city walls, clad in battle armor and wielding various weapons, instinctively swallowed hard, their bodies tensing, but no one retreated. With no way out, they had no choice but to face the battle head-on. Even the newly awakened fighters who had just come into their powers this year were terrified to the core, yet not a single one of them took a step back. In less than 10 minutes, the tide of beasts charged up to the city walls, and the great battle began. Kill, wipe out these beasts, fire the cannons, take them down. Don't let them breach the walls, and you ranged fighters, don't hold back, attack with all your might. The battle roared into action with screams, roars, and the sounds of slaughter unceasing. Millions of ferocious beasts, like a flood bursting forth, recklessly tried to break through the walls and enter the inner city. The flying beasts in the sky were heavily bombarded by artillery and long-range gifted fighters, preventing them from getting closer to the walls or entering the airspace above the city. Upon closer observation, one could see that the eyes of these beasts were blood-red, devoid of any reason, driven solely by the desire to kill. Facing this relentless horde intent on mutual destruction, 3 mighty generals from the base city, including Hong Zhan, joined the fight. With superior skills and courage, they plunged directly into the beast tide to prevent those with general-level strength from reaching the walls. General versus general, soldier versus soldier, the lower end forces outnumbered, while the high-end forces took on many. Due to their gifted abilities and battle gear, the forces of Baima Base City held a tactical advantage, resisting the first wave of the beast onslaught. Although there were casualties, the morale remained high. However, as more and more beasts joined the fray from the rear, the city's walls, spanning tens of kilometers, stretched the defensive line extremely thin. It was impossible to defend every front perfectly. Initially, it was easy to defend when the beasts attacked just one point, but over time, they began to disperse their forces, attacking different sections of the walls, greatly increasing the defensive pressure on the base city. With a slash, Hong Zhan cleaved the corpse of a huge beast in front of him in two. observing the beast tide spreading out and launching attacks on various parts of the city walls from multiple directions. He frowned deeply, his eyes turning golden as he scanned the entire tide. This isn't normal behavior for a beast tide, there must be a trick. But he couldn't find the source of the anomaly in the short term, and reality didn't afford him the opportunity to be distracted as hundreds of ferocious beasts fearlessly converged on him. Die, all of you! With a fierce look in his eyes and a war blade in hand, Hong Zhan charged into the beast tide. With each swing of his blade he claimed the lives of beasts, growing stronger in the battle rather than showing signs of fatigue. His eyes sparkled with golden light as he moved through the tide, and not a single beast could touch even the hem of his garment, greatly boosting morale. However, soon several terrifyingly formidable beasts surged out from the tide, slowing Hong Zhan's advance as he engaged in battle with these giants. On the other side, the other two generals from the base city faced the same fierce resistance. One of them bellowed loudly, his muscles bulging and his clothes bursting apart as he transformed into a 3-meter-tall giant covered in rippling muscles. The other was a bald man gleaming with a metallic luster, his fighting style broad and powerful as he grappled with several giant beasts, not falling behind in the slightest, while the beasts of general rank were held back. The sheer number of those of school and officer ranks, along with another layer of soldier rank beasts, was overwhelming. They quickly identified a weak point in the city wall's defenses, the area furthest from where Hong Zhan was located. Specifically, it was the section manned by newcomers who had awakened their talents just over a month ago. Like cats smelling fish, more and more beasts began to converge there. The combatants in other areas were tied up and couldn't come to support, significantly increasing the pressure on the newcomers. Even though they were led by over a dozen elite talents with school-level power, the beasts were too numerous, and some also possessed school-level strength. Their eyes glowed red as they charged mindlessly, even trampling each other in a desperate scramble to scale the walls. These were just 18-year-old youths, barely adults, who had never seen such a scene before. Their hands trembled holding their weapons, and their ability to deploy their talents became unstable. In such dire circumstances, Yang Yujing, the strongest among all the newcomers with an A-grade talent, did not show the timidity and fear of the others. She stood out, her war blade enveloped in blood-red flames, and with a single slash she bisected an approaching rodent-like beast that was about to climb the wall, splattering her with its blood. Yet her expression remained unchanged, a picture of cool bravery. Beasts aren't so frightening after all, she declared, unfazed. They are just mindless animals, nothing to fear. Yang, who also possessed an A-grade talent, immediately echoed her words and responded with action, pulling the trigger. Repeatedly, each bullet precisely struck the eyes of the beasts, ensuring they would not survive. Inspired by the pair, the other newcomers regained their fighting spirit, no longer standing distractedly in place. With their school-level leaders tied up by beasts and unable to command from the front, Yang Yujing, who had been trained in combat since childhood, took over the leadership. She began directing the newcomers in battle. Those with defensive talents took the front line, acting as shields, while those with long-range talents provided support from behind. Those with strong offensive talents roamed and eliminated beasts about to climb the walls, and those with control talents took on supporting roles. Each type of talent was put to use as effectively as possible, making their contributions felt. Initially, they had been stationed in this part of the wall far from the center of the beast tide's attack, thinking they would at most experience the dangers of battle with many school-level powers defending this sector. But this beast tide was different from before. They were clearly targeted. An endless stream of beasts began rushing towards them. Initially bolstered by Yang Yujing's leadership, they barely held off the beast tide's assault. However, as more ferocious beasts joined the fray and aerial predators began to support from the skies, the situation rapidly deteriorated. Watching comrades fall in battle or lose their ability to fight, and with more beasts scaling the city walls, those flying creatures above caused unbearable harassment, leaving everyone overwhelmed and directionless. The situation was dire and reinforcements were nowhere in sight. Even Yang Yujing, internally resilient, felt despair. Gazing at the now overtaken right section of the city wall, her whole being trembled. We can't hold it anymore. For some reason at this moment, the image of Chen Yu surfaced in her mind. If he were here, he surely would have performed better than herself. I'm really too weak. Just then, from within the already breached wall, numerous dark shadows suddenly sprang forth, annihilating the hundreds of beasts that were about to penetrate the city. This unexpected turn of events stunned everyone present. At that moment, accompanied by a roaring sound, a large swath of dark figures descended from the sky. Upon closer inspection, these were numerous flying beasts. However, these creatures were all pitch black, their eyes glowing green, and they emitted no signs of life. The newcomer was none other than Shenyu, who had managed to bypass the main body of the beast tide and return to the base city. Seeing the situation below, Shenyu breathed a sigh of relief. It seems I didn't return too late. These were third-level ferocious beasts, golden crown-bald eagles, armored rhinos, rattlegray scale snakes, and many more third-level beasts. Why do these beasts not seem alive with their black bodies and green eyes looking so eerie? And why are they helping us? Everyone look up, there seems to be a person on the back of that golden crown bald eagle. Indeed, there was someone, and it looked like Shenyu. Yes, it was Shenyu. He's returned, and these beasts, had he tamed them, this must be his innate ability, truly monstrous. A single person with so many summoning beasts, it's almost inhuman. This is what an S-rank talent looks like. However, reality didn't give everyone much time to marvel, as the mindless beast tide would not stop its attack just because of Shenyu's strong arrival and immediately resumed its assault on the breached wall section. Everyone was on high alert, preparing to face the next wave of attacks. Curiosity about Shenyu had to be momentarily set aside. These were mostly level 1 or 2 ferocious beasts, not much of a threat. After roughly assessing the strength of the beasts within the tide below, the golden crown bald eagle directly landed on the city wall and Shenyu jumped down, not continuing to command from the air as it was unsafe. Being on solid ground gave him considerable relief, but that was not enough. The dozens of third-level beast soul slaves that had just launched the surprise attack, along with nearly 1,000 second-level beast soul slaves, quickly surrounded him in the middle. The once spacious wall area suddenly became crowded. Frowning slightly, Chenyu's mind moved and a dark light flickered between his eyebrows as he summoned over 1,000 fierce beast soul servants, these servants impervious to pain and in the form of souls with a high damage reduction rate could recover from ordinary injuries in just seconds unless severely damaged. Thus, their combat effectiveness remained unaffected. Like war machines, the soul servants charged into the tide of beasts, staunchly holding back the onslaught in that area. The continuous screams of the beasts filled the air, yet the battle was only just balanced, which somewhat dissatisfied Shenyu. You all go too, he thought, and with another motion of his mind, all the third-tier fierce beasts around him except the giant rhino charged out, striking like tigers into a flock of sheep with a clear advantage. The 1,000 or so second-tier fierce beasts continued to surround and protect Shenyu in the middle. They fortified the area that had initially been lost, making it impregnable. All of this happened within half a minute. The pressure on the wall defense line, which was on the verge of collapse, greatly reduced. The veteran soldiers with school-level strength, who were entangled by the third-tier beasts, could finally breathe a sigh of relief and focus on the beasts in front of them. Their hearts filled with surprise. Shenyu alone commanded over 2,000 fierce beasts, which was utterly monstrous. Each of his beasts was exceptionally powerful within its tier, and collectively their combat strength was formidable. It was like one man forming an army. Over 2,000 soul servant beasts staunchly held back a beast tide 10 times their number and still maintained the upper hand. The third-tier beasts in the tide were far fewer than the third-tier soul servants Shenyu had deployed. The high-end combat power was not on the same level, making their advantage extremely clear. A single third-tier beast could even match hundreds of second-tier beasts. Gaining the upper hand was only logical. At this moment, the most shocked were the newcomers. Watching the beast tide that had pushed them to the brink of extinction now being suppressed by Shenyu, they all showed faces of astonishment, their mouths agape. Though all the newcomers were from the same year and had awakened on the same day, Chenyu's strength had grown so formidable that he could single-handedly fight tens of thousands of fierce beasts, while they could only manage in groups. The gap was just too vast. Because the attack on this section of the wall by the beast tide was staunchly held back by Chenyu's soul servants, only a few dozen beasts broke through, approaching the area where the newcomers were, and were easily annihilated. What had been a moment of life and death was now a time of idle unease, such a dramatic change that everyone felt unaccustomed. Their gazes unanimously turned towards Shenyu, surrounded by numerous dark fierce beasts, making it impossible to even see his figure, all deeply impressed. An S-level talent was truly terrifying. Even the 2A-level talents present had to admit complete defeat. Ouyang felt embarrassed about his previous sarcastic attitude towards Shenyu. With such formidable strength, Shen didn't need to engage in trivial training with them. He could explore the desert alone without any issues. Yang Yujing, on the other hand, felt utterly defeated. It hadn't been long, yet the gap between them had widened again. Given Shenyu's current combat power, his effectiveness on the battlefield could match that of a general-level powerhouse. This was a peer of theirs, and the normally proud Yang Yujing now felt like a complete failure. At this moment Chen Yu was too busy to care about their feelings. With so many fierce beast corpses around, he was certainly not going to waste them. He instructed his soul servitors to first transport the larger and seemingly stronger beast corpses. His priority was the flying-type fierce beasts. He only had about 100 flying-type soul servitors, and the number was still too few. The aerial combat was proving to be quite challenging. After absorbing more than 200 fierce beasts, Chen Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling the fatigue in his spirit. He stopped the soul-absorbing process and turned his gaze towards the nearly depleted third-tier fierce beasts, saving the remaining spiritual power for them. With a thought, he released dozens of newly transformed flying-type soul servitors to support the aerial battlefield. His gaze then turned to his fellow beings' bodies, and a bold idea emerged in his mind, but he ultimately suppressed it, forcing himself not to think about it. The situation at Chen Yu's section of the wall was clear to everyone in the other defense areas, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. They had wanted to come over to help, but the number of fierce beasts was simply too overwhelming, and it seemed they were being intentionally prevented from crossing over to assist. Now, seeing that the situation had stabilized and even started to show signs of a counterattack, everyone was astonished. Chen Yu's soul servitors, distinctly different from the beast tide, sparked immense curiosity among them. The three general-level powerhouses who were among the few insiders felt even more surprised than the others. What happened to his supposedly weak soul control talent? What about the strict limits on the number of soul servitors? What about the long growth cycle? Now Chen Yu alone controlled over 2,000 soul servitors. What was going on? This didn't seem scientifically possible. Could this be a case of extraordinary talent? They weren't sure about other things, but one thing became clear. This soul control talent would turn the tables for Chen Yu, and from then on, no one would consider it the weakest S-level talent. As the defense in the weakest section where the newcomers were stationed held up against the beast tide due to Chen Yu's arrival, everyone thought they were at an advantage and that victory was just a matter of time. However, the beast tide suddenly mutated. A terrifyingly powerful black light suddenly flashed from behind the beast tide. Without giving anyone time to react, in the blink of an eye it engulfed the muscle-bound general-level powerhouse in the city as well as the fourth-tier fierce beasts in front of him. The momentum of the black light did not diminish, even blasting a huge hole in the city wall, barely missing a direct hit. As the dust settled, the general-level powerhouse on the side of the base city was badly wounded, gasping for breath, and his combat power had drastically reduced. The fourth-level beast that had been engulfed with him by the dark light was already breathless. As for the other two fourth-level beasts that were affected by the blast, they too had sustained some damage, but comparatively, their combat power had not decreased much. Damn it! Hong Zhan's expression turned incredibly grim. His golden eyes immediately fixed on the direction of the dark light, and what caught his eyes was a monkey about 2 meters tall, standing on 2 legs like a human, its mouth gradually ceasing. The dark light and its eyes filled with a mocking expression. Indeed, there was an exotic species. He had previously noticed something unusual in the eyes of the beasts and had a feeling that this beast tide was not ordinary. There might be a special breed with unique talents, and he had also roughly searched once, unfortunately without any discoveries. To find such a small-sized beast deliberately hiding among nearly 1 million fierce beasts was indeed too difficult, and he had indeed not found it. Later, due to the extremely intense battle, he had no time to continue searching. Just when it seemed that a little more time was needed to successfully withstand this beast tide, this exotic species suddenly made a move, severely injuring the general-level powerhouse on his side. Only one fourth-level beast was lost on the enemy's side, and the balance of top-tier combat power was broken. For the Baima base city, the situation had turned dire. The dark light. It must have been what killed my arrow-wing eagle. Chen Yu squinted his eyes at the monkey barely discernible in the distance. He also noticed the shift in the battle situation. They were clearly at a disadvantage on the main battlefield. The muscle-bound man, although still desperately holding on, might not last much longer under the attack of two well-preserved fourth-level beasts. Once he fell, the balance that had been maintained on the main battlefield would immediately collapse. Not to mention that Monkey was still eyeing them, ready to launch a sneak attack at any moment. Continuing this way, we are doomed to lose. Chen Yu, having reached this conclusion, knew he could not just sit back and wait for defeat. Making a swift decision, he left behind 1,000 beast soul servants to help defend and immediately mounted a nearby armored giant rhino, leading over 1,000 other beast soul servants towards the main battlefield. The defensive strong soul servants were on the outside, the third-level beast soul servants paved the way at the forefront, and various other soul servants in the middle assisted and launched long-range attacks. Cooperating seamlessly, they twisted into a force. The army of soul servants led by Qin Yu was like a black blade slicing open the fierce beasts blocking their way. Although the number of enemies was hundreds of times that of his own, only up to 10 times the number of fierce beasts could get close to Qin Yu and engage in close combat, which was completely within an acceptable range and unstoppable. Such a clear situation was naturally noticed by both sides involved in the battle. Foolish. Hong Zhan cursed silently. At this moment, the last thing he wanted to see was Qin Yu coming to support. S-class talent holders are crucial to the nation's fate, especially after Qin Yu demonstrated terrifying combat power and a rapid rate of improvement in strength, proving his potential to become a national guardian-level force. His importance skyrocketed. In the entire northern desert base city, everyone could perish, even the city lord Yang Yeqing, but Qin Yu must not die. He was too important. However, Qin Yu was unaware of this and continued to lead his soul servant legion in a strong advance. Occasionally, he observed the monkey in the distance that could shoot black beams. Whenever it seemed about to attack him, he would immediately dodge or use his soul servants as shields to block the attack. Fortunately, the monkey's black beam attack seemed to have certain limitations and couldn't be launched again in a short period. Meanwhile, the monkey's gaze was continuously fixed on Qin Yu's side, specifically observing his soul servants with a human-like curiosity flickering in its eyes. Noticing Qin Yu's intent to join the main battlefield, Hong Zhan and the uninjured general-level powerhouse Chao Jian quickly exchanged glances, both launching their attacks with all their might, aiming to quickly resolve their own battles and then go to support their severely wounded general-level comrade, while also providing some protection to Qin Yu. However, it seemed that their opponents, the 4-level beasts, saw through their intentions and chose not to engage directly but instead started to fight indirectly, maximizing their restraining potential, which was quite frustrating for Hong Zhan and his team. The other residents of the base city couldn't manage that much. All they could do was do their best to deal with the beasts trying to climb the city walls, kill as many as possible to protect the base city and their lives. Qin Yu's strong advance to some extent helped attract fire and relieve pressure. At this time, no one knew that Qin Yu was in extraordinary pain. The bodies of tens of thousands of beasts along the way almost made him cry, his tears nearly spilling from the corners of his mouth. If he could transform all their remaining souls into his soul servants, he might directly reach the general level power. Unfortunately, with his current spiritual power, it was definitely impossible to absorb the souls of 100,000 beasts within an hour, not to mention 100,000, even 10,000. Cough cough, maybe even 1,000 would be difficult. He still needed to work hard. Moreover, the current situation did not allow him to do so. If the severely wounded general-level powerhouse were defeated and the two 4-level beasts were uncontained, whether they went after the lower-level awakeners or attacked Hong Zhan and Chao Jian, it would result in catastrophic consequences for the northern desert base city. Therefore, it was necessary to find a way to contain those two 4-level beasts and keep the balance of top combat power. The key to breaking the situation lay on the body of the 4-level beast that was killed by the black beam. If he could absorb its soul and transform it into a soul servant, it would be equivalent to having an additional general-level force. Qin Yu's eyes were determined. This was the best solution he could think of for now. From the current situation, it appears that the monkey's dark aura release cooldown isn't short, and with proper preparation, the threat isn't too significant. As long as the base city can muster an additional general-level combatant, it could once again hold a position of advantage. The enemy's top combatants failed to block the advance, and with Qin Yu accompanied by 30 Tier 3 fierce beast soul servants, he easily tore through the beast tide, reaching the main battlefield city walls, leaving behind countless corpses of fierce beasts along the way. Without any hesitation, he left the city walls and continued advancing towards the location of a Tier 4 fierce beast. Seeing this, Hong Zhan and the others grew more anxious. It was one thing for him to reach the main battlefield, but leaving the city walls was particularly bold. However, with the Tier 4 fierce beast holding them back, they couldn't provide support. But seeing that none of the fierce beasts attacking Qin Yu could get within 100 meters of him, Hong Zhan and his team breathed a sigh of relief. Observing closely, they gained a new appreciation for the combat strength of Qin Yu's soul servants. Truly formidable. They seemed like tireless, fearless, death-defying combat machines. At the same level, they were absolutely a potent force to be reckoned with. with the Tier 4 fierce beast unable to intervene. The other fierce beasts seemed genuinely incapable of posing a significant threat to Chenyu, so the question arose, why did Chenyu come here, even though his strength was formidable? There was still a considerable gap compared to a general level power. Could it be? A very bold idea occurred to Hong Zhan. Chenyu soon confirmed his speculation. After sacrificing over 100 fierce beast soul servants, progressing from the new defenders area to the location of the Tier 4 lion beast's corpse took over an hour, and the sky was gradually darkening. With a flicker of light between his eyebrows, Chenyu decided not to hold back any longer, summoning the remaining 700 plus fierce beast soul servants around him, ensuring defense was tight overhead and underground, leaving no gaps whatsoever. Taking a deep breath and staring at the corpse before him, Chenyu rallied his spirits. Hope this works, if not, it's time to flee. Without dwelling further, he activated his ability. With his palm just over 10 centimeters from the lion's head, Chenyu unleashed his power. Instantly, an intense stabbing pain shot from his palm to his brow, causing his whole body to shudder. It felt as if his soul was being incessantly pricked with needles, a struggle unlike any before emanating from his soul, leaving Chenyu's hands numb, unable to exert any strength. He had thought that with his current mental power nearing the peak at the school level, despite the challenge of soul-sucking across realms, it wouldn't be too problematic. However, the reality proved otherwise. The chasm between the school level and the general level was vast, and he had been too optimistic. But at this moment he knew he absolutely couldn't give up. If he did, the entire Mo Bay base city could fall, and without combat supplies the defensive forces in the caverns would also falter, causing the defense lines to collapse, and the alien races would successfully invade. The consequences would be unspeakably dire. Under the chain reaction, the entire Great Northwest might fall under the occupation of alien races and ferocious beasts, dealing a massive blow to the Dragon Nation, with defensive pressures skyrocketing exponentially. Once these alien races secure a foothold on this terrestrial star, they would be able to continuously transport combat forces, posing a fatal threat to the Dragon Nation and to humanity as a whole. As the saying goes, when the nest is overturned, no egg remains intact. Given the current circumstances, since Chenyu cannot ensure his own safety alone, he must do his utmost to help the northern base city defeat the beast tide and thereby stabilize the situation. This endeavor is not just for humanity, not just for the Dragon Nation, not just for the northern base city, but also for his own sake. Minutes passed and Chenyu was still unable to extract the soul. He was engaged in a fierce battle with the soul of a level 4 ferocious beast, with his school-level spiritual power forcibly absorbing a general-level combat beast soul was obviously too much of a strain. It might even be said to be impossible. However, since he had not failed immediately, it indicated that there was still a chance of success, which gave Chenyu a bit of confidence. As long as there was a sliver of hope, it was worth a try. Nevertheless, the entire process was incredibly tough and painful. Unconsciously, sweat had soaked through Chenyu's body and a blood-red color spread across his forehead. With his spirit growing increasingly weary and his head throbbing with pain, it seemed as if a little figure in his mind kept telling him, "Give up with your current level of spiritual power. You simply cannot absorb a soul of this caliber. Stop wasting your efforts." How could a man simply give up? Shaking his head, Chenyu had no intention of giving up, even though he was exhausted both in body and mind. His eyes remained resolute. "Come out to me." Grinding his teeth and glaring at the one-third extracted soul, Chenyu's mouth curved into a sinister smile. "Just become my soul servant, my precious. You will be granted a new life for this." Whether the soul understood Chenyu's words or not, the struggle it put up seemed to lessen significantly. Noticing this change, Chenyu was pleasantly surprised, and a flash of inspiration struck his mind, yet he dared not relax. The more critical the moment, the more he couldn't afford to let down his guard. Knowing this, Chenyu decided to press his advantage, incessantly muttering, "There's a saying among us humans, it's better to live a bad life than to die a good death. Living is definitely more interesting than being dead. Become my soul servant and you will feel no pain and your strength will greatly increase. If I remember correctly, you were killed by your own kind. Don't you want revenge? Besides being utterly loyal to me and fighting for me, you will have no other restrictions and you will have many lioness companions. I might even allocate some of the ferocious beasts to be under your command." Feeling the struggle weakening further, Chenyu sensed an opportunity and began his verbal onslaught with even greater delight, employing what might be called a strategy of attacking the heart. Could this really be working? Chenyu couldn't help but chuckle to himself. When he mentioned the lionesses, he could distinctly feel the struggling force wane significantly. Indeed, such creatures exist in every species. Victory was just ahead, and Shen Yu clenched his teeth and persisted, already looking forward to how much strength the soul of a beast of that level would feed back to him. It surely wouldn't disappoint him. At this moment, the beasts that had been single-mindedly attacking the city walls seemed to be guided by something, and a part of them abandoned their attack on the walls and began to surge towards Chen Yu's position, significantly increasing the defensive pressure on his side, especially in the air. Even though soul servants can fly because they are in spirit form unless they are transformed from flying-type beasts, the flying speed of ground-type soul servants is not fast and their agility in the air is severely lacking. When it comes to aerial combat, their strength is greatly reduced. Facing the siege of thousands of flying-type beasts, the defense overhead was clearly not going to hold much longer. What made the people at the base city even more desperate was that an injured general-class powerhouse was accidentally hit head-on by one of the beasts he was fighting, embedding him into the city wall with tremendous force. The two fourth-level beasts that were besieging him went straight towards the city wall. Seeing the huge size of the fourth-level beasts and feeling the terrifying aura emanating from them, the people on the wall were filled with immense despair. 100 school-level fighters couldn't beat a single general-level fighter, even one who had just entered the general level. There was a fundamental gap in strength between the two sides. Initially facing the beast tide, they only had a slight advantage, but with the addition of a top-tier force on the side of the beasts, the situation immediately became extremely critical. From a distance, Hong Zhan and Chao Zhen looked on anxiously, but there was nothing they could do but watch helplessly as the two fourth-level beasts got closer and closer to the city wall. Just as they were about to launch an attack, Fan Bin, the muscle-bound man with general-level strength who had just been embedded in the city wall covered in blood, charged out and met one of the beasts head-on. However, the other beast ignored Fan Bin's efforts and headed straight for the city wall. "You dare!" Fan Bin tried desperately to go and support him, but at this moment, because of his severe injuries, he could only exert a fraction of his strength, barely managing to hold off one fourth-level beast, and was entangled to the point where he couldn't move forward to help. The flicker of hope that had just arisen was dashed once again. Everyone's faces showed despair, but none of them thought of retreating. Each of them gripped their weapons tightly, prepared to fight fiercely even though they knew they were outmatched. What if they won? Their families were behind them. They had no choice but to fight desperately to protect them. However, their attacks didn't seem to have much effect. As they watched the fourth-level beast about to crash into the city wall, a sense of despair spread. The Imobe base city was about to fall. Without warning, a huge lion's roar erupted on the battlefield. Roar! A deafening and terrifying sound wave rang out, and many people instinctively covered their ears. Even with his ears covered, his face still showed a pained expression. Even those beasts that had lost their reason and charged at the walls like suicide squads paused in their actions. The same was true for the level 4 ferocious beast that was originally poised to crash into the wall. Instinctively, it turned its head towards the source of the sound, and what it saw was a massive, robust lion roaring furiously into the sky. Visible sound waves rippled outward, stunning the nearby beasts that were originally attacking the soul servants, especially the flying beasts, which fell from the sky like raindrops, smashing heavily onto the ground, all losing consciousness. Had he actually succeeded? Hong Zhan's face was filled with disbelief. To think that Chen Yu had actually turned a level 4 ferocious beast into a soul servant, meaning that Chen Yu now possessed the power of a general. How long had it been since he had awakened his talents and he had already reached the power of a general? How intense! For someone like him who had cultivated for nearly 10 years to reach the level of a general, it made him feel utterly incompetent. Realizing this, a wild joy surged across Hong Zhan's face. Seizing the distracted moment of the beasts in front of him, his blade flashed, slicing one of the 4 level 4 beasts that were restraining him into the air. With his sword in hand, he immediately charged towards another nearby level 4 beast, his fighting spirit soaring. Life's dramatic ups and downs were truly thrilling. From a balanced situation to a disadvantage, then to an advantage and back into a disadvantage, and now with Chen Yu's successful conversion of the level 4 beast into a soul servant, the situation on the battlefield had once again reached a balance. Oh no, given the characteristics of a soul servant, the combat power of the level 4 Soundwave Lion was definitely stronger than before its conversion. Therefore, looking at the top combat power, the base city was now at an advantage. They were going to win. Hong Zhan felt a surge of joy in his heart. Just then, the long silent mutant monkey, having fully gathered its power, launched a sudden assault without warning. The timing was perfect. a dark gleam flashed and in an instant it had closed to within 10 meters of Hong Zhan. Trouble. Hong Zhan's expression changed dramatically. The same mistake twice. Truly, joy leads to sorrow. However, just as the dark gleam was about to engulf Hong Zhan, several dark shadows suddenly sprang from the ground, blocking in front of Hong Zhan just in time to delay the dark gleam for less than a second before they were utterly dispersed. But it was enough. Hong Zhan reacted extremely quickly, his figure flashing as he immediately left the area. The dark gleam shot past, killing hundreds of beasts and creating a huge crater in the ground. Thanks to Chen Yu's early arrangement of soul servants hidden underground to act as a meat shield, Hong Zhan had time to dodge and was unharmed. He couldn't help but look in the direction where Chen Yu was, feeling immensely grateful. This sneak attack had not succeeded, but instead, the two level 4 beasts that were besieging Hong Zhan, unable to dodge in time, were hit by the dark gleam and were now incapacitated. The attempt to steal a chicken only resulted in losing the rice. The mutant monkey's face was filled with anger as it watched the Soundwave lion, which had blocked another level 4 beast that had intended to break through the city wall and rampage through the inner city. It glanced at Chen Yu, who was tightly guarded by soul servants in the center, invisible to anyone else, gritted its teeth, and jumped onto the back of a nearby leopard-type beast, quickly leaving the battlefield. Hong Zhan was seething with anger, the audacity of coming and going as one pleased, as if it were a trivial matter. Those rare beasts capable of controlling and commanding ferocious animals, each one a calamity in its own right. Upon sighting them, they must be eradicated. Though eager to pursue, Hong Zhan was entangled and restrained by the remaining two level 4 beasts, unable to advance, forced to watch helplessly as the oddity escaped. This escape also signified the defeat of this beast tide. Though the tide had not yet receded, whether it was the quantity of middle and lower tier forces or the combat situation of the high level and peak forces, the base city clearly had the upper hand. Victory was only a matter of time. Over 5 hours later, with no further incidents and following the defeat of the last batch of beasts assaulting the city walls, the walls of the base city erupted in fervent cheers. They had won it at last. Excluding the oddity and a few hundred beasts that fled with it, all other ferocious beasts were accounted for here. Given the situation in the Mobei base city, it would likely be 5 years before another beast tide of this magnitude could occur. They had secured 5 years to focus on repelling the invasion of alien tribes and to enhance their own strength. The quick victory this time was largely due to Chen Yu, whose indomitable performance proved pivotal. He first parachuted in for a rescue, helping the newcomers robustly withstand the targeted fierce attacks of the beast tide. Then he broke through the tide's barriers, traversed dozens of miles across the battlefield to the main front, successfully absorbed and summoned level 4 beast spirits, and turned the tides of battle. At 18, he already possessed the strength of a general. If one had not seen it with their own eyes, they would hardly believe it. It must be said, an S-grade talent really is something extraordinary. A few in the know marveled at Chen Yu's extraordinary talent, turning what was generally regarded as a relatively weaker S-grade ability into such formidable use, even surpassing those known as top-tier S-grade abilities by a significant margin. Chen Yu's strength had increased too rapidly, now commanding over 3,000 beast spirits, each one a top combatant in its tier and possessing the level 4 acoustic lion beast. Chen Yu had undoubtedly become one of the leading forces in the Mobei base city. And compared to the seasoned generals of the base city, he had immense room for growth, with a potential that undoubtedly reached the national protector level. Could they really keep such a Chen Yu? This was what Hong Zhan pondered quietly after the battle, or rather, was it really appropriate to keep such an outstanding Chen Yu in the Mobei base city? Compared to other base cities across the Dragon Nation, Mobei faced significantly lesser threats, situated in a desert area with scarce resources and fewer ferocious beasts. Even the strength of the alien tribes invading from the underground wasn't very strong, the strongest being only at the general level. Hence, the strongest in Mobei base city, Yang Yi, only had the strength of a peak general. There was no martial level strength, all for a reason, as they say good steel should be used for the edge of the blade. With the current pace of Chen Yu's progress, it won't be long before he surpasses the city lord Yang Yi and becomes the strongest in the northern desert base city, possibly even reaching the rank of marshal. When that time comes, even if Chen Yu wishes to stay in the base city, it might not be possible. The Dragon Nation would not allow such a powerful warrior to waste his time here. They would definitely relocate him to where he can be most effective. Thinking of this, Hong Zhan feels a sense of helplessness. At this moment, those who feel the most about Chunyu, whose emotions are the most complex and who admire him the most, are undoubtedly the awakeners from his cohort, especially his classmates, whose emotions are the most intense. After a battle of the original 46 people in the 3rd grade class 3, only 21 are still alive. Having survived this calamity, the naivety on everyone's faces has faded away. Although they have not aged much, their hearts have matured a great deal, having experienced life and death. Among them is Chenyu's close friend Tian Yu. As for Xiao Xiaonan, who had been leading Chenyu on for 3 years, she has died in this beast tide. Perhaps she was not entirely fair to Chenyu and the other boys she kept waiting, but for the base city she fought honorably to her last breath and did not flee. At this moment everyone looks at Tian Yu with envy. It is foreseeable that after this battle Chenyu's status in the base city will surely rise, and entering the upper echelons is not impossible, far beyond what these new talents can compare. As a close friend and good brother, Tian Yu will definitely receive great help, at least. Within the northern desert base city he can now walk sideways and no one dares to bully him. In terms of resources, Chenyu will certainly provide some support. Regarding these, Tian Yu is not concerned. Watching Chenyu, who is quickly flying to the central area of the inner city surrounded by a host of fierce beast souls, a trace of worry flashes in his eyes. Although he does not know the specifics of Chenyu's talents, subduing a 4th level fierce beast with commander level strength must have come at a great cost, and he prays inwardly, "Brother Yu, you must not get into trouble." In the underground battlefield command center, City Lord, there is news from the base city. Give it to me. Taking the letter, Yang Yi, still in armor, invisibly weary, rubs his forehead, takes a deep breath and opens the letter, his eyes revealing a look of concern. Regarding the arrival of the beast tide, the base city had received advance notice from Chenyu, so they had informed the underground side early on and Yang Yi was aware of it. However, because the war with the foreign tribes on the underground side is at a critical and intense moment, he cannot divert forces to assist, even though the base city's defense capabilities should be sufficient. Yet he is still unavoidably worried. If the base city were to be breached, losing logistical resources, weapons, troops and medical supplies, the situation in the underground would likely collapse. Fortunately, from the current situation it seems to have held on, otherwise it would not just be a letter coming over. There would have been messengers seeking support already. Yang Yi's expression continually changed as he rapidly absorbed the content of the letter, reading 10 lines at a glance. The speed of his reading gradually slowed down, and it took him less than a minute to finish due to the brief length of the letter. He remained lost in thought for a long time before he couldn't help but curse out loud. Damn, was the idiot who said that controlling souls is the weakest S-rank talent? Among all the S-rank talents known today, who can match Chenyu's rapid rise in strength? Who else can truly be a one-man army like him? Leaning back in his chair, Yang Yi sighed deeply, the image of the ever-composed Chenyu emerging in his mind. He's advanced so quickly. Why do I feel like the strength I've worked half my life to achieve is just his starting point? This is really disheartening. Is this the gap between S-rank and A-rank? He shook his head. No, Chenyu is just an exceptional case. Not all S-ranks are freaks like him. Muttering to himself, Yang Yi grew increasingly eager about Chenyu's future and wanted to witness firsthand just how far this terrifying young man could go. Reaching the level of a national pillar for the Dragon Nation, the 11th of its kind, was a certainty. Having a monstrous talent like Chenyu was a fortune for Dragon Nation, for the planet Earth, and for humanity as a whole. As the lord of one of Dragon Nation's 36 base cities, although his strength wasn't top tier, his status was not low. Yang Yi quickly stabilized his emotions and then summoned his adjutant, signaling him to communicate their situation, primarily Chenyu's circumstances, to the central government. Such a genius was destined to shine on a larger stage. Mo Bay base city was too small to keep Chenyu. It would be too selfish to hold him back. After giving his orders, a siren sounded outside. Yang Yi immediately stood up, picked up the blood-stained war spear beside him, and walked straight out of the command center. If an 18-year-old could be so brave and save millions of people in the base city, he is the city lord, could not lag behind. Alien scum, here I come. Yang Yi's fighting spirit surged, even loosening some of his bottlenecks. Meanwhile, the center of everyone's attention, Chenyu had already returned to his villa and went straight to bed. His soul servants surrounded the villa, allowing no one to approach. The level 4 beast soul servant, the Sonic Lion, stood guard at the main gate. Imposing and chilling the air even on a hot day, the Sonic Lion was very satisfied with its current situation. Even though it existed as a sole servant, it had become stronger than before and was no longer controlled by that little monkey. Moreover, its master had promised to arrange a lioness companion and subordinates for it in the future. Life was looking up. With this in mind, the Sonic Lion felt increasingly fortunate about its previous decision. However, it noted that its master was still too weak, almost killed by the backlash of soul energy. It seemed necessary to introduce some old comrades to its master sometime soon. After all, the more his master absorbed, the stronger he became. As long as he didn't die, he should just keep absorbing. He'd likely get used to it and grow stronger. Once all his old friends had become companions, his master must have basically grown up and gained a certain ability to protect himself. He no longer had to worry that one day his soul would scatter if his master was defeated due to insufficient strength. The more the wild lion thought about it, the more excited and feasible the idea seemed, almost causing him to shout out loud, but he eventually held it in, focusing on his role as the goalkeeper. The northern base city was still in recovery after the war. Separations and deaths were inevitable. As the current head of the base city, Hong Zhan was incredibly busy, his mind weighed down by numerous decisions he had to make, although specific tasks were handled by designated individuals. Despite his hectic schedule, Hong Zhan still found moments to inquire about Chen Yu's condition, asking whether he had left the villa yet, only to receive negative responses each time, which left him somewhat irritable. It wasn't just Hong Zhan, many in the base city were waiting for Chen Yu to emerge from the villa. It had not crossed their minds before, but after calming down post-war, everyone realized that summoning a level 4 beast must have exceeded Chen Yu's limits, leading to a significant backlash. Otherwise, he wouldn't have returned directly to his villa and shut himself away after the battle ended. Everyone was deeply concerned about the hero who had turned the tide of the battle. As the center of attention, Chen Yu had slept for nearly 30 hours straight. Upon waking, he drank several bottles of energy potions and then headed to the training room. Soon a series of thumping sounds echoed from within, continuing for several hours before gradually ceasing. Having exhausted the last bit of his energy, Chen Yu lay flat on the floor in the shape of the character, feeling his strength had multiplied several times over. A satisfied smile appeared on his lips, though his still throbbing head caused him discomfort. It was a forced effort, but fortunately he had encountered a color lion which could be treated specifically. Moreover, he hadn't killed it himself, so there was not much resentment. Otherwise, the probability of success would have been low. Muttering to himself, Chen Yu felt immensely fortunate. He had indeed been reckless. However, the gains were also tremendous once he fully assimilated this experience. Although his strength had not yet crossed from school level to general level, he was definitely ready to take a big step towards general level. If he encountered a general level beast again, he was confident in controlling its soul. His main target now was to own a level 4 beast with general level strength. The feeling of rapidly increasing strength was painful yet addictively immersive. Just as Chen Yu was preparing to rest and continue with adaptive training to quickly master his enhanced body and stabilize his surging mental power, a sudden voice echoed in his mind, "Master, you finally awakened." Who? The unexpected voice in his mind startled Chen Yu. It would shock anyone. He instinctively looked around, finding no one else present. Initially thinking it was an auditory hallucination, Chen Yu was reassured when the voice spoke again, dispelling his doubts. The extreme respect in the voice eased his tension. It seemed not to be an enemy. A thought flashed through his mind and he tentatively asked, "Are you the Sonic Lion?" "Indeed, Master, you figured it out so quickly," the Sonic Lion responded, eager to please. After becoming a soul servant, it seemed as though it had been deeply brainwashed, incapable of harboring any resistance towards Chen Yu, only absolute loyalty and obedience. Despite Chen Yu not being a match for the Sonic Lion in terms of current strength, this dynamic remained unchanged. Over time, through communicating with the Sonic Lion, Chen Yu gained a detailed understanding of the conditions of both ferocious beasts and his own soul servants. Typically, a level 4 ferocious beast would possess human-like general-level combat abilities and intelligence. However, due to linguistic barriers, they couldn't communicate with humans. But as Chen Yu's soul servant, the Sonic Lion could communicate with him telepathically over short distances, a derivative ability of Chen Yu's innate talents. This communicative ability was, however, limited to level 4 and above ferocious beasts. As for sentient life forms, since Chen Yu hadn't experimented yet, he was uncertain of the specifics. Furthermore, Chen Yu learned much about the current beast tide, including an aberrant monkey possessing group berserk and dark beam talents, along with many of the Sonic Lion's old comrades. Throughout their exchanges, Chen Yu clearly sensed the Sonic Lion's desire to have these old comrades become his soul servants. It became clear that soul servants not only retained their prior strengths and talents but also their memories, albeit with unwavering loyalty towards Chen Yu. Otherwise, the Sonic Lion wouldn't have considered selling out its old comrades for Chen Yu's benefit. What surprised Chen Yu the most through his interactions was that the strength of a soul servant could continue to progress, not just stagnate, a fact affirmed by the Sonic Lion. However, since they lacked physical bodies, the ferocious beasts could only enhance their innate abilities and soul strength. Innate abilities could be enhanced through continuous combat and training, while soul strength needed to rely on Chen Yu's soul nourishing space sustained by his mental power. In short, as long as Chen Yu's mental power kept strengthening, the soul servants residing in the soul nourishing space could gradually become stronger. The rate of strengthening depended on the soul servant's innate talent level and Chen Yu's mental power. While Chen Yu couldn't alter the talents of his soul servants, he could continually enhance his mental power. The stronger he became, the more benefits his soul servants could reap. Realizing this, Chen Yu knew he had to quickly recover and adapt, then start expanding his army of soul servants to boost his own power. With just over 2,000 soul servants, he was still far from a one-man army. The threat posed by this beast tide, comprised mainly of first and second-tier ferocious beasts, isn't considered significant. However, in the context of Long Nation, it's merely the lowest intensity. The most formidable beast tides are primarily made up of third-tier ferocious beasts, often including fourth and even fifth or sixth-tier sovereign-class beasts, with total numbers reaching tens of millions. If Mobei Base City were to face such a tide, they would stand no chance of victory. Although the ferocious beasts of the Northwest region are generally of lower tiers, with fourth-tier beasts rarely seen in each staying within its own territory, the fear of the unexpected remains. Should a fifth-tier beast suddenly appear, it would be a catastrophic blow to Mobei Base City. Chen Yu dislikes entrusting his safety to others, still feeling insecure and highly aware of potential dangers. Thus he plans to continue strengthening himself rapidly. Setting a modest goal, he aims to reach the level of a general within 3 months. Considering that strengthening his soul servants requires returning them to the soul nurturing space, and he is currently in the inner city where safety is somewhat assured, Chen Yu with a thought recalls all his soul servants to the soul nurturing space. Unbeknownst to him, the disappearance of the soul servants immediately catches the attention of the base city. Hong Zhan, filled with urgency, leaps out of his office window and rushes towards Chen Yu's villa, murmuring anxiously, "Don't let anything happen, Chen Yu, you mustn't have any troubles." Soon arriving at the villa's door, Hong Zhan hesitates but decides against breaking and opting instead to ring the doorbell. What a coincidence! Just as Chen Yu was about to lie down to rest and recover his physical strength before continuing his adaptive training, he hears the doorbell and goes to answer it. Upon opening the door, he is greeted by the anxious face of Hong Zhan. "Commandant, what's the matter? Are you alright?" Chen Yu, confused, asks if there was a need for concern. Realizing his poor choice of words, Hong Zhan's face turns awkward, but he quickly scans Chen Yu, noting only the signs of fatigue on his face but no other apparent issues, and he sighs in relief. "It's good you're fine. We owe you a lot this time. The base city would have suffered greatly otherwise." "It's my duty," Chen Yu replies earnestly. "After all, I am a member of this base city and it's my home as well." He believes in repaying favors and avenging wrongs as his life's principle. Since he benefits from the resources and rights provided by the base city, he feels obligated to fulfill his duties within his capabilities. Of course, he wouldn't just sacrifice his life without a fight. Seeing Chen Yu's sincere demeanor, Hong Zhan nods in satisfaction. "Since you're fine, I won't disturb you further. Rest well and recover soon." As Hong Zhan turns to leave, Chen Yu hesitates but can't help asking, "Commandant, once I've recovered, may I visit the underground battlefield to gain some experience? Do you want to go to the caverns?" Hong Zhan turned around, his face marked with surprise as he looked at Chen Yu. Chen Yu, puzzled, asked, "Is that not allowed?" "Of course, it's allowed, but only if you are fully recovered both physically and mentally." "Absolutely, I wouldn't joke about my own life," Chen Yu replied with a smile. "It's good that you understand this. Once you're recovered, contact me and I'll arrange everything for you." As he spoke, Hong Zhan patted Chen Yu's shoulder earnestly and said, "You're quite impressive." Then he turned and walked away. Watching Hong Zhan's retreating figure, a strange expression crossed Chen Yu's face. "I always feel like he's misunderstood something, but oh well, it's not important." His heart began to Look forward to his own exotic soul servant. Not far away, Hong Zhan suddenly paused, turned back and called out, Chenyu, we've prepared 2 big gifts for you. Remember to come find me at the city lord's mansion once you've fully recovered. Without giving Chenyu a chance to respond, he quickly walked away. 2 gifts, Chenyu mused curiously. With the beast tide successfully repelled and hundreds of thousands of fierce beasts slain, their bodies piled up like mountains, these corpses were undoubtedly a huge resource for the Mo Bay base city. For a short time, the base city's meat supply was guaranteed, and the cavern battlefield would also have sufficient meat. The higher the grade of the beast, the more energy contained in its meat, which often consumed was beneficial for improving physique and enhancing strength. After fully utilizing this batch of beast meat, the overall strength of the base city's awakeners was sure to improve. Not to mention, after experiencing this beast tide, the combat experience of the awakeners there. Use of innate abilities and their mental state had all seen significant improvements compared to before, especially the new awakeners. Their progress was particularly noticeable as they had grown a lot passively. Soldiers who have seen blood are incomparable to those raised in a greenhouse. At this moment, inside Chenyu's villa. Wow, brother, you've really made it big now. Not only is your strength far beyond your peers, but you're also living in such a nice house. I'm truly jealous. Tianyu expressed his envy openly as he toured around. After absorbing the memories of his predecessor, Chenyu felt quite fond of this only close friend of his former self. The friend hadn't come to him to curry favor or seek resources and benefits due to Chenyu's rise, and had even stayed out of sight. If it weren't for Chenyu's own initiative, they might never have met. Such a person was worth making a deep connection with. Although he had the wild lion as a conversational partner, that being was too respectful, making conversations feel somewhat dull after a while. Talking with a close friend like this was much more interesting. Don't be envious, work hard and you'll have it too someday, Chenyu told Tianyu as they entered the training room. Hearing this, Tianyu's face turned bitter. Forget about me, I'm just a low-level D-grade talent. On the battlefield, I'm just cannon fodder, never knowing when I might be gone. Before Chen Hao could offer words of comfort, Tianyu spoke again. Do you know? Xiao Xiaonan died in this beast tide. His body was torn into several pieces by the ferocious beasts. It was horrific. Oh, Chenyu nodded with understanding, his expression unchanged. Seeing this, Tianyu sighed and hesitated for a few seconds before deciding to remain silent. After all, what Xiao Xiaonan did was indeed dishonorable, and it was normal for Chenyu to hold a grudge. He couldn't just forgive everything just because Xiao Xiaonan had died. What he didn't know was that Chenyu's calm demeanor wasn't due to resentment towards Xiao Xiaonan. He simply didn't care much about him. The two chatted idly for a while longer before enjoying a lavish lunch together. The meal included the hind leg meat of a level 4 ferocious beast, which had been specially cooked and delivered from the base city. The energy contained in the meat of a level 4 beast was comparable to a mid-level energy potion. Given Tianyu's current physical condition, he was full after just a few pieces and could only watch with a wistful expression as Chenyu enjoyed the meal alone. It was truly frustrating to be unable to eat more of the delicious food in front of him. Later, they practiced their cultivation together. Watching Chenyu casually strike with almost 100 tons of force, Tianyu exclaimed in amazement at the absurdity and then began to doubt his own life upon seeing his meager force of just over 300 kilograms. This was even after his awakening and enhancement of his strength talent. It was clear that the gap between them was simply too great. Unsatisfied with his own level, Chenyu knew that the minimum standard for a general level base force was 300 tons, and he was just at an upper mid-tier school level, still far from reaching the general level. Fortunately, Tianyu was unaware of these details. Knowing them would only deepen his life doubts, as he already thought Chenyu was incredibly strong. Indeed, the perspective changes with the height from which one stands. Unable to stay any longer after being repeatedly overwhelmed, Tianyu left the villa as if fleeing. Staying any longer, he felt, would lead to a breakdown. It had been less than 3 months since their awakening, and their abilities had already diverged so drastically. While aware of the power of an S-level talent, he had not anticipated it to be this formidable. It was inhuman. Watching Tianyu's hurried departure, Chenyu blinked. Should I have been more restrained? He sighed softly. I wonder if there will ever be another chance to meet. Not continuing to stay in the villa, Chenyu walked towards the direction of the Lord's mansion. It had been over half a month since he returned to the villa. Through relentless effort, he had finally fully adapted to his surge in strength and mental power, significantly advancing his abilities. After specific tests, his physical strength reached an upper mid-tier school level, and his mental power even reached the peak of the school level. Of course, this strength refers to his own fighting power. Including his soul servant, he was now on par with a regular level 4 ferocious beast equivalent to a normal general level combatant. Having fully recovered his vital energy, Chinyu was eager to visit the caverns to see his exotic soul servants. Along the way he thought he might check on the old comrades of the wild lions to see if there were any gains to be had. If he happened to encounter that peculiar species of monkey, Chinyu wouldn't mind taking it under his wing. The creature was notably powerful in its ability to command and control ferocious beasts. Its dark burst attacks seemed somewhat limited, only effective for long-range sneak attacks and not much of a threat up close. If an encounter occurred and the creature didn't have too many allies by its side, Chinyu felt confident in his ability to handle it. Should he manage to convert it into one of his soul servants, it would provide a stable buff to his force, significantly enhancing their overall combat power. As Chinyu pondered over potential soul servants while heading toward the Lord Mayor's mansion, Tianyu, who had left not long ago, stood within a bus station, his face void of the earlier ease, now displaying a complex expression. He realized that there seemed to be a mountain standing between him and Chenyu. Even though Chenyu had not been haughty and maintained his usual demeanor, Tianyu still felt an overwhelming pressure, as if he could never return to the casual atmosphere of their school days. He sighed internally, resigned to the fact they were people from two different worlds. He then moved his backpack to the front, preparing to take out his bus card to head home. Living in the suburban areas, he definitely couldn't walk the distance. Moreover, if not for Chinyu's invitation, he wouldn't have even been able to board this bus heading toward the inner city. However, as Tianyu opened his backpack, he found it neatly packed with 10 energy potions, high-level ones that only the upper echelons in the base city had access to, which he had only seen in textbooks. It didn't take much to know that Chenyu must have slipped them into his bag when he wasn't looking. Tianyu thought about returning them but only walked a few steps back before stopping. He knew he needed them. His D-level talent was simply too weak. "Brother, you thanks," he muttered in gratitude, silently boarding the bus to the outer city areas. As the bus moved, he watched the receding cityscape, his thoughts drifting. This was his first visit to the core area of the base city, and perhaps it would be his last. At the same time, Chenyu had reached the Lord Mayor's mansion, not far from his own villa, and smoothly met with the chief instructor, Hongzhan. Seeing Chenyu, Hongzhan smiled and asked, "Recovered?" "Yes," nodded Chenyu. Without delay, Hongzhan stood up. "Follow me." "You're lucky. Had you come a few days later, you might have missed this big gift." Curious, Chenyu followed him to a temporary structure in the training ground behind the mansion. As they entered, Chenyu's eyes lit up at the sight before him, a huge steel cage containing two massive beasts, barely alive, imprisoned within. Living fourth-level ferocious beasts, Chenyu had paid close attention to a few fourth-level ferocious beasts during the previous beast tide, and now recognizing the creatures in the cage, his excitement was palpable. "Is this the big gift prepared for me?" Chenyu looked excitedly at Hongzhan, who nodded in response. "Chao Jian and I worked together to subdue these two ferocious beasts. Their bones are all shattered, they have no ability to resist anymore. It's now up to you to tame them. The rest is in your hands." He patted Chenyu's shoulder. "Remember, the base city does not ill-treat its heroes." Then he turned and walked away, not even giving Chenyu a chance to express his gratitude. One can only say having a leader who doesn't just promise but actually delivers is truly delightful. Watching his figure disappear from view, Chenyu immediately turned his gaze to the two level 4 beasts caged before him. Originally, he thought hunting level 4 beasts with just the power of a martial level wild lion might be risky. But with these two additional level 4 beasts, making it 3 in total plus dozens of level 3 beasts assisting, there wouldn't be much danger. Without hesitation, Chenyu stepped forward, approaching the wolf-shaped beast, whose aura was even weaker. The wolf, sensing something, showed a human-like expression of horror in its eyes. But with its bones shattered and lacking the physical and mental strength to unleash any innate abilities, it could only watch helplessly as Chenyu punched it repeatedly in the forehead, gradually losing consciousness and the ability to breathe. "Truly a level 4 beast, tough as hell," Chenyu muttered, feeling the pain in his fist, but he didn't care much and directly used his soul-controlling ability on the giant wolf, targeting its forehead. Once bitten, twice shy. Moreover, Chenyu's mental strength had increased significantly since before. Although the beast's struggle was still very intense, he felt much more confident than before. Continuously maintaining his power output within controllable limits, eventually it took him less than 2 minutes to completely absorb and transform the beast's soul. The second level 4 beast soul servant was now in his hands. The nourishment from the soul also emerged. He sighed heavily, once again feeling his body swelling, his head splitting, as if his entire body was about to tear apart. Chen Yu clenched his teeth, enduring the pain, his consciousness still clear. With his previous experience, his body and mind's adaptability had significantly improved this time. The giant elephant, having witnessed the entire process of Chen Yu controlling souls, showed several changes in expression, from initial fear, unwillingness, and anger to contemplation and even a hint of expectation in its eyes. Unaware of this change, Chen Yu was now at his limit and needed several days to recover. It seemed necessary to ask the instructor to find a way to extend the life of this beast. Thinking this, Chen Yu rested for a while longer until his body and mind had somewhat recovered. Then, reluctantly glancing at the giant elephant, he turned and left. He soon met Hong Zhan again, explaining his condition. Naturally, Hong Zhan would not refuse Chen Yu's request. Over the next few days, Chen Yu once again became a homebody, using the time to rest and adjust to his rapidly increased strength. Having learned from his first experience, he found that his adaptation and recovery speed had significantly improved. Once he had fully recovered, Chen Yu wasted no time in completing the soul transformation of the elephant, which was on the brink of extinction. He was worried that if the elephant died, he would lose a general-level combatant, which would be a significant loss. Fortunately, Hong Zhan was reliable. He kept the elephant alive until Chen Yu arrived. "Thank you," the elephant said. By then, Chen Yu had acquired the souls of 3 level 4 beasts, equivalent to 3 general-level forces. His physical strength had reached the high status of a school level, and his mental strength had successfully broken through to the initial stage of a general level. Based on his current rate of improvement, Chen Yu estimated that he only needed to absorb the souls of 4 or 5 more level 4 beasts. With the energy feedback from these souls, his body should be able to officially reach the general level combat strength. He was delighted that it only took 3 days for his energy to fully recover. Not planning to stay long in the base city, Chen Yu immediately went to see Hong Zhan. There were still 10 days before the next batch of troops and supplies were sent to the caverns, so there was no rush. "Maybe you should wait?" Hong Zhan suggested, somewhat troubled by Chen Yu's overly eager attitude. The cavern battlefield was far more dangerous than the beast tide, and only those with general-level combat strength had a chance of self-preservation. Although Chen Yu now possessed 3 level 4 beast souls, his own strength was still only at the school level. The dangers of entering the cavern battlefield were significant, and Hong Zhan regretted having previously agreed to let him go. "As long as I don't perish, I should follow the routine and enhance my strength in the future." Chen Yu has a great potential to become the 11th pillar-level superpower of the Dragon Nation, Hong Zhan thought, not wanting such a talent to risk his life. 10 days. Chen Yu muttered, then made up his mind. "I'll come back after 10 days. Alright, you should rest well in the base city in the meantime," Hong Zhan said earnestly. However, Chen Yu had no intention of idly wasting time in the base city. Knowing that the northern base city likely didn't have level 5 beasts and that the strongest were only level 4 and already possessing 3 level 4 beast soul servants, he felt fearless. It was time to meet the old comrades of the Wild Lion. Before officially heading to the caverns, Chen Yu thought about further increasing his strength. With that thought, Chen Yu shook his head. "I plan to leave the city for some training. Don't worry, I'll definitely be back within 10 days. After speaking without giving Hong Zhan a chance to object, he quickly left the office. With a thought, he summoned the golden crown vulture, leaped onto its back, and flew away from the base city. This kid. Hong Zhan wanted to stop him but only saw Chen Yu's rapidly disappearing back. In a few breaths he was gone from sight, leaving Hong Zhan feeling weary. However, considering Chen Yu's current strength, as long as he didn't venture into the cavern battlefield or stray beyond 5,000 kilometers from the base city, he should be fine. After 10 days, Chen Yu couldn't have gone too far, which put Hong Zhan at ease. Really such a handful, he muttered to himself before turning back to his office. He drafted a letter detailing Chen Yu's situation to Yang Yi, who was currently at the Deku battlefield. Meanwhile, the messenger Yang Yi had sent to the Kyoto base city had finally arrived at his destination after traveling through numerous base cities. He reported on Chen Yu's situation. The attention of the big bosses was now on the unusual movements at Kyoto base city inside the Central Protectorate Council's meeting room. Chen Yu, with an S-level talent capable of soul control, had awakened his abilities less than 3 months ago. Yet he had already reached school-level personal strength and controlled a 4th-level fierce beast with general-level combat power. If the reports were accurate, Chen Yu would be the strongest among this generation of awakened ones, surpassing even those S-level talents who were under special training. If the information is as reported, comparing Chen Yu with these newcomers would be an understatement. His individual school-level combat capability along with a 4th-level Fierce Beast and control over more than 2,000 1st to 3rd-level Fierce Beasts made him a one-man army which was simply unbelievable. Seeing is believing and hearing is deceitful. Once the situation in Mobe Bay City stabilizes, they should send Shinyu over here so I can see for myself if this young man is as monstrous as described. If he truly is, he could be used to temper the arrogance of those young ones. Lately, the youngsters in Kyoto have indeed been too unruly. It's been only a few years of stability, and already the atmosphere has become toxic, a trend that cannot be allowed to fester. Once Shinyu arrives, if his capabilities are as reported, he should be given the highest level of treatment. A talent like his deserves our utmost effort in cultivation. Even the central bigwigs, accustomed to seeing talented youths and those with S-level abilities, were shocked by the speed of Shinyu's progress and found it almost unbelievable, yet they could not think of a reason for Yang Yi to lie. After all, whether he is a true genius or not will become evident once he arrives at the Kyoto base city, but for now speculating is pointless. All doubts and mistrust can only be resolved after Chen Yu's arrival. In the following days, the bigwigs no longer mentioned Shinyu. To them, an S-level talent and a national-level seed were precious, but a genius who had not fully matured was no different from an ordinary person. In Mobe Base City, general-level power was indeed a top-tier combat force, but in the Kyoto Base City, where the Central Protectorate Council was located, it was only considered upper-middle class. Besides, a single general-level power couldn't change the course of battle. They had more pressing issues to attend to. Recently, base cities in the West began experiencing invasions by alien races, and reports indicated that these invasions were nearly simultaneous, preventing the base cities from supporting each other. This was the first time in nearly 100 years that such dense invasions by alien races had occurred, compelling them to take the matter very seriously. Even after nearly a century and countless battles against various foreign races, humanity's understanding of these alien beings remains shallow. This lack of knowledge has always led humanity to approach these races with reverence and caution, never daring to slacken in their defenses. The recent collective invasion by these foreign races is seen by the leaders at the National Defense Council as no coincidence. It demands serious attention. Meanwhile, at the training grounds of the City Lord's Mansion in the Northern Desert Base, not enough, still not enough. Yang Yujing, wielding a war saber, sparred ferociously with a school-level combatant. Each slash of her blade brought forth a swath of fiery hues, heating the air around her. For a newcomer, her strength was impressive indeed, yet Yang Yujing was far from satisfied. The image of Chen Yu, who had dramatically turned the tide during a beast tide, was deeply etched in her memory, frequently surfacing. It wasn't about emotions, it was his vastly superior combat prowess that filled her with discontent. Compared to him, she felt incredibly weak, so weak that she detested herself for it. As the only daughter of the city lord, Yang Yujing had enjoyed unparalleled resources, an elite education within the base city, encountering ferocious beasts and foreign races early on. She was determined to become the strongest of her generation, a protector like her father. Everything had been going smoothly for her, especially after awakening an A-level talent which gave her the potential to reach a commander-level strength. However, the emergence of Chen Yu shattered her confidence and pride. Her so-called advantages, strength and efforts, seemed utterly futile in front of Shen Yu's talent. Unable to accept this mediocrity, Yang Yujing intensified her training. The school-level combatant sparring with her could understand her feelings but silently shook his head. There was no helping it. Shen Yu possessed an S-level talent, the only one in the Northern Desert Base City, and his formidable power and rapid advancement during the beast tide were evident to all. It was clear that the base city could no longer contain Shen Yu. The stage here was too small for such a genius. Being in the same generation as such a talent put immense pressure on the proud Yang Yujing. It was good to vent, but eventually she would have to learn to accept her mediocrity, a mediocrity that others might envy or even be jealous of. Only someone with an S-level talent could make an A-level talent holder feel mediocre, especially an exceptional one like Shen Yu. At this moment, Shen Yu, already out of the city, was unaware of these sentiments. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Right now, his only focus was on enhancing his strength. Girls would only slow down his progress. Aren't soul servants much better? Only with soul servants could he trust completely, but he couldn't rely solely on soul servants either. His current school-level strength was too weak. He needed to advance to a general level and ideally reach a national protector level as soon as possible. Only by becoming one of the world's top combatants and possessing millions of soul servants could he truly feel secure. This time, unlike before, he didn't wander aimlessly outside the city. As he had previously thought, the higher the level of the beast, the stronger its territorial instincts and the larger its domain. Guided by the wild lion, he didn't have to worry about taking wrong turns. He directly headed towards the nearby territory of a level 4 beast. Riding on the speed of the golden crowned vulture and moving at full speed, he would reach his destination in just over 2 hours. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he must have been about 1,000 kilometers away from the base city by now. No wonder he hadn't encountered a level 4 beast before, it was simply too far away. He sat cross-legged on the back of the golden crowned vulture, resting with his eyes closed. His vision continuously switched to the perspectives of the flying beasts he used for scouting, monitoring the surrounding area. Though his main target was level 4 beasts, he wouldn't mind dealing with any level 3 beasts he encountered along the way. Chen Yu didn't know that not long after he left the base city, a sudden turn of events had occurred at the cavern battlefield, which had previously been under control. A snake's nest had been stirred. The cavern battlefield, a blessing in disguise, had no other base city sent reinforcements yet. Standing at the highest point of the rift defense position, Yang Yi looked down at the entire battlefield with sharp eyes, yet his expression showed deep fatigue. Even for a warrior at the peak of his power, not having slept properly for over 10 days took a toll, not on his body but his spirit. Several messengers had returned, all bearing the same news. Nearby base cities were all facing invasions by alien races more intense than before and currently lacked the resources to send support. The aide-de-camp continued reporting after a pause. As for Kyoto, due to the distance, the news had probably just reached them. It might take half a month for support to arrive. Damn these alien races, Yang Yi cursed, rubbing his temples before steadying his mind and looking towards the distant shattered rift. Any news about those aliens who broke through earlier? We managed to catch up and eliminate most of them, but about 1,000 are still unaccounted for, including one with the power of a general. The base city has been informed and is prepared. It shouldn't have much impact. Listening to the report, Yang Yi sighed in relief. An alien of general level strength was still within an acceptable range. Just like previous invasions, they had eventually exterminated all the aliens. This time would be no different, though it would take some time. First, they had to withstand the main force of the alien invasion. However, Yang Yi was still worried. Unlike beasts, aliens had intelligence comparable to humans and possessed unique racial talents. Even a mere 1,000 aliens, if not handled carefully, could cause significant damage to the base city. But now, with no trace of the aliens left in such a vast area in the northwest region, it was hard to know where to start. We can only wait for them to slip up. The battlefield only offers a slight advantage for now. It's certainly not the time to lower our guard. As the commander, Yang Yi cannot leave, so he must pin his hopes on the base city's defenses. Yet it's just over 1,000 of the alien race. They probably don't have the courage to attack the base city. What about Chen Yu? Has he successfully transformed those 2 level 4 beasts into soul servants? An image of Chen Yu surfaced in Yang Yi's mind and a smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. The news just came in. The transformation was successful. Chen Yu now commands 3 level 4 ferocious beasts as part of his combat force. The adjutant spoke with amazement. An 18-year-old boy whose combined combat strength has already reached the level of a general. It's truly incredible. Satisfied, Yang Yi nodded and smiled, asking, I heard he plans to come here to see for himself. Yes, he even took the initiative to come over. With his combat strength, he can certainly help us gain an advantage in localized battles, and his talent grows stronger as he fights. After the alien race is repelled, his combined combat strength will undoubtedly surge. Yes, the stronger he fights. Thinking of Chen Yu's nearly limitless ability to control and transform soul servants, even someone at Yang Yi's level and position couldn't help but show envy, even jealousy. Even if they are only level 1 fierce beasts, a large number can form a considerable combat force. Moreover, Chen Yu can now transform level 4 fierce beasts into soul servants. Given time and resources, he could command a vast army composed of general level combatants. The thought is truly splendid, and as long as it's a creature with a soul, it seems they can be transformed by Chen Yu into soul servants. Could humans and the alien race be the same? This thought made Yang Yi's expression turn serious. If it involves humans, the issues are significant. If it's the alien race, then there seems to be no problem. They could even rely on Chen Yu's abilities to learn more about the alien race. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed to Yang Yi, who immediately ordered, have Hong Zhan bring Chen Yu over immediately. I need his abilities here. I'm afraid that's not possible, the adjutant said helplessly. Yang Yi puzzled. Why? Because Chen Yu has already left the base city. It seems he's planning to expand his number of soul servants. He won't be back to the base city for 10 days and then he'll follow the supply team over. He's left the base city, well that's something, but thinking about the power Chen Yu now controls, he wasn't too worried. In the entire northwest region, there were not many threats left to Chen Yu. At this moment, Chen Yu had already reached his first target area. He didn't enter directly but cautiously released all his soul servants. The mass was too conspicuous, all the soul servants submerged into the ground hiding themselves. Caution is the parent of safety. If any other level 4 fierce beasts came calling like them, the difficulty of subjugation would be entirely different. Is this the place? Scanning the vast expanse of the Gobi Desert, Chen Yu looked down at the wild lion serving as his mount. The mad lion responded respectfully, "This is the place. That old snake has been coiling here for over a decade. I've been here more than 10 times myself." "There's no mistake. You have connections with the snake too?" Chen Yu asked curiously, noting the broad scope of his interests. Evidently, the mad lion didn't catch Chen Yu's point and simply responded, "It said that conflict leads to familiarity. How does its strength compare to yours?" "It's about even," replied the mad lion. As they chatted casually, Chen Yu quickly arrived at the center of the Gobi Desert. Ahead lay hundreds of dense caves, a sight sure to drive anyone with claustrophobia mad. Chen Yu jumped off the back of the mad lion and immediately the golden crown vulture took him into the air while the mad lion headed straight for the lair of the tier 4 fierce beast, the silver ring red python. It seemed to sense something. The python, over 30 meters long with a slightly bulging forehead and emitting a chilly aura, poked its head out of the den. Seeing the mad lion, it showed a hint of puzzled humanity in its eyes, but then it sensed something was off. Unable to detect the mad lion's aura and relying on its formidable strength, the python left its lair and confronted the mad lion, who, not in the mood for chatter, launched an attack immediately. In an instant, the blood wolf and the saber-toothed elephant, who had been hiding underground, sprang out and encircled the red python. The battle commenced immediately with dozens of tier 3 fierce beasts surrounding the area, giving the red python no chance to escape. As for Chen Yu's other soul servants, they infiltrated the den to begin a massacre. Watching hundreds, even thousands of red pythons surge out of the desert's numerous caves, Chen Yu realized he had indeed stirred up a snake's nest. Yet, undaunted and calculating how long it would take to convert all these red pythons into soul servants, he knew he could not transform them all at once. He mentally commanded his soul servants to not kill them all outright but to beat them to near death. As for the tier 4 silver ring red python, he decided to kill it outright and convert it into a soul servant there and then. The battle was 3 against 1. It didn't last long. Originally, the mad lion and the silver ring red python were evenly matched, but with the help of the blood wolf and saber-toothed elephant, the battle quickly became one-sided. In less than half an hour, the fight was over. Chen Yu landed on the ground, protected by his 3 major soul servants, and began the soul absorption process. It went very smoothly, taking less than a minute to complete. After absorbing 5 tier 3 fierce beast level red pythons, Chen Yu felt exhausted. Looking at the 1,000 more snakes that needed his attention, Chen Yu felt a weary sense of obligation. To become stronger, he had to endure some hardship, truly a happy dilemma. With the mad lion being credited for the first merit and with Chen Yu's mental power breaking through to the general level, absorbing souls of fierce beasts below tier 4 no longer caused him significant fatigue, marking a qualitative leap in his mental endurance. Yet, the sheer number overwhelmed him. It took 2 days for him to completely absorb the souls of over 1,000 red whip snakes, transforming them into soul servants before he left the area. He rapidly advanced towards the southwest. Over 2,000 ferocious beasts streaked through the sky, a spectacular sight indeed. From afar, it looked as though the sky was covered by a vast cloud of darkness. The beasts below sharply sensed the danger and hastily hid, not daring to show themselves. With his spiritual power at the general level, Chen Yu's perceptiveness reached a terrifying degree, greatly enhancing his sensory range. He was aware of the conditions of the beasts below but paid them no heed. His appetite had grown. He had no interest in stopping for 1 or 2 beasts unless they were above level 3, feeling that it would be a waste of time and not worth the effort. After flying for nearly 3 hours, not knowing how far he had traveled, he finally reached his destination. The territory of a level 4 ferocious beast was indeed vast, Chen Yu thought to himself. His gaze then turned to the hundreds of giant scorpions that had sensed their arrival and crawled out from caves and crevices. Their stingers glinted with a captivating emerald light under the sun, clearly poisonous. "Master, this is the place." The wild lion floated over, his eyes fixed on the largest scorpion surrounded at the center. Before, he would never dare to provoke them. On one hand, scorpion meat was not tasty, and on the other, a physical body stung by a poisonous scorpion would likely mean death. But now, being in a soul form, he didn't have to worry about the danger of being poisoned. The wild lion was very confident, dealing with an opponent whose main threat was a poisonous sting. He alone, no one lion, could handle everything. "Let's go straight in," Shinyu ordered, not wanting to waste time. With the command given, the wild lion didn't hesitate for a moment, charging ahead and plummeting from the sky like a cannonball right into the middle of the scorpions, immediately activating his innate ability. Sound waves rippled out in circles, stunning the entire swarm of poisonous scorpions. Only the level 3 and 4 scorpions were spared, and they rapidly converged towards the wild lion. But before they could get close, they were overwhelmed by a mass attack from the soul servants, who far outnumbered them, both in numbers and elite combat power. Chinyu's side held a clear advantage, making it hard to see how they could lose. The battle lasted less than 5 minutes, starting from the highest. The souls of the level 3 and 4 poisonous scorpions were absorbed first. After resting for a while, Chinyu then transformed the other lower-level scorpions into soul servants. With the enhancement of his spiritual power, he could now absorb the souls of hundreds of ferocious beasts daily without any problem, greatly improving the efficiency of his soul servants. Of course, this was provided that the number of level 3 and 4 beasts wasn't too high, otherwise he would still be overwhelmed, especially with level 4 beasts even reaching general level spiritual strength. Each one would still exert significant pressure on Shinyu, making him feel mentally exhausted. "Master, if we continue flying east, we will find the nest of the white-headed eagle species," the wild lion informed. The wild lion still treated Shinyu with utmost respect. Seeing this, the other level 4 fierce beasts around him were not pleased and started to speak up. "Master, I also have many good friends who I can recommend to you. I feel the same, and I'm sure they would be quite happy to become your servants. Master, the beast horde led by my father-in-law is nearby, and I'm willing to lead you to them. I have a son who was driven out of his territory, and he seems to be active in this area. Master, I am willing to offer him to you." Watching these level 4 fierce beasts eagerly introducing talents, Shinyu couldn't help but find it amusing. These soul servants, in their eagerness to climb the ranks, would sell anyone. Selling their father-in-law is one thing, but their son too? This undoubtedly proved the strength of Chun Yu's talents and his ability to inspire absolute loyalty. Thinking of his upcoming journey to the cavern battlefield, Chun Yu realized he didn't have much time left. In pursuit of efficiency, he decided to first clear out the nearest group of fierce beasts with a sufficiently large population. He would visit the rest when he had more spare time. Having set his target and direction over the next few days, Chun Yu started hunting nearby, reaping a rich harvest. By the time he began his journey home, the total number of fierce beast soul servants had broken through 7,000, including 9 at the general level and 321 at the brigade level, with the rest being level 1 and 2 fierce beast soul servants. His overall combat power achieved a qualitative breakthrough. Now, both physically and mentally, Shinyu had reached the general level. He had initially thought it would take 3 months to reach this goal, but it took him less than 10 days. The wild lion deserved much of the credit. This guy had offered up his old buddies, greatly accelerating Chinyu's strengthening. At this moment, in the northwest region where the Mobe base city was located, he already possessed sufficient power for self-protection. It was about time to head to the cavern. Chinyu was full of confidence and anticipation for the upcoming journey to the cavern. While he knew he couldn't play a decisive role on the overall battlefield, the energy that is more than 7,000 war machines could unleash in local battles was truly terrifying. As the war continued, the power in Shen Yu's hands would grow stronger still. Turning intelligent extraterrestrial races into soul servants didn't weigh on Shen Yu's conscience at all. However, a severe problem now lay before Shen Yu. He was probably more than 3,000 kilometers away from the base city. Due to the alien invasion and drastic changes in the magnetic fields, positioning devices had lost their effectiveness, and he seemed unable to find his way back. This was troublesome. Looking up at the burning sun in the sky, Shen Yu sighed. He could have determined the direction by the sun, but since leaving the base city his route had been too wild. Simply knowing the cardinal directions was not enough to help him find his way back. Without moving rashly, Shen Yu instructed his flying soul servants to scatter and search for any landmarks or characteristic buildings and landscapes that could indicate the direction of the base city while he waited for news on the spot. He should be able to find his way back soon. The speed of the flying soul servants is extremely fast. With their widespread search, it shouldn't take too long. at most half a day's effort should suffice to locate the direction of the base city or even return to it. Since he was likely to miss the meeting time arranged with Hong Zhan anyway, Chen Yu was not in a hurry. With his abilities he could reach any part of the northwest region. Just give him the coordinates and he could fly to the cave himself without any issues. Content to stay put, Chen Yu set up camp. Thousands of soul servants burrowed underground encircling him for protection, and he controlled an area of several kilometers around him, feeling utterly secure. High above, the exceptionally powerful white-headed eagle and its hundreds of subordinates acted as watchtowers and aerial defense forces, keeping an eye on an area tens of kilometers around them. Chen Yu rested lightly, waiting for news. However, reality did not intend to give him a break. A large group of strangely shaped creatures appeared within the eagle's sight, and Chen Yu was informed immediately. With a thought he shared their vision. The sight of over 1,000 creatures made him frown. What are these, aliens? They didn't seem very strong. Appearing in the vision were a host of creatures resembling lizards but standing upright like humans, clad in uniquely styled armor, wielding various cold weapons. It was certain that these were not fierce beasts, for such creatures would not wear armor. Moreover, they seemed to be communicating as they moved, clearly indicating they were intelligent beings. All signs pointed to one answer: extraterrestrial aliens. This was not a region near the caves. How could there be aliens here unless the caves had been compromised? With a furrowed brow, Chen Yu knew that pondering further was futile. Thinking alone would not yield answers. It would be better to turn these aliens into soul servants and then extract the needed information from them. With his understanding of his own talents, once intelligent beings were transformed into soul servants, they should be able to communicate with him without barriers, a fact confirmed through his experiences with level 4 fierce beasts. He had always wanted to turn intelligent beings similar to humans into soul servants to see how they differed from fierce beast soul servants. These aliens coming directly to him was exactly what he needed. Overthinking was useless. It was time to act. The enemy numbered over 1,000 and their exact combat strength was unknown since they had not yet fought. Caution was necessary. Leaving behind only over 100 fierce beast soul servants to guard him, Chen Yu sent out the remaining over 7,000, including 6 level 4 creatures, to stealthily surround the enemy. If a sneak attack was possible, he would avoid a direct confrontation. If overpowering them with numbers was feasible, he would not engage in a lesser fight. That was Chen Yu's current battle strategy. He was still in his developmental phase, and it was crucial to minimize the casualties of his soul servants. At the same time, the aerial flying soul servants were also ready to strike. However, as Chen Yu's army of soul servants approached within 300 meters of the enemy, those foreign creatures seemed to sense something. They quickly formed a battle array, scrutinizing their surroundings for the enemy. Their perception was sharp, but alas, it was of little use. Through shared vision, Chen Yu observed every move of the enemy, his expression still relaxed. At the same time, the soul servants launched their attack. Thousands of ferocious beast soul servants surged from underground, catching the enemy off guard. The flying soul servants in the air swooped down, initiating a three-dimensional assault on the foreign creatures. They held a clear advantage in numbers, cutting-edge combat power, and timing, and Chen Yu's side quickly displayed an overwhelming force. Observing closely, Chen Yu noted that these foreign creatures were not weak. They had incredible biting power and reacted very quickly. Besides their armor, the scales they possessed naturally also provided significant defensive capabilities. It would not be an easy battle if the advantage wasn't substantial. Soon one of the foreign creatures caught Chen Yu's attention due to its exceptional combat strength. Standing over 5 meters tall, it was particularly noticeable among its peers, who were mostly between 2 to 3 meters tall. Its armor and weapons were clearly more advanced than those of the other foreign creatures, naturally affording it superior defense. Even 3-tiered ferocious beasts couldn't break through its armor, and even 4-tiered beasts, whether 1-on-1 or 2 against 1, could still find themselves suppressed. Realizing this, Chen Yu immediately signaled the other 4-tiered ferocious beasts in the arena to swarm up. If 2 against 1 was insufficient, then 6 against 1 would certainly do the trick. The pressure on the elite foreign creature visibly increased, clearly outmatched. Seizing the opportunity, the silver ring red chain snake swiftly coiled around the creature, while the other 4-tiered beasts launched a fierce offensive, employing bites, stomps, and their innate abilities. Before long, this 5-meter-tall, powerfully built foreign creature, clad in heavy armor, was taken down. Its tough armor shattered, few bones in its body remained intact, and it was severely poisoned, a truly gruesome end. the surrounding foreign creatures had initially planned to come to its aid, but facing the numerically superior and formidable army of soul servants, they struggled even to defend themselves, let alone mount a rescue, which could only be dreamed of now. The foreign creatures were not that strong after all. Seeing the battle conclude so swiftly and his side easily claiming victory, Chen Yu felt he might have overestimated the strength of these foreign creatures. With a sevenfold numerical advantage, they had easily crushed the enemy. It was too easy. However, it's always wise to be cautious. Even when a lion fights a rabbit, it must use all its might. If he encounters foreign creatures again, he would still take the same approach. With the battle situation now crystal clear, Chen Yu no longer waited from afar. He moved directly into the battlefield, unleashing his innate abilities on the most powerful foreign creature. Its combat power was clearly at a general level among the stronger ones at that, and boosted by armor and weapons, it had no obvious weaknesses. If not for the 6 4-tiered ferocious beast's joint attack, it might not have been easy to defeat. The soul strength was immense, and its struggle was particularly fierce, even more so than the level 4 ferocious beasts Chen Yu had absorbed before. However, he was no longer the inexperienced novice he once was, maintaining his power steadily. He persevered, and in less than a minute he had completely absorbed the opponent's soul, experiencing a significant increase in his own strength. As his power reached the level of a general, souls below the level of a general no longer significantly boosted Chen Yu's strength. It was foreseeable that to maintain a rapid pace of improvement, Chen Yu would need to defeat stronger foes and absorb more powerful souls. However, having reached the level of a general, how far could the level of a martial be? Thinking of the martial level's starting punch strength of 3,000 tons, Chen Yu decided not to rush things and take it slow, aiming to reach the martial level within half a year. Feeling that his spiritual powers still had reserves, Chen Yu didn't stop there. He began to absorb the souls of the alien species he had killed. After nearly 100, he reached his current limit. He did not continue absorbing, and looking around at the bodies of over 300 alien species, Chen Yu felt a pang of regret. It seemed wasteful. Had he known how weak the alien species were, he wouldn't have gone all out. He could have just incapacitated them and kept them captive, absorbing their souls slowly. What a pity. Nevertheless, this time he had harvested several hundred alien souls, including one at the level of a general. The gains were substantial, and he knew he shouldn't be too greedy and needed to learn contentment. What was urgent now was to find out if the cave on the other side had indeed been overrun, and the current situation in the northwest region, to decide whether to return to the base city or flee. After resting for a while and regaining some energy, Chen Yu summoned the general-level alien with a thought. Like the beast souls, the moment the general-level alien appeared in the form of a soul servant, there was a moment of confusion in its expression, but it quickly recovered and immediately knelt on one knee, fixing its gaze on Chen Yu. "Master, Yechi will be your most loyal servant." The secrets of the cave, the ability of the spirit-level planet, the language spoken by the aliens wasn't human, but Chen Yu could understand it without any barrier, attributing it to the bonus of his innate abilities. Looking at Yechi, who was still half kneeling with a respectful expression, Chen Yu didn't forget his main purpose and directly asked, "This isn't the cave battlefield, how did you end up here?" "During the battle with your race, a small part of our forces managed to break through. We intended to investigate the environment here and make direct contact with the mysterious creature that had reached out to us earlier. Who would have thought we'd be so lucky as to encounter you, Master?" Yechi disclosed everything without any concealment, causing the surrounding aliens, who were severely injured and unable to move but had been paying close attention to the situation here, to become extremely angry, cursing Yechi as a traitor. To Chen Yu's surprise, he could understand the curses being hurled at him. He had thought that only the speech of Yi Qi, who was bound to him as a soul servant, would be comprehensible to him, but it turned out that he could understand the languages of other living alien races as well, which brightened his eyes. "Mom won't have to worry about me not learning foreign languages anymore," he thought. "Just capture a foreigner, turn them into a soul servant, and language problems are easily solved." But mastering foreign languages was just a minor detail. Upon realizing that the caverns had not been breached by these reptilian races, Chen Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He had grown fond of the Mobei base city. People there spoke pleasantly, valued and tolerated him greatly, almost granting him whatever he asked for, making it a perfect place for development. The idea of fleeing was genuinely hard for him to stomach, but fortunately from the current situation it seemed he wouldn't have to flee after all. Chen Yu became intensely curious about the so-called mysterious creature that had established contact with the alien race. According to the information known from textbooks, since the appearance of the caverns and the beginning of the alien invasions, humans had tried to negotiate peace with these extraterrestrial races without success, not even finding a way to communicate. Now, there was a creature on Earthstar capable of contacting these extraterrestrials and communicating without barriers, which intrigued Chenyu immensely. He immediately signaled Yi Chi to rise and asked Yi Chi, how did they establish contact with you? It seemed that through telepathy the aliens had reached out to the reptilian priests, but Yi Chi, scratching the back of his head, sheepishly admitted he wasn't clear on the specifics. The explanation followed: the aliens had contacted the reptilian priests through telepathy, surprising their side as Earthstar now had beings capable of long-distance, barrier-free communication and seemingly willing to cooperate. The reptilians, already desperate to establish a foothold on Earthstar, immediately agreed and even created an opportunity for Yi Chi and his group to break out. They planned to meet face-to-face with the other party. There's no free lunch, and if they were willing to help, they certainly had their conditions. As for why the aliens were invading Earthstar, Yi Chi explained that the resources on their own planets were depleting. To continue to develop or even survive, they had no choice but to invade. The emergence of the caverns provided them with opportunities. Earthstar, a spirit-level planet that had just completed its revival, was sprouting numerous cavern passages connecting to different worlds. Ideally, there should have been equal exchanges, but for the weaker no one sympathized or reasoned. In the eyes of the aliens, Earthstar was now a prime target, rich in resources and with indigenous forces that were not yet strong. Everyone wanted to claim Earthstar for themselves. However, the resilience displayed by Earthstar was unexpected. From an initial clear advantage, the situation had now only slightly favored them, often resulting in a stalemate. In less than a century, Earthstar had made significant progress, causing other world races to grow wary, with more and more choosing to invade Earthstar. Among these races, the lizardfolk were not particularly powerful, and the resources on their planet had been noticeably depleting in recent years. For the lizardfolk, this was a fatal blow. They had no choice but to accelerate the frequency of their invasions and continuously increase their troops. This time they had even prepared a massive force of 5 million soldiers ready to engage in a desperate battle with the Mo-Bay base city. However, the subterranean teleportation had certain limitations in terms of the number and strength of the units it could transport. It was impossible to transfer all 5 million troops at once, and the strongest warriors that could be sent were only at the peak martial level. Any higher and the portal might collapse. This was the result of nearly 100 years of evolution, during which the strength of the subterranean passage had begun to increase. Initially, the passage at Mo-Bay base city could only transport warriors at a much lower level, which had left the lizardfolk in despair. This was a form of protection for Di Xing, this newfound tantalizing target. Fortunately, humanity proved resilient and withstood the pressure. After gaining a rough understanding of the situation, Chenyu shifted his focus to those creatures on Di Xing that had made contact with other species. It was uncertain whether these beings were human, but considering that Yi Chi was about to meet with them, Chenyu decided to see this traitor for himself. Of course, he would only follow from a distance, not getting too close. After all, one only has one life, and if the other party's strength reached the martial level, he would have no choice but to flee. Yi Chi naturally had no objections to Chenyu's request. After spending another day, Chenyu transformed the remaining few hundred lizardfolk souls and had them don their original gear. Their skin was naturally dark, and aside from their green eyes, which were different from before, their bodies lacked the aura of living beings, but otherwise they looked no different from before. As this was their first meeting, it was likely that the other party would not notice any flaws. Anyway, Chenyu was just there to confirm the other's identity. If he could fight, he would fight; if not, he would run. There was nothing to worry about. Thus Chenyu sat astride the back of a bald eagle, high in the sky, tens of kilometers away from where Yi Chi and the others were following them to their rendezvous point. His vision continuously switched to Yi Chi's side, observing their route. Unlike the communicators used in the base city, Yi Chi and his group had a special piece of equipment, a strangely shaped stone that, after absorbing the mental waves of others, could track their location. It was convenient but also had significant limitations. The other party had to actively channel their mental waves into it for it to work. In short, if the other party did not cooperate, you could not track them. Mental waves were something Chenyu did not fully understand. Perhaps it was also a type of innate ability. As he followed Yi Chi to the agreed-upon location, the soul servants he had sent out had flown far and wide, eventually finding the location of the base, where they stayed waiting for Chenyu's arrival. However, the return matters would definitely have to be delayed. as the saying goes, it's already late, so a few more days wouldn't make much difference. Just like that, 2 days had passed. During this time, Chen Yu had not absorbed any souls and the number of soul servants hadn't increased, which left him feeling rather displeased. If I keep encountering creatures that are either too tough for me to handle or too weak, then I'm at a serious disadvantage, Chen Yu thought to himself. With 2 full days, if he had focused on finding beast herds and had the guidance of the turncoats, increasing his soul servants by 1,000 or 2 wouldn't have been a problem. Now, having done nothing, he felt somewhat uncomfortable. Fortunately, these idle days were coming to an end. Through the eyes of Yi Qi and his aerial soul servants, Chen Yu observed an oasis nestled within a vast canyon and the over 2,000 fierce beasts patrolling around it. He knew then that his journey had not been in vain, just the patrolling beasts alone were numerous. How many more might he find within the oasis itself? He was quite looking forward to it. The ways of fate are indeed mysterious. Strike while the enemy is sick and take their life, Chen Yu mused. Led by Yi Qi, his team made no attempt to hide their presence as they boldly approached the oasis. Still several kilometers away, they were detected by the patrolling beasts. More than 1,000 fierce beasts immediately surrounded them, baring their teeth and exuding a murderous aura, ready to attack at any moment. Realizing that they were all fierce beasts, with no other creatures present and not belonging to the same species, which clearly indicated some sort of discipline among them, Chen Yu's mind involuntarily conjured the image of that mutant monkey he had faced during the beast tide. Could it really be that monkey? He whispered to himself, his heart secretly filled with anticipation. He was quite covetous of the monkey's unique abilities. If he could subdue it, the combat power of his army of soul servants would instantly ascend a level. At that moment, at Yi Qi's location, the beast's senses were exceedingly sharp, immediately detecting something unusual about Yi Qi and his group. They couldn't sense any life energy nor smell the scent of flesh that living creatures typically have. Roars echoed powerfully through the air, audible even from many miles away. Was this a direct challenge from the beasts? As if to confirm Chen Yu's speculation, thousands of fierce beasts quickly surged out from the oasis, swiftly closing in on Yi Qi and his group, sharing their vision. Chen Yu had a clear understanding of everything, his gaze instantly focused on the monkey in the center. Hey, it really is that one. Fate works in mysterious ways. Without further observation and now certain that the monkey was his target, he didn't hesitate any longer. It was time to take action. This unique creature, not only capable of controlling the beast tide but also able to communicate with other species, could not be allowed to continue gathering energy safely. It could pose a threat to the base cities or even collaborate with other species, endangering the entire northwestern region of the Dragon Empire. Such a threat had to be eliminated. With a thought, Chen Yu dispatched his hidden army of soul servants in the sky and beneath the ground. In the blink of an eye, thousands of fierce beast soul servants burst from the earth, mercilessly slaughtering those around them. After the beast tide, Chen Yu didn't know how many fierce beasts the mutant monkey had controlled, so he didn't dare to take it lightly and ordered his soul servants to strike with lethal force. Yechi reacted quickly, launching an attack by charging into the group of fierce beasts with a large axe. Each swing of his axe stirred up blades of wind, claiming the lives of dozens of beasts at a time. Coordinating internally and externally, the soul servants quickly dominated the battlefield, presenting a one-sided fight. In just a few breaths, over 1,000 fierce beasts surrounding Yechi and his team were slain. Seeing this, the mutant monkey's face twisted with rage and it let out a furious roar to the sky. The eyes of the beasts around it turned blood red at a visible speed, and their aura grew even more ferocious. It seems you're getting stronger, and I'm liking you more and more, Chen Yu said with a slight smile. At the same time, 6 level 4 fierce beasts, which had been hidden underground and had not yet joined the battle, suddenly appeared in the area where the mutant monkey was. They burst from the ground and launched a fierce attack on the mutant monkey. The monkey was guarded by 3 level 4 fierce beasts, barely managing a one-on-one fight against Chen Yu's 3 level 4 soul servants. The other 3 soul servants, positioned in a triangular formation, surrounded the mutant monkey, not giving it a chance to gather energy for a stealth attack with its black light beam, and launched a very aggressive assault. The mutant monkey continued to roar in anger and fierce beasts kept surging out from the oasis. Together with those that had appeared earlier, their number had already exceeded 10,000. It was clear that this was not the full extent of its combat power, as fierce beasts were still appearing. Not much time has passed and you've already accumulated so many fierce beasts. I really can't let you live. Chen Yu's gaze was resolute. Strike while the enemy is sick, take their life. Having cleared all the surrounding fierce beasts. Yechi, upon receiving Chen Yu's command, immediately led the allied army and coordinated with the surrounding soul servants to block the fierce beasts pouring out from the oasis, preventing them from supporting the mutant monkey. The remaining 1,000 or so soul servants then began to deal with the fierce beasts guarding the mutant monkey. At the same time, the aerial battle had also commenced. Even underground, fierce confrontations were taking place, especially intense between the soul servants and the beasts in the underground tunnels. In their soul forms, the soul servants possessed abilities to burrow and fly unaffected by the narrow terrain of the underground tunnels. Their inherent strength was rarely matched at the same level, making the fight heavily one-sided. Unlike the significant advantage in the underground tunnels, the aerial battlefield faced troubles. Over 2,000 flying fierce beasts emerged from the oasis, nearly doubling the number on Chen Yu's side. Fortunately, his side had a level 4 flying fierce beast soul servant barely maintaining the balance of the battle. Without reinforcements, it might end up a costly fight, damaging both sides heavily. For now, Chen Yu couldn't worry about these details. He knew that the key was still on the ground battlefield. As long as the mutant monkey was killed, the enemy's morale and fighting spirit would collapse instantly. Understanding the situation, Chen Yu immediately dispatched the blood wolf and the tusked elephant, which he had been using as guards, into the battlefield. He kept only a third-level fierce beast, the golden crown vulture, and over 100 first and second-level silver crown vultures for protection. To guard against surprise attacks, Chen Yu moved 10 kilometers away from the battlefield and sent out the silver crown vultures to scout the area. If they detected any danger, he would retreat immediately. It's always better to err on the side of caution. With the addition of the blood wolf and the tusked elephant, both of which were general-level combatants, the already advantageous ground battle quickly became overwhelmingly dominant. The alien monkeys were now bloodied and battered. It was apparent that their main ability was to control fierce beasts and provide support buffs. Although their strength reached the level of a general, it wasn't particularly strong. Facing a 3-on-1 situation, they were beaten back step by step and seemed unlikely to last much longer. Chen Yu didn't let his guard down and secretly had the blood wolf approach, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. In critical moments, one must act with utmost caution. Soon enough, the blood wolf was in position and launched its attack. Sensing something, the alien monkey inexplicably jumped into the air, causing the blood wolf's attack to miss. However, it was then hit by the attacks from the other 3 4th-level fierce beast soul servants, crashing to the ground like a cannonball. Was it dead? Chen Yu squinted his eyes. Dust filled the air, obscuring his view of the alien monkey's current condition. However, before the blood wolf and others could approach, accompanied by a deafening roar, a massive figure emerged from the dust. Chen Yu was taken aback. Was this thing capable of transforming? This was a serious battle of attrition, with roars that seemed to shatter the sky itself. Rings of sound waves visibly rippled outwards, forcing the 4 4th-level fierce beast soul servants, including the blood wolf and the silver ring red snake, to retreat by more than 100 meters. The weaker beasts nearby lay prostrate on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. The sound waves stirred up gusts of wind, quickly dispersing the dust. The alien monkey, previously 2 meters tall, had vanished without a trace. In its place stood a 15-meter-tall giant ape with red eyes and silver fur that danced in the wind, exuding a ferocious aura. The transformation was impressive and somewhat intimidating. Through the shared vision with his soul servants, even from a distance, Chen Yu could clearly see the opponent's condition. It seemed that the opponent had truly entered a combat state, no longer just relying on controlling fierce beasts and stealthy black light attacks. What happened next made Chen Yu narrow his eyes. After stepping out of a huge pit, the giant ape indiscriminately began attacking the prostrate fierce beasts. With each punch and stomp, the ground shook, showing no mercy. No wonder it hadn't transformed during the previous beast tide. It seems that transformation made it lose its sanity. Realizing this, Chen Yu remained very calm, immediately sending a mental command to his soul servants to spread out and intentionally herd the still fighting fierce beasts towards the giant ape's location. Let them fight among themselves, draining the giant ape's energy for now. He didn't believe that the only side effect of the giant ape transformation, which greatly enhanced combat strength, was the loss of rationality. There must also be an immense strain on physical and energy reserves. Simply put, the transformation couldn't last very long, otherwise the opponent would have transformed much earlier rather than waiting until they were nearly beaten to death. With this in mind, there was no need to engage directly with the opponent. Instead, he began focusing on eliminating other ferocious beasts that still had the will to fight. In this manner an hour quickly passed. By consciously avoiding the giant ape and driving the ferocious beasts towards it, the losses on the side of his soul servants were minimal. In contrast, nearly 80% of the nearly 20,000 ferocious beasts had been killed or incapacitated. The remaining ones began to disperse and flee. Seeing this, Chen Yu knew the moment had come. He immediately rushed from a distance to the edge of the battlefield and instructed his soul servants to first transport the bodies of the level 4 ferocious beasts. Due to time constraints, only 2 of the level 4 ferocious beasts that had been killed still had souls in their bodies, making Chen Yu feel like he had missed out on a fortune. In such a fierce battle, controlling the pinnacle combatants of level 4 wasn't easy, it required lethal force. With Chen Yu's current spiritual strength, it took nearly half an hour to barely manage the extraction and transformation of the souls of the 2 level 4 ferocious beasts. With this, the number of general level combatants under his command had reached 12. For context, the Mo Bei base city, including the city lord Yang Yi, had only 10 general level combatants in total. Chen Yu had already surpassed them in number. Of course, the general level fighters of the base city had extremely rich combat experience and skills, and they were also equipped with battle armor, weapons, and the enhancement of innate abilities. They could face 3 equivalent level ferocious beasts at a time. Additionally, with Yang Yi a peak general level fighter, the overall combat power was still superior to Chen Yu's. However, Chen Yu believed it wouldn't be long before he could surpass the Mo Bei base city in terms of pinnacle combat power. After all, the general level fighters of the base city had almost reached their personal limits, whereas Chen Yu was far from his own limits. He could continue to progress and could even become infinitely stronger, especially since his soul nurturing space was limitless. But those were thoughts for another time. Right now, Chen Yu urgently needed to rest and recover his energy. It was evident that the giant ape's offensive was much weaker than before. It was now like a headless fly being constantly toyed with. Whenever it came close, the responsible soul servant would immediately fly into the sky to evade, leaving the giant ape roaring incessantly on the spot, helpless because it couldn't fly. Meanwhile, another soul servant began to provoke. After luring the giant ape, it would immediately fly up into the sky. This cycle repeated, not attacking, just continually draining the giant ape's energy and stamina. This was a war of attrition, and they were serious about it. Chen Yu had thought that the opponent would soon be worn down to reveal its true form, but reality was beyond his expectations. The giant ape was unexpectedly resilient, enduring far longer than anticipated. Seeing this, Chen Yu wasn't in a hurry. He focused on recovering his energy. Having absorbed the souls of 2 general-level fierce beasts, Chen Yu had almost reached his current limit. However, securing the power of 2 generals at once was undoubtedly a huge gain. It was just regrettable for the other fierce beasts around, barely clinging to life. With each death, Chen Yu felt a pang of loss. Each was a potential source of strength. But now his primary target was the exotic monkey, the giant ape in the distance. All the remaining beasts combined were not as significant as this one. Ultimately, under Chen Yu's patient strategy of attrition, the giant ape held out for another 3 hours before it collapsed exhausted. It reverted to its original form, its eyes filled with rage, glaring at Chen Yu from 100 meters away. At this moment, Chen Yu's mind suddenly filled with a voice brimming with fury. Despicable human, you only resort to lowly tricks. Dare you face me in a one-on-one fight? Chen Yu's gaze immediately shifted to where the exotic monkey was, confirming through eye contact that it indeed was the one communicating with him. Telepathic communication. Surely each exotic species had its unique talents. This creature must use this method to connect with others of its kind. Ignoring the insults, Chen Yu calmly instructed Yi Qi, who stood by his side, silence it. Yes, Master. Yi Qi responded without hesitation, striding toward the exotic monkey with a giant axe in hand. The creature showed a human-like expression of fear. You don't come over here. Yet Yi Qi paid no heed, flipping the axe and swiftly breaking the monkey's limbs, and without harming its life smashed most of its bones. The world finally quieted down as the exotic monkey passed out from the pain. After resting for another 3 hours, it should be about time to absorb its soul. Chen Yu thought, his gaze on the exotic monkey growing more eager. Such a uniquely gifted and powerful creature was about to become his soul servant. With its ability to control fierce beasts, Chen Yu's number of fierce beast soul servants would grow at an astonishing rate. Previously, he could only fight them half to death, then stay put to slowly absorb and transform. Now he could keep the controlled beasts close and absorb their souls leisurely, turning them into soul servants when convenient. In battle, those not yet transformed could still serve as immediate fighting force, and if they died, they could be quickly transformed into usable soul servants. Thinking of this, Chinyu felt particularly motivated. All he needed to do now was wait for his spiritual power to recover, then transform the exotic monkey into his soul servant, and he could start implementing his plan. Gazing in the direction of the base city, Chinyu murmured, after dealing with the threats here, it's almost time to return to the base city and then head to the caverns. The million-strong army of exotics cannot be ignored. Over 10,000 soul servants' abilities evolving, 2 days would pass in the blink of an eye. In the desert area over 2,000 kilometers from the northern base city, thousands of fierce beasts were silently advancing. The scene was truly spectacular. In the center, surrounded by fierce beasts, stood a colossal licorice elephant, its body pitch black and towering 5 stories high, noticeably prominent. Upon closer inspection, one could clearly see a man-made platform on the back of the licorice elephant equipped with a roof. A man and a monkey were there, engaging in intermittent conversation. Master, just give me enough time and I can gather 1,000,000 fierce beasts for you. The monkey named Wukong by Chinyu had lost its previous arrogance and brutality, its gaze now filled with unmistakable respect. It was evident that Wukong had become utterly loyal to Chinyu, transformed into his sole servant. Nearly 1,000,000 fierce beasts died in the previous attack on the base city. Can you still gather 1,000,000? Chinyu asked curiously. Wukong's face showed a human-like embarrassment, but he quickly adjusted his mood. The control of the beast tide attacking the base city was done by another mutant monkey not named Wukong. Master, the area around the northern desert base city is extremely poor in resources and cannot support so many fierce beasts. In the surrounding areas I have explored, there are only about 3 million fierce beasts. After a pause, seeing that Chinyu did not interrupt, Wukong continued, removing the weak, old, sick and disabled, there are only about 2 million fierce beasts that can be used for combat. To maintain a sustainable development of troops, I only controlled half of the fierce beasts last time and the other half were not utilized. You actually know how to reserve strength? Chinyu asked, not without surprise. Scratching the back of his head, Wukong seemed a bit embarrassed, mainly because the resources in this area are too scarce and the available combat power is limited. If we use too much, it would take a massive amount of time to recover, otherwise I wouldn't need to be so cautious. Then why are you contacting the alien race? In recent days, apart from eating and resting, Chinyu spent almost all his time absorbing souls, expanding his army of soul servants. Not counting the fierce beasts waiting to be soul absorbed, his number of soul servants had already exceeded 10,000. Among them, there were 13 of general level power, 552 of school level power, and the rest were soldier level and warrant officer level power. The weakest were all soldier level. Moreover, Wukong could provide a berserking buff, enhancing the combat capabilities of the soul servants, making their combined combat abilities quite terrifying. After experimenting, Chinyu found that even with the berserking buff, the soul servants remained completely loyal to him, allowing him to fully control their actions, although it meant he might get a bit more tired from constantly issuing commands. With his current mental strength, this was not too much of an issue. Having realized this, Chinyu even had Wukong transform once, finding that even the irrational giant ape could be controlled by him. In its peak state, although Wukong did not reach the handsome level of power, its strength was among the top in the general level power range. This was assuming the opponent was willing to engage in a head-on clash. If it was a war of attrition, a flanking battle, or facing aerial powers, then the giant ape would find it quite challenging. However, Chinyu generally relies on the Legion to swarm the enemy. It's unlikely that he would let Wukong face a battle alone. He would definitely arrange for fierce beasts to collaborate, so there's no need to worry about that aspect. Currently, whether it's in terms of the number of soul servants or cutting-edge combat power, Chinyu has already reached the level of being an army by himself. According to the information obtained from Yi Chi, even if they were to reach the cavern battlefield facing the lizard race, the force under Chinyu's control would likely have a significant impact on the battlefield. This is even before Chinyu has converted all the surrounding fierce beasts into soul servants. With thousands more soul servants, his power would become even more formidable. However, what slightly frustrates Chinyu is that perhaps his strength has become too mighty. Now, the enhancement he gains from souls below the Jiang level is not as noticeable as before, it could even be said to be minimal. Even souls at the Jiang level only offer him limited enhancement. With his current combat power, facing an adversary at the Shui level would definitely be insufficient, and Chinyu is aware of this limitation. Moreover, there are no fierce beasts with Shui level power in the Mobei base city. Since quality is lacking, he must rely on quantity. Thinking of this, Chen Yu looks forward even more to the upcoming journey to the caverns. At this moment Wukong, upon hearing Chen Yu's question, didn't hide anything and openly said the beast tide was held back by the master and half of their strength was lost in an instant. It's definitely not possible to launch another beast tide soon, so I thought about using the foreign races as a breakthrough. Aren't you afraid of being exploited? I don't really want to cooperate with the foreign races, just thinking of luring some over to see if my innate abilities have any effect on them. After all, they are also of the beast race. Control foreign races. Chen Yu's eyes lit up. Once we reach the cavern battlefield, you can give it a try. I'll listen to the master. If Wukong can really control the lizard race, then the battle situation will undoubtedly develop in a direction favorable to Mo Bei. Base City and Chen Yu could also domesticate the lizard race, continuously expanding his number of soul servants. This would be extremely beneficial both for himself and for the base city. Compared to fierce beasts, the lizard race, with command skills no less than humans, exceptional combat talents and cooperative combat abilities, undoubtedly possess stronger combat power. But for now, feeling that his mental condition has recovered, Chen Yu decides to first complete today's task of expanding his forces. Arriving at the edge of a wind-sheltered flat sand dune, Chen Yu gave Wukong a look. The latter understood and with a thought immediately separated out 1,500 fierce beasts from the surrounding 5,000 which lined up and walked over. The hidden soul servants underground immediately took action, killing these fierce beasts in batches, and the smell of blood spread. Ignoring these, Chen Yu began to absorb souls. With the improvement of his psychic power and the increasingly skilled use of his soul-controlling innate ability, Chen Yu's innate ability evolved again. Now he no longer needed to place his hand on the corpses' foreheads. He could extract the souls from bodies 5 meters away. Moreover, it was no longer a one-to-one soul absorption. Souls within a 5-meter radius were all pulled out, significantly increasing efficiency. In less than an hour, Chen Yu had absorbed and transformed all 1,500 fierce beast souls, leaving him completely drained. He lay down on the flat platform on the back of a saber-toothed elephant, too exhausted to move. Surrounded by over 10,000 soul servants guarding him, he had no fear of encountering danger. Thus he continued on his way towards the base city. In less than 2 days, Chen Yu had converted all the fierce beasts he had with him into soul servants and then sped up, embarking on the return journey. It took him less than a day to reach the northern desert base city. Seeing the familiar city walls from afar, Chen Yu felt the warmth of a traveler returning home, a deep sense of comfort filling his heart. However, his attention was quickly drawn by a large convoy emerging from the city. At the same time, the base city immediately noticed Chen Yu's situation. Thinking it unwise to waste, Chen Yu had brought thousands of fierce beast corpses with him, making it impossible to go unnoticed. It was only because the meat of these beasts was special and did not spoil easily that they hadn't started to stink. Despite the many days and high temperatures, the discovery of such a large number of fierce beast corpses caused a great stir. The base city was bound to mobilize, entering a state of combat readiness. But soon it was discovered that all the floating objects in the air were beast corpses, and Chen Yu's distinctly featured soul servants were also recognized, identifying them as allies, and everything soon returned to calm. As the current head of the base city, Hong Zhan was the first to arrive at the scene. After understanding the situation, he immediately jumped down from the city wall and approached Chen Yu rapidly. "You're back," he said with a smile, looking at Hong Zhan, who approached him swiftly. In a few breaths, Hong Zhan was in front of him. Chen Yu smiled. "Instructor, I'm back. You knew to come back." Hong Zhan was somewhat speechless. "You said you'd be back within 10 days, right? Now it's been 20 days, and the second batch of troops and resources have already left the city before you returned." However, seeing Chen Yu return safely and apparently even stronger, Hong Zhan breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't hide his amazement. His gaze was unconsciously drawn to the scene 100 meters away, where thousands of soul servants carried the corpses of thousands of fierce beasts. At a glance, he could roughly estimate the number of soul servants, secretly feeling alarmed. The previous count of over 2,000 soul servants was already impressive, with combat power nearly reaching that of a general. Now, in less than a month since leaving the base city, the number of soul servants had grown to over 5,000. In addition to the previous 3 general-level fierce beasts, Hong Zhan could feel the strength of 3 other general-level combatants. 6 general-level forces, combined with thousands of soul servants, definitely ranked among the top in the northwest region. What concerned him most was the number of Chen Yu's soul servants. Could this kid really control an unlimited number of soul servants? That's just monstrous, Hong Zhan thought, trying hard to keep his face calm. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu smiled and explained, I ran into some issues on the way which delayed me for a few days, so I got back late. After answering, he looked towards the distant convoy. That convoy over there is heading to the caverns, right? The foreign tribes are well prepared this time. Although we currently have the upper hand, the pressure is not small. From the current situation, the war at the caverns might continue for some time. Seeing Chen Yu's calm demeanor and his gaze fixed on the slowly departing convoy, Hong Zhan knew his thoughts. Are you sure you don't want to go back to the base city to rest a bit? No, let's go straight to the caverns. There's nothing much for me to do back at the base city. Shaking his head, Chen Yu explained, you know my situation, I don't need to get involved directly in combat, so I'm not that tired. That's true. Glancing at the thousands of soul servants nearby and subtly observing the ground, Hong Zhan nodded. Then let's go. The city lord had intended for you to go to the caverns anyway. With you overseeing the convoy, Fan Bin won't have to go, and our defenses here at the base city can be more solid. Instructor, are you really that confident in me? With the power you're wielding now, I probably can't even beat you. How can I not be confident? That's not true, you are still very strong, Chen Yu replied with a smile, earning a playful roll of the eyes from Hong Zhan. After some more casual talk and instructing the soul servants to move the beast corpses inside the city walls, Chen Yu mounted a white-headed eagle and flew towards the direction of the convoy. Watching Chen Yu's swiftly receding figure, Hong Zhan was filled with emotion. This young guy is improving too fast. Standing next to him, I feel more and more like a failure. Compared to Chen Yu, everyone in the Mo Bay base city seems insignificant. With his abilities, probably only the city lord can keep him in check now. Fan Bin shared the same sentiment. City lord? Thinking about what he had just witnessed, Hong Zhan nodded non-committally, perhaps, but in his heart he doubted whether Yang Yi could handle Chen Yu's 6 general-level fierce beast soul servants and the army of over 7,000 soul servants. It was highly likely, not possible, and that might not even be all of Chen Yu's combat power. Given what Hong Zhan knew of Chen Yu, he was sure there were reserves unaccounted for. Moreover, if it wasn't for his talent in greatly enhancing his perception, he wouldn't have even noticed the additional 2,000 soul servants hidden underground. If it were an enemy unaware of such a large number of soul servants attacking, even a general-level power might suffer a great loss, and if the soul servants possessed general-level strength, it could even be fatal. Shaking his head slightly, he decided not to dwell on these thoughts. The stronger Chen Yu was, the more beneficial it was for the Mo Bay base city, there was no doubt about that. However, from the current situation, Mo Bay was really too small a stage for Chen Yu. Top base cities like Jingdu and Mo Du were where he truly belonged. At the same time, Chen Yu had already caught up with the convoy. Since people had been informed in advance, the members of the convoy did not panic but felt significantly more at ease. With Chen Yu accompanying them, their safety was undoubtedly greatly increased. During the previous Beast-Tide defense battle, Chen Yu's performance was deeply engraved in everyone's minds. Although he had not reached the rank of general, everyone understood that Chen Yu possessed the strength of a general. With over 2,000 soul servants at his command, he was their greatest security guarantee. In the central position of the convoy, Yang Yujing and Ouyang, the 2 top A-level talents from the base cities, were present, accompanied by 10 B-level talents. A total of 12 people, after applying on their own, were exceptionally allowed to go to the cavern battlefield for training. Of course, by training it actually meant that they would not engage in combat with the alien races. After all, even the strongest Yang Yujing and Ouyang had only just reached the rank of junior officer, and the 10 B-level talents only had the strength of soldiers, which wouldn't be very effective on the battlefield. They might even be a hindrance. Having experienced the previous Beast-Tide defense battle, it was clear that they had all become much more composed. Now looking through the car window at the huge dark shadow in the sky and recalling everything about Chen Yu, their expressions were extremely complex, but there was no envy. Because Chen Yu had reached a level that left them with no confidence to catch up, so there was no room for envy. Unaware of these thoughts, Chen Yu was sitting cross-legged on the back of a level 4 ferocious beast soul servant, the white-headed eagle, resting with his eyes closed. The base city was less than 1,000 kilometers from the cavern battlefield, and at the convoy's pace it would take 30 hours to arrive without any stops. Since they inevitably had to stop, the journey would take even longer. If there was a general-level powerhouse leading the team, Chen Yu would certainly have flown to the cavern on his own, but unfortunately he had been conscripted by Hong Zhan and had no choice but to follow the team and act as a bodyguard. Having been exposed to the elements for over half a month and often in a state of fatigue, Chen Yu was actually glad for the downtime, which allowed him to rest and conserve energy for the upcoming major battle in the cavern battlefield. However, as the saying goes, the trees long to be still, but the wind keeps blowing. Who can withstand this? It's been less than 2 days, and how many batches has it been? The leader of the convoy looked at the hundreds of alien races being effortlessly slaughtered by the soul servants in the distance, a worried expression on his face. In the past, wars with the alien races were confined to the cavern battlefield where both sides clashed head-on, but this time, the alien races were no longer so foolhardy. They no longer just fought head-on but began to continuously break out from the battlefield. Although the number of alien races that ultimately broke out was not large, at most 1,000 or so, with the strongest only at the rank of Colonel, it wouldn't have much impact on the North Desert base city. But the information revealed was disconcerting. Now it was small groups of alien races breaking out, but if later it were tens of thousands or even over 100,000 breaking out, the situation would be completely different. Despite the North Desert base city having a population of 10 million, subtracting the elderly, women, children, and the talented individuals who must stay behind to defend, only about 500,000 or 600,000 could be mobilized to the cavern battlefield. There were certain limitations to the number and strength of transfers to the cavern. Even though these restrictions had been somewhat relaxed recently and the number of alien races transported each time had increased, it was still within a controllable range. But recently, the continuous breakout of different races from the subterranean battlefield has clearly indicated certain issues. It left him no choice but to feel anxious. The man beside him clearly thought the same, his expression solemn. With the 3 groups from yesterday, this is now the 4th batch. It seems the situation at the subterranean battlefield is not optimistic. His gaze landed on the white-headed eagle that descended to the ground, specifically on Shenyu, who was on the eagle's back, and his expression visibly relaxed. However, regardless of the current situation at the subterranean battlefield, we can't know for sure and can't do much about it. Yes, we can't do anything right now. We should hurry over there and see. Following his companion's gaze, his eyes also fixed on Shenyu, and the leader's expression also became more serene. With Shenyu here, our safety is definitely secured and we won't be delayed too long on the road. That guy is really reliable. An S-class talent holder is no joke. At this time, Shenyu had already turned the several hundred foreign races he encountered into soul servants, adding to the nearly 1,500 from the previous 3 batches and the over 1,000 foreign race soul servants he originally had. He now possessed nearly 3,000 foreign race soul servants, all under the command of Yechi, which could exert considerable combat power. Unlike ferocious beasts, the lizard race, as intelligent beings, coordinated with each other with great understanding and could even form battle formations to further enhance the team's overall combat strength. In a situation where there is not much difference in top-end power, the combat power unleashed by 3,000 lizards could even be more terrifying than that of 6,000 beasts. Not to mention, after becoming soul servants, compared to their physical bodies, the lizard races' combat abilities in their soul state have greatly improved. If a fight really breaks out facing an enemy several times, their number wouldn't put much pressure on them. It was unexpected to have such gains on the journey. Shenyu smiled, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. The souls of over 2,000 foreign races didn't give him much of a strength boost. With Chenyu's current strength being so strong, the soul essence provided by these souls below the general level was minimal. It was barely better than nothing. Small accumulations could still enhance his strength over time. To reach the level of a martial in combat ability, it probably won't happen in a short time. Amid these thoughts, Shenyu looked forward to the upcoming journey through the subterranean more than ever. He didn't continue to stay in place. He took all the foreign races back into the soul nurturing space. Other soul servants entered the ground. The flying soul servants continued to scatter for reconnaissance, and Shenyu himself returned to the back of the white-headed eagle, soaring into the sky. Compared to the ground, he felt the safety in the air was somewhat higher. Seeing that Shenyu had resolved the battle and returned to the air, the convoy also did not stop and continued to move forward. They later encountered another wave of attacks from foreign races. The number was not large, only a few hundred, and the strongest combat power was only at the school level. Even without Shenyu, the 50,000 talented members in the convoy were not significantly threatened by such a small force. It was precisely because of this that Shenyu became even more puzzled. The intelligence of the foreign tribes was not low. Why would they come here only to face death? He always felt something was off. However, they were now only a little more than 5 hours away from the cavern battlefield by car, and thinking that they would soon reach their destination, he decided not to dwell on it. With the city lord, a towering figure, taking the lead, there was no need for him to rack his brains further. Meanwhile, at the cavern battlefield, "What did you say?" just as Yang Yi, who had just led his troops to repel the foreign tribes in the cavern, returned to the camp, hardly having time to drink water. A piece of news made him utterly shocked. A large number of the foreign tribes had taken advantage of the moment he led his troops into the cavern for battle, breaking through the battlefield during a time when the perimeter defenses were weak and their whereabouts were unknown. Do you know the exact number? No idea. What about their combat power makeup? Not clear. Their movements? He waved his hand, cutting off his subordinate's words, feeling extremely weary. It was a case of knowing nothing at all. How could anyone bear this? The responding adjutant was also very helpless. It wasn't that they had neglected their duties, but the breakout by the foreign tribes this time was too secretive. Even the battlefield, filled with individuals gifted with sensory abilities, failed to detect the true intentions of the enemy. They were really at a loss. Knowing this, it couldn't all be blamed on his subordinates, especially since this time the foreign tribes had significantly changed their usual tactics. It was truly unexpected. Thinking of the continuous breakouts by the foreign tribes, Yang Yi was very worried, feeling that the battle situation seemed somewhat out of control. Calculating the time, reinforcements from Kyoto should be arriving soon. Just a bit more endurance was needed to get through this crisis. He hoped that the situation back at the base city would stabilize. With so many protective forces, there shouldn't be a problem. At the same moment, accompanied by a rush of footsteps, a figure in battle armor, bloodstained, rushed into the camp. City Lord, the foreign tribes are attacking again. These beasts. Yang Yi's face showed anger, his body emanating a fierce killing intent. He picked up a long spear beside him and charged out. However, this time when Yang Yi saw the situation inside the cavern, his body tensed up immediately. In the past they only faced up to 500,000 or 600,000 of the foreign tribes' army at most. With the combat strength situation of the base city in the north and being somewhat prepared, they could barely manage. But this time, the foreign tribes' army that appeared before them had reached over 1 million. Even though reinforcements continued to arrive from the base city, the battlefield still only had just over 500,000 in combat strength, a huge disparity in numbers. The situation was clearly unfavorable for the base city in the north. But at such a time, there was no time for Yang Yi to think further. Concerning the safety and belonging of the entire northwest of the Dragon Country, the cavern must not be lost. He couldn't retreat and gritted his teeth as he led his team into the battlefield. Single-handedly, he fought against 3 foreign tribe generals. The situation inside the cavern battlefield was incredibly intense, with constant shouts and killings. And just as Yang Yi was desperately resisting the invasion of the foreign tribes, on the edge of the battlefield, a large group of foreign tribes, their skin perfectly blended with the surrounding environment, quietly left the cavern, easily breaking through the external blockade, causing a huge disturbance within the camp. There seemed to be no solution in sight. They had to continue maintaining the encirclement to prevent more alien tribes from breaking through. They couldn't spare any forces to pursue them and could only watch helplessly as a wave of aliens burst through the net and disappeared from sight. Things had taken a severe turn. This was the true thought in the minds of those on the outskirts at that moment. Meanwhile, 30 kilometers away from the cavern battlefield in the air, Chinyu squinted his eyes as he saw over 10,000 alien troops heading straight towards him. The northwest region was so vast. Why were the aliens who had left the cavern battlefield heading straight towards the convoy? Something was amiss. Battle strength doubled. Plans always fall behind changes. Prepare for battle. With the convoy leader's command, over 50,000 talents prepared to reinforce the cavern battlefield were all set for battle. The defensive and melee talents moved to the front of the group, the long-range talents took positions behind them, followed by various types of support talents, and the transport vehicles loaded with numerous resources were protected at the very back. Everyone's gaze was tightly focused on the dusty area ahead, their eyes reflecting a firm resolve. When narrow paths meet, the brave prevail. They had no other choice but to fight. Tens of thousands of lizard tribe troops were charging directly towards the position of the convoy. Even though the two sides were still far apart, the murderous aura emitted by the enemy troops could be clearly felt. The small groups of aliens that had appeared before were easily dealt with by Chinyu. The convoy members hadn't experienced battle yet, but now it was their turn to fight. Each of them held their breath, ready to launch an attack as soon as the aliens came within range. As the alien vanguard approached within 3 kilometers of the convoy, the long-range talents began to gather their strength, preparing to attack. Suddenly, thousands of dark shadows sprang from the ground where the alien troops were slaughtering them chaotically with continuous screams of agony. This sudden attack left the aliens utterly confused, quickly putting them at a disadvantage. After regaining their senses, more than 3,000 of the 10,000 alien troops had already lost their ability to fight, a heavy loss. The remaining alien troops realized that although they might outnumber their enemies, the combat strength they faced was extremely formidable. Moreover, the enemies didn't seem to be living creatures, which made them increasingly fearful and less confident, causing their morale to completely collapse. Were those Shen Yu's summoned beasts? It seemed likely, as the characteristics were too obvious, and speaking of numbers, weren't there too many? It felt like these 10,000 aliens were not enough for Chen Yu to kill by himself. Be more confident, remove the word feel. The battle had already been decided from the beginning. Originally prepared for battle, the people now found that there seemed to be nothing for them to do. Chen Yu's summoned beasts were enough to defeat these aliens. As for them, they just needed to watch as Chen Yu's soul servants continuously slaughtered the aliens. For a moment, the expressions varied, especially the convoy leader, his face full of astonishment. He thought he knew enough about Chen Yu and had a rough idea of his combat power, but it turned out to be not the case at all. Chen Yu was far stronger than he had imagined. Yang Yujing and 12 others who awoke in the same batch as Chen Yu now wore increasingly complex expressions on their faces. Repeatedly battered, they had become numb to it. At this moment, Chen Yu remained aloft in the air, looking down from a high vantage point at the nearly one-sided battle below. He hadn't summoned all his soul servants. He dispatched only 7,000 and easily defeated over 10,000 foreign beings without feeling any pressure, standing on the back of a level 4 ferocious beast soul servant, the white-headed eagle, with his arms crossed in front of his chest. His expression was as calm as ever, though his heart was somewhat uneasy. The number of foreign beings had increased so much this time. What if tens of thousands or even more appear next time? Despite the one-sided battle below, Chen Yu remained vigilant, always feeling that they had been targeted by the foreign beings. This led him to a troubling question: how did the foreign beings know the convoy's route? Could there be a traitor within the base city? Chen Yu thought to himself. In principle, he believed that Earthlings would not betray their own, but it was better to be cautious. After all, one only has one life, and once it's gone, it's truly gone. He hadn't even begun to enjoy life. He couldn't die so soon. His gaze was fixed on a foreign general below who was being suppressed 6 against 1 and seemed unable to hold on much longer. From the foreign soul servants he had previously subdued, he hadn't learned the purpose of this foreign operation. Now his hope rested on that general-level foreign being. Being a higher-up, it surely must know something. In less than half an hour, the battle had already drawn to a close. If it weren't for Chen Yu ordering his soul servants not to kill, just to beat the foreign beings half to death to facilitate their conversion into soul servants, the battle might have ended even quicker. There was no helping it. He couldn't absorb so many souls at once and had to resort to this cumbersome method. Landing on the ground, he approached the now slain foreign general. Chen Yu immediately activated his innate ability, and in less than 10 seconds the 14th general level power was successfully acquired. He summoned it immediately. Ulrich here to offer loyalty to his master. Looking at Ulrich kneeling before him, Chen Yu immediately voiced his doubts. However, he did not receive an answer. The other was merely an executor and did not know the specific plans of the Saurian race. It seemed he could only take things one step at a time. After calming his mind, Chen Yu continued to absorb souls, taking in nearly 1,000 more before stopping. Rubbing his numbed brow, Chen Yu wore a look of fatigue, but the gains were quite substantial. Around him, 11,000 more foreign beings awaited his attention. Once he had fully assimilated these forces, his strength would greatly increase. However, that would undoubtedly take some time, considering that the cave battlefield was not far off and that the convoy could reach it in less than an hour. Chen Yu decided not to delay everyone's time. After assigning 3,000 soul servants to protect the convoy, he chose to stay behind. The team leader naturally had no objections to this decision. He had witnessed the combat power of the soul servants himself. With 3,000 soul servants, including 5 of general-level strength, even if they encountered a 30,000-strong army of different tribes, they would still have room to maneuver. Not to mention, the convoy itself comprised 50,000 talented individuals whose strength was formidable. The only condition was to avoid encountering the elite forces of the different tribes. Now, with the 5 general-level soul servants accompanying them, everything should be fine. It shouldn't be a problem, right? Chen Yu murmured as he watched the convoy depart. They weren't far from each other. If danger did arise, he could dispatch reinforcements immediately. With this thought, Chen Yu set aside his worries and focused on resting, planning to convert all surrounding different tribes into soul servants as soon as possible to enhance his strength. Before long, Chenyu, who shared a vision with his soul servants, saw that the convoy had successfully rendezvoused with the support troops from the cavern battlefield. He breathed a sigh of relief and called back the soul servants who had been protecting the convoy along the way. Of course, he still left a few flying soul servants to observe the situation on the cavern battlefield. Should the battle turn unfavorable for the base city, he would support them immediately. Obviously, if it was a clear disadvantage, he would not go there just to die. At worst, after he became stronger, he could avenge everyone later. A day passed quickly, and thanks to Chenyu's relentless efforts, the number of soul servants increased by 700. Indeed, it was this kind of large-scale battlefield that was effective, doubling the number of my soul servants in one battle, though it's a pity there was only one new general-level servant. However, there were plenty of school-level ones, over 100. Chenyu was utterly exhausted and lay on the back of the fierce lion looking as if he hadn't slept for days and nights. Recently, by observation, he noticed something seemed off at the cavern battlefield. The base city didn't seem to have the great advantage that rumors suggested. In just one day, 8 different tribe squads had broken through. Of course, he wouldn't allow these different tribe squads to escape control and directly dispatched soul servants to exterminate them. At the same time, he sent an army of 8,000 soul servants, including 6 of general-level strength, to assist. The 8,000 soul servants demonstrated the strength of an 80,000-strong army of different tribes, significantly relieving the pressure on the base city. Allowing the city lord Yang Yi to breathe a sigh of relief. At last the situation stabilized. The city lord was amazed at the speed of Chenyu's strength growth. It hadn't been that long, but facing the million-strong army of different tribes, even with the addition of Chenyu's soul servants, the base city was still unable to repel the enemy's offensive and the situation remained unclear. In another day, I should be able to convert all the surrounding different tribes completely, adding 10,000 soul servants and 8 general-level forces. The battle should be able to develop in a more favorable direction for us and I could become stronger. Chenyu thought to himself. However, plans always fail to keep up with changes. A huge crisis. I'm not alone here in the cavern battlefield in the main camp of the Mobe base city. You finally decided to come over, lad. As Chenyu entered the tent with a composed demeanor, Yang Yi could not help but feel a bit helpless. There was a bit of a delay due to some matters, and haven't I already sent my men to join the battle? Chenyu said with a smile, though the fatigue was evident in his expression. Without wasting time, he cut to the chase. Commander, what about those general-level alien beings you mentioned? They are detained in the outer prison. I've already notified them, and you can go anytime to transform them into soul servants. Yang Yi had come to understand Chenyu's cautious nature, who wouldn't act without certainty. If he hadn't told him that his side had captured 4 alien generals alive with the aid of soul servants, Chenyu would probably have delayed another day before coming to this cavern. Such whimsical behavior is undesirable in war. If it were not for Chenyu's preemptive deployment of soul servants to assist in the battle, he would certainly be due for a rebuke. Considering personal interests yet still aware of the bigger picture, not purely selfish, this was Yang Yi's assessment of Chenyu. Sooner rather than later, I might as well go now. Time is combat power, Chenyu said, eager to transform the 4 alien generals into his own soul servants as quickly as possible, thereby enhancing his personal combat power and improving his self-preservation on the battlefield. With his current level of strength, he couldn't feel completely safe. Waving his hand, Yang Yi said, go ahead, and after you succeed, remember to bring them here. I want to know the aliens' next battle plans. No problem. With that agreement, Chenyu left the main camp without looking back. Only when his figure had completely disappeared from sight did Yang Yi withdraw his gaze and let out a long sigh of relief, feeling much more confident about the upcoming battle situation. As long as Chenyu could transform those 4 general-level aliens into soul servants, the base city would significantly increase its advantage in terms of peak combat power, which was their key to victory in this war. Of course, if he knew that Chenyu already had 14 general-level fighters under his command, and with the addition of those 4 major alien generals totaling 18, nearly twice as many as the base city, his confidence would not just be slightly boosted. In the following day and a half, Chenyu successfully transformed all 4 major alien generals into soul servants, significantly increasing his combat power. Through the alien generals, he also learned of the large alien army's upcoming battle plans, which instantly tightened the previously somewhat relaxed atmosphere inside the main tent. Based on the information provided by the alien generals, the alien forces in the next few caverns would cooperate to launch an attack aiming to first capture the northwest region and then use it as a base to expand their influence to Long Country and even across the world. Pausing for a moment and seeing that everyone in the tent had a serious expression yet remained silent, Yang Yi spoke again. Does anyone have any thoughts on this, Commander? Will the other base cities support us? A tall, muscular man who stood almost 2 meters high asked. Yang Yi responded, they will, but their situation is pretty much the same as ours, so the support might not be substantial. We mainly have to rely on ourselves. How many foreign tribes are we facing outside? Someone asked. All eyes in the camp were fixed on Yang Yi, including Chen Yu's, who could have predicted that these foreign tribes would choose to unite this time. While each tribe was engaged in their own skirmishes, they allocated a portion of their forces to combine and launch a joint attack on the underground bases of the Northern Desert Base City. As the only base city in the northwest region of the Dragon Country and one of the 36 base cities nationwide with the largest controlled territory but consistently ranked in the bottom 5 in defense, the Northern Desert Base City was undoubtedly the breakthrough point for the foreign tribes. And they were attacking collectively. This revealed a lot of information. The most critical point was that the foreign tribes could communicate with each other and seemed to be aligned in the same camp, isolating Earthstar and targeting it from all sides. The pressure was immense, however, since the predecessors had managed to defend Earthstar for nearly a century, and now with even better conditions, there was no reason they couldn't hold it. Facing the gaze of the crowd, Yang Yi calmly said, the 6 closest base cities to us will likely all have foreign tribes coming. Even if each base city only sends out 100,000, that adds up to 600,000. We still don't know how many are at the cutting edge of their combat forces. 600,000. Everyone fell silent. Those attending this meeting were all generals, the absolute upper echelon of the base city. Chen Yu, who could be an army by himself and whose overall combat strength was not much less than Yang Yi's, was naturally invited to participate. At this moment, feeling the somber mood of the people around him and thinking of Yang Yi's words, he too felt a sense of urgency. At least 600,000, perhaps even a million. Plus, they had to face millions from the lizard tribe at the same time at the local cave bases, with millions more in the pipeline. With only 600,000 combatants at the base city needing to face an enemy several times their number and not knowing how many elite forces the opposing camp might have, or if they might face commander-level power, it was going to be very difficult. Moreover, they did not even know if these foreign tribes outside the caves would choose to cooperate internally and externally to attack the caves, or if they would encircle Wei to save Zhao and attack the Northern Desert Base City. This uncertainty was very unsettling. Is the support from the capital close? Chen Yu asked. Everyone's spirits lifted momentarily. However, Yang Yi shook his head. I don't know. The capital is too far from here, and since the foreign tribes are invading multiple base cities simultaneously, there's bound to be delays, so we can't have too much hope in them. Hearing this, everyone's spirits dimmed again except for Chen Yu. According to the lizard tribe's warlord, the breakout troops from the foreign tribes needed to first meet with other foreign tribes from different base cities, and only after accumulating enough strength would they officially launch an attack. This was undoubtedly good news. He could use this time to expand his own combat strength as much as possible, especially at the cutting edge. In this million-level conflict, Chen Yu's rate of improvement was at its maximum. The old saying goes, if smoking won't kill you, then smoke with all your might. Reality didn't allow them any more time for discussion as the reptilian race launched another offensive. The meeting could no longer continue and everyone returned to the battlefield. Soon only Yang Yi and Chen Yu remained in the main camp. Are you sure you want to go alone? Yang Yi asked, his expression complex as he looked at Chen Yu. Chen Yu smiled. I am not alone. That's true. Yang Yi's expression softened considerably. Be careful, and if it gets too dangerous, you can leave first. You don't need to tell me that. If I see that things aren't going well, I'll run faster than anyone else. As long as the green hills are there, there's no worry about firewood, Chen Yu replied. You little. Shaking his head, Yang Yi's expression suddenly turned serious. I'm serious, so am I. After confirming this through a mutual glance, the two men smiled at each other. Chen Yu stood up. I'm heading into the battlefield. Without waiting for Yang Yi to respond, he turned and walked out of the main camp. 21,000 soul servants, among them 18 battalion-level powers and 701 company-level powers. In the localized battlefield, Chen Yu was an invincible presence. Entering the cavern, the battle at the entrance of the cavern battlefield began. Fully armed, the gifted ones, according to their respective troop formations, with solemn expressions and firm steps, entered the enormous stone gate that was tens of thousands of meters wide and thousands of meters high. Inside was the cavern battlefield where they would confront the alien race face to face. Compared to the outer defense lines, the danger level escalated dramatically. even knowing they might lose their lives, not a single one retreated, not one, because they knew that if they couldn't repel the alien race, their families, lovers, and friends would all be caught in the throes of war. The base city itself was even at risk of annihilation. Once the northwest region fell, the alien race would stabilize its foothold on Terra, posing a threat of extinction to both the Dragon Nation and humanity. No retreat, no choice, no other way. They could only fight with their lives on the line. For nearly a century, countless had laid down their lives here, securing the survival of millions within the base city. Now it was their turn to pay the price, to pave the way for future generations. Standing alone at the gate, Shen Yu, wearing the strongest armor available in the base city and wielding the sharpest blade, stood still, his expression calm. He was never a selfless person and was extremely afraid of death, but his heart did not lack courage. What he had seen and heard in the cavern, as well as the immense threats he faced, left him with no choice but to take risks. Since there was no choice and he had some means to protect himself, why not let his blood heat once more? Gifted ones continuously walked past Chen Yu, disappearing into the dark screen. Occasionally, some cast curious glances his way, admiring Chen Yu's excellent equipment and surprised by his young age. At their age, they were still in the base city assisting with defense, not qualified to be dispatched to the cavern battlefield. Chen Yu being so young and present at the cavern battlefield could only mean one thing: he was a genius with extraordinary strength. Realizing this, the people cast friendly glances his way, and those who recognized Chen Yu's identity openly showed their admiration and respect. In this perilous world, the worship of the strong has become a trend. Regardless of their emotions, people refrained from approaching for a chat. They merely glanced and quickly averted their gaze, moving swiftly through the stone gate. They were warriors, and what lay ahead was the cavern battlefield. They had no time for distractions. Chen Yu, with his keen perception, noticed the stares of the crowd but paid them no heed, nor did he intend to linger. Taking a deep breath, he stepped into the light screen. In a flash, without any discomfort, it felt as though he passed through a thin veil. The scenery before his eyes had drastically changed. The desert was gone, replaced by a dim and damp world. There was no sun in the sky, only specks of starlight providing a faint illumination. The whole environment was gloomy, and an unknown breeze carrying a chilling mix of murderous and bloody scents brushed against his face, instinctively tensing his nerves. The gravity within this space seemed different from the outside world, but he quickly adapted, and his vision gradually returned. This was the cavern battlefield of the North Desert Base City. In the distance, the defensive barriers erected by the base city were filled with the constant sounds of battle cries. The fight was ongoing. Talented warriors entering the battlefield quickened their pace, joining the defensive forces. Considering Chen Yu's gifted abilities and the combat power he currently wielded, he did not need to follow arrangements or join the main forces, granting him significant autonomy. Pleased with this, Shen Yu, who preferred not to fight alongside others, wasted no time. With the thought, streams of shadows surged from his forehead, capturing the attention of the talents rushing to the battlefield. It was hard not to notice, given the sheer number of soul servants. Each shadow exuded a formidable aura, especially the first 18 commander-level soul servants, radiating an intensely sharp momentum. This kind of presence and oppressive feeling had only been felt around commander-level strongmen of the base city. Everyone's eyes were immediately fixed on Chen Yu in shock. Who was this man to wield such power? Those who knew of Chen Yu's identity instantly showed fervor in their eyes. An S-level talent was indeed formidable. With Chen Yu's one-man army joining the fray, their chances of victory were definitely boosted, as was their security. Ignoring the stares of those around him, this time facing an alien army of over 1 million, Chen Yu was not holding back. He summoned all 21,000 soul servants. Leaping onto the back of a white eagle, all soul servants took to the sky, swiftly flying towards the fortress. What in the world was that? Inside the defense fortress, a distant talent with remote abilities felt a chill run down their spine for no reason, instinctively turning their head to see a dense mass of dark shadows rapidly approaching from behind in the sky, an utterly unnerving sight that startled them. A companion turned their head as well, but before they could speak, a colonel-level talent in charge of coordinating and commanding the area's defenses sternly said, "Don't get distracted." Focusing intently on the battle, it became clear that they were among their own. Upon hearing this, everyone felt significantly more at ease and continued to engage the enemy, launching relentless attacks. However, their eyes couldn't help but drift towards Chen Yu's position, drawn by the overwhelming aura emanating from his side. Even from over 2,000 meters away, they could distinctly feel the chilling sensation it brought. It wasn't long before Chen Yu arrived directly above the fortress. gazing down at the endless Lizhu army which was relentlessly bombarding the fortress without regard to their losses. He felt a heavy sense of responsibility. This was just one of the many defense zones in the vast underground battlefield, split into over a dozen areas, all currently under similar pressure. It was evident how immense the strain on the base city's defenses was. The breakout of foreign races was understandable. It wasn't that their defenses were weak, but the sheer number of enemy forces deployed was overwhelming and the defenders had too vast an area to cover effectively. The foreign races, intent on breaking through and possessing the ability to blend seamlessly into their surroundings, were nearly undetectable unless they attacked. In Chen Yu's sector, the defensive pressure was relatively lower, the strongest only possessing school-level combat capabilities. The base city's general-level combatants were limited and typically concentrated on the main attack zones of the foreign races, with only 2 or 3 moving to support other areas. Quality resources should be applied where they are most needed. Witnessing his compatriots being slain by the foreign races below, Chen Yu could no longer just watch. He immediately commanded his soul servants to attack, putting his full effort into the battle. Could it be this week? With Arorth the Mad Lion leading the charge, braved the Lizhu's ranged attacks and smashed directly into the center of their army from the air. With such domineering force, he roared skyward, unleashing his innate abilities. The sonic waves he generated halted the Lizhu within 1,000 meters in their tracks, unable to continue their charge. Those of weaker strength bled from all orifices, shaken to death, while others clutched their ears in agony. This indiscriminate assault was perfect for a solo charge into the enemy ranks, with exceptional effects. As an old companion of the Mad Lion, the Silver Ring Red Whip Snake was not to be outdone. It too smashed into the Lizhu formation from the air like a cannonball, spreading a cloud of green gas that poisoned and killed any Lizhu who breathed it in. The poison gas attack was futile against the soul servants, but it was devastatingly effective against the corporeal bodies of the foreign races. Those who inhaled the gas quickly lost their ability to fight, left lying on the ground awaiting death, almost simultaneously. Blood Wolf, Tusked Elephant, Giant Horn Poison Scorpion, one after another, the general-level beast soul servants crashed into the Lizhu army, unleashing their innate abilities and causing immense casualties. The attack of over 10,000 Lizhu soldiers was halted abruptly. With tens of thousands incapacitated, the number of injured was countless. Just one strike. Without the restraint of general-level combat power, the Lizhu's ranks immediately showed signs of collapse. This is just too powerful. Just one attack wiped out about 1/10 of the alien species. All 10 summoned beasts are of general-level combat power. How monstrous is that? Clearly, that's not all of Chen Yu's strength. The beasts protecting him are just as formidable, all seemingly at the general level too. With so many general-level forces, along with over 10,000 other summoning creatures of various strengths, it seems like they hardly need us anymore. If the alien species here do not send general-level power, wouldn't Chen Yu just wreak havoc uncontrollably? Do you think the alien species would dare to send their generals? 10 against 1 is simply suicidal. To match him one-on-one, they'd need to send more than 10 generals, which would leave their other areas suppressed by us. No matter how you look at it, we have the upper hand. A single person turning the tide of battle, truly powerful. He truly deserves his S-level talent rating, because Chen Yu launched a fierce attack. The alien species suffered heavy losses, greatly reducing the defensive pressure on our fortress. It's so relaxed that the talented ones even have time to chat leisurely. Some have even recognized Chen Yu's identity. Word of mouth spread, and soon everyone knew of Chen Yu's status as an S-level talent, expressing their amazement. It turns out they don't even need to lift a finger. Chen Yu's forces alone could wipe out all the alien species here. Indeed, with the participation of the 10 major general-level powers and more than 20,000 soul servants joining the battle later, the army of over 100,000 alien species was simply overwhelmed, presenting a completely one-sided battle scenario. According to the current situation, it might not even take half an hour before this area's lizard species is annihilated. Are they that weak? Chen Yu, floating in the air, looked down at the current battle situation and found it a bit incomprehensible. He had thought that even though his side would win, it would surely be after a fierce clash. But who would have thought after the real confrontation it turned out to be just as one-sided as all previous battles with the lizard species? Chen Yu felt no pressure at all. It felt like he was exerting too much force. If that's the case, then he wouldn't hold back anymore. No longer staying in the air, Chen Yu descended to the ground to begin soul harvesting. Surrounded by 6 major general-level powers and 5,000 soul servants, his safety was absolutely secure. Since there were no general level powers, just harvesting the souls of school level, lieutenant level, and soldier level was incredibly easy for Chen Yu, causing him no significant fatigue, only. After absorbing the souls of 8,000 alien species did Chen Yu stop due to feeling mentally exhausted, reaping a significant harvest. The battle in this area had also come to an end, with only a very few alien species having fled early. The rest had permanently stayed here, undoubtedly marking a resoundingly thorough victory. Looking at the corpses of over 100,000 alien species around him, Chen Yu rubbed his temples, facing the happy problem of success, but thinking that other battlefields also needed support at this moment, he did not stay here longer. The army of soul servants took to the skies, flying towards the nearest battlefield. At the same time, he dispatched flying-type soul servants to delve deeper into the cavern battlefield for reconnaissance. He was quite interested in the cavern battlefield. As Chen Yu was heading to another battlefield, Yang Yi had already received news of Chen Yu's battle situation. His face lit up with joy, and the anxiety about the impending arrival of the alien allied forces dissipated significantly. He had always known that Chen Yu's arrival would definitely turn the tide of the battle in their favor, but he did not expect it to completely break the stalemate. It was not the first time he had underestimated Chen Yu's strength. According to Chen Yu's achievements in this battle, the alien allied forces might not even arrive before the situation in the caverns could be resolved ahead of schedule. If they could deal with the aliens in the caverns early, they could spare forces to face the forthcoming alien allied forces. With Chen Yu's formidable combat power, they were likely to overcome the crisis. Thinking of this, Yang Yi felt a great relief, picked up his long spear, and charged into the alien army, single-handedly battling 5 alien generals. His actions stirred the blood of the talented ones in the base city, their spirits high as a rainbow. Meanwhile, the commander of the alien forces also received the intelligence about Chen Yu. Panicked, he immediately issued orders to all the exhibition areas. Consequently, the alien army, which had been dispersing to attack various defense fortresses and create breakthrough conditions for small units, began to consolidate their forces, preparing to unite to prevent Chen Yu from defeating them individually. Mid-battle, seeing the aliens rapidly retreating, Chen Yu narrowed his eyes. He shared the vision of a flying soul servant responsible for reconnaissance, saw no ambush, and chose not to stop there. He led his soul servant army in pursuit. The soul servants at hand could not be allowed to escape. With so many from the lizard tribe, Chen Yu had a great selection to choose from, now prioritizing the absorption of the stronger lizard souls, not wasting too much time on the cannon fodder. After witnessing the general-level combat power performing like a peerless mower on the battlefield, Chen Yu gained a new understanding of the composition of his soul servant army. Under limited conditions, quality should come before quantity. A general-level combatant, without equal force restrictions, could change the outcome of a local battle. This is the role of elite combat power. Of course, if conditions allowed, as an adult, whether it's quality or quantity, Chen Yu would definitely want them all. Lost in thought, Chen Yu had already caught up with the fleeing lizard soldiers, focusing on those with stronger abilities. Not knowing how far he had chased, it continued until the flying soul servant responsible for reconnaissance was discovered and eliminated by the lizard tribe. Only then did Chen Yu stop chasing, feeling the current state of his body, knowing that was as far as he could go today. Looking in the direction where the reconnaissance flying soul servant was destroyed, Chen Yu set off on his return journey. This time he was cautious, not recklessly pursuing, and continuously left soul servants as markers along the way. His mother no longer had to worry about him getting lost. He smoothly returned to the fortress under the admiring gazes of the talented ones, made his way to the exit, left the cavern battlefield, and returned to his assigned tent, where he fell asleep immediately. After having absorbed so much today, I am truly exhausted and in dire need of rest. The first in combat power. Taking the initiative and setting small goals, I hadn't been asleep for long when I sensed someone at the entrance of my tent. Chen Yu immediately woke up. After enhancing his mental strength, his perception greatly improved. He could clearly sense even the slightest movement of the grass within 100 meters around him. Once again in a strange place, even though he was in the camp and had the protection of 18 general-level soul servants ensuring his safety, he was still in the cavern battlefield, and he couldn't sleep soundly. He always felt someone was out to harm him, feeling threatened. Just now, as soon as someone appeared within 100 meters of the tent, Chen Yu detected them, realizing that they were standing right at the entrance of his tent, most likely looking for him, so he had no choice but to get up. He quickly got to the entrance of the tent, and there stood Yang Yujing with an anxious expression. "Is there something you need?" he asked quite calmly, completely ignoring her pretty face and striking figure. Yang Yujing, who had been hesitating whether to enter the tent, breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Chen Yu appear before her. "My father is asking for you at the main camp now." "Yes, then let's go." He had no desire to chat idly, finding women rather troublesome. At the moment Chen Yu wasn't considering any romantic involvements because, aside from his own soul servants, he couldn't fully trust anyone else and thus avoided causing any disturbances. Yang Yujing, who followed behind Chen Yu quietly like a docile little wife, was unaware of his thoughts. Her eyes kept darting to Chen Yu's back, and seeing that he had no intention of engaging with her, she wasn't annoyed but didn't know how to start a conversation. Amidst her hesitation, they reached the main camp. Although Yang Yujing, the city lord's daughter, was talented, her personal strength was weak, clearly not yet qualified to enter, and could only watch as Chen Yu stepped inside. "I will work harder to catch up to your pace soon. Next time you won't ignore me again," Yang Yujing thought to herself. Thinking back to her father's earlier advice, she had been prepared to refuse, but now she had different thoughts. Recalling Chen Yu's attitude towards her, she had made her decision. Meanwhile, Chen Yu had already entered the main camp. Unlike before, where he merely sat at the very back as an observer, this time Yang Yi had arranged his seat directly below his own, placing him in the second position. None of the others in the tent had any objections. Chen Yu's accomplishments in the cavern the previous day had shocked everyone, including their role in holding off the alien war generals, but being able to kill over 200,000 of the lizard race in a short time, directly changing the course of the battle, was unbelievable. If it weren't for the fact that the bodies of those 200,000 lizards remained at the scene, they would never have believed that Chen Yu could be so powerful. Damn, with such a strong talent awakening not even half a year ago, give Chen Yu a few more years and he might just become a protector of the nation. S-rank, truly monstrous. Everyone started to reassess Chen Yu's combat power. This S-rank talent was far more formidable than they had anticipated. Even more admirable was Chen Yu's ability to be an army unto himself. His current combat power had truly come into its own, with over a dozen general-level powers, several hundred school-level powers, and a total of more than 20,000 soul servants. It was equivalent to having over 20,000 war machines. This force, unless it encountered the main army of the alien race, was an invincible presence in the underground battlefield of the northern Mo base city. The soul servants could even fly and burrow, making them incredibly versatile. In a one-on-one confrontation, even the city lord Yang Yi, who was close to breaking through to the martial level, would likely be unable to defeat Chen Yu, not to mention others. In terms of overall combat power, Chen Yu was truly the number one person in the northern Mo base city. In this era where strength was revered and the powerful were esteemed, Chen Yu deserved the position and treatment he received. Seeing that everyone else felt that no one but him could fill this position, Chen Yu did not decline. Now was not the time to fuss over such matters. As soon as he entered the main tent, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. He knew that if he was being summoned, it was definitely not for anything good. As if to confirm Chen Yu's thoughts, once he was seated, Yang Yi directly stated the matter at hand. The alien race had fully retreated from the underground battlefield. According to intelligence, they had no intention of withdrawing but were instead accumulating strength. Everyone knew that every day their military strength was growing and their peak combat power increasing. After a pause, seeing that everyone was deep in thought, Yang Yi continued, "Thanks to Chen Yu yesterday we gained a significant advantage. If we allow the alien race to accumulate power, by the time the external alien coalition forces arrive we will likely face pressure from both sides. Therefore I've decided to take the offensive. From the current situation, taking the initiative is indeed more advantageous for us. Facing both the alien race and the alien coalition forces, our chances of victory are not great. To truly break free from this crisis we must quickly repel the aliens inside the cavern." "I agree," said one after another. "We've been on the defense for too long. It's our turn to attack now." Seeing everyone's high spirits, Yang Yi silently nodded his approval. A spirited general leads to an equally spirited army. With the general spirit high, the troops below would surely have no major problems. The morale was high, ready for battle. After such a prolonged period of frustrating defense, it was their turn to go on the offensive. His gaze shifted to Chen Yu at the right moment. Noticing Yang Yi's gaze, Chen Yu smiled and nodded in agreement. He understood the principle that prolonged defense usually leads to defeat, and the current situation did not allow them to keep on defending. Time waits for no one. If they waited for the alien coalition forces to arrive, the battle would be tough, and the cavern might be lost. they would only be able to retreat to the base city, essentially ceding a vast territory to the alien race. This was undoubtedly fatal. Taking the offensive was clearly the best choice, beyond any doubt. Seeing Chen Yu agree, Yang Yi felt greatly relieved. Relying solely on themselves, they definitely couldn't achieve their goal, but with a Chen Yu who grew stronger in battle, there would be no problem. Chen Yu, when the real battle starts, I hope your general level soul servant can coordinate with us. We will try to capture all the enemy generals for you, or at least deliver their bodies to you as soon as possible. Yang Yi spoke with serious expression. Hearing this, Chen Yu's eyes lit up. No problem, as a member of the base city, I will follow the arrangements. He was already pondering how many general-level souls he could absorb at once. He was also filled with great anticipation for the upcoming battle against the alien races, set a small goal to gather 30 general-level warriors under his command. That shouldn't be too much, right? Man proposes, God disposes. Time waits for no one, and the enemy won't wait for you to be fully prepared before they attack. Who knows when the alien coalition might arrive? Deciding to take the initiative, the Mobei base city was amazingly efficient. In less than 3 hours, they had assembled an army of 500,000. Almost all the available military force at the Deku battlefield was gathered. Only less than 100,000 troops were left guarding the entrance of the Deku battlefield. With so little military power, if they entered the Deku battlefield and dispersed among more than 10 defense fortresses, the forces would be too scattered, with less than 10,000 at each fortress, which wouldn't be very effective and could easily be defeated one by one. At such times, sacrifices had to be made. Yang Yi decisively abandoned the more than 10 defense fortresses laboriously built inside the Deku battlefield. However, the Lizard Tribe's troops were now all concentrated together, seemingly waiting for some opportunity, and had not launched a hasty attack, so the defense fortresses inside the Deku might not necessarily fall. Even if they truly fell, once they defeated the main forces of the Lizard Tribe, they could rebuild. The key now was whether they could defeat the main forces of the Lizard Tribe. If they won, the crisis at the Deku battlefield could be resolved. If they lost, they might have to retreat to the base city and wait for support from Kyoto and other base cities. At this moment, within the Deku battlefield, the 500,000 army had already set off. Like before, Chen Yu did not follow in the midst of the large troops, but was alone high in the sky. His number of soul servants had now nearly reached 30,000, and he still had no intention of holding back, summoning all his soul servants ready to strike at any moment. This time, they were facing the Lizard Tribe's main forces, which had many generals and an overall military strength of over 1 million. They were already at a numerical disadvantage, so they definitely couldn't hold back. As long as they had the advantage in terms of elite forces, the battle would be easier, but they still needed to minimize losses. This time, out of the 7 general-level forces at the Deku battlefield from the base city side, 6 were deployed, leaving only 1 to lead the team on the outskirts to deal with any unexpected situations that might arise, including the 18 general-level forces. Chen Yu himself had, the base city side had a total of 25 general-level forces to commit to the coming battle, which should give them an advantage in both number and quality of elite forces. After all, even without his involvement before, base city had managed to withstand the lizardfolk's assault, suggesting that the enemy did not possess an overwhelming number of general-level combatants. As Chen Yu pondered this, he shared the vision of a soul servant scouting in the distance. He saw the dense, approaching masses of the lizardfolk army and frowned. It seemed their movements had been anticipated. The lizard folk had mobilized as well, and a rough estimate suggested their numbers were 3 to 4 times greater than his own. Moreover, the 20 or so lizard folk at the forefront appeared to be of the general rank, both in size and aura. With a thought, he signaled the scouting soul servant to keep a distance to avoid annihilation. The situation was becoming tricky. It seemed they could only do their best and leave the rest to fate. At this point, regardless of their advantages or disadvantages, a retreat was out of the question. They had to fight and only consider retreating if they couldn't hold their ground. With a thought, 10 general-rank soul servants hidden underground moved beneath Yang Yi's position, ready to coordinate with him in battle. If they could unexpectedly eliminate a few of the lizardfolk generals first, wouldn't they then have the upper hand in terms of peak combat power? Yang Yi felt immensely reassured by this. With his current near-martial rank combat power, combined with Chen Yu's 10 invincible general rank soul servants of the same level, they should be able to hold their ground even against martial rank forces, especially since the intelligence gathered indicated that the enemy had no martial rank powers. Soon both sides met on a vast plain. Seeing that the enemy's numbers greatly exceeded their own and their peak combat power was also beyond expectations, everyone from Base City's side looked grim, but with the arrow already notched to the bowstring, they had no choice but to shoot. With no common language between them, there was nothing to be discussed. Enemies upon meeting glared with fury. The battle commenced without delay. City Lord Yang Yi leapt into the air, spear in hand, and plunged into the lizardfolk ranks, single-handedly matching 8 lizardfolk generals without falling short. The other 5 general-rank talents from Base City also joined the fray. With Chen Yu's general-rank soul servants yet to join the battle, they were somewhat at a disadvantage in terms of peak combat power and overall military strength, primarily due to the sheer disparity in numbers. In such a situation, Chen Yu immediately commanded his soul servants to attack. The general-rank soul servants hidden underground suddenly sprang up, ambushing the lizardfolk generals surrounding Yang Yi. This move swiftly disrupted the balance, seriously injuring 2 major lizardfolk generals and significantly reducing their combat effectiveness. Seeing this, Yang Yi fought with even greater ferocity, each move lethal. High above, Chen Yu kept 3,000 soul servants and 3 general-rank combatants by his side for protection, while the rest plunged into the battlefield, fearlessly leading the charge into the heart of the lizardfolk army. Liu Kang even activated his innate ability, transforming into a giant ape and applying a berserk buff to the surrounding soul servants. After augmenting his allies, he recklessly threw himself into the enemy forces. This was his first battle since becoming a soul servant to Chen Yu, and he fought with exceptional zeal. Yechi and Aliki, the 2 great lizard clan war soul servants, showed no regard for the camaraderie of their kin as they plunged into the lizard ranks, activating their unmatched slaughter mode. No enemy could withstand a single strike from them. Each of their attacks could slay hundreds of lizards. In contrast, the attacks from the surrounding lizard clan could hardly inflict any damage on them. Realizing this, 2 of the lizard clan's warlords, faces filled with rage, immediately broke off to confront Yechi and Aliki, determined to stop their massacre. High above, Chen Yu observed the entire scene with a calm demeanor. Although the lizard clan's army outnumbered theirs by a large margin, the disparity in top-tier combat strength meant that the battle was evolving in a direction favorable to the Base City from the start. With the assistance of 10 general-grade soul servants, Yang Yi was overwhelmingly dominating the lizard warlords, and it seemed only a matter of time before they would be defeated or killed. The other general-grade forces of the Base City managed to hold their own against the lizard warlords thanks to the help from Yechi and others, resulting in a balanced situation. As for Yechi and Aliki, their 2-on-2 battle, bolstered by their soul state's enhanced combat abilities, clearly showed their superiority, forcing their opponents to retreat continuously. The clash of top-tier powers clearly favored the Base City. This allowed Chen Yu to breathe a sigh of relief. On the Legion's side, facing an army much larger than themselves, they coordinated well and even deployed battle formations among the alien troops. Despite having the support of over 20,000 soul servants, the Base City side still did not gain much advantage. Noticing this and feeling that there was no immediate danger on his end, Chen Yu considered deploying all 3 of his general-grade combat powers to the battlefield to reduce the losses among his middle and lower-tier forces. However, before he could make the arrangements, a huge figure suddenly appeared at the rear of the alien army, charging towards Chen Yu's position at an astonishing speed. A commander level? Definitely an ambush. What is this addition of 3 general-grade combat powers? The enemy, huge, fast, trouble. That creature is charging at Chen Yu. A lizard clan powerhouse, far larger than any Chen Yu had previously encountered, rushed towards him like lightning, exuding a deadly aura and an imposing momentum. Despite the distance, Chen Yu could feel the murderous intent directed at him. All the aliens along the path hastily dodged. Those who didn't were smashed into pulp, utterly ruthless. Realizing this, the 10 major general-grade soul servants who were encircling and attacking the lizard warlords with Yang Yi immediately reacted. They quickly left the battlefield, soared into the sky, and bypassed the intervening lizard troops attempting to block them, intercepting the suddenly appearing lizard powerhouse headed for Chen Yu. Yang Yi, left to face the remaining 5 lizard warlords alone, didn't feel much pressure. After all, they were already wounded from the previous fierce attacks, which had impacted their combat effectiveness. In his fleeting spare time, he glanced at the lizard race warrior who, despite being besieged by 10 top general-level soul servants, remained unflustered and even managed to counterattack. His brow furrowed deeply. He could distinctly feel the opponent's aura, which surpassed the strength of a general level, and his defensive power was astonishing. nearly impregnable under the siege. If the general-level forces couldn't break through his defense, there was only one possibility left: martial-level strength. Why would there be a martial-level power here? Yang Yi's face showed shock. The strength of the spatial channel in the caverns near the Mo Bay base city wasn't very strong, and it could only pass through general-level strength at most. Usually, the strongest among the invading alien troops were merely at the early or middle general level. Even though the strength of this cavern's spatial channel had increased significantly this time, the strongest lizard they had encountered before only had late general level strength. A peak general level had never appeared. Why would a martial level suddenly appear now? It was incomprehensible. Reality didn't give Yang Yi much time to ponder these thoughts. Just as the lizard war general, who was being defeated and seemed on the verge of collapse, witnessed the arrival of their own martial-level power, his morale skyrocketed despite his injuries, and he charged into the fray. This forced Yang Yi to focus solely on facing the enemy. At this moment he could only hope that Chen Yu could hold back this lizard war marshal, otherwise the situation would be very unfavorable for the base city. Can't win even with 10 against 1, observing the lizard warrior who still held a slight advantage under the siege of 10 major general-level soul servants. Chen Yu narrowed his eyes. Martial level, huh? Especially since the opponent occasionally glanced over, clearly aware of the situation on his side. Without hesitation, with a thought, Chen Yu sent the 3 major general-level soul servants beside him to join the fight. If 10 against 1 didn't win, then it would be 13 against 1. If that still wasn't enough, he would call in more general-level forces to overwhelm the enemy. He absolutely couldn't let this dangerous foe get close to him. No longer staying aloof in the air to watch, Chen Yu flew towards the area where Yang Yi was with his soul servants, quickly approaching to transport the bodies of the 3 lizard war generals that had been killed. Noticing Chen Yu's intentions, Yang Yi cleverly lured the lizard war general he was fighting away to a distance, creating enough space for Chen Yu. Truly worthy of being the city lord, his judgment was indeed sharp. Landing on the ground protected by thousands of soul servants, Chen Yu activated his innate abilities. In the distance, relying on his strong defensive capabilities, the lizard war marshal fought desperately, launching attacks on the surrounding general-level soul servants. Regardless of the consequences, the opponent's attacks contained mysterious energy fluctuations carrying elemental damage. Even though the soul form reduced the damage somewhat recklessly, taking a hit from the opponent would still cause severe vibrations in a soul body of general level strength, requiring a couple of seconds to recover. Despite being 13 against 1, they still couldn't suppress the opponent. The gap between martial level and general level was clearly revealed at this moment. Several kilometers away, after smashing the lizard war general that had been restraining him, Goku continued in his giant ape form and quickly joined the throng attacking the lizard war marshal. Caught off guard with clenched fists, he struck heavily from behind on the opponent's back. The lizard clan warlord, confident in his own defenses, sensed Goku's intention but did not care. Continuing to fiercely attack the silver ring red python, he bore the brunt of Goku's strike staunchly. Boom! The punch exploded, solidly hitting the opponent's back. The immense force caused a change in the lizard clan warlord's expression and sent him flying dozens of meters before he could stabilize. During this, he inevitably endured attacks from other general-level soul servants. Showing a look of pain, his gaze immediately focused on Goku. Seeking death, roar! Goku roared loudly, expending energy to enhance himself and the surrounding general-level soul servants with a berserk buff, then charged straight forward. Breaking through the defense should work, should be able to wear him down. Relieved and with fatigue evident between his brows, Chen Yu summoned 3 alien clan warlord soul servants with a thought. After a moment of confusion, they understood their current situation and immediately offered their loyalty. Thinking that the lizard clan warlord wouldn't be a problem for a while, Chen Yu sent them to support Yang Yi, hoping to quickly free up this quasi-martial level combatant to join in the encirclement of the lizard clan warlord. With my current mental strength, the limit should be absorbing the souls of 4 general-level combatants, after which I am likely to lose consciousness. Having absorbed the souls of 3 lizard clan warlords, Chen Yu now felt completely drained, gaining a more intuitive understanding of his current mental strength and immediately dismissed the idea of continuing to absorb souls. The battle was still ongoing, and losing consciousness would be too dangerous. A wise man does not stand under a collapsing wall. Riding a flying soul servant, Chen Yu flew high into the sky, dodged a barrage of attacks and distanced himself from the battlefield, keeping only 3,000 soul servants as guards, but feeling it safer to stay away from the battlefield. without any general-level soul servants by his side. He felt insecure. Yang Yi had no objections to Chen Yu's seemingly deserter-like behavior, knowing Chen Yu's situation, whose main combat power lay in his soul servants. With the addition of the 3 new Lizard Clan warlord soul servants, Chen Yu's general-level combat power had reached 21, not to mention the more than 20,000 fearless soul servants at the forefront. Really, nothing more could be asked of him. Once Chen Yu died, these soul servants would also disperse immediately. Losing the hard-earned advantage, so withdrawing from the battlefield was indeed the best choice. Arriving 10 kilometers away from the battlefield, Chen Yu finally felt somewhat secure. While recovering his energy, he kept an eye on the battlefield through shared vision. The Lizard Clan warlord alone held off 14 of Chen Yu's warlord soul servants with his own strength. Even though Goku's attacks could break his defense, the warlord showed no signs of defeat such terrifying martial-level power. However, in other areas, with the help of 3 Lizard Clan warlords' soul servants, Yang Yi easily suppressed the opponent's 5 warlords, and it seemed it wouldn't take long to crush the opposition. By the time it was right, they could launch an assault on the warlord of the Lizard Clan. Defeating the Lizard Clan's warlord meant that victory for the base city was only a matter of time. Even though the Legion was currently at a disadvantage due to their numbers, the impact of having superior top-tier forces would soon outweigh the sheer volume of lower-tier combatants. It seemed a victory was imminent. However, just as Chen Yu was beginning to relax, what he saw through the shared vision made his expression change dramatically. There's no such thing as a free lunch. They're running away. Watching the swift retreat of the Lizard Clan's commanding warlord, his figure rapidly shrinking in the distance, Chen Yu immediately felt a sense of urgency. It wouldn't be long before Yang Yi could wrap up his battle and join the encirclement efforts. Wearing down the enemy was just a matter of time. Once their top-tier forces secured a complete victory, they could harvest the Lizard Clan's army of over 1 million, fully resolving the crisis of this alien invasion and even purging the Lizard Clan from the subterranean battlefield. Chen Yu had even begun to assess whether his current mental state would allow him to absorb the soul of that commanding warlord. Unexpectedly, seeing the unfavorable turn of events, the Lizard Clan's commander fled outright. Where was the dignity of the strong? Indeed, the stronger one is, the more they fear death. Soon, the figure of the enemy disappeared completely from sight. With their leader gone, the Lizard Clan's army immediately began to scatter and flee. If they couldn't retain the commander, they had to try to capture as many of the generals as possible. Chen Yu instructed his subordinates to ignore the other alien forces and focus on encircling and intercepting the Lizard Clan's generals, aiming to capture all of them. He hadn't forgotten the minor goal he had set earlier. Now, they were just 9 generals short of reaching 30. The task wasn't too difficult. It would be best to beat these lizard generals to near death, then Chen Yu could absorb them once he had regained his energy. Killing them outright would be a waste. Despite increasing the difficulty for himself, in the end he only managed to capture 5 lizard generals alive, with most being killed. Of the 20-some generals, only 3 managed to escape, marking a heavy loss for the Lizard Clan. However, the escape of the Lizard Clan's commanding warlord remained a significant problem. In the subterranean battlefield, a commander-level force was a unique existence, and only Chen Yu could defeat him by mobbing tactics. Not even the city lord Yang Yi could match up. According to Yang Yi, his power had reached the threshold of the commander level and could break through at any moment, potentially allowing him to fight the enemy on equal footing. It was likely that the enemy commander had been at the peak of the general level when he came and had just recently advanced. This was the only reasonable explanation. Thinking of this, the high-ranking officials of Base City, including Yang Yi, broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, they had brought Chen Yu along, or they would have undoubtedly faced a grave defeat, not just in the subterranean battlefield but possibly even losing Base City itself. Thank goodness for Chen Yu, and thankfully he was an S-class talent and sufficiently powerful. After this battle, in terms of cutting-edge combat power, Base City clearly has the upper hand. However, in terms of the quantity of available combat power, it still falls short of the enemy. At the beginning of the conflict, the lizard race had assembled an army of about 1.8 million, of which over 900,000 were left behind and more than 800,000 fled. Base City had 500,000 combatants and lost nearly 50,000. Without the protection of a sturdy defensive fortress and taking the initiative to attack, facing an enemy several times their number, and even with the help of soul servants to draw fire, the losses were still heavy. Nevertheless, the victories were remarkable. Going forward, all that's needed is to ascertain the movements of the lizard race, attack once more, eliminate their viable forces, and take out their commander-level powerhouse. This would decide the outcome of the battle in one fell swoop and thoroughly resolve the crisis of this alien invasion on the side of the caverns. Afterward, it could bring several years of stability and peace to Base City, a time to recuperate and gather strength. But that's a story for later. After a long and fierce battle, everyone is in dire need of rest. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, Chenyu came to the body of a lizard warrior general, and despite feeling exhausted, he converted the soul into a soul servant. He then absorbed over 1,000 lizard souls to replenish his ordinary soul servants before magnificently passing out. Surrounded by 21 commander-level soul servants and an army of more than 20,000 soul servants, Chenyu was protected in the middle with no one allowed to approach. Seeing this scene, the others around knew his intent. Certainly, they would not seek trouble nor had the capability to pose a threat to Chenyu. Everyone was busy with their own matters, consciously staying away from the area where Chenyu was. Yet, their gazes would occasionally drift over, filled with admiration and reverence. To think that in less than half a year of awakening his talent, Chenyu had acquired the strength to decide the outcome of a million-level war. If one had not seen it with their own eyes and felt it personally, who could believe that Chenyu had progressed so rapidly and possessed such formidable power? After this battle, everyone deeply engraved Chenyu in their memories. Meanwhile, over 5,000 kilometers away from Mo Bay Base City in the sky, 3 male figures were flying at high speed. From a bird's-eye view, their destination was indeed Mo Bay Base City. All three looked haggard and weary. With several thousand kilometers still to go to Mo Bay Base City, they decided to take a brief rest so as not to arrive too exhausted to display their full combat abilities, which would be rather awkward. The leader suggested this plan. Alright, with the strength of Mo Bay Base City, they should still be able to hold on for a while, the person on the left agreed. Even with their commander-level combat abilities, they had been almost non-stop traveling from Jingdu Base City, aiding other base cities along the way in their fights against aliens, and were now extremely fatigued and in urgent need of rest. Hearing the other two agree, the remaining person didn't say much more and stopped speaking with a hint of doubt. Wasn't there intelligence before that the alien races around Mo Bay Base City might join forces to march on Mo Bay? But along the way we haven't even seen a shadow of the aliens, which feels a bit off. Intelligence can be true or false, not entirely trustworthy. Speaking of which, you've improved quite quickly, haven't you? It seems you're about to break through to the late stages of the commander level. You can start looking forward to the protectorate level. It seems that other worlds are indeed very suitable for cultivation and advancement. It's just that danger and opportunity coexist. On Earth we have compatriots we can rely on, but in other worlds we can only rely on ourselves, and a single misstep could lead to total annihilation. There's no such thing as a free lunch in the world. If you want to gain something, you definitely need to give something in return. Yes, it seems they thought of something, and all three fell silent. They replenished their energy on the spot, rested for over 3 hours, and after restoring themselves to their peak condition, they once again soared into the air, quickly flying towards the direction of the northern desert base city. At this time, Chenyu had already recovered his spirits and awakened, ceaselessly absorbing the souls of 2 lizard clan war generals, transforming them into soul servants. With this, the number of his battle forces increased to 24. On the side of the base city, the battlefield had already been cleared, and the current movements and assembly locations of the foreign races were also known thanks to the scouts. Seeing that Chenyu had woken up, Yang Yi gave an order, and the army of over 400,000 continued their march. They pursued the victory, giving the lizard clan no chance to breathe. This time, their main target was to kill the commander-level powerhouses of the lizard clan, and secondly, to eliminate their living forces within the underground battlefield, determined to settle the fate of the universe once and for all. Using the right resource for minor tasks is truly convenient. Having flying soul servants really saves effort compared to flying by oneself without worrying about physical stamina. Yang Yi, who was unabashedly standing on the back of a white-headed eagle, grinned. After reaching the general level, his physical fitness had reached a considerably impressive level, and his mental strength was generally not too bad. Relying on some special techniques, he could fly in the air. However, for long distance flight, the general level strength was still far from sufficient. It required commander level strength. If the main standard for measuring general level and below was strength, then upon reaching the commander level, there were more stringent assessments and standards to consider. Not just physical fitness, but the strength of mental power and combat skills were also within the scope of assessment. In the current state of Long Country, general level strength could only be considered as middle tier. Commander level was truly top tier elite power. Of course, if it comes to specific regions of the country, it would be a different situation altogether. After all, not all base cities guarding the underground like Kyoto and Magic City, those few super large base cities have the highest combat power reaching the protectorate level. Like the northern desert base city, the strongest enemy they had encountered before was only at the mid-general level, which is why Yang Yi with his peak general level strength could become the lord of the base city, holding a very stable position. However, this time the situation had clearly changed with the appearance of a commander-level powerhouse among the Lizard clan. This broke the long-standing understanding and balance. It can be anticipated that after this crisis is over, if Yang Yi cannot break through to the commander level in a short time, then Kyoto will definitely send a commander-level powerhouse to take over and become the lord of the city. In this era, power is everything. If Yang Yi could break through to the martial level, there would be no problems. At this moment, hearing Yang Yi's words tinged with envy, Chen Yu almost wanted to roll his eyes at him, but he restrained himself. The lord of the city suggested you could try to subdue some of the flying beasts in the wilderness. With your strength, it shouldn't be too difficult. Indeed, that was an option, but it wasn't necessary. Not only was it time-consuming and labor-intensive, but beasts were just beasts, fraught with too much uncertainty. Compared to them, your soul servants are far better, completely loyal and utterly trustworthy. Yang Yi felt even more envious. He was now very curious whether Chen Yu could really transform souls into soul servants indefinitely. But considering that this involved personal secrets and the specific details of one's innate abilities, which are highly sensitive for those with talents, he refrained from asking. Deep down he understood that even if Chen Yu couldn't control souls infinitely, the number he currently controlled indicated that reaching the national protector level was only a matter of time. He was certainly worth focusing on for cultivation. Thinking this, Yang Yi felt a pang of bitterness. He realized that the Mo North base city could no longer provide Chen Yu with the support corresponding to his strength. With Chen Yu now stronger than him, the city lord, if he really wanted something, he could simply go and get it himself. Due to his innate ability, fundamentally his need for resources wasn't as great as other talented individuals, relying on the reciprocal nourishment when converting soul servants. Along with his own S-rank talent level, Chen Yu's speed of gaining strength could be said to be unprecedentedly fast. As far as Yang Yi knew, among those S-rank talents who had reached the national protector level, none had progressed as quickly as Chen Yu. Each had spent years, even over a decade, gone through countless battles, and consumed unimaginable resources to reach the national protector level. By comparison, Chen Yu's cost-effectiveness was simply too high. Unfortunately, such outstanding combat power likely wouldn't belong to the Mo North base city for long. Even if Chen Yu was willing to stay, the capital wouldn't allow such a powerful asset to remain in Mo North. It was a clear case of underutilization, and it was hindering Chen Yu's progression. From the perspective of national interest in Chen Yu's personal development, leaving Mo North base city was indeed the best choice. Yang Yi felt helpless. Unaware of Yang Yi's inner turmoil, Chen Yu was focused on driving back the lizard race, so he switched his view to one of the flying soul servants. Deep in the battlefield for reconnaissance, checking the surroundings, the area where the base city had previously detected the large forces of the lizard race was now completely devoid of any lizard figures. Hundreds of thousands of lizards had just disappeared without a trace, which was simply inconceivable. Armed with this information, Chen Yu dispatched flying soul servants to scout the area. However, the size of the cavernous battlefield exceeded his expectations. It was just too vast. After several hours, he still couldn't find any trace of the lizards. However, he managed to increase the number of his martial-level soul servants by one. There were also two severely wounded lizard war generals being carried by a soul servant, waiting for Chen Yu's spiritual power to recover before he could perform soul conversion. This meant he now had 27 martial-level soul servants. Once again encountering the warlord of the lizard clan, Chen Yu was determined to fight 27-1, believing that victory was within reach. But first, they had to locate the elusive enemy. You are lizard people, not mice. How can you hide so well? Chen Yu mused as he continued his search. Seeing that Chen Yu was not in the mood for conversation, instead choosing to meditate and recuperate, Yang Yi did not disturb him. Quietly standing guard, his gaze frequently drifted towards the large army below. After the final battle, it was uncertain how many of the over 400,000 talented warriors would remain. The resources at the northern desert base city were Scarce, barely sufficient to support 10 million people, any more would precipitate a resource crisis, and the supply for the talented ones would also become problematic. This was in stark contrast to the resource-rich base cities of Long Country with populations often in the tens of millions. If this battle ended with heavy losses, recovery would take a significant amount of time. In the face of the increasingly severe alien crisis, this was undoubtedly fatal. Yang Yi felt uneasy, yet he knew he had no choice but to proceed, or else they might not overcome this crisis. Once Qin Yu departed, all hopes would rest on reinforcements from the capital for Yang Yi. Alone was increasingly overwhelmed. It was a rare occurrence to find a super genius only to have to send him away. It was truly challenging. As Chen Yu and his team searched for the Lizard Clan's army preparing for a decisive battle, 3 high-ranking warriors from the capital had already arrived at the outskirts of the battlefield. After revealing their identities and learning that Chen Yu and his team had taken the initiative to strike and achieved victory, they were surprised. They were especially shocked to hear that the Lizard Clan had a warlord-level fighter and that Chen Yu commanded over 20 general-level warriors. They couldn't believe it, but they also knew that the northern desert base city would not lie about such matters. There was no need, as their presence made any lie easily exposed, considering that they had now entered the final phase of the battle, but the periphery might still face attacks from alien coalition forces. One of them stayed to guard the perimeter while the other 2 entered the battlefield to rendezvous. Meanwhile, they were incredibly curious about Chen Yu, who had awakened less than half a year ago yet possessed a combat power close to a warlord level, a feat extreme even for someone with an S-rank talent. Seeing is believing, they thought, feeling the need to meet Chen Yu in person. Just as the 2 high-ranking warriors entered the subterranean battlefield, Chen Yu, who had dispatched over 100 flying soul servants for reconnaissance, finally located the large lizard army. After some searching, what he saw made him pause in astonishment. A space portal opened, signaling the start of the final battle. What was that thing? Amidst the mountains in the Central Plains, a massive lizard army surrounded a gigantic portal about 100 meters tall and a kilometer wide, emitting a black light that seemed to suck in one's soul. The scene was truly spectacular. Before Chen Yu could continue observing, it seemed that the soul servant's gaze was detected. Suddenly, a strangely bright arrow shot out from within the lizard race's army. There was no time to react. In an instant it struck the soul servant, knocking him to the ground. Immediately after, several lizard race generals appeared, and after a series of attacks, the soul servant was utterly destroyed, leaving Chen Yu without his vision, his expression turning grim. Just wait, I will defeat all of you and turn you into my soul servants, he thought to himself. With this thought, Chen Yu opened his eyes and turned to Yang Yi beside him, recounting everything he had just witnessed. Sharing vision, huh? A very practical ability, he remarked with admiration. Yang Yi's expression gradually became serious. The light gate you saw must be the spatial passage in the cavern battlefield directly connecting to the world of the lizard race. It seems they are prepared to defend it to the death. A spatial passage. I had suspected as much. Chen Yu was not surprised and curiously asked, since the lizard race can use the spatial passage to reach Earth, can we use it to go to the lizard race's world? Naturally, it's possible, but there are restrictions. For one, the strength cannot exceed that of a general, at least for now. That's how it is. As the passage strengthens over time, the level of strength allowed to pass through it should increase, Yang Yi explained. Since the appearance of the cavern, nearly 100 years had passed, and the predecessors had naturally considered concentrating their power to counterattack the alien races and occupy their world, bringing resources back to Earth. This idea was excellent, but the difficulty in implementing it was extremely great. The strength of the alien races was far greater than what they had seen so far. The inadequacy of the cavern's spatial passage prevented them from sending their top combat forces, and the overall number of troops transported was also significantly limited. This gave Earth a chance to breathe. If Earth's top forces were to go to the alien world without considering the strength issues once they revealed themselves, they would immediately be isolated and surrounded by tens of millions, hundreds of millions, or even billions of aliens. With Earth's current resources, they were clearly no match. After several attempts, the losses were heavy without much gain, leading to a deficit, and they abandoned the idea of further exploration, focusing instead on defense. However, in recent years, this situation seemed to have changed somewhat, but Yang Yi in his current position was not privy to the details. Returning to the present, now that they knew the location of the lizard race's main force and had found the position of the spatial passage in the cavern battlefield, they definitely needed to find a way to take control of it. Without much thought, it was clear that the lizard race would not easily leave the spatial passage. Once the Mobay base city controlled the area around the passage, it would significantly impact the lizard race who were intent on invading Earth. It was foreseeable that the lizard race would desperately defend the spatial passage. As time went on, the enemy would continue to transport forces from their world, so time was of the essence. The longer they waited, the lower Chen Yu and his team's chances of winning. Without further discussion, after obtaining the specific location of the spatial passage and the main forces of the lizard-like species from Chen Yu, Yang Yi immediately jumped down to rendezvous with the troops below and began to march towards the battleground. Previously, due to the unknown location of the lizard-like species, the march of the large force was not very fast. Now that the direction was known, the speed of the march increased several times. With the outstanding physical abilities of the talented ones, a forced march of 2 hours posed no problem for their stamina. Situated among the mountains, the terrain was easy to defend but hard to attack, and it seemed I was mostly likely to act as the vanguard once again. Knowing this situation, Chen Yu felt that he must continue to enhance his top strength. He immediately had his soul servant bring over the last remaining lizard-like warrior, easily crushed it to death, and after some effort transformed it into a soul servant. During this period, because he had been continuously absorbing souls without fully recovering, Chen Yu's mental state had always been extremely exhausted. At first it was very uncomfortable, but over time he got used to it. People had become numb. However, the gains were quite substantial. He now had 27 general-level combatants under his command, already fearless against general top-tier fighters. Although his own strength was still at the general level, with the combined strength of his soul servants, he firmly reached the commander level. This combat strength should pose no problem in ensuring his safety in the upcoming great battle. Moreover, he generally commanded from a distance and did not join the battlefield himself. As long as he wasn't deliberately targeted and no defensive flaws occurred, there should be no safety issues. The great battle was about to commence, and Chen Yu no longer dwelled on other matters, focusing instead on restoring his energy. The journey of 2 hours took them 3 hours to complete, including an hour of rest, to face the impending great battle in optimal condition. The lizard-like species was clearly prepared, with both sides confronting each other across the mountains. To enter, one could either fly over or take a single mountain path about 20 meters wide, making it extremely difficult to deploy all forces at once. Understanding this, Chen Yu did not shirk or hesitate, leaving only 3 general-level soul servants by his side and sending out the rest as the vanguard, seemingly ready to withstand the enemy's barrage of arrows and break into their ranks. This put the lizard-like species on high alert, ready to launch a long-range attack. In this situation, 5,000 soul servants led by 10 general-level soul servants took the initiative under the cover of the underground approach to the central area of the mountains, launching a sudden attack that disrupted the formation of the lizard-like species' long-range troops, with the aerial soul servant army striking swiftly and timely. 13 general-level soul servants, along with Yang Yi, who had come to assist, quickly approached a commander-level strongman of the lizard-like species. The battle soon ensued. Outside the mountains, an army of over 400,000 talented ones also directly advanced. The decisive battle had begun. With over 20,000 soul servants facing an enemy outnumbering them by dozens of times, they showed no fear or hesitation, constantly striking the lizard-like species battle formation under the leadership of 10 general-level combatants. It was as if a sharp dagger had thrust directly into the heartland of the lizardmen, piercing everything that stood in its way. The lizardmen's ranged units in the rear were particularly targeted, rendering them unable to launch long-distance attacks and delaying the advance of the main forces from the base city. Thanks to the outstanding performance of this soul servant army, the lizardmen's battle formation was no longer tight and orderly, clearly becoming chaotic. Their combat effectiveness was probably reduced to about 70%. Meanwhile, the lizardmen troops guarding the plain's entrance collided with the vanguard of the base city. The sounds of slaughter were incessant, with casualties on both sides. After a brief stalemate, what seemed like a balanced situation was broken. Led by 5 generals with exceptional talents, the base city's side effectively wielded 5 indestructible blades, gaining a significant advantage and quickly forcing the lizardmen into a retreat. Following the previous major battle, the number of lizardmen at the general level had drastically dropped to 5, while on the side of the North Desert there were as many as 33 at the general level. The gap in top-tier combat power was stark, and even though the North Desert base city was at a disadvantage in terms of lower and mid-level combat power, the situation was clearly more favorable for them. Once again, it was proven that top-tier combat power plays a far more decisive role in battle than lower and mid-level forces. Chen Yu became even more convinced of his strategy to ensure quality before seeking quantity. Looking over the entire battlefield now, with the lizardman's martial-level power being besieged and unable to extricate himself to support the battlefield or approach, Chen Yu victory for the North Desert base city was only a matter of time. The only variable was how many forces the lizardmen would send through the spatial portal and whether any top-tier powers would come. For this, Chen Yu had no solution but to try to end the battle as quickly as possible and then set up defensive fortifications at the exit of the spatial portal, a strategy he referred to as Abuse Spring. Fortunately, he had arrived in time, otherwise the battle would have been difficult. Sharing his vision, Chen Yu was relieved to see the spatial portal continuously transporting lizardmen troops, but he did not let down his guard and consciously kept his distance from the lizardman war marshal. On the current battlefield, only the opponent could pose a significant threat to him, even without relying on soul servants. Relying solely on his own strength, those lizardmen generals could not pose too much of a threat to him. After all, he was not only physically superior but his mental attributes were even stronger. Except for a lack of combat experience, he had no obvious weaknesses at the moment. His equipment was also of very high quality and ordinary generals certainly were no match for Chen Yu. Moreover, he was guarded by 3 general-level soul servants, ensuring a high level of safety. Not rushing to enter the battlefield to absorb souls, Chen Yu was still waiting for the right moment. He had to wait until the opponent's top-tier powers were subdued before considering the issue of soul absorption. Given his current mental state, he definitely could not complete the absorption and transformation of the souls of martial-level powers, so he needed to rest and recover. First, in the previous great battle, Chen Yu had already been anticipating the arrival of a commander-level soul servant. This time, it seemed that the enemy would not flee. As long as he could grind down his opponent, he would secure his commander-level soul servant. Of course, this was contingent on his ability to absorb the soul. The gap in strength between a general level and a commander level was vast, and without prior experience, Chen Yu was uncertain of his success. On the battlefield, the fierce combat continued with both sides fully entangled with each other. In the combat involving the lower and middle tier forces, the base city's troops, despite being numerically inferior, managed to carve out some advantages due to the leadership of their top-tier fighters. All troops had now moved into the plains surrounded by mountains where the legions could deploy fully and leverage their combat strength, which was a piece of good news. The remaining 5 lizard generals suffered a siege from 10 major general-level soul servants. Outmatched in one-on-one combat, let alone 2 against 1, they were brutally suppressed and seemed unlikely to last much longer. The key battlefield was nestled within the mountains with only one way out now under Chen Yu's control. Unless one could fly over the mountains, breaking out was the only option. Chen Yu had strategically left a general-level soul servant at the exit to prevent escapes. It was a targeted move. Clearly, the lizard species could not fly, thus, apart from fighting to the death, they had no other means of survival. This, to some extent, enhanced the lizard species' combat effectiveness, posing a significant threat to the Northern Desert's troops. Watching his comrades fall dead or lose their combat capability due to injuries, Yang Yi was both enraged and anxious. His attacks became increasingly fierce, focused on quickly eliminating the commander-level power of the lizard species and then supporting the main force to minimize losses. Significant losses would take a long time to recover from given the current state of the Northern Desert base city. With the increasing frequency of alien invasions, this was undoubtedly fatal. As Yang Yi began his desperate assault, the surrounding soul servants also intensified their attacks. Wukong, who had transformed into a giant ape, once again activated his berserk ability. However, this was a targeted berserk affecting a smaller area and consuming more energy, used only within a limited range to benefit a smaller number of allies. For a large army, it was still more effective and reasonable to use a non-directed berserk to ensure energy conservation and enhance buff efficiency. In the current situation, with not many allies around, targeted berserk was undoubtedly the preferred choice. Facing the increasingly fierce attacks from the berserk soul servants and the all-out reckless assault from Yang Yi, the besieged lizard commander was clearly overwhelmed. His injuries increased and his offensive weakened. Given the current state of the duel, it seemed unlikely that the commander would last an hour. Chen Yu was not prepared to wait that long. He redeployed 5 general-level soul servants from within the battlefield to the front, forcing the lizard commander into a defensive stance. Already unable to counterattack, Realizing the situation, the surrounding lizard warriors were extremely anxious. They were unable to help in any way, their strength insufficient to even join the battle. The aftershocks of the fight were enough to injure them. However, just when Chen Yu thought he had secured victory in this decisive battle, a large lizard warrior suddenly burst out from the spatial portal, quickly grasping the situation on the battlefield and preparing to support their commanding warrior. Following him were thousands of well-equipped lizard warriors. Such a nuisance, Chen Yu frowned, not allowing the opponent to interfere. He was just about to assign a general-level soul servant to block them when he distinctly felt two powerful auras approaching rapidly from the right rear. He hurriedly looked over and saw two figures flying over from the distant horizon at an astonishing speed, ignoring him and directly joining the battlefield. Was this even humanly possible? Allies? Watching as they flew swiftly over his head and launched a sharp offensive against the lizard warriors, Chen Yu squinted his eyes. He was curious about their combat style. Their bodies were enveloped in a silvery white flow-like armor, displaying astonishing defensive capabilities. The lizard warriors' attacks made no impact on them whatsoever. Each time they struck, they caused intense air fluctuations, and large numbers of lizard warriors were either killed or sent flying, crashing heavily onto the ground, incapacitated. This surely wasn't a natural ability, right? Rather than a natural ability, Chen Yu was more inclined to believe that the opponents possessed combat skills. As if to confirm his guess, the two then shouted loudly, activating their innate abilities. One of them increased his speed several folds, and with Chen Yu's eyesight and perception he could only see after images. If he were to fight against this person, he probably wouldn't be able to react and would be killed instantly. This made Chen Yu feel quite uncomfortable. Still not strong enough, the Mobei base city was too small, and its strongest had not reached the commander level, thus limiting Chen Yu's perspective. This was a warning for him not to become complacent. There were many strong individuals in this world, and with his current strength, facing a real powerhouse, he would probably be instantly killed. He must not be reckless. He needed to continue to develop cautiously. The other person then drew a war blade, and with each swing visible blade energy was generated. The slashes, tens of meters long, emitted an incredibly fierce aura. Even from a distance, Chen Yu felt as if his skin was about to be sliced open. Impressive, Chen Yu admired. With their innate abilities activated, both of them had greatly increased their combat power, further enhanced by their special combat skills, and in moments, nearly 10,000 aliens had perished at their hands. Too fast, too strong. With their addition, the base city's victory progress was undoubtedly accelerated. Without a doubt, both individual strengths were beyond the general level. Their identities were becoming evident, most likely powerhouses dispatched from the capital to assist. Sensing the shift in the battle, the commanders of the Lizard Clan, despite their desperate resistance, were utterly terrified, and thoughts of retreat had already begun to surface in their minds. Yang Yi, noticing the arrival of reinforcements, couldn't hide his joy. Perfect timing. Now we're truly stable. With his confidence boosted, Yang Yi was determined not to let the Lizard Clan's commander-level forces escape again, and he kept them fiercely entangled. Soon, the two reinforcements from the capital also noticed the situation on Yang Yi's side. With their keen eyesight, they could tell that aside from Yang Yi, the other commander-level fighters were not living beings. Combining this with the intelligence they had previously received, they immediately connected this to Chen Yu. However, now was not the time to focus on these details. The two stopped their easy battle, soared into the sky, and rapidly approached the position of the Lizard Clan's war commander. Seeing this, Chen Yu from a distance instructed his soul servants to withdraw from the battlefield and instead support the main force to reduce losses. With two commander-level fighters plus Yang Yi, who was almost at commander level, facing one opponent they could not possibly lose. "I advise you to be polite," said Yang Yi. The battle situation then became much clearer. The Lizard Clan's war commander, who had only recently broken through, faced the encirclement of two veteran commander-level fighters in Yang Yi's dragging. Ultimately, he lasted less than 5 minutes before he was incapacitated. If it weren't for Yang Yi's timely reminder, the war commander might have been killed by the two commander-level fighters from the capital. Seeing this, Chen Yu's favorable impression of Yang Yi increased significantly. This man was capable and even knew how to spare lives. Once the top combatant was defeated, the collapse of the rest of the small fries was just a matter of time, especially since they were surrounded by mountains in the central plains with no chance of escape. It took 2 hours, but the million-strong lizard army was either killed or incapacitated. Chen Yu gained 2 more commander-level soul servants. He now had a total of 29 commander-level fighters, if he hadn't been so mentally exhausted. he would definitely try to round out the number. However, just thinking about another commander-level fighter waiting for him brightened his mood considerably. Chen Yu, who was sitting on the back of a tusked elephant recovering his spirits, suddenly heard a voice near his ear. "You must be Chen Yu, right?" If he hadn't reacted quickly enough to stop his commander-level soul servants, they might have already attacked the newcomer. Turning his head, Chen Yu looked cautiously at the man who had suddenly appeared beside him. He hadn't noticed his approach at all and nodded. "I am, and you are quite impressive." "Haha, I'm just average. Given your rate of advancement, it won't be long before you surpass me," Lu Jin said, looking at Chen Yu with both admiration and surprise. From the information he had gathered from Yang Yi, he knew about Chen Yu's current strength. With nearly 30,000 soul servants, 29 of them at commander level, over 1,000 at school level, and the rest at least at soldier level, even he with his mid-commander level strength found Chen Yu extremely formidable. Facing such a multitude of enemies carelessly, one is very likely to meet disaster. If it weren't for the implementation of a decapitation strategy, it would be extremely difficult to handle. "I'll take your auspicious words then," Chen Yu said, his mind drifting back to the unique maneuvers he and another had used on the battlefield. Out of curiosity, he asked, "The armor you wore just now, that wasn't a natural ability, was it?" "You observed carefully," replied Lu Jin with a smile. "Indeed it wasn't my natural ability, it was a combat skill." However, Lu Jin did not elaborate further, merely offering a mysteriously knowing smile. "With your potential and strength, once you reach the Kyoto base city, you should be able to come into contact with these things quite soon." "Can I refuse?" Chen Yu's seemingly out of the blue statement took Lu Jin aback, prompting him to ask uncertainly, "You refuse? Is that not allowed?" Chen Yu frowned slightly, considering his current level of strength and needs. The Mo Bay base city could no longer offer him substantial support. However, it was safer here. Feeling that just having the level of a light warrior was not enough for him to venture out, he thought if it was about protecting the nation, it would take too long. He might as well reach the level of a commander before making a move. "No problem, it's possible, but you should know, staying in Mo Bay, your progress and strength will slow down more and more. With your talent and ability, only by going to a top-tier platform like Kyoto can you maintain a sufficiently rapid pace of improvement." Lu Jin didn't want such a promising seat of national protection level to languish in a place like Mo Bay. "Chen Yu should aim for a higher stage. I awakened my talent less than 6 months ago and have already reached the level of a general. Honestly, the speed of progress is a bit too fast, but I can't control it. I hardly practice normally and still ended up this way. I feel I can't fully exert my current strength, so I thought I'd settle down a bit more in Mo Bay base city. I won't go to Kyoto base city for now." Finding what he thought was a reasonable explanation, Chen Yu bluffed. Hearing this, Lu Jin could hardly suppress a twitch in the corner of his mouth, feeling an urge to hit someone. "What do you mean you became a general without much practice? How can that even be humanly possible?" But then a sudden realization struck Lu Jin and he looked at Chen Yu incredulously. "You reached the level of a general? An 18-year-old general, the strongest new generation soul servant with general level strength in Dragon Country and having one's own strength reach general level are two different concepts." According to Lu Jin's estimate of the S-rank soul control talent, Chen Yu must have been born with incredibly strong mental power, making his soul nurturing space far surpass those of the two historical soul controllers in Dragon Country, a truly unique talent. This is why Chen Yu could have so many soul servants. Following this line of thought, Chen Yu's strength lay in his soul servants, but his own strength shouldn't be strong, at most at a school level, just a slightly higher level cannon fodder on the battlefield. Yet now Chen Yu had already reached the level of a general, awakening his talent in less than half a year. No, strictly speaking, not even 5 months had passed, and this guy, not yet 19, already possessed general level combat strength, along with 30,000 soul servants, including 29 generals. The more he thought about it, the more incredible it seemed. If someone else had told Lu Jin this without him having witnessed Chen Yu's strength firsthand, he would definitely scoff at them, dismissing it as nonsensical boasting. But the truth was right in front of him. Chen Yu was just that strong. At this moment, Lu Jin's gaze towards Chen Yu had shifted from surprise and admiration to viewing him as a freak of nature. Even in the Kyoto base city, a place teeming with geniuses and filled with S-class talents, no one was known to be more powerful or to progress faster than Chen Yu. His overall combat capability was incomparable. After all, Chen Yu was not just fighting alone, he was an army of one. It could even be said that Chen Yu was the strongest of the new generation in Long Country, bar none. "Any questions?" Chen Yu asked calmly, his face a picture of puzzlement as he looked at the other. This left Lu Jin speechless. He really wanted to enlighten Chen Yu right then about what it meant to have the strength of a general at 18, but seeing Chen Yu's composed demeanor, he ultimately held his tongue. It was simply that Chen Yu was too abnormal, and praising him might make him arrogant, which wouldn't be good for his future development. Well, the main reason was that Lu Jin couldn't stand Chen Yu's composure. It made him feel as if he had lived his years in vain. No problem. Your level of strength might be considered top-notch in the Mo Bay area, but it's nothing special in Kyoto Bay City. There are many stronger than you. Keep it up, young man, Lu Jin said, feigning calmness. Nodding, Chen Yu acknowledged the comment, his face showing a sudden realization. I see. In that case, I'll stay in Mo Bay a while longer, settle myself down, and aim to improve my strength. I hope to reach the level of a marshal in half a year. By then I should at least have the capability to defend myself. Lu Jin's mouth agape, eventually did not object. That's a good thought. After that, without waiting for Chen Yu to respond, he quickly walked away. He really didn't want to be further demoralized. Half a year to reach martial level at 19, that's indeed possible given Chen Yu's rate of progress, and it was beginning to make Lu Jin question his own life, even feeling a bit violent. But surrounded by so many martial level soul servants, he really might not win a fight, which was very frustrating. This kid is too cunning, Lu Jin thought to himself. With his perception, how could he not know that he was almost attacked just now? That murderous aura intent on crushing him completely was utterly impossible to hide. Internally, he started to contemplate his second task upon arriving in Mo Bay Base City, which was to safely bring Chen Yu to Kyoto Base City. He realized that the information about Chen Yu in Kyoto was severely outdated. School level and martial level are not on the same plane of strength. Meanwhile, he was deeply hesitant about whether to bring Chen Yu to Kyoto Base City. This kid is too abnormal. He might demoralize all the geniuses there, especially those S-class talents who are usually so arrogant. While they are all S-class, they are still hovering at the officer level, and the very top few, even with a plethora of resources, have just reached school level. Yet Chen Yu has already achieved martial level. The gap is too big. Forget it. Why am I thinking so much? The matter with Chen Yu has already gone beyond what I can handle. It's up to him to make his own choices now. After all, even without my protection, he can safely reach the Kyoto Base City. With this thought, Lu Jin suddenly felt much more relaxed. Seeing the other party flee as if escaping from him, Chen Yu felt somewhat baffled but didn't mind and continued to replenish his energy. After all, the commander of the lizard race wouldn't die anytime soon. He planned to absorb the remaining 2 severely wounded lizard commanders first. Of course, with his current energy state, he obviously wasn't up to this task, so he decided to recover first. Half a day later, add 2 commander-level soul servants. Habitually raising his hand to rub his brow, Chen Yu's face couldn't hide his exhaustion. He had been soul-sucking at a high intensity and now just wanted to sleep well. Seeing the others still cleaning up the battlefield and setting up simple defensive works around the spatial passage, he didn't join in. After leaving 10 commander-level soul servants and 10,000 soul servants to help guard, Chen Yu entered the newly erected tent and fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already noon the next day. After a sleep, he felt refreshed and back to his long-lost peak condition. I wonder if with my current mental strength I could absorb a commander-level soul, without overthinking. Chen Yu stepped out of the tent and saw Yang Yi coming towards him. What a coincidence, Chen Yu smiled. Yang Yi's mouth twitched. He had been waiting here for a while but still responded with a smile. Yeah, what a coincidence. Then, recalling what Lu Jin had told him the day before, he spoke again with some anticipation. I heard you're not planning to go to the Kyoto Base City. Who said that? I definitely will go to Kyoto. Seeing Yang Yi's expression change to disappointment, Chen Yu quickly changed his tone. But not now. You're just messing with me, aren't you? Yang Yi realized. Chen Yu laughed. Well, you looked so serious I had to lighten the mood a bit. Should I be thanking you then? Don't mention it. If it were any other newcomer in the base city speaking to him like this, Yang Yi would definitely let them know what the authority of the city lord meant, but it was different with Chen Yu. Even though Chen Yu was only 18 years old, Yang Yi already regarded him as an equal. This had nothing to do with age, it was purely about strength. This is a world that values strength. If it weren't for his daughter being too weak to match Chen Yu, he would have tried to get them to meet. Are you going to absorb that commander-level lizard? Yang Yi asked. Exactly. After sleeping for a day, my mental state has finally fully recovered, and I want to give it a try. Chen Yu disclosed his intentions without hiding anything. In the midst of conversation, he also pulled out an energy potion from his pocket and downed it. I haven't eaten anything for a day, and it looks like there's no working meal provided around here, so I'll just have to drink an energy potion. The flavor is terrible, but it's quite filling. Let's go then, said Yang Yi as he pulled out an energy potion and drank it. he smacked his lips, clearly dissatisfied with the taste. Chen Yu naturally wouldn't refuse. The two quickly made their way to where the lizard tribe's warlord was detained. Lu Jin was guarding this area. As he was about to greet them, a sharp whooshing sound pierced the air and a figure flew rapidly towards them from a distance. Turning towards the sound, Chen Yu recognized the martial-level powerhouse who had arrived with Lu Jin. Within a few breaths, the newcomer reached them, his expression extremely grave. There's been an incident. A feint to the east while attacking the west. Has the enemy alliance breached the underground fortress? Yang Yi was the first to ask. The newcomer shook his head. They haven't come this way. We've all been deceived. The enemy alliance's target isn't the north, it's the Qinghe base city. Without giving Yang Yi and Lu Jin a chance to interject, he continued. News just came from Qinghe. Besides the external million-strong enemy alliance, the number of enemy troops inside the underground battlefield has also reached over 2 million, and an unknown number of martial-level forces have appeared. Their underground fortress has already fallen. What? The underground fortress has fallen? Lu Jin's face turned more serious than ever. This is a major issue. The newcomer nodded. As much as we hate to see this situation, the underground fortress at Qinghe Base City has indeed fallen. However, they have preserved their vital forces and are now entrenched within the base city for defense. Zhou Wei has already gone ahead to support them. Since the crisis here in the north has been resolved, we should head there immediately. Right, now is not the time for hesitation or second thoughts. Every second is precious and could affect the situation, said Lu Jin, turning to Yang Yi and Chen Yu. We'll go ahead. Once you've dealt with the matters here, if you can spare the effort, please make sure to come and support. Of course, Yang Yi nodded. The various base cities of the Dragon Nation are interconnected. If they have the capability, they will definitely provide support, not just to save their compatriots, but also themselves. Seeing Lu Jin's gaze fix on him, Chen Yu understood the gravity of the situation and nodded. I am also a citizen of the Dragon Nation. Naturally, I will not stand by and watch others perish. Lu Jin was satisfied with Chen Yu's attitude. Compared to Yang Yi, he was more hopeful for Chen Yu to head to Qinghe Base City for support. In the battlefield, Chen Yu could play a much bigger role than Yang Yi, and he had enough martial-level forces at his disposal. If Chen Yu could next absorb the soul servant of this martial-level lizard warrior, he would possess a martial-level soul servant. Though it was just the beginning of martial-level strength, it was still much stronger than the general level and would significantly impact the upcoming battle situation. Having received the response they wanted, Lu Jin and his group didn't linger and quickly departed for Qinghe Base City. This time, the enemy clearly came prepared. Unexpectedly, they who are usually straightforward played a tactic of misdirection this time. If they can't regain control of Qinghe Base City's underground fortress, things could get very complicated. Yang Yi felt immense pressure. The Qinghe Base City was strategically critical, blocking the pathways from the northern bases of Mabei, Suhai and Beishan to the central and eastern regions. Without bringing it under control and allowing the alien races to solidify their foothold in Qinghe, these three base cities would virtually become easy pickings for the aliens, which could have catastrophic effects on Long Nation and Earthstar. With National Guardian-level powerhouses needed to hold crucial positions and unable to be moved lightly, major base cities like the capital could only send commander-level forces. Given the appearance of commander-level forces among the aliens, the situation was highly unfavorable for Long Nation. It was truly troublesome. It had only been a day of quiet before another problem arose. In the midst of his sight, Chen Yu approached the dying lizard tribe commander, summoned his soul servant, and launched an attack. Soon he killed the already dying opponent, took a deep breath, and without paying attention to Yang Yi's curious expression behind him or showing any restraint, he activated his innate ability. Instantly, it felt as if a bomb had exploded in his mind, causing him a splitting headache. Chen Yu staggered back, almost falling, but managed to steady himself. He waved to indicate Yang Yi need not come over and did not stop the soul-sucking process. Since he hadn't passed out, it indicated there might be a chance. A cold reality hit him. He definitely needed to support Qinghe Base City next. If he could obtain a soul servant with commander-level strength, his ability to protect himself would greatly increase. Thus, he was determined to try and transform the opponent's soul into his servant. The gap between school level, general level, and commander level was undoubtedly vast, and Chen Yu felt an unprecedented pressure. In just a few seconds, Chen Yu was soaked in sweat, feeling as if his soul was about to split. This was the first time since awakening his talent that he felt as if he was being sucked dry. Yang Yi, a few steps behind, couldn't help but show a worried expression, repeatedly wanting to step forward and stop him. If Chen Yu were seriously injured or even died from backlash, it would be a tremendous loss for the Mabe base city, for Long Nation, and for humanity. He couldn't help but care, but suddenly a general-level soul servant emerged from the ground, not giving him a chance to approach further. Yang Yi had reason to believe that if he took one more step towards Chen Yu, he might be immediately attacked. At this moment, Chen Yu couldn't spare any attention for Yang Yi's situation. As the soul-sucking continued, he even saw the image of the lizard tribe commander-level powerhouse in his mind, constantly roaring, cursing and swearing at him. Ignoring all this, Chen Yu clenched his teeth so hard that he bled, his expression fierce, but his will remained firm, enduring the pain that felt like his soul was being torn apart. Seeing this, Yang Yi showed a look of admiration, feeling deeply enlightened. Such strong willpower was no wonder Chen Yu's strength had improved so rapidly. Soul-sucking across levels, the greater the challenge, the greater the reward once it is overcome. While Chen Yu was engrossed in absorbing the souls of the formidable Lu Jin and another powerful figure, Zhao Fei, had already left the underground battlefield in the north, equipped with the latest positioning devices, ensuring they didn't lose their way as they hurried towards the Qinghe base city. Despite their efforts, it took them a day and a half to reach their destination. Upon arrival, they found Zhou Wei, who had come earlier to provide support, struggling alone against 4 powerful enemies of the same rank. He was being pushed back, with many of the enemy forces having already reached the walls of Qinghe base city. The battle was intensely fierce, and Qinghe base city was at a clear disadvantage, on the brink of collapse. Without further observation, the two joined the battle. Immediately, the addition of their formidable strength slightly turned the tide of the conflict. Lu Jin, with his advanced capabilities, single-handedly held off 3 powerful enemies without faltering. Zhao Fei managed to engage another, and Zhou Wei, although injured, hesitated before deciding to join Zhao Fei in taking down a solitary enemy commander. However, the enemy did not give them the chance and withdrew from the battle, as did the other 3 enemy commanders. The vast enemy army of over 2 million did not continue their assault, but slowly retreated towards the underground battlefield. The enemy had withdrawn. Had we held them off? Everyone on the city walls bore expressions of relief, as if reborn from a disaster. Moments before, they had been in despair, but Lu Jin's timely arrival had turned the tide. Hovering in the air, watching the enemy's large force retreating under the cover of their 4 commanders, Lu Jin and his companions wore grim expressions. They knew this retreat was only temporary, a strategic pullback to consolidate forces and gather strength. Failing to reclaim the underground battlefield would mean failure for them, but relying solely on their 3-man team and the forces of Qinghe base city was clearly insufficient. Seeking reinforcements from the capital base city was unrealistic now. The magnetic fields had shifted, communication devices were unusable, and there were no instruments capable of such long-distance contact. The journey was too long. By the time a messenger arrived, the area might have already fallen completely. Thinking this, Lu Jin's expression grew even darker, but he couldn't help but think of Chen Yu. If they could add another powerful commander and perhaps dozens of major generals, their chances of victory would be significantly higher. He wondered if that extraordinary young man had succeeded yet. As the battle nurtured the spirit, the 5 days slipped quietly by. The defensive fortifications around the spatial passage in the northern underground battlefield were now complete, providing a significant sense of security, no longer fearing sudden troop deployments by the enemy. The city lord Yang Yi personally led the 5 major generals of the base city, along with a 200,000-strong force of talented individuals stationed permanently to guard against invasions. Compared to the previously widespread defensive forts, the area now needing protection had undoubtedly shrunk, allowing them to concentrate their forces at the spatial passage to repel enemy attacks. The difficulty of defense has been significantly reduced. However, to be on the safe side, Chen Yu dispatched flying soul servants during this period, and the base city also sent out many talent ability users with enhanced perception and vision to carefully scout the entire cavern battlefield. They confirmed that there is indeed no second spatial passage existing. With this assurance, they could focus on fortifying and guarding this location. Since Chen Yu was still capable of sending out flying soul servants for reconnaissance, it naturally indicated that he had successfully subdued the soul of the lizard race's war commander. The process was extraordinarily challenging, as it involved soul absorption across major boundaries. After nearly an hour of extreme tugging, resistance and depletion, Chen Yu finally extracted the soul of the commander named Ian from his corpse, transforming it into a soul servant. Chen Yu was nearly exhausted to the point of fainting. It took him 2 days and nights of rest to recover, but the gains were indeed substantial. not only did he acquire a powerful commander-level combat power, but with the enhancement of the soul body, Ian's strength increased by at least 50%. The nourishment from Ian's soul significantly enhanced Chen Yu's mental power, moving him a big step closer to the commander level. Although the improvement in his physical condition was not as substantial, after reaching the general level, Chen Yu could distinctly feel that the nourishment from the soul provided increasingly less physical enhancement, but the improvement in mental power was still very considerable. Not wanting to be too biased in his abilities, Chen Yu had to spend time every day practicing the 17th breathing method standardized across the Dragon Nation, absorbing the free energy in the air to strengthen his physique. As for the training of mental power, because the efficiency of the technique was not high and it also consumed his own mental power, this directly affected Chen Yu's plan of soul absorption and transformation into soul servants. Therefore, the mental technique solemnly given to him by Yang Yi was set aside after only one practice session. Since he started to greatly increase his mental power through soul absorption, he never practiced it again. There was no need. The mental power increased through soul absorption was much more and faster than through training. Chen Yu, not being a fool, questioned why he should engage in an unrewarding task. He simply chose not to practice it, opting instead for cultivating through battle, which was flawless. With the continuous enhancement of his mental power, Chen Yu now could absorb and transform over 10,000 soul servants daily unless he absorbed souls of the general level or above, or massively, several thousands, absorbed school-level combat power souls. This number was undoubtedly very impressive. Excluding the 2 days of rest and recovery, in 3 days Chen Yu harvested approximately 45,000 soul servants from the incapacitated but not yet deceased lizard race, adding to his existing 25,000, having lost a few thousand in battle, now rounding up nearly 70,000 soul servants in his army. This included 1 commander level, 31 general level, 3,678 school level, and the rest were officer and soldier level combat powers. Despite some losses, he undeniably grew stronger with each battle. With his top combat power remaining unchallenged, this army of 70,000 soul servants was enough to crush an enemy several times their number. After this major battle, Chen Yu realized one crucial point: the role of elite forces on the battlefield far outweighs that of cannon fodder troops relying on sheer numbers and tactics. Thus, his next focus was still on increasing the quantity of his elite forces. At this moment, outside the mountains where the spatial passage was located, Chen Yu was determined to return alive. He smiled at Yang Yi, nodded to the senior officials of the base city behind him, and without saying much he leapt onto the back of a white-headed eagle and flew directly towards the exit of the underground battlefield. It was not until Chen Yu's figure had completely disappeared into the sky that Yang Yi and the others withdrew their gazes. It had been 5 days already, and they hoped that Qinghe hadn't been breached yet. Lu Jin and the others had gone to support Qinghe early on, and with their strength, supporting Qinghe for a few days should not be a problem. They knew nothing about the situation at Qinghe, and while it was hard to say anything for certain, the fact that Lu Jin and his companions hadn't returned suggested that it hadn't yet fallen. If Chen Yu could arrive in time, he would undoubtedly be a significant help. Indeed, that young man was as strong as a monster, now possessing the strength of a commander level, over 30 major general level forces and tens of thousands of soul servants. He had the power to change the course of the situation. In a low discussion, everyone expressed respect for Chen Yu's strength and looked forward to his performance in the upcoming major battle at Qinghe Base City. The North Desert area, due to recent battles, had suffered considerable losses and could not afford to send troops for support. Chen Yu was the only support sent, representing the face of the base city, and they couldn't help but pin their hopes on him. Of course, it was mainly because Chen Yu possessed sufficient strength. If it were just an ordinary major general level force, they wouldn't have expected much. "Kid, you must come back alive," Yang Yi murmured in a voice only he could hear as he stared in the direction Chen Yu had disappeared. Then he led everyone back inside the defense fortress to guard against any surprise attacks from the Lizard clan. Military legions posed no threat to them, but they feared that the enemy might deploy elite forces unexpectedly, which would be troublesome, so they could not afford to slack off. 2 more days passed, and outside Qinghe Base City an alien army of over 3 million had already encamped outside the city, their murderous intent evident, causing some of the city's defenders to turn pale with fear. Qinghe Base City had a much larger population than North Desert Base City, totaling 18 million. excluding the elderly, women, children, and those unable to fight due to injuries or illness, and considering the losses at the underground battlefield, the total military force they could muster, including this year's newly awake and talented individuals, was less than 700,000. Compared to the 3 million strong alien army, the gap was indeed vast. If it were merely a numerical difference, it might still be acceptable, as they had the strong, tall city walls for protection, giving the defenders a reasonable chance of victory. However, this time the alien army's advantage was not just in numbers. The elite forces this time included 5 commander-level powers, one more than before. Seeing the situation, Lu Jin and his 2 companions breathed a sigh of relief. It was still within a tolerable range. However, their expressions soured when they noticed the 30 powerful alien figures standing behind the 4 handsome-level combatants. These were general-level fighters, all 30 of them. Among them, 5 had reached the peak of general level strength and 10 were at the mid-general level. On their side, they only had 13 general level fighters, with 4 at the early general level, 6 at the mid-general level, 2 at the late general level, and their leader Wang Tian at the peak of general level. The overall power gap was significant. Both in terms of numbers and quality, they were at a disadvantage, making the battle ahead daunting. The aliens didn't give them much time to think and pressed their attack immediately, with their top fighters charging forward. It was a match of commanders against commanders, generals against generals. While the commanders were evenly matched, the generals were clearly at a disadvantage. With the city walls for protection, the Qinghe base city should be safe for the short term. However, once the enemy's top fighters breached the defenses and engaged in siege warfare, their general-level forces could turn the tide dramatically, and indeed the most worrying scenario soon unfolded. Before long, several early general-level talents at Qinghe Base City were violently knocked back, spitting blood, but they quickly got up and threw themselves back into the fray. It was clear to everyone that Qinghe Base City was in peril. Lu Jin and his companions wore looks of deep concern, nearly getting injured when the alien commanders seized an opportunity. This forced them to stop being distracted and focus intensely on the battle. As the fierce battle at Qinghe Base City raged on, Chen Yu, using the vision of a soul servant sent for reconnaissance, spotted a massive stone gate guarded by hundreds of thousands of aliens. Raising an eyebrow, he wondered, what happened to Qinghe Base City? How did it turn into a cavern? Before leaving the Mobe Base City, Yang Yi had given Chen Yu an ancient-looking dial-style locator that could precisely pinpoint the location of Qinghe Base City. It was somewhat reminiscent of the Eternal Pose pointers from Pirate Comics, especially useful since magnetic fields had shifted and electronic positioning devices were unusable. Without it, Chen Yu would have been completely lost. As for why this primitive-looking dial locator, which didn't seem like a product of technological civilization, worked without relying on magnetic fields, and why it wasn't mass-produced or widely used, Yang Yi knew nothing about it. Given the earnestness in Yang Yi's demeanor and combining it with some mysterious comments Lu Jin had made earlier, Chen Yu suspected that the Dragon Nation still held many powers and technologies unknown to him, likely related to the aliens in the caverns. Given Chen Yu's current status, he wasn't privy to these matters yet and had no time to delve into them. For now, his attention was wholly captured by the stone gate at the distant cavern entrance, guarded by tens of thousands of aliens featuring multiple species unlike the lizard species he had fought before. With cat ears perched atop their heads, the Cat Ear Clan, the Black Wing Clan with wings sprouting from their backs, the Spike Clan, tightly encased in spiky armor, and the Serpent Clan, human-like in form but with serpent tails where legs should be. These diverse major clans were observed forming battle arrays at the entrance, ready to defend against incoming enemies. There was no time left for further observation as a shadow swiftly approached the scouting soul servant, the shadow with a fist as large as a sandbag carrying mysterious energy fluctuations struck the soul servant, causing it to dissipate instantly. Losing his vision, Chen Yu furrowed his brows slightly. Although it was just a soldier-class flying soul servant, the ease with which the enemy obliterated it without Chen Yu even catching a glimpse of the attacker's face spoke volumes of the enemy's formidable strength, particularly in speed. To be cautious, Chen Yu directed Ian and 30 general-class soul servants to head to a distant location to probe the enemy's strength with top-tier forces. If the enemy proved too strong, they would retreat immediately. If not, they would launch an attack. The distance to cover was merely about 20 kilometers, which would take Ian and his troop only a few minutes to reach. Without further ado, they prepared to plunge from the sky into the foreign clan's battle array. Before even touching the ground, a figure rushed out from the Black Wing Clan's formation and collided head-on with Ian. The speed was incredible. It must have been the same person who had destroyed Qinyu's sole servant. Qinyu, who had been monitoring the battlefield through shared vision, thought to himself. However, the anticipated fierce battle did not unfold as expected. The enemy was smashed by Ian with a punch and fell from the sky, buried into the ground amidst a cloud of dust, leaving no trace. The surrounding clans within a kilometer radius were blown away by the terrifying airflow, most losing their capability to fight, in the battlefield dominated by top warriors. The fodder had no chance to even participate. Seizing the advantage, Ian immediately charged into the cloud of dust, followed closely by the 30 general-class soul servants joining the fray. Although the foreign clans were numerous, they stood no chance against such a concentration of elite forces. Soon tens of thousands from the foreign clans were incapacitated. By then Xinyu had a good grasp of the enemy's strength. There were no commander-class powers, only guarded by over a dozen general-class forces which seemed to pose no threat to him. However, just as he was about to personally supervise the battle and send all his soul servants into the fray, a formidable black shadow suddenly burst from within the stone gates, intercepting Ian, who had just dealt with his previous Blackwing clan opponent and was pursuing the enemy commanders. The two engaged in intense combat, finding themselves evenly matched for the moment, unable to gain the upper hand. Xinyu thought to himself, this important place must have a commander-class warrior in command. He halted his advance towards the battlefield, keeping 10,000 soul servants to protect himself while dispatching the rest to the battlefield. Even with the presence of a commander-class enemy, the advantage in top-tier power still seemed to lean in his favor. Moreover, the advantage was not insignificant. After observing for another 10 minutes and noticing that no more enemy commanders of significant strength appeared, there was no need for hesitation. Directly, the massive army was deployed. Tens of thousands of soul servants flew across the sky, forming a dense, dark cloud soon detected by the alien race. Initially facing such a vast number of general-level combat power, while their own commander-level powerhouses were held back and seeming slightly weaker in strength, they could only rely on their numerical advantage to resist the formidable enemy. Now, the sudden appearance of tens of thousands of enemies turned the battle highly unfavorable for them. Just as the Soul Servant army was about to join the battlefield, the alien coalition was ready to launch an attack when suddenly the rear ranks of the distant fighting aliens were caught off guard by Soul Servants emerging from the ground, suffering heavy losses. Their formation was completely disrupted. This underground sneak attack tactic was truly fail-safe, hitting the mark every time. Xinyu smiled. In his view, victory was just a matter of time, the only variable being the underground battlefield inside the Stone Gate. If reinforcements from the alien race arrived, those of general level and below posed no significant threat. However, should another commander-level powerhouse appear, Xinyu felt he would have no choice but to flee. Fortunately, after more than an hour, the enemy's general-level combat power had all been killed or incapacitated. Nearly 70,000 soul servants led by 10 generals began to mop up the remaining alien troops. As for the wounded alien commander-level powerhouse, he was surrounded by Ian and 20 general-level soul servants, and they even blocked his escape route, determined to keep him here. From the moment that enemy appeared, Xinyu had decided to convert him into his own soul servant. Previously, cross-level soul absorption had exhausted him for 2 days before he fully recovered. Now, with his enhanced mental strength, absorbing a commander-level soul should not require so long a recovery. However, thinking that Qinghe Base City might currently be engaging the alien coalition and urgently needed support, Xinyu hesitated whether to absorb the soul of that alien commander-level powerhouse immediately or to settle for lesser souls first. Amid these thoughts, the battle had entered its final mop-up stage. This also gave Xinyu a more direct and clear understanding of the comprehensive combat power of his soul servants. A general-level power could match up against 300 colonel-level powers. Lieutenant-level and soldier-level powers were simply unable to penetrate the defense of a general level. How many they could actually confront depended entirely on the physical condition of the general-level power. With 31 general-level soul servants fighting together, the unleashed power was undoubtedly more terrifying, sufficient to counter tens of thousands of colonel-level powers. In cases of lieutenant-level and soldier-level, when physically robust, it was truly a case of killing as many as came. Moreover, Xinyu did not just possess 31 general-level soul servants, but also over 3,000 colonel-level and tens of thousands of lieutenant and soldier-level combat powers. He even had the confidence to face a million-strong alien army alone. Xinyu can defeat a million-strong army by myself. Of course, this is provided that the enemy's pinnacle combat powers cannot match my own. After waiting for another 10 minutes and seeing that the alien general had been subdued and no more generals appeared from the stone gate, Shinyu decided not to linger any longer. He immediately set off for the battlefield to reap the fruits of victory. Finally, the moment had come. He had almost lost all hope of holding on. He must hold on. Don't let these beasts overtake us. Have these beasts gone mad, attacking so recklessly without regard for their lives? It's over, everything is over. Instructor Qian and Captain Lei have been defeated, and those monsters are coming towards us. What's there to fear? If it comes down to it, death is but a final step. The moment I awakened my talent, I was already prepared to die in battle, relying on the tall and solid city walls. Even though there was a significant numerical disadvantage, the alien coalition had the Black Feather tribe who could fly and launch attacks from the air. However, the talented defenders of Qinghe fought to the death and the battle situation remained deadlocked. If things continued like this, the city would not fall in the short term. However, as the general-level powerhouses inside the base city were defeated, a balance in elite power was lost. With no equivalent talents to restrain them, the alien generals began to join the siege and the situation quickly spiraled out of control. The city walls of Qinghe base city began to crumble on the verge of collapse at any moment. Wherever the alien war generals went, the defenders on the walls were killed like falling dominoes. Wang Tianya, the lord of Qinghe base city, clenched his teeth so hard they bled, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins from extreme anger. These were the core forces of the base city, among them many young talents with great potential who had not yet had the chance to grow. They were the future of Qinghe base city, and now they were being slaughtered by the aliens, effectively strangling the city's future. He couldn't help but rage. Damn it, you all deserve to die. Wang Tian launched his attacks recklessly, his entire being radiating a desperate do-or-die fighting spirit. He alone restrained 2 alien peak generals and 3 mid-level generals, but the numerical superiority and elite strength of the alien coalition meant that even these efforts could not turn the tide. Lu Jin and his 2 companions faced 5 mid-stage alien generals, managing only to maintain a stalemate. They wouldn't be defeated anytime soon, but they also couldn't overcome their adversaries. Watching more and more of their fellow citizens die, the losses for Qinghe base city grew. To recover on its own might take over a decade or even longer. Some members of the Black Feather tribe had already broken through the air defense network and entered the city, beginning a ruthless massacre. The 3 were furious but powerless. They could only watch helplessly, unable to go and provide aid. This suffocating feeling was the most despairing, fueling even more anger. The battle continued from noon until dusk. The sky had already dimmed, but the alien coalition showed no signs of retreating. On the contrary, buoyed by the prospect of victory, they fought even more fiercely. Even though their losses in troops were significant, victory was within their grasp. By seizing Qinghe base city and controlling the critical passageway, they would strategize for the northwest, establishing a foothold on the planet. From their own strategic standpoint, it was imperative to capture Qinghe base city swiftly. At this point, they would not retreat unless they succeeded in taking the city. Soon darkness enveloped the land, and the natural environment around Qinghe was much more beautiful than the desert-surrounded Beima base city, with mountains, rivers, lush trees, and endless grasslands. However, no one had the mind to appreciate this beauty now. For the sake of the planet, for long for Qinghe base city, and for their own survival, everyone was fighting desperately. At this moment, other than fighting fiercely, they knew not what else they could do. Yet the gap in the number of top-tier combatants was like a bottomless chasm, difficult to cross. Despite their utmost efforts, facing an encirclement of equivalent combat power, all the general-level forces within Qinghe base city were ultimately defeated. Of the 13 generals, only the strongest, Wang Tian, was not dead, but he too had lost his combat ability and the others had been sacrificed. The city became utterly chaotic due to the incursion of the Heiyu tribe's forces. Even though Wang Tian had left some troops stationed in the urban area and gathered most of the people in the underground air raid shelters of the base city, the losses were still tremendously great. At this time, in the eastern sky of the base city, Lu Jin and his 2 companions, still entangled with the enemy's commander-level powerhouses, looked extremely grim. They had already perceived the dire situation on their side and saw the more than 10 enemy warriors converging on them. Initially relying on Lu Jin, the only late-stage commander-level powerhouse on the battlefield, they had managed some advantages, but as so many general-level forces joined the fight, the situation rapidly deteriorated in a direction extremely unfavorable to them. This was truly troublesome. While dealing with their own opponents, Lu Jin and his companions exchanged glances, all seeing the anger, frustration, and helplessness in each other's eyes. the city walls were now filled with enemy forces, and all the general-level forces of the base city had been defeated. The city was in chaos, unable to receive or send supplies anymore. The battle had reached this stage, and it was highly likely that they had already lost. Now the question was, should they run? They were not afraid of death. Since awakening their talents, they had fought countless battles over more than a decade, emerging from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, repeatedly skirting the edge of death. As commander-level powerhouses, each had the blood of hundreds of thousands of enemy races on their hands. Death was not the fear, dying in vain was. If the three of them as commander-level forces were to die, the three major base cities Baima, Suhu and Beishan, currently split by the enemy alliance, would likely fall in a short time. Then they would be the sinners of Longwa. Maybe even with their combined strength, they were still no match for the enemy, but at least they could delay as long as possible, waiting for support from large base cities like Jingdu and Modu, which had the capacity to send reinforcements. With a renewed hope for life, Lu Jin and his two comrades made a firm decision: they could not die in battle here. They needed to preserve their useful lives to delay the enemy alliance from breaking through. The three major base cities in the northern desert. As for Qinghe Base City, although it was extremely hard to accept, they knew it was most likely lost. As comrades who had fought side by side for over a decade, they needed no words, just a look was enough to understand each other's decision. They were ready to look for an opportunity to escape. However, before they could act, many familiar presences appeared in Lu Jin's perception. Not only him, but the enemy's several commander-level powerhouses also felt it and turned their attention towards the ground below. This presence. Lu Jin kicked his opponent away, gaining a moment to breathe. He furrowed his brow, and then the figure he had been longing to see appeared in his mind. His face lit up with wild joy. "You stinky kid, finally you've come. I've almost run out of patience." In an instant, dozens of figures radiating a terrifying murderous aura burst out from the ground at a startling speed, chilling the surrounding air considerably. Dark clouds loomed over the city, signaling another tumultuous turn in the life that was too damn thrilling. Seeing the dozens of powerful figures coming to their aid, Lu Jin and his comrades immediately changed their minds about fleeing and prepared to stay and fight to the death against the enemy. They were well aware of the tremendous power Chen Yu wielded and the significant impact it could have on the current battle situation. It was almost decisive. Moreover, since Chen Yu had come to their aid, it meant he had successfully turned the lizard tribe's commander-level powerhouse into a soul servant. Just the arrival of his many general-level soul servants was enough to help Qinghe Base City turn the tide of battle, not to mention now they had added a commander-level strength. With a guaranteed victory, there was no need to run, just fight. Meanwhile, 30 kilometers away from the battlefield, Chen Yu sat tiredly on the back of a white-headed eagle, not moving forward, just steadily holding his position. Through sharing the vision of his soul servants and looking down from above, he could see the dire situation of Qinghe Base City, which was under severe attack. The enemy was already climbing the city walls, ready to enter the urban area and engage in street fighting. It was quite dire. Chen Yu breathed a sigh of relief and murmured to himself, "It seems I've arrived just in time." The first to go and support Ian, leading 35 general-level soul servants, had already joined the battle. With an overwhelmingly strong stance, they not only intercepted the enemy war chiefs who were planning to attack, but also helped Lu Jin and his comrades instantly turn the tide of the battle. After a long and fierce fight, already weary and physically drained, the enemy, facing the peak condition of Ian and the others and coordinated with Lu Jin's trio in a group beating, were pressed hard. The enemy commanders were overwhelmed. Realizing the sudden and drastic change in the battle situation, the enemy army, which had already climbed the city walls and was preparing to rampage and destroy the urban area, suddenly paused, stopping their advance and standing still, watching their own powerful warriors being defeated and retreat. They were at a loss for what to do next. They were filled with confusion. Just moments ago they had the upper hand, and suddenly they were at a disadvantage. It looked as though they were going to lose. Those figures, cloaked in black with eyes glowing green and possessing formidable strength, where had they sprung from? They had never been seen before, and there had been no signs of their coming. Likewise, the remaining defenders of Qinghe Base City noticed the shift in the tide of battle, each feeling as if they were in a dream. They had been prepared to die in battle, and now was the situation really turning around. It was all so sudden. "Look, what is that?" A member of the team positioned at the back, known for his enhanced vision, pointed towards the high walls of the base city, his face filled with horror as if he had seen something terrifying. Following the direction of his gesture, they saw a dark mass like a cloud descending from the sky, casting a great psychological pressure on everyone, as if a dark cloud was looming over the city. Upon closer inspection, it was not a cloud but creatures similar in appearance to the suddenly appeared warriors, numbering in the tens of thousands, gathering together like a vast cloud. It soon became clear who they were: the Soul Servant army sent by Qin Yu for support. Without giving the onlookers any more time to speculate, the Soul Servant army dove from the sky, colliding with the nearly 1 million strong alien army that had scaled the city walls. Numerically, the Soul Servants were much fewer, only about 1/10 of the alien coalition. However, their combat power far surpassed that of the alien forces, led by 5 general-level Soul Servants and nearly 4,000 officer-level warriors. The army of about 80,000 Soul Servants swept through like locusts, an unstoppable force that devoured and eliminated all aliens in their path. What were these beings? So powerful, the aliens stood no chance against them, though fewer in number. Their combat strength was indeed formidable, and the alien coalition seemed no match for them. The city walls would soon be reclaimed. What were these beings? Why were they helping? What was their purpose? Stop wasting time thinking about such things. That doesn't matter. We just need to know if they are friend or foe. From the current situation, they seem to be friends. So what are we waiting for? Let's go kill those beasts. Yes, kill them. From hell back to heaven, the chance to live was right in front of them. Victory was ahead, and those gifted fighters who could still battle despite their physical and mental fatigue launched another attack on the aliens. Seeing this, Qin Yu couldn't help but murmur in admiration. Not bad. Under the onslaught of the Soul Servant army, the lost city walls were finally reclaimed and hundreds of thousands of the alien coalition were slaughtered, with the casualty numbers still skyrocketing. In a situation where the enemy was clearly no match, the rustic demeanor of the allied foreign forces began to crumble and they started to retreat. Qin Yu, not willing to let them off easily, immediately ordered his army of Soul Servants to pursue and kill with all their might. As such, the gifted ones on the city walls witnessed an exceedingly odd scene. The significantly fewer Soul Servants were chasing an enemy force more than 10 times their number, and the enemy dared not fight back. In this military comparison, Qin Yu's Soul Servants emerged overwhelmingly victorious. The foreign allied forces had left all their general-level combat power on this cutting-edge battlefield. Of the 5 martial-level powerhouses, only one remained. The rest had fled. There was no helping it. The strength of the martial-level powerhouses was too formidable. When they scattered and fled, one could only selectively intercept. Managing to retain one was already no small feat, especially since Lu Jin and the others were not much help now due to their reduced strength, so they had to rely solely on Qin Yu's Soul Servants. At least in the end, one was left, and together with the foreign marshal from the cave's stone door area who had been severely beaten and brought here, Qin Yu now had 2 martial-level powers that could be converted into Soul Servants. Inside his heart, Qin Yu was extremely relieved he had chosen to absorb the souls of general-level powers within his capability and came here to support as soon as possible. Looking at the situation, had he been even slightly late, Qinghe Base City might have already fallen. Now, seeing that the battle had ended and the crisis was averted, Qin Yu did not linger afar and flew directly to the location of the base city, planning to find a place to rest and prepare for the absorption of those 2 great martial-level souls. With 200,000 Soul Servants, it really was an exaggeration. In the highest building of Qinghe Base City, in the rooftop garden of the Central City District City Lord's Mansion, Lu Jin teased old Wang. You really know how to enjoy life. This rooftop garden must have cost a pretty penny, huh? In response, Wang Tian, the City Lord of Qinghe, showed a bitter smile, saying it was something my subordinates decided on their own. A simple and crude man can't appreciate these flowers and plants. It's my daughter who likes them, but unfortunately she has gone to the capital and isn't here. He then looked regretfully towards Qin Yu, who appeared unwell and weak, his face filled with gratitude. Young friend Qin, I really can't thank you enough. If it weren't for your timely support, Qinghe Base City would surely have fallen by now. As a citizen of Longwood, it was my duty. Rubbing his temples, subconsciously feeling no relief from his mental exhaustion, Qin Yu sighed. I won't keep you company any longer. We'll talk about attacking the cave after I've fully recovered. With these words, and without waiting for a response, Qin Yu turned and left, disappearing from everyone's sight within a few breaths. Old Wang, don't mind it too much, Lu Jin explained. The kid has overused his mental powers and really needs to rest now. He indeed doesn't have the energy to chat with us here. Zhou Wei and Zhao Fei quickly agreed, not wanting this small matter to cause the seasoned city lord to form a bad impression of Qin Yu. Do I look like a petty person? Wang Tian glared fiercely at the 3 men, his expression dead serious. Qin Xiaoyu is a benefactor of our Qinghe Base City. Just for that, even if he beats me up, I wouldn't utter a word against him. We were just joking, please don't mind us. Facing this truth-telling old man, Lu Jin and his companions felt bored, deciding not to beat around the bush any longer and went straight to the point. The recovery and reorganization of Qinghe Base City are almost complete. Next, we plan to start reclaiming control of the caverns. How many troops can you dispatch to join us in this battle? My injuries won't heal anytime soon, and all the general-level combatants in the base city have been sacrificed. It's not that I'm cowardly or afraid of death, but I must stay behind to guard the base city, and we must also leave enough troops here for defense. Pausing for a moment, Wang Tian organized his thoughts, then gritted his teeth and gave his final reply. We can muster up to 100,000 troops to join you in reclaiming the caverns. That's the limit, only 100,000. Disappointment was evident on the faces of Lu Jin and his companions. Such a small force was even less than the fleeing forces of the Alien Alliance in this great war. Such a small number of talented fighters would surely not play a significant role in the battle for the caverns, but it was still better than nothing. Besides, Wang Tian was not lying. After 2 great wars, Qinghe Base City had suffered tremendous losses. Being able to dispatch 100,000 troops was indeed pushing their limits, and they couldn't ask for more. Lu Jin and his companions held no blame. After all, from beginning to end, they had always considered Chen Yu's soul servants as the main force in the upcoming struggle for the caverns, and they had never had much hope for the residual combat power of Qinghe Base City or the support from other neighboring base cities. With the unprecedented collective strike of the alien races, everyone had been living in hard times. Even if other base cities gritted their teeth to send support, it would certainly not be much. Combined, it might not even reach 1 million. General level and above combat power was even scarcer, and they could not significantly impact the battle situation. Under such circumstances, Lu Jin and his companions felt even more profoundly the abnormal abilities of Chen Yu's talents. In the face of the aliens, under normal circumstances, the talented troops would keep diminishing even with significant advantages. There would definitely be casualties, and once the losses were severe, the recovery period would be prolonged. Like Qinghe Base City, nearly 70% of the troops could no longer take to the battlefield at once, and it would be impossible to return to the peak combat state without a decade. The time needed for top-tier combat power was undoubtedly much longer. During this recovery period, if the aliens invaded again, Qinghe Base City would have difficulty resisting. In contrast, Chen Yu's soul servants seemed to multiply the more they fought, their strength growing like a snowball, rolling bigger and stronger. The first time they met, Lu Jin with his late-stage commander-level power was still confident he could defeat Chen Yu, even though Chen Yu already had over 30 general-level soul servants. And now, just over 10 days later, Lu Jin no longer dares to speak so confidently. He is very clear in his heart that if a real battle were to occur, he would likely be on the losing side. Following the soul-sucking session 2 days ago, today Chen Yu completed absorbing the souls of the remaining captured enemy commanders. Now, Chen Yu not only possesses over 100,000 soul servants but also commands more than 40 general-level forces. More crucially, he has 3 commander-level forces at his disposal, 2 at the early stage and 1 in the mid-stage of the commander level. With the strength enhancement from the soul bodies, these 3 commander-level forces could even stand up to late-stage commander-level opponents without falling short. Coupled with the multitude of general-level forces surrounding and annihilating a late-stage commander-level opponent is entirely feasible. In terms of peak combat power, Chen Yu is currently unrivaled in the western region. As for the mid- and lower-tier forces, Chen Yu also possesses a significant number. Although the role of these forces might be minimal when facing top-tier power, in Legion combat, the soul servants, akin to war machines, can almost take on 10 times their number at the same tier of power. It's truly exaggerated. This means that under the scenario where top-tier powers are mutually constrained, eradicating Chen Yu's army of soul servants would require at least 10 times their number, equating to a million-strong army. Moreover, the Qinghe Base City currently holds over 100,000 half-dead captured enemies, among which are not a few general-level forces. Of course, generals are a minority. The majority are officer-level and soldier-level forces. Once Chen Yu completely assimilates this segment of forces, transforming them into his own power, he will possess 200,000 soul servants complemented by numerous generals and 3 great commanders, together with Lu Jin and the others. As long as the alien coalition doesn't have an absolute advantage in top-tier power, recapturing the dungeons will not be a problem. Thinking of this, Lu Jin and the others have immense respect for Chen Yu, envying and even feeling jealous of his talents. With such abilities, becoming a national protector or even ascending to higher levels of power is just a matter of time. Unaware that he would be the main force in recapturing the dungeons, Chen Yu returned to his residence arranged for his Commander-in-General's soul servants to guard the surroundings and then immediately fell asleep. Resting after finally transforming the last alien soul into a soul servant, Chen Yu feels utterly drained. A week of intense soul-sucking has almost driven him mad. However, the gains have been substantial, holding 2,000,000 soul servants, including 3 commanders, 45 generals, and with officer-level forces breaking through the 5,000 mark. His own physical strength has reached the mid-level of generals and his mental strength has hit the peak of generals, on the verge of breaking into the commander level. Having come to this world, Chen Yu finally feels a sense of security, truly possessing some self-defense capabilities and can sleep a bit more soundly now. Hold steady, don't be rash, he thinks to himself. I haven't even reached the commander level yet. I don't have the capacity to be reckless. While I continue to increase my top-tier power and the number of soul servants, I must also enhance my own combat abilities. Relying solely on soul servants would waste my S-level talent. Simply being a summoner and protector of soul servants made Chen Yu an easy target for assassination. So he resolved to enhance his combat abilities. His attention naturally shifted to the cultivation techniques he currently knew. The 17th breathing technique, universally practiced across the nation, was already among the top-tier techniques of the planet Di Xing. There was no need, nor was there an opportunity, to replace it. As for spiritual power, there was no need to cultivate it deliberately through techniques. Merely absorbing souls brought him to the peak. The Blood Shadow Sword technique, being a first-rate combat method, was certainly worth practicing. Due to his S-grade talent, Chen Yu's cultivation efficiency was incredibly high. The breathing technique he practiced most was nearly perfected, and while the Blood Shadow Sword technique was still in the proficient stage due to less frequent practice, it was not far from reaching a minor achievement level. Increasing his training load should bring about mastery soon enough. Such was the terror of an S-grade talent. However, Chen Yu felt that just mastering breathing and sword techniques was far from enough. It would be best to learn another movement technique and a body refining technique. The powerful combat skills used by Lu Jin and the others seemed very effective, though he wondered if they would be willing to teach him. The origins of those combat skills seemed quite extraordinary. Thinking of Lu Jin's mysterious demeanor made Chen Yu even more curious. He shook his head, telling himself not to dwell on these thoughts as they were of no practical use. It was time to act. He immediately got up and headed towards the direction of the city lord's mansion. During his walk he encountered no obstructions or disturbances. The gazes of everyone along the way were filled with admiration, respect, love and fervor. They knew that if Chen Yu had not arrived in time to help, they would all have been dead or reduced to slaves of the alien race, a fate worse than death. Just as City Lord Wang Tian had said, Chen Yu was the great benefactor of the entire Qinghebei city. They couldn't help but respect him, so no one approached to disturb or chat. However, quite a few attractive young women sent him meaningful glances, their intentions clear. Unfortunately, Chen Yu, now focused solely on cultivation, paid them no heed, which did not upset them but left them feeling rather regretful. They knew a young powerhouse with such exceptional talent was beyond their reach. They were simply envious of Chen Yu's physique, hoping perhaps to continue their lineage with someone of his caliber, knowing their offspring would likely inherit great talents. Upon entering the city lord's mansion, Chen Yu encountered Wang Tian and Lu Jin among others, all engaged in discussion. Qinghebei City was now in dire straits, with Wang Tian being the only general-level powerhouse left. Seeing Chen Yu approach, smiles appeared on their faces. Can we set off now? Lu Jin asked eagerly, concerned that each day's delay due to the spatial channel allowed the alien race to grow stronger. He wanted to head to the underground lair immediately to prevent the aliens from gathering strength. I have no issues, Chen Yu nodded, and feeling a bit embarrassed as all eyes turned to him, he hesitantly asked, Brother Lu, could you teach me the combat skills you use? Do you want to learn? Lu Jin asked with a smile. Sitting beside him, Zhou Wei and Zhao Fei also wore grins. Somehow Chen Yu felt that the trio seemed to be taking pleasure in his misfortune, but he didn't dwell on it. I want to learn. You can't learn this, Zhou Wei interjected. Chen Yu was puzzled, but before he could voice his confusion, Zhao Fei explained. That kind of combat skill needs to be cultivated in a specific environment, and Di Xing is not suitable. Di Xing isn't suitable, so where else could I go? Suddenly realizing, Chen Yu looked at the three, who were crossing their arms and smiling confidently. A world of different races? Correct, but as you know, venturing into the world of different races is extremely dangerous, practically a matter of life and death. Even our nation has only started making breakthroughs in recent years, ensuring some level of safety, though the risks remain very high. Lu Jin paused, giving Chen Yu time to digest this information before continuing. Even so, currently in the entire Long Nation only the capital has the capability to allow you to enter the world of different races relatively safely and learn the unique power systems of that world. So, if you really want to learn these combat techniques, you'll have to go to the capital. Forget it then, Chen Yu flatly refused, causing Lu Jin, who had been about to say more, to fall silent abruptly. What do you mean forget it? You should be agreeing to head to the capital-based city right away. This isn't quite how I expected this conversation to go. Ignoring the three, Chen Yu's gaze shifted to Wang Tian. City Lord, do I have the privilege to purchase techniques here? Chen, my friend, are you lacking in techniques? Wang Tian looked incredulous. If Chen Yu were a member of their base city, all techniques would be open to him. How could we let an S-level power user lack techniques? That would be a crime. Seeming a bit embarrassed, Chen Yu nodded slightly. Previously thinking he wouldn't have time to practice, he had only requested 3 techniques. Now, returning to the north to ask Yang Yi for more was clearly impractical, so he had to make do with what was available here. Without waiting for Chen Yu to explain further, Wang Tian waved his hand generously. Given your help to Qinghe, you can choose any technique from here free of charge. City Lord is generous. I'm never stingy towards those who have contributed. How about it? Why not consider coming to our Qinghe base city? If you're willing, I'll promote you directly to Deputy City Lord. No, I'll give you the position of City Lord. Lao Wang, that's not quite according to the rules, is it? Lu Jin reminded him. Kindly, there are only 36 base cities in Long Nation, meaning there are only 36 city lords. You can't just change that. The appointment authority rests with the Central Protectorate. Rules are rigid, but people are flexible. Given the current situation in Qinghe Base City, Chen is the most suitable candidate for City Lord, Wang Tian said earnestly. Hearing this, Lu Jin and the others were momentarily at a loss for words. Chen Yu, a one-man army, indeed seemed like the best choice for the currently understaffed and militarily weak Qinghe Base City. Seeing Wang Tian's gaze fixed on him, Chen Yu said reluctantly, let's focus on retaking the underground stronghold before we talk about such matters. His words won the agreement of everyone. Seeing that Wang Tian no longer mentioned him joining the Qinghe base city and instead focused on discussing the upcoming dungeon reclamation battle, Chen Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Only a fool would want to come to Qinghe base city given its current situation. He did not want to be trapped in the base city. The best places for him to grow stronger were outside the base city, in the wilderness, on the battlefield of the dungeons. It was only through constant battle that he could maintain his exaggerated rate of progress. Without further ado, after indicating that he was ready to depart at any time, he headed to the Qinghe base city's technique pavilion to select a cultivation method suited for himself. His talent was terrifying, his strength astonishing, yet he was excessively cautious. Each base city in Long Nation recorded numerous techniques and combat methods for the talented to purchase and exchange. The ranks, quantities and categories varied. Cities like the capital and Moda, the top-tier base cities, certainly had a greater number and quality of recorded techniques and combat methods. However, heading to the capital would also significantly increase the danger level. He was definitely going to the capital in the future, but not now, according to what Lu Jin and the others said. In the capital base city, which is the political and military center of Long Nation, a general-level combatant isn't considered top-tier, only elite level, especially since they face the highest combat powers of the alien races, reaching up to the level of national protectors. In Chen Yu's view, this meant that general-level strength had no self-protection ability in the capital. Going there now would only put him in jeopardy. He couldn't be reckless, absolutely not. He would wait until his physical and mental strength reached the martial level. Putting these thoughts aside, Chen Yu began to browse through the first-rate techniques of Qinghe base city. Yet his mind kept drifting to the battle techniques used by Lu Jin and the others, making him yearn to learn them. Unfortunately, without going to another dimension, he couldn't learn them. Thinking of those explosively powerful battle techniques and looking at the so-called first-rate techniques in his hands, Chen Yu felt a sense of dullness. Eventually, after spending some time, Chen Yu chose a movement technique called Ghostly Steps and a body refining technique, Diamond Indestructible Body. Since he wouldn't be traveling to another dimension anytime soon, he would have to make do. After selecting his techniques, he didn't linger and left the technique pavilion to return to his residence to start practicing. Days without soul absorption were quite boring. 2 days quickly passed with someone coming regularly every day to deliver meals and clean. Chen Yu was almost never out of his room. During this period, the surrounding base cities that received distress signals from Qinghai had already sent support troops. Wang Tian was busy every day receiving them, and there was genuine worry that his old injuries might recur. Lu Jin and his group were conserving their strength, preparing for the upcoming major battle. The Mabe base city also sent support this time, participating in the dungeon reclamation battle with a total of 100,000 troops led by Hong Zhan, along with the talented armies from the other 5 neighboring base cities and the forces of Qinghai base city. They amassed an army of 800,000. The number wasn't large, but it was already the limit that the various base cities could provide. If we increase our forces further, it could lead to unexpected changes on our respective battlefields, giving foreign tribes an opportunity to exploit. With an army of 800,000 plus Qinyu's 200,000 soul servants, we have a total of 1 million troops. Facing a rough estimate of 3 to 4 million or even more of foreign tribes, we are not completely without the power to fight. After all, the combat strength of Qinyu's soul servants is formidable, and their elite forces are evident to all. Learning about Qinyu's current situation from Wang Tian and others, the leaders from various base cities who came to support, were utterly shocked. If it were not for Lu Jin and others saying the same, they would hardly believe that a newcomer with only half a year of awakened talent could be so strong. A one-man army casting a shadow over the city, pulling back from the brink of disaster and supporting the faltering foundations. These were scenarios they only dared to dream about in their reckless youth, yet someone has made it a reality. Everyone was exceedingly curious and admiring towards Qinyu. Many, like Wang Tian, even sent invitations on behalf of their base cities to Qinyu. The offers were extremely generous. Not only did they promise money, houses and women, but they also tempted him with power and status. Some even plainly stated that they were willing to give anything Qinyu desired. Compared to these, the North Desert base city was really nothing. If Qinyu's resolve had been slightly weaker, he might have already accepted their offers. This grand poaching event finally ended with Hong Zhan's declaration of sovereignty, allowing Qinyu to breathe a sigh of relief. He was finally free from these temptations, at least for now, as he was not yet ready to relocate. Of course, he would not stay in the North Desert base city forever. Excessive social interactions would only distract him and slow down his progress in becoming stronger. Thus, Qinyu started to avoid going out, and truthfully, he still couldn't fully trust anyone other than his soul servants. To avoid being deceived or harmed, he simply reduced his interactions with others. By this time, the army had already assembled and the primary and secondary relationships had been established during this period. The battle to reclaim the caverns was about to begin. Without further resting and wasting time inside the base, the army made adequate preparations and set off. Still alone in the high sky, looking at the Qinghai base city gradually receding in the distance, Qinyu murmured softly, "I probably won't come here again." Withdrawing his gaze and looking ahead, where the cavern battlefield was located, Qinyu couldn't help but hope. "I hope everything goes smoothly." What Qinyu didn't know was that just as they had left Qinghai base city, the foreign tribes that had been monitoring the situation there were already aware of this development and had begun to fortify the entrance to the cavern battlefield. Having finally conquered the caverns and secured a foothold on the planet, they definitely would not give up easily and were determined to defend it with all their might. After recent reinforcements and thanks to the increasingly stable spatial channels, the combat power lost during the previous city defense battles had been fully recovered, and their overall strength had even improved significantly. For the upcoming battle, the foreign tribes coalition was quite confident. Certainly, they did not arrogantly assume that they were currently in an invincible position. It had been nearly 100 years without being able to conquer Earthstar, which was telling enough. The more critical the moment, the more it was necessary to remain calm and patient. Upon receiving the news that Qinyu and his forces were advancing towards them, the commanders of the alien coalition immediately convened to discuss the upcoming great battle. It was unexpected. What seemed like a weak race that could be easily manipulated had for almost a century thwarted our goal of establishing a base on Earthstar. That was in the past. This time the situation is completely different. As long as we can hold this side's cavern and continuously send living forces here, occupying Earthstar will just be a matter of time. We almost won last time. It's a pity. If I'm not mistaken, those guys seem to be our kin, right? Unlike us, humans have a variety of talents. This must be the talent of a powerful human. Those clearly aren't living creatures, they don't breathe and they look more like souls. Undeniably, these soul state beings are extremely powerful and pose a huge threat. We must find a way to locate their controller. I agree. I also agree. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Yu had already been targeted by the strong members of the alien species. After approaching within 100 kilometers of the cavern, he did not continue advancing but instead let his soul servants join the army in the attack. He only kept 10,000 soul servant troops and 5 general-level soul servants by his side. Of course, there were soul servants scouting around. If a dangerous situation arose, they would fight if they could win. If not, he would surely turn and run. Lu Jin and the others felt speechless about Chen Yu's decision. This young man had extremely terrifying talent and great strength, yet he was overly cautious, staying 100 kilometers away from the battlefield. Too cautious, indeed. Chen Yu stated that it is always best to err on the side of caution. He is not immortal, and this time the alien species has so many commander-level forces. Being cautious will definitely not be wrong. A wise man does not stand under a dangerous wall. Still not cautious enough. Nearly 4 million alien troops were arrayed outside the cavern battlefield, a solemn atmosphere pervasive, waiting relaxedly for Chen Yu and his forces to arrive. Leaning against the cliff stone door, over 100,000 members of the Black Feather tribe controlled the airspace, unafraid of being attacked from behind. In the front, 6 commander-level powerhouses stood in a row, their expressions cold, since this spatial gateway connected to the world of the serpent people among the For major alien species commander-level powerhouses, the serpent people accounted for 3. Originally, they had 5, but one was defeated guarding the entrance to the cavern and another was left at the Qinghe base city, now both transformed into soul servants by Chen Yu. Behind the commander-level powerhouses, more than 30 general-level forces led their respective troops, densely packed, guarding the entrance to the cavern impermeably with a fierce momentum and chilling murderous intent. The formation of the alien coalition was undoubtedly extremely formidable. If it weren't for Lu Jin and others coming to support, they would be enough to sweep through the entire northwest of Long Country. However, with the addition of Chen Yu, a top-tier combatant, the odds have greatly increased for the human side. At this moment, the two forces were only less than 5 kilometers apart, and naturally, they were aware of each other's presence. Seeing that the human side did not even have 1 million troops and only 3 visible high-ranking warriors, the allied forces of the different races were visibly taken aback. The scene was not quite what they had expected. How could such a small force dare to come here? It's no different from courting death. They must be fools, they thought. However, they did not let their guard down, recalling the surprise attacks from the air and underground during the previous siege. The 6 leading generals of the different races were continuously scanning the ground and the skies. Their gaze soon locked onto the hidden soul servants, and they immediately instructed their troops to prepare mentally for battle. The same trick won't work twice, they thought. They had discovered the hidden threat, indeed a race with intellect. 100 kilometers away, Chen Yu felt it was a pity to see the enemy prepared. A sneak attack would have been far more effective than a frontal assault, but clearly, the enemy was not going to give him that chance. After briefly assessing the enemy's formation, Chen Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Although outnumbered nearly 4-1, their edge in top-tier combat strength was undeniable and the numbers were still within an acceptable range. The entrance to the underground cave was located in a rift valley, not a plain, which due to the terrain prevented the vast numbers of the enemy from fully deploying their formation. The nearly 4 million strong force seemed formidable but was practically useless. The actual number that could engage in direct combat was just a few 100,000, with the rest squeezed in the back ranks. If they could somehow tie down the enemy's long-range and aerial forces, then even without considering the impact of their top-tier combatants, they had a fighting chance just on the military level. Realizing this, Chen Yu smiled confidently. A fight is all we need. The enemy had only 6 high-ranking generals, and so did they. In a 6-on-6 scenario, there was no reason they couldn't win, especially since Lu Jin alone had previously managed to hold off 3 enemy generals. In a one-on-one fight, he should be able to quickly defeat his opponent. This would disrupt the balance at the general level, or rather the balance of general-level combat strength was never there to begin with. Chen Yu and his team had a clear advantage. Wait, why does it feel like that guy is coming straight towards me? Through the shared vision, Chen Yu saw that one of the Black Feather tribe's generals, without waiting for the formal start of the battle, suddenly soared into the sky. Ignoring the impending attacks from the air and the soul servants poised underground, he charged directly towards Chen Yu at an extremely fast pace. Due to the suddenness of the event, Lu Jin and the others were a step slow to react. The enemy was already extremely fast and was flying, making him very hard to intercept, and he quickly broke through their defenses. Not good. Realizing what was happening, Lu Jin and the other 2 instinctively prepared to give chase. they all understood very well that the key to this battle was not them but Chen Yu's soul servants, which made Chen Yu's personal safety extremely important. Once Chen Yu was killed, the 200,000 soul servants would immediately dissipate and collapse. The dragon nation would lose a future powerhouse capable of influencing the fate of the nation and even the foundation of humanity. All would be considered culprits. At this moment, they were truly grateful that Chen Yu had been cautious enough to stay 100 kilometers away from the battlefield, otherwise it would have been perilous. They felt deeply ashamed as they had previously mocked Chen Yu for being overly timid. It turned out that Chen Yu was right to be cautious. Without waiting for Lu Jin and others to act, and Bari and Koan, the three great martial-level soul servants at the rear of the human army, reacted immediately. They soared into the sky, forming a triangle to intercept the enemy. Bari, Koan, Yu traitors. The Black Feather Clan's war marshal, feeling certain of his victory before being intercepted, tried several times to break through but failed and was visibly furious. Bari and Koan, Coleman, focused, stared back with a murderous intent in their eyes. Mode, you'll soon join us. Damn it, I am not a coward like you. I will not betray my race. Mode grew increasingly angry. Bari and his companions did not continue to talk but immediately launched an attack, 3 against 1. With the added combat power of their soul bodies, the advantage was very clear. At the same time, seeing Mode intercepted, Lu Jin and his team breathed a sigh of relief and immediately led their troops directly towards the alien army's position. Marshal against marshal, general against general, soldier against soldier. Nearly 200,000 soul servants from the air and underground launched an attack, leading at the very front of the formation. Many even penetrated deep into the enemy's formation, disrupting their long-range setup. Each unit was led by a general-level soul servant, making their assault incredibly formidable. However, the number of the alien coalition was still too great, and they too had general-level combatants leading their forces, preventing the soul servants from overwhelming them immediately. The great battle had already begun. 150 kilometers away, seeing that the alien martial-level powerhouse had been intercepted, Chen Yu breathed a sigh of relief but continued to move quickly away from the battlefield. He did not have martial-level soul servants to protect him, and it would be too dangerous if the enemy's martial-level powerhouses approached. A wise man does not stand under a dangerous wall. It's right to consider the bigger picture, but that also must be under the premise of ensuring one's own safety. Chen Yu suddenly felt he had still not been cautious enough. He should not have followed the main forces all along. Moreover, having 10,000 soul servants around him was too ostentatious. The enemy, with their remarkable vision, had likely followed Lu Jin and others' direction and spotted him. Then without hesitation they directly charged over, ready to attack him, which certainly indicated a problem. It seemed they had already guessed his unique abilities and he would need to be even more cautious thereafter. Chen Yu reminded himself silently. Then he retreated to 300 kilometers away and stopped continuing to watch the situation on the battlefield and dispatching soul servants to scout in all directions to guard against sneak attacks. Soon as seen 100 kilometers to the right made him frown. Could these guys be coming for me? Watching the tens of thousands of Spiker tribe troops that seemed to appear out of nowhere, Chen Yu felt somewhat underestimated. Did they really think they stood a chance with such meager strength? It was as if they were simply delivering experience points to him. While he couldn't provoke a commander-level powerhouse just yet, these small fries were hardly a challenge. He quickly dispatched 2 of his 3 major soul servants to deal with them while he himself prudently retreated another 50 kilometers. Caution is the parent of safety, and there was certainly no harm in being cautious. What if the enemy was merely baiting him and he foolishly charged forward only to be confronted by a commander-level powerhouse? That would be the end of him, so it was essential not to be reckless and to play it safe. Soon enough, the battle commenced. Only one general-level soul servant. Chen Yu squinted his eyes. After confirming that there were no other significant threats, he sent another 7,000 of his soul servants into the fray. The Spiker tribe, numbering just over 30,000, was quickly overwhelmed. Only a small unit of about 100 managed to escape under Chen Yu's deliberate containment, but it wasn't long before Chen Yu and his team intercepted them. His soul servants were hidden underground, making it appear as though Chen Yu was alone and blocking the enemy's path. Seeing only Chen Yu blocking their way, the enemy tribe charged forward recklessly, too slow. Endowed with the peak spiritual power of a general level, Chen Yu possessed exceptionally strong perception. The strongest among the enemy ranks was merely at mid-school level in terms of combat power. In his eyes, all their movements seemed slowed down. They posed no threat at all. Shen Yu did not rush to kill these alien creatures. Instead, he moved stealthily among them, his movements so swift and smooth that not even the hem of his garment was touched. As time passed, his mastery of these elusive steps improved tremendously in an exaggerated fashion. This was practiced through battle, and the efficiency was astounding. However, the disparity in strength was too great, and these aliens could not put enough pressure on Shen Yu to continue enhancing his skills effectively. His technique never quite broke through to a minor achievement level. Nonetheless, the gains were significant, and Shen Yu was not greedy. He promptly drew his blade, ready to shed some blood. Each swing of his sword took the lives of several aliens, their seemingly tough spiky shells unable to block his blade in the slightest. In less than 2 minutes, Shen Yu had slain over 100 aliens. With a stylish flick of his sword, he shook off the bloodstains and then sheathed it, looking around at the severed limbs and bodies close by. The sight made him feel slightly nauseous, but he quickly adjusted. After all, he had seen much larger and more gruesome battlefields where millions clashed in combat. Those were far more horrific and nauseating. Strictly speaking, this was the first time since arriving in this world that Shen Yu had personally slain members of an alien race relying solely on his own combat strength. The feeling was quite extraordinary, entirely different from watching his soul servants fight. Far from feeling fear or tension, Shen Yu found himself remarkably calm throughout and even somewhat enjoyed the effortless control over life and death that the battle afforded him. Perhaps this was the thrill of overwhelming weaker opponents without seeking out those who were on par with or stronger than himself. It could be done, but there was no need. Indeed, in life or death situations, human potential can be greatly stimulated and strength can undergo a qualitative change. However, he didn't need to do so. His combat power mainly lay in his soul servants, at least for now. All Shen Yu needed to do was to ensure he didn't appear too fragile to avoid being easily killed in a flash. The desperate fighting was left to his soul servants. His task was simply to stay alive. Understanding this, Shen Yu did not linger. After transforming the 100 or so different clan members around him into soul servants, he immediately headed towards another group of overlooked enemy clan troops. Using the blood of these clans, he continuously honed his combat skills and accumulated battle experience. During this time, through questioning a soul servant of the Spike clan, Shen Yu learned about their intention to come here, which was not to encircle him but to launch a surprise attack on Qinghe Base City. It was not just them. 10 groups led by 10 general-class combatants totaling 300,000 troops. Since these Spike clan members had the innate ability to move underground, they started from beneath the earth, planning to strike Qinghe Base City undetected. Knowing this, Shen Yu naturally wouldn't let the clans launch their surprise attack on the base city. He immediately killed all the Spike clan members present and transformed them into soul servants. Then, using the Spike clan's general class combat power as a guide, he began to clear the other 9 Spike clan groups. Each group was led by only one general class combatant and was relatively dispersed from each other, which gave him the opportunity to defeat them one by one. He felt fortunate in his heart that he had discovered their plan early. If these Spike clan troops had managed to converge near Qinghe Base City and launched an attack relying solely on Wang Tian, a general-class combatant who was not yet recovered from serious injuries, it definitely wouldn't hold. Then if the rear was broken through, the morale of the front lines would surely collapse. The books always said that the clans were all brutes. Indeed, blind faith in books is worse than none at all. In the subsequent time, while clearing the clan's surprise attack troops, Shen Yu also kept an eye on the situation on the battlefield. Of course, he did not neglect his own training. With continuous fighting and an increasing wealth of combat experience, there was a significant improvement in Shen Yu's personal combat power. With his current strength, unless he encountered a general class or higher strength clan member, facing even 10,000 clan members posed no danger to him at all, because they simply couldn't breach his defenses. Having advanced to the proficient level of the elusive step technique, even peak school level strength clan members could not touch him at all. The nearly perfect level blood shadow blade technique was extremely powerful. To have a clearer understanding of his current strength condition and to boost his confidence, Shen Yu even faced an early-stage general-class combatant from the Spike clan in the last battle, resolving the fight in less than half an hour. Shen Yu felt that even if he encountered mid or late general-class combatants, he should be in no danger. Trying was out of the question. In one day, Shen Yu increased the number of soul servants around him to 50,000, from originally having 3 general-class servants to 7, and another 6 who were severely injured were kept by his side, waiting to be absorbed after the recovery of energy. The gaze shifted timely toward the battlefield, noticing that the great battle was still ongoing. After a day's fight, both sides were extremely weary, yet neither had plans to retreat. Overall, the human race held an undeniable advantage thanks to their more numerous and stronger elite forces. Of the 6 top-tier generals from the allied forces of different races, 2 had been severely injured and were unable to continue fighting. Now, with a 6 versus 4 scenario, the humans had a significant upper hand. The same was true for the generals' level of strength. The losses on the side of the allied races were much greater than those of the humans. Once the outcome at the elite level was decided, the great battle would likely come to a swift conclusion. Lower and middle tier troops simply couldn't stand against the power of the generals and top tier fighters. It's no wonder that in top tier base cities like Kyoto and Magic City, National Guard level warriors could often be seen single-handedly battling a million-strong army, crushing the enemy, or guarding a pass against tens of millions. These powerful beings could split mountains and seas in battle against millions, even tens of millions, without defeat. This was the real-life equivalent of holding the pass alone against countless foes. The battle was expected to continue for some time. Meanwhile, Chinyu rested on the spot, planning to recover his spirit before transforming the 6 different race generals he had with him into soul servants, and then moving on to provide support. Indeed, he would send the soul servants. He wouldn't go himself. Who could resist the charm of cat ears and snake women? Situated at the entrance of the subterranean cave in this narrow rift valley, the base city allied forces and the different races' allied forces had battled intensively all day. Even with reinforcements arriving later for the different races, the strongest were only at the general's level, and the top-tier advantage still ensured that Lu Jin and his troops maintained a significant edge. At night, under a solitary crescent moon and dim stars, there was no sign that the battle intended to pause. By nightfall, the pitch-black soul servants could almost perfectly blend into the darkness, leaving only their eerie green glowing eyes visible. After a day of combat, out of the 200,000 soul servants, only less than 130,000 were still fighting. Among them, 30,000 had their souls completely dispersed, while another 40,000 had turned into residual spirits, retreating back into Chenyu's soul nurturing space, unable to recover in the short term. There were no losses among the general and top-tier soul servants, though many at the school level had perished. The losses were still within acceptable limits, especially since the different races had paid a steep price of several hundreds of thousands of troops and had many generals killed. It appeared that Chinyu and his forces had made a gain. Moreover, as the battle continued, the advantage in top-tier strength on the side of the base city became increasingly significant, already surpassing the rate of the different races' reinforcements. After all, inside this subterranean cave, there was only one spatial passage connecting only to the world inhabited by the Serpent People. Even though the spatial strength had significantly increased, the capacity and intensity of the transmission were still limited. Wanting more numbers meant reducing the strength. Wanting more strength meant the numbers couldn't be too high. For now, the different races were focusing mainly on strength. After all, even 100,000 regular troops couldn't kill a single general-level fighter. It seemed necessary for Chinyu to add more fuel to the fire. Located in a hill 350 kilometers away from the subterranean cave, Chinyu had an idea, and the 50,000 soul servants hidden underground quickly moved toward the battlefield with 2 more of the 7 general-level soul servants dispatched. Only 5 general-level soul servants and over 2,000 soul servants remained by his side. The former were the main defensive force around him, while the latter acted more as scouts dispersed within a 10-kilometer radius. Even a mosquito approaching could be detected by Chinyu in real time. He was not about to be ambushed. Shortly after 50,000 soul servants arrived at the battlefield, both sides were already weary from the fight, and the 50,000 soul servants stealthily approached from underground unnoticed. They suddenly emerged from the rear ranks of the alien allied forces, initiating a massacre that quickly disrupted the balanced situation. The timing was perfect. Lu Jin laughed heartily as the assault intensified. Zhou Wei and Zhao Fei did the same, not to mention Ian and the other general-level soul servants who fearlessly joined the siege. For a moment, the general-level powerhouses of the alien species were clearly being suppressed. By then the battle situation had become quite clear. However, before Chinyu could breathe a sigh of relief, a powerful figure suddenly burst out from the stone gate, halting the soul servant army that was slaughtering the aliens. Another general level. Chinyu frowned in irritation. Just when victory was within grasp, a complication arose, but he quickly regained his composure. Note that person must have just come through a spatial portal, otherwise he wouldn't have appeared just now. If it was just newly arrived reinforcements, that was less of a worry. It meant that the alien allied forces were at their wits' end with no reserves left in the subterranean battlefield. He remotely commanded the Soul Servants to burrow underground away from the newly arrived general-level powerhouse. Barry and Cohen, upon receiving the command, quickly disengaged from their original battlefield and rushed over, restraining the opponent 2 against 1. Despite their swift reaction, hundreds of Soul Servants were still killed, their souls scattered. This general-level powerhouse was formidable. Seeing that the situation had returned to its previous state, Chenyu sighed slightly. The top-tier forces were unable to determine a victor in a short time. On the lower levels, however, because another 50,000 Soul Servants had been dispatched, the advantage on the base city side was now quite clear. The corpses of over 1 million alien troops had already dyed the ground blood red, with bodies strewn everywhere. The combatants on the ground were now fighting atop the corpses of comrades and foes alike. Overall, the space had become much more expansive than before, giving both sides more room to maneuver. The battle had evolved from large-scale army operations to current small-unit cooperative combat, consciously dividing into several battle zones. To avoid friendly fire, the battles between general and general-level forces were kept some distance from the main troops, forming an independent battlefield and becoming the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone was acutely aware that the key to this great war lay there. Whichever side could overpower the other in top-tier strength would likely win the battle. Thus, even now, with 5 against 6 having no advantage, the 5 general-level powerhouses of the alien side fought to the death, not hoping to kill Lu Jin and the others, but only to repel them. This allowed them to secure a chance for rest and recovery. With the existence of spatial portals, a continuous stream of reinforcements could come through. As long as they could hold out until their powerful support arrived and amassed enough combat strength, victory was still possible. As for reinforcements from the other 3 races, the commander of the Serpent People had given up hope on them at this moment. They had to rely solely on themselves. Meanwhile, his heart burned with extreme anger towards Chenyu. If it weren't for Chenyu and his soul servants, this battle would have been decidedly in their favor. At this time, Chenyu's focus had shifted from the battle itself to the exotic races. The upper bodies of the Serpent People, aside from being somewhat eerily cold and enchanting, were almost indistinguishable from humans. But why were they all males, or rather all male? Chenyu couldn't figure it out. It wasn't just the Serpent People. The Cat-Eared tribe and the Black Feather tribe were also predominantly male, with no females in sight. The only exception was the Spike tribe, which did have some female troops, but they looked like hedgehogs, definitely not appealing to Chenyu's aesthetic taste. Summoning Soul Servants from the Cat-Eared and Black Feather tribes, Chenyu expressed his puzzlement. The answer he received was quite surprising. For the Cat-Eared tribe, the females were responsible for nurturing the young, so even though their combat abilities were not inferior to the males, they were generally not sent to fight. As for the Serpent People, it was a matriarchal society where the female warriors typically stayed to defend their homeland and did not venture into other worlds. Well, in the eyes of these exotic races, humans were also considered aliens and Earth was another world. The answers left Chenyu somewhat disappointed. He had been quite looking forward to meeting the females of the Cat-Eared and Serpent People, even though the former were covered in fur and the latter had human torsos with snake tails. But who could resist cat ears and snake women? Shaking his head to clear these thoughts, Chenyu turned his attention to the right and waited quietly. Soon, a small squad of Soul Servants brought over a bulky serpent person covered in wounds. He was one of the 2 alien commanders who had lost their ability to fight. One had already died from severe injuries when the sky was not yet completely dark, which was tricky to handle, and Chenyu had to painfully let go, feeling like he had missed out on a fortune. The remaining serpent person commander, however, exhibited much stronger vitality. Although unconscious, he was still alive. The battle was evenly matched at 6 against 5, but what about 7 against 5? Taking a deep breath, Chenyu approached the serpent person commander, drew his sword, and swiftly stabbed into the other's eye socket, ending his life and then activating his innate ability. As the commander fell like a collapsing mountain, the time for harvest arrived. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Jin, along with Ian, Barry and Cohen, 3 great commanders of Soul Servants, joined forces against the enemy. Whether in terms of combined strength numbers or top-tier combat power, they held a significant advantage. With these 3 advantages, the 6 of them dominantly pressed against the 5 alien commanders, and each collision emitted terrifying roars, as if to shatter both the earth and the sky. The air itself was disturbed by the fierce clash between the 2 sides, creating noticeable currents. Thankfully, they had the sense to distance themselves from the main battlefield and took their fight to the skies above the rift. Otherwise, countless troops on the ground might have suffered collateral damage. These guys are surprisingly resilient, thought Lu Jin. Despite our clear advantage, they keep fighting. They must be waiting for reinforcements. No, we can't let them hold out until help arrives. Realizing the enemy's intention, Lu Jin, ignoring his own fatigue and without holding back any longer, unleashed his innate abilities. His speed surged as he feinted with a rifle before launching a direct attack on the most injured of the enemy's 5 martial-level warriors. Caught off guard, the alien marshal could only brace himself for the impact as Lu Jin, now all too close, threw a punch that landed squarely on his chest. Boom! The force sent Rod, the alien marshal, crashing down from the sky, heavily slamming into the ground where he was buried. Rod, the situation was dire. Originally fighting 5 against 6 inch and with the enemy having a late-stage martial among them, they were clearly at a disadvantage. Losing another martial-level warrior at this point meant there was no way they could continue the fight. They wouldn't last until reinforcements arrived. Fortunately, Rod soon burst out of the dust, bloodied but with a determined look in his eyes, clearly still capable of fighting. Lu Jin felt frustrated. Despite expending a great deal of energy to launch a powerful attack, he hadn't managed to incapacitate his opponent. Instead, his own side was now visibly weaker due to the excessive expenditure of physical and mental energy, clearly a loss more than a gain. He regretted his decision. However, just as Rod had risen less than 10 meters into the air, a dark shadow suddenly emerged from the ground, swiftly moving behind him and, without giving Rod a chance to react, smashed him back to the ground. The attacker did not stop, rapidly closing in for more ferocious attacks. Unaware of the impending threat, having lost the initiative and already severely injured, Rod was completely overwhelmed and screamed in agony. Noticing this turn of events, the expressions of the other alien marshals in the sky changed drastically. They also recognized the identity of the newcomer. Francis, you turned traitor too, cursed one, outraged at the betrayal and the cursed innate ability. Traitor. I'm already dead, what does being a traitor matter now? And soon you'll all be like me, and then you might even have to call me senior. Amid these thoughts, Francis didn't pause his assault. As long as he could quickly finish off Rod or render him incapable of fighting, they would have a substantial advantage of 7 against 4. Lu Jin and his companions, realizing this, fought desperately to engage the enemy, denying them any chance for reinforcements. It must be admitted this marshal named Rod was extraordinarily tenacious and defensive. He endured for over half an hour before he was finally defeated. Without hesitation, Francis charged into the aerial battlefield. 7 against 4, the alien side was already crumbling. In the realm of general-level combat power, Chen Yu's advantage is clear due to the sufficient number of general-level soul servants he commands. Currently, the main forces are pursuing the enemy under the leadership of these soul servants, demonstrating a momentum of relentless pursuit. Defeat is like a collapsing mountain, aptly describing the current state of the alien coalition forces. Defeated again. I can't accept this. Why did we lose? It's all because of that fool. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have lost. I'd risk death just to take him down. Yes, kill him. That guy will definitely become a major threat to us. The reality is right before us. After long planning and exchanging numerous benefits, even having already divided the post-war territories and spoils, we still face defeat. What awaits them next is nothing but death. There is no other path. The alien commanders are now terrified and filled with immense hatred towards Chen Yu. It won't be long before you change your minds. Join us and serve our master. The flesh is truly fragile, the soul form is the strongest. You think to kill our master? Sorry, but you'll never get the chance. Sensing the despair and emptiness in the alien commanders, the 4 general-level soul servants intensify their assault and form a surrounding formation, giving them no chance to escape, while also not sparing any verbal attacks. Upon hearing this, the eyes of Lu Jin and his 2 companions flashed, and the idea of transforming their souls into soul servants after death, thereby gaining a second life and increasing their combat power while continuing to serve their country, unconsciously emerged in their minds. This could not only benefit them and Shenyu but also significantly reduce the combat losses for their nation. It seems feasible. However, this is just a preliminary thought. Many factors need to be considered before implementation. The souls of aliens and ferocious beasts should pose no problem, but once it involves humans, things get complicated. Not everyone is willing or able to overcome that barrier in their hearts. It should be carefully planned and executed. With that, they refocused on the battle. Nearly 3 hours later, all the alien commanders were defeated. 3 of the 5 top commanders were killed and 2 were severely injured. The battle at the general level was decided an hour earlier and had already joined the main forces fight. The battle was essentially over with only sporadic resistance from some aliens remaining. The outcome was irreversible. The Allied forces of the base city had won. The eastern sunrise slowly revitalized, bringing light to the darkened land. Darkness will eventually dissipate and light will surely arrive. The next step would be to regain control of the underground battlefield, ideally controlling the spatial passages like those in the northern desert base city, consolidating forces for defense and strengthening fortifications. At this time, Chen Yu had also arrived at the scene. He went straight to the body of the recently deceased alien commander. It was time to harvest talent aggregation. Super S-level talent. Half a month had passed in the blink of an eye. The sky was clear and the breeze was gentle, showing no signs of the massive battle that had just taken place in the rift. Undoubtedly, Chen Yu and his team had won the final victory. After the battle at the entrance, the alien coalition was almost completely annihilated. Most were killed and only a few, under the special care of Lu Jin, were spared but were left incapacitated. These were all left as rewards for Chen Yu. It must be said, Brother Lu was generous and capable, as expected. There was no significant alien force in the cavern battlefield, only small detachments totaling just over 10,000 drifting within. They even lacked a commander-level combatant and were quickly exterminated. Thus, the cavern battlefield was smoothly reclaimed. Some time was spent locating the spatial passage within it. Coincidentally, a commander-level powerhouse from the Serpent race emerged to reinforce, but was immediately besieged. Outnumbered, they were easily defeated and soon their bones were shattered, turning them into a meal for Chen Yu. With the successful reclamation of the cavern by the Qinghe base and the establishment of solid defensive fortifications at the spatial passage, the alien coalition's joint surprise attack tactic aimed at the northwestern region of Longwa ended in failure. The crisis was largely averted. Now all that remained was to repel the alien invaders at several other base cities and the crisis would be completely resolved. The regional magnetic field restored and interconnected communication between the various base cities would become much simpler, eliminating the need to dispatch those with flying talents to shuttle back and forth. However, with the current remaining combat strength of the Qinghe base city, it was definitely not possible to hold this space passage that could now be traversed by mid-level commander powerhouses. Therefore, Lu Jin chose to stay behind. With his late-stage commander-level power, he was capable of handling all problems. As for Zhou Wei and Zhao Fei, after fully recuperating, they began to support other base cities. Troops from other base cities that had come to aid gradually departed, returning to their respective bases and entering new battlefields. In this great war, Chen Yu's sole servant army was at the forefront, facing the brunt of the alien coalition's pressure. Thus, the losses for the troops of the various base cities were within an acceptable range, resulting in a generally happy outcome. However, Chen Yu was now feeling a bit distressed. He did not know how he had managed to endure it. The half-month felt like being in hell, racing against time every day, pushing himself to the limits of his mental strength before stopping. Although the gains were tremendous, he really did not want to experience such days again. It was inhuman. After half a month, no aliens were left alive, leaving only soulless corpses. Chen Yu's total number of soul servants had frighteningly surged to 1.01 million, including 8 commander level, 67 general level, 33451 colonel level, and the rest at least of soldier level strength. Holding command over a million-strong army and war machines, Chen Yu now truly embodies the phrase one-man army. Should he encounter battles of previous intensities, he would no longer need reinforcements. He could claim victory single-handedly. What thrilled Chen Yu even more was that since his previous awakening of the derivative ability to share vision after his soul servants exceeded 1 million, he finally awakened a second derivative ability, talent aggregation. As the name implies, this ability allows him to consolidate the talents of all his soul servants into his own body, thereby enhancing his own talent level. This passive ability strengthens Chen Yu's talents without affecting those of his soul servants. Now the highest known human talent level is S grade, but after aggregating the talents of 1 million soul servants, Chen Yu could distinctly feel that his current talent level had undoubtedly surpassed S grade. This was evident as his cultivation speed had increased by more than tenfold. With no known assessments for talent levels above S grade, Chen Yu had no reference and could only tentatively classify his talent level as beyond S grade. Despite absorbing so many soul essences, Chen Yu's physical strength had not yet reached the later stages of the general level, which was somewhat challenging. However, with the enhancement from his beyond S-grade talent, each cultivation session using his breathing technique showed significant improvements. Relying solely on his cultivation, his physical condition should quickly advance. As for the strength of his mental power, it had naturally progressed to the level of a martial and even taken a significant step toward the mid-martial stage. However, his overall combat prowess had not yet reached the martial level. Currently, the increase in mental power primarily enhanced Chen Yu's perceptual abilities. He lacked attack-oriented mental combat techniques and methods, so this mental strength did not significantly boost his combat capability. It could be said that Chen Yu now possessed immense mental power but had not yet harnessed its true combat potential. This situation was somewhat reminiscent of the early days of Su Zhu and demigods and semi-devils who possessed great internal strength but knew no martial techniques. Moreover, whether it was Qinghe Base City or Mabei Base City, or even looking across the entire northwest of Long Country, attack-oriented mental techniques and battle methods were exceedingly rare due to their scarcity. In Long Country, the majority of those with talents have physical strengths surpassing their mental strengths, with only a minority having stronger mental than physical powers. Therefore, there are not many mental techniques available, mostly cultivation and supportive types, with attack-oriented ones being extremely rare and highly prized. To obtain such mental combat techniques, one might only hope to find them in top-tier base cities like Jingdu or Modu in Long Country. While that was a bit of a detour, no rush, Chen Yu thought. Once my physical strength also reaches the martial level, granting me a bit of self-protection in this world, it wouldn't be too late to seek them out. With great effort, he suppressed his adventurous heart. He decided not to stay any longer in the caverns of Qinghe, as they no longer offered significant assistance in strengthening his abilities. Recalling the requests made by Lu Jin and others when they left, he glanced at the few directional compasses in his hand, then seated himself on the back of the white-headed eagle, recalled all his soul servants back into the soul-nurturing space, and flew towards Beishan Base City, the nearest from here. Traveling at full speed, it took less than a day to reach the destination. During this time, Chen Yu devoted himself to practicing breathing techniques, absorbing the free energy from the air to enhance his physical strength. If his previous training speed was like flying on a plane, now it was like riding on a rocket. A single day's progress equated to more than 10 days of training before. His talent was truly exceptional, Super S level. The key point was that just having a million soul servants gave him such a significant boost in his training. If he were to possess tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of soul servants with the added bonus of this talent aggregation ability, how high would his talent reach? How terrifying would his training speed become? Chen Yu looked forward to that day. In the southern part of the North Mountain Base City's wall. Is that a level 4 ferocious beast, the white-headed eagle? Why is its entire body black, and why are its eyes green? No, this isn't right. There appears to be a person sitting atop the back of the white-headed eagle, a figure cloaked in black with green eyes sitting atop. Do not attack, he is one of us. This person must be the Vice City Lord Shang's, praised Chen Yu, right? It must be him, an S-level talent, and to see him alive. Hovering 10 kilometers outside the base city, Chen Yu waited a few minutes for any reaction from the other side. Noticing that no one came to meet him, nor did they attack or drive him away, he summoned Ian and buried 2 martial-level powerhouses as a precaution. He then flew towards the North Mountain Base City. Shortly he reached the city walls and noticed that a landing spot had been reserved for him. Without hesitation, he commanded the white-headed eagle to land on top of the wall. A middle-aged man with a resolute face approached with a smile. You must be Chen Yu, Mr. Chen, right? You know me? Chen Yu asked curiously. The Vice City Lord returned from Qinghe Base City and specifically described your features to us. The Vice City Lord. Chen Yu tried to recall but couldn't remember his face at all, not even a slight impression. He gave up on that thought as it was not important and immediately got to the point. The battle at the cavern hasn't ended yet, has it? Not yet, Mr. Chen Yu. Before the man could finish, Chen Yu interrupted. Tell me the direction of the cavern, I'm heading there now. Alright. Initially, the plan was for Chen Yu to rest overnight in the base city and enjoy some local hospitality, but seeing Chen Yu's firm decision, the man did not insist. He felt a bit regretful. Having a familiar face with Chen Yu, a future national-level super powerhouse, would have been beneficial, but it was clear that Chen Yu was not giving him that chance. Once he knew the location of the cavern, Chen Yu immediately left the city wall and flew rapidly towards the cavern. In a few breaths he was out of sight. At just 18 years old, having awakened his talent only half a year ago, he was already one of the top, if not the strongest, powerhouses in the northwest region of Long Country. even the martial-level powerhouses of North Mountain Base City looked up to him with utmost respect. Indeed, such is the way it should be. This was the genuine sentiment among those on the city walls at that moment, yet they soon chuckled and shook their heads at the thought. After all, they were only C-level talents compared to the S-level talent of Chenyu. The difference was simply too vast. Chenyu arrived at his destination in less than half an hour, immediately spotted by the troops stationed at the entrance of the cavern due to prior alerts, and thus was not attacked. He smoothly entered the cavern battlefield without specifically going to aid anyone, randomly choosing a direction to fly towards. Along the way, he continuously summoned soul servants from his soul nurturing space, 5 martial level, 50 general level, 5,000 colonel level plus 500,000 lieutenant and soldier level. This was Chenyu's current combat power entering the battlefield like a cloud that covered the sun. The already dim cavern battlefield grew even darker wherever the army of soul servants passed as they blocked out the light. From a distance, it looked as if the sky was being devoured by darkness. This sudden arrival startled the people from Beishan Base City who were fighting extraterrestrial enemies. They instinctively prepared to turn back and attack, but upon realizing that these were friendly forces, they all breathed a sigh of relief and were extremely excited. With such a show of force, how could we possibly lose? The kid has finally shown up. Zhou Wei, who had arrived earlier to provide support and was fiercely battling an alien commander, also sighed in relief. It seemed the battle would soon end. With his keen eyesight, he could roughly estimate the vast number of soul servants, with Chenyu thinking to himself a single person controlling 400 to 500,000 soul servants. This guy alone could defend a cavern. What a monster! At the same time, Chenyu also spotted Zhou Wei. The noise from the martial-level fighters was too loud to miss. Without hesitation, he launched an attack on the alien forces assaulting the defense fortress. He sent 3 martial-level soul servants to support Zhou Wei. With 2 powerful martial-level protectors by his side, Chenyu's safety greatly increased. He didn't just watch from afar this time. He charged directly into the midst of the alien army, leading his own army of 500,000 soul servants. The previously balanced battle immediately turned one-sided. He must be that S-level talent from the Mo Bay Base City, right? Isn't this too overpowering? Can one person really summon such a massive force? How could he be so strong? Having such a powerful ally truly reassured everyone. They couldn't possibly lose. Indeed, that was the case. With Chenyu joining the fight, the battle lasted less than 10 minutes. Apart from the alien martial-level fighter, a million aliens were either annihilated or knocked unconscious, completely incapacitated. As Chenyu fought, he also absorbed souls. His range for soul absorption from afar had now reached a kilometer, and his efficiency had increased countless times. To those on the defense fortress, every time Chenyu moved through an area, dark shadows would leap out from the bodies of alien corpses within a kilometer radius, swiftly moving into Chenyu's body like lightning. Talents are diverse, and no one thought much about it. However, those who knew about the soul control ability were all showing incredible expressions. Is this the weakest S-rank ability mentioned in the books? It's incomprehensible. If this is just the weakest of the S-rank abilities, how strong must the other S-rank abilities be? Ignoring reality for a moment, everyone could now be certain of one thing: Chenyu is truly monstrous. After finishing tormenting his weaker opponents, Chenyu had his 2 handsome-level soul servants go assist Zhou Wei. In a 6-on-1 scenario, they successfully captured a handsome-level powerhouse from the other race. What followed was rather straightforward. Having absorbed 100,000 souls earlier, Chenyu rested for a few hours, and once his energy was recovered, he gained another handsome-level soul servant. Because he had consciously instructed his soul servants to incapacitate rather than kill the other race whenever possible, there were still over 400,000 of the enemy's souls available for absorption. After staying in that underground cave for 3 days, Chenyu left with a terrifying total of 1.56 million soul servants. With 5.37 million soul servants, and after reaching the handsome level in spiritual strength, Chenyu found absorbing souls below handsome level strength relatively pressure-free. He could absorb hundreds of thousands at a time without much issue, provided he didn't take in too many high-level souls at once. If there were a few thousand of those, he surely couldn't manage. This was to ensure that he wouldn't run out of souls to absorb should the other bases progress too quickly. After resolving the crisis in Beishan and converting all available enemy souls, Chenyu immediately rushed to the Suwa base city, though it was relatively farther, taking a day and a half to travel. The battle lasted only 10 minutes. Even though the enemies at Suwa Base City were numerically and strength-wise superior to those at Beishan, they were quickly defeated by Chen Yu's army of 800,000. This was still with Chen Yu holding back to avoid fully revealing his power. The disparity in strength was so vast that he didn't need to exert his full power. Even so, the outcome left his comrades utterly astounded. They had been fighting the enemy desperately for so long without success, yet Chen Yu resolved the battle in less than 10 minutes, making them feel utterly incompetent by comparison. After another 3 days, Chen Yu's number of soul servants smoothly increased to 2 million, a truly astonishing figure. After humans on Earth awakened their talents at 18, disregarding socio-economic factors, unless one has a B rank or higher talent, achieving basic fist strength of a soldier level would take at least a year. The total combat power of all those who could fight from the Beibei base city didn't even reach a million. Key to note is that Chen Yu didn't just have sheer numbers, he also had a significant count of both general level and handsome level soul servants. The strength he held in his hands was evident, yet having 2 million soul servants did not trigger any derived abilities in me. I wonder if I need to wait until I have 10 million soul servants to awaken such abilities. With a slight purse of his lips thinking about the rapid increase in the number of soul slaves he had acquired recently, Chen Yu's eyebrows relaxed. Just 10 million, it seems tough, but a few more battles should do the trick. Such was his confidence. There was nothing left in Suwa Base City to keep him attached. Accompanied by over 2 million soul slaves, under the watchful, complex gazes of the crowd, Chen Yu moved on to the next base city, ready to meet some other cuties. Perhaps it was the long time he had spent with the soul slaves, but Chen Yu found he had grown accustomed to the chilly air they exuded. It was like having air conditioning in the hot desert, which was incredibly refreshing. Even in cold regions, his current physical condition prevented him from feeling discomfort. The more he looked at his soul slaves, the more endearing they became, which somewhat depressed him. On the contrary, face-to-face interactions with living people always felt a bit off. Should I interact more with the living? No sooner had this thought emerged than it was dismissed. Chen Yu felt it was still best to proceed cautiously. Living people were too dangerous. Only soul slaves could be fully trusted. Therefore, it made sense to gather more trustworthy soul slaves. In the following month, Chen Yu single-handedly supported several base cities, crushing the joint invasion of different alien races with an unstoppable force, resolving the crises of all 9 major base cities. The number of his soul slaves had reached 4.15 million, including 12 of commander level and 108 of general level. Commander-level combat power was extremely rare in the northwest regions. Many base city dungeons did not even have alien races of such high rank, so there wasn't much increase in commander-level soul slaves. However, reaching triple digits in general level power was quite significant. Now combined, the 9 major base cities in the northwest did not possess as much commander-level power as he did alone. Originally, Chen Yu could have obtained more soul slaves, but time dragged on too long and many aliens were killed by the base cities during defense. The alien coalition forces had already been broken, and with the news spreading, the major alien races did not commit too many forces anymore. Chen Yu felt that wandering around the 9 major base cities, his soul slaves could have reached 6 million, nearly 2 million short of his estimate, which was a painful loss. Thinking of rounding up the numbers since aliens were no longer available, Chen Yu began to target fierce beasts. 100,000 soul slaves spread out conducting long-range reconnaissance, and with such a vast network, groups of fierce beasts of over 100 were nowhere to hide. However, the numbers were generally not large. The largest group of fierce beasts counted only about 1,000, which he easily defeated. To Chen Yu's surprise, he encountered a red-eyed 9-tailed white fox with commander-level strength at the summit of a snowy mountain. This creature had the ability to control and attack mentally, posing a significant challenge to soul slaves. The fox's fur was soft and snow-white, irresistibly touchable, and it was female, which made Chen Yu like it even more, except for its red eyes, which somewhat spoiled the view, looking like a case of conjunctivitis. This was the first time since arriving on Earthstar that he had encountered a fierce beast with commander-level strength that also countered soul slaves. Not taking any chances, Chen Yu deployed all 12 of his commander-level soul slaves and the 108 general-level ones surrounding the battlefield. Surrounded by so many formidable beings, Bai Hu showed a bewildered expression, almost human-like. Isn't this a bit too much? Had I known you were this powerful, I wouldn't have shown up. Unfortunately, there's no such thing as a regret medicine in this world. While Bai Hu was strong, he ultimately fell to the onslaught and became Chen Yu's sole servant. Eagerly summoning him, what appeared was a black fox with green eyes and 9 tails. Chenyu fell silent. The black fox lowered its head to inspect its current condition and remained silent as well. Master and servant exchanged a glance, understanding everything without words. With a mere thought, Chenyu moved the black fox into the soul nurturing space. Out of sight, out of mind, he thought, needing some time alone. After a brief rest, he resumed his cleansing of ferocious beasts. It wasn't until the city lord of the nearby base city, looking rather embarrassed, came forward on behalf of the other city lords in the area, pleading with Chenyu to stop his slaughter of the beasts, that he reluctantly ceased his campaign. After over a month of relentless effort, Chenyu had killed a large majority of the beasts within several base city territories. Had he not been stopped, he could have converted 80% of these beasts into soul servants. The city lord came specifically to ask Chenyu to halt his actions so that future talented newcomers could continue to train outside the city. Being a reasonable man who was also tired of the killing, Chenyu readily agreed. Ultimately, the number of his soul servants was fixed at 5.37 million, a substantial figure that would only grow larger over time. On this occasion he had gained over 1 million beast soul servants, although the number was still less than he desired, roughly equivalent to 2 beast tides. The resources in the northwest region and its surrounding areas were too scant, and without a beast tide, significant gains were hard to come by in the short term. Given that external threats seemed unlikely to invade again soon and hunting efficiency was too low, Chenyu decided to focus on his cultivation until his physical strength reached a commendable level, and then he would head to Kyoto. Mapping out his future development, Chenyu officially started his journey home. His mount had evolved from a white-headed eagle to a larger and faster wind god fierce wing eagle, a 4th-level peak beast awakened with ancient bloodlines. Well, a soul servant, Chenyu without a flaw in Kyoto's base city under the National Defense Pavilion. Personally controlling over 1 million soul servants, including at least 5 with commander-level combat prowess and over 50 at the general level, with the weakest being at the soldier level. This power, even by our standards, is formidable. It's not just the number and combat prowess of the soul servants that are astounding. According to information from Xiao Lu and others, Chenyu's personal strength has reached the general level. Among this year's awakeners, none can match him. Comparing those new awakeners to him seems almost unfair. With his current strength, joining an elite training camp is out of the question. He might better fit in the genius class. We'll see when he gets here. That so-called genius training class, after all, might not even stand a chance against him. Millions of souls controlled. Could this talent really be that powerful? The evidence was right before us, leaving no room for doubt. I've heard that the youngster is overly cautious and reluctant to come to the capital, preferring to stay in the northwest. With his rapid progress and potential, staying in the northwest is simply a waste. Only in the capital can his true value be realized. He must come here. It's easy to say, but with his strength, even the mightiest generals are no match for him. If he truly doesn't want to come, there's little we can do. Should we really send a National Guard to force him? If we pressure him too much, we might push him away, and that would be a tremendous loss. Silence fell upon the roomful of powerful figures. Unsure of how to proceed, then, as if struck by a thought, their gazes collectively turned to a man in the room with a square face and a resolute expression. Seeing this, the man spread his hands. Gentlemen, I indeed come from the same place as this young man, but I've never met him and have no personal relationship with him. He might not listen to me, and right now I really can't leave my post. He paused, seeing the helpless expressions around him, and continued, rather than worrying about whether he wants to come to the capital, we should be more concerned about his safety now. Nods of agreement met his words. The man didn't stop there. The enemy tribes surely know about his abilities by now. If they encounter him on the battlefield, they will definitely target him, just as they targeted me before. And remember, our enemies are not just the foreign tribes. At this, his gaze sharpened, dramatically matched by the intensity in the eyes of everyone present. They truly despised the traitors and parasites among them, considering Chenyu's potential to become a pillar of the nation, or even stronger. His premature fall would be a colossal loss for the Dragon Nation. His safety had to be prioritized. After a few seconds of contemplation, the elder at the head of the table made a final decision: raise Chenyu's security clearance to the highest level and order the city lord of the North Mo base Yan Yi to send Chenyu to the capital as soon as possible. The capital needs such talents, and only here can we offer him the necessary support and protection. Everyone nodded in understanding. The square-faced man smiled slightly, relieved, inwardly thinking, Kid, hurry over, with your talents it won't take long for you to truly rise. If you come soon you might even be able to participate in that big event. With your strength and talent you should be qualified by then. If Chen Yu were here he would immediately recognize this man. This was Li Chang, a well-known figure from the North Mo base, more popular than many national dignitaries, because he was a super powerful hero who emerged from the North Mo, one of the 10 pillars of the Dragon Nation. Achoo! On his way back Chen Yu sneezed out of nowhere. With my physical condition it can't be a cold, seems like someone is talking about me. He didn't care. Having killed so many of the other races and thwarted their almost certain surprise tactics, it was normal for him to be cursed. After all, they couldn't defeat him. The crisis with the other races had been resolved, the magnetic field in the area had been restored and electronic devices could be used again. There was no longer a need to watch the spinning roulette. Relying on positioning instruments, Chen Yu practiced his breathing techniques as he sped towards the North Desert Base City. It didn't take long before he arrived one windy moonless night back at the base city. Because he didn't hide his presence, he was quickly spotted. To the people of North Desert Base City, Chen Yu was a well-known figure, so no alarms were raised, but it was clear that the news of his arrival would quickly reach the upper echelons. He returned smoothly to his villa, his spirit still in excellent condition after his journey of continuous training. Entering the training room, he punched the testing machine. Boom! Like a sonic boom, the thunderous sound burst through the air as Chen Yu's fist, as large as a sandbag, instantly struck the machine. The digits on the display screen went wild, finally stabilizing at 2,177 tons. What about when he used his full-strength techniques? This time Chen Yu didn't hold back. With a deafening roar resounding by his ears, the testing machine wailed as if it was about to shatter. 2 seconds later, the numbers on the display climbed to 2,780 tons. Reaching a base punching power of 3,000 tons would mean his strength had reached the level of a martial. As for his psychic strength, Chen Yu had already reached the martial level a while ago. His speed linked to his current strength attribute would not be far off. With the cultivation of his breathing techniques and the enhancement of his physical condition, his speed would naturally increase, though perhaps not as dramatically as his strength. According to his current rate of improvement, Chen Yu felt it wouldn't take long for his strength attribute to reach 3,000 tons. As for speed, reaching 100 meters per second would qualify as martial level. Of course, not all martial level fighters meet all 3 hardware criteria. Universal talents are rare. Some individuals have extraordinary strength gifts, others have outstanding speed gifts, and a few have notable psychic attributes. Like Lu Jin, who has an exceptional speed gift, his innate abilities can increase his own speed, and the combat techniques and methods he practices benefit his speed attribute. Zhou Wei, on the other hand, enhances his strength in all aspects. They all aim to maximize the amplification of their dominant attributes. The purpose of enhancing combat power is very clear and the efficiency is excellent, but there are certain vulnerabilities. Human energy is limited and it's impossible to excel in every area. But Chen Yu is different. His cultivation talent, with the increase in the number of soul servants, can be infinitely enhanced. As long as his cultivation efficiency is high enough, he doesn't need to worry about energy issues and can achieve all-round improvement. Chen Yu does not want to have any vulnerabilities in certain areas. In case he encounters a situation where he must act personally and is targeted by an opponent, it would be very uncomfortable. Therefore he wants to become an all-rounder and all-capable warrior, leaving no vulnerabilities. Chen Yu am flawless. Leave. The strong are always alone with the moon bright and the stars sparse, the evening breeze brushing against the face. I sensed that the concentration of energy lingering in the air was much denser than during the day. Not feeling tired at all, which was unusual for me as I was accustomed to falling asleep with a sense of fatigue, I sat cross-legged on the mat on the rooftop of the villa, cultivating until late into the night before returning to my room to rest. The next day, as expected, the top brass of the base city arrived early. It was an old acquaintance. Boy, you've made quite a ruckus this time, huh? If it weren't for City Lord Zhang stepping in, were you planning to wipe out all the beasts in the northwest region? Hong Zhan looked at me as if I were a monster. To single-handedly sweep through all the beasts in the northwest region of Long Country was indeed insane, but if it was Chen Yu, he indeed had the capability to do so. After all, he was not fighting alone. 1,000,000 soul servants, it gave one the creeps. Hong Zhan had lost count of how many times I had shattered his understanding of the soul control ability. Compared to the 2 predecessors from Long Country who had the same ability after Earth entered the new era, they were not comparable at all. People are truly different. Chen Yu was definitely a talent of a rare kind. If I could, I would very much like to create a completely safe training environment for my compatriots, but unfortunately reality does not allow me to do so, so I have to give it up, I said, spreading my hands with a helpless expression. Hearing this, the corners of Hong Zhan's mouth twitched uncontrollably. A completely safe environment, would that even be meaningful training? He hesitated for a moment but ultimately did not voice his criticism. Without beating around the bush, he directly said, I won't beat around the bush. The city lord sent me to ask you, are you willing to go to Kyoto? Why not? I smiled, knowing that the answer was definitely affirmative, but hearing it from my own mouth still made Hong Zhan feel disappointed, yet his rationality told him that the Mobei base city was indeed no longer suitable for Chenyu to stay. Yang Yi was about to make a breakthrough, and once that happened, there would be a martial-level powerhouse stationed at the base city, ensuring its security. Under such circumstances, with 1 million soul servants including several martial-level combatants, continuing to stay here would be a waste of resources and extremely detrimental to my growth. Understanding this, Hong Zhan slowly asked, when do you plan to leave? I don't know. When it's time we need to. Hong Zhan, speaking to himself, suddenly realized, don't know, I plan to cultivate in the base city for a while before going to Kyoto, so the exact departure time is still uncertain. I honestly expressed my thoughts. Hearing this, Hong Zhan nodded, understood, we will fully cooperate and support you. Is it really that good? This is what you deserve. Since you say so, I won't be polite then. In the following days, I resumed the life of a homebody, not stepping out of the gate, wholeheartedly focusing on cultivation. Hong Zhan kept his word, meeting all my demands as much as possible. During a visit, Yang Yi, who had successfully advanced to the martial level, conveyed the attitudes and thoughts of the bigwigs from the capital to Chenyu in a tactful manner without adding any personal bias. He left the decision entirely up to Chenyu. However, he subtly indicated that if Chenyu chose to go to the capital, a substantial amount of resources would be sent to the Mobei base city as compensation, so he needn't feel too burdened by the decision. Well, in this regard, Yang Yi was perhaps overthinking it. Chenyu hadn't even considered this angle. His contributions to the base city had long surpassed what the city had invested in him. Without lingering further, despite just having repelled an alien invasion and with no immediate threats on the horizon, Yang Yi swiftly returned to the cavern battlefield. Before leaving, he asked Chenyu to look after his daughter in the capital. Yang Yujing had also gone to the capital. A face marked by stubbornness appeared in Chenyu's mind, and he nodded slightly. Indeed, as an A-rated individual, she deserved to be there. After Yang Ye's departure, aside from the staff who came to deliver meals and clean, no one else disturbed Chenyu, allowing him to focus on his cultivation. Thus 2 months quickly passed. Through relentless effort and leveraging his extraordinary talents, Chenyu successfully mastered all the martial and combat techniques he had learned to perfection. It goes without saying, an S-class talent is truly remarkable. Meanwhile, his strength and speed attributes had, as expected, reached the martial level. He occasionally sparred with his martial level soul servants, significantly enhancing his combat experience. He was no longer the novice who had robust basic attributes but couldn't fully convert them into combat effectiveness. Feeling a surge of power within him strong enough to shatter the Himalayas, along with his formidable mental strength, Chenyu knew it was about time to leave. He was particularly interested in the mental techniques from the capital. The Mobei base city lacked such techniques, possessing only a basic mental cultivation technique which Chenyu had casually practiced to completion with mediocre results. It's easy to adapt from frugality to luxury, but hard the other way around. Accustomed to the rocket-like speed of mental strength enhancement during soul absorption, it felt painfully slow to cultivate incrementally, and despite understanding the principle that small amounts accumulate over time, his body honestly resisted. It was too inefficient and a sheer waste of time. He could only hope for stronger mental cultivation techniques in the capital. Otherwise, Chenyu might have to give up on cultivation altogether and focus solely on soul absorption. Thinking about his imminent departure from Mobei and unlikely to return anytime soon, Chenyu realized, apart from the city's high-ranking officials, he hardly had any friends to say goodbye to. Oh, there was one, but they had long become a person from another world with whom he had lost contact. It was somewhat bitter, but considering how dangerous this world was, being a lone ranger was actually not too bad. It at least meant fewer entanglements. The higher you climb, the colder it gets, and the strong are destined to be lonely. The day after Chenyu reached the formidable strength level of Handsome, he said goodbye to Hong Zhan and others, obtained the coordinates for Kyoto base city and flew directly out of the North Desert Base City. Just as he soared over the city walls, a familiar presence entered his perception. Looking down, he saw Tian Yu in the uniform of the city wall guards standing on top of the wall, gazing at him with a look of reluctance. Chen Yu waved at him, didn't stop for a chat, and quickly disappeared into the sky. Watching the direction where Chen Yu vanished, Tian Yu murmured a prayer. "Brother, you take care." At that moment, an excited voice came from behind him. "Tian Yu, you lucky guy." "What?" Tian Yu looked puzzled. The person, unable to hide their excitement, explained. "Chen Yu left you his villa in the central district of the base city. Moreover, he left you 100 million, and it seems he also donated 300 million to your school. The news has spread throughout the base city." Tian Yu was dumbfounded, instinctively wanting to refuse, but Chen Yu had already left and he didn't know what to do, standing there stunned. Meanwhile, far from the base city, Chen Yu's lips curved slightly. "Old Tian, this is all I can do for you." The news was released by him, effectively giving Tian Yu a protective umbrella. Anyone who dared to touch what he left for Tian Yu would have to consider their own strength. Unless Chen Yu died, Tian Yu's assets were incredibly safe. Once strength reaches a certain level, money becomes the least useful thing. Chen Yu was looking forward to his journey to Kyoto with anticipation. Sinister plant. This darkness is not the same as that darkness heading east, leaving familiar places and also stepping out of the comfort zone. Compared to the northwest region, the danger level in the central and eastern regions of Long Country was noticeably higher. According to Yang Ye's introductions, the strength of the city lords in the central region was at least at the mid-level of handsome, and there were even national-level combat powers. The caverns in the northwest only had one spatial channel, but those in the central and eastern regions had at least 2 inch, and the cavern area where Kyoto was located had 5 spatial channels. The channels were also remarkably strong, and the alien races could even send national-level combatants through them. Of course, the number of national-level aliens was small, but still within a controllable range. Similarly, the battlefield sizes of the central and eastern caverns were far bigger than those in the northwest region, some even comparable to small worlds, making them extremely difficult to defend. Originally, Chen Yu planned to stabilize the northwest region before transitioning to the central area and then moving to the east so as not to leapfrog in his battles. However, plans cannot keep up with changes, and after many considerations of pros and cons, Chen Yu decided to head directly to Kyoto. He wasn't just rushing along his way. He dispatched tens of thousands of flying soul servants to scout around, tracking the footprints of ferocious beasts along the way. This wasn't because he was untrustworthy, it was just that the beasts happened to appear on his path as if he had walked into their muzzles, and he had no choice but to kill, adding a bit of color to the otherwise monotonous journey. Ferocious beasts, I for one thank you. It took Chen Yu 10 days to leave the northwest region, moving at a pace that was neither hurried nor slow. The city lords who had noticed his movements all heaved a sigh of relief. He was finally gone. If he had continued his slaughter, there would be no challenges left for next year's talented newcomers. What was supposed to be a rigorous training exercise could have turned into a mere group outing, losing all its substantive meaning. Yet internally, the city lords felt a twinge of melancholy. If Chen Yu had stayed in the northwest, future invasions from other races would pose no threat at all, greatly enhancing the safety of the base city. Alas, Chen Yu had to leave. His strength was too great for him to remain in the northwest any longer. Unaware of these thoughts, Chen Yu continued his journey eastward. Along the way, the scenery began to change noticeably. The vegetation grew denser, the trees taller, and the terrain more expansive. Even the energy floating in the air seemed richer, giving him the sensation of having stepped out of a beginner's village. What delighted him most was the increased number of ferocious beasts he encountered on his journey, which slowed his pace, but sped up the rate at which his soul servants multiplied. With thousands of beast souls collected, Chen Yu found himself completely free from fatigue, not even close to reaching his limits. Strangely, after a long absence of reaching the limit of his mental power, he now found himself missing the feeling of mental exhaustion and extreme fatigue. No, he didn't miss it at all. Realizing this, Chen Yu vigorously shook his head to dispel the dreadful thought. He was no masochist. After absorbing the soul of a level 3 ferocious beast, the bucktooth rabbit, from 10 meters below the ground, Chen Yu was ready to continue his journey to the Kyoto base city. Just as he was about to set off, he noticed the rabbit's corpse visibly shriveling at a speed visible to the naked eye. What was going on? Frowning, Chen Yu could not sense any abnormal aura, which puzzled him. Without hesitation, he commanded his wind god Fierce Winged Eagle to soar into the sky and summoned all his elite soul servants, unleashing a barrage of attacks on the ground where the rabbit's body lay. Regardless of the opponent, striking first was never a mistake. The ground was shattered and pulverized, not a blade of grass survived within several kilometers, and the sound of thunderous explosions filled the air. Chen Yu wouldn't personally go down to investigate such an unknown situation. He relied on high-density and high-intensity firepower coverage, believing nothing could survive it. If that didn't work, then, well, he'd just improvise. Soon countless tendrils, like tree roots, suddenly emerged from the ground, attacking the Soul Servants. Unfortunately for them, they couldn't breach the defense. Instead, the Soul Servants found their firing points, and Ian and Barry grabbed the roots and pulled the adversary out from underground, revealing a giant water droplet-shaped object to their eyes. Before Chen Yu could take a closer look, the opponent was blasted into bits. That weak, really? Assured of no further danger, Chen Yu descended from the air protected by his 13 handsome Soul Servants and approached the pile of emerald debris. It was clearly some sort of plant. This must be the Guizhi, indeed very strange, hiding underground and absorbing corpses. After muttering a few words, Chen Yu activated his innate ability, and a small droplet-shaped pitch-black soul flew out from the debris, instantly getting sucked into his palm. Having absorbed millions of souls, Chen Yu's mastery over his abilities had far surpassed what it was when he first awakened. Instead of immediately converting the soul into a soul servant, he controlled it in his palm curiously. Observing the struggling droplet-shaped soul, is this the Guizhi rarer than mutant beasts? According to the information he had, each Guizhi possessed its own unique abilities. It was fascinating that even a plant could have a soul. After observing for a few more seconds and discerning nothing, Chen Yu directly transformed it into a soul servant and summoned it. Watching the black droplet-shaped soul servant floating in front of him, Chen Yu asked, "Little droplet, what can you do?" Understanding Chen Yu's words, the little droplet continuously changed its shape, even forming many tentacle-like appendages trying to communicate something. Completely incomprehensible. It couldn't speak, nor did it have the ability for mental communication. This was going to be difficult. Muttering to himself, not wanting to waste brain cells, Chen Yu directly placed little droplet into his soul-nurturing space, then turned his gaze to the green-eyed, nine-tailed black fox lying beside him, remembering what it looked like alive, and couldn't help but twitch his lips. From white to black, probably no man would like that. Noticing Chen Yu's gaze, the black fox also lifted its eyes, seemingly detecting the disdain in Chen Yu's look, and whimpered, "Master, I didn't choose this. Black is actually quite nice." The words formed in Chen Yu's mind, and he replied with a smile, "If you think it looks good, then it's fine. Black is indeed not bad. Well, this black is not that black." Not planning to stay any longer in this ruin, and considering the appearance of the extremely rare Guizhi, he expected the danger level might increase significantly. Chen Yu kept all 13 handsome soul servants close and returned to the back of the fiery winged eagle to continue eastward. Before long, a formidable group of people approached head-on. Are the young people these days so monstrous, being out this long and only now encountering a fellow countryman? Truly rare. Amid his sentiments, Chen Yu remained composed. No other meaning, just feeling a bit novel. After all, it had been a long time since he'd seen another living person. The size of Earthstar was vast, with most of its area covered by oceans, yet the land area was still nearly 10,000 times larger than that of his former world Earth. Without positioning devices and pre-agreed meeting points, encountering someone in the wilderness was truly difficult. Without any intention of greeting, Chen Yu commanded the fierce wing eagle to ascend rapidly, preparing to fly high overhead. 13 handsome level soul servants, except for the nine-tailed black fox, all ascended swiftly, vanishing into the clouds in an instant. These were foreign soul servants, their characteristics too distinct. It was better to keep them hidden to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. However, the opposing team clearly had someone with enhanced vision abilities responsible for reconnaissance who had already spotted him. A man with a goatee leaped into the air, swiftly closing in on Chen Yu's position. What a hassle, Chen Yu sighed. With no intention of stopping the wind god, fierce wing eagle, upon receiving its instructions, flapped its wings fiercely. Its massive body transformed into a wind blade in the air, its speed suddenly increasing several folds, swiftly flying past over the heads of the others. A fourth-level ferocious beast. The man initially approaching was blocked by the fierce wind brought about by the fierce wing eagle's flight, which was as sharp as a blade, preventing him from getting any closer. He watched gravely as Chen Yu whooshed past and disappeared from sight, immediately pulling out a communicator to report the situation back to the base city. "Captain, what was that just now? It seemed like a ferocious beast, but its aura was different." The man's expression was serious. "One thing's for sure, I am definitely no match for it." As he spoke, his gaze turned to the scout in the Team? The scout, retracting his eyes from the direction Chen Yu had left, turned around and replied, "It seemed like a fourth-level wind god fierce wing eagle, but its entire body was pitch black, which felt somewhat unusual. What concerns me most is the person sitting cross-legged on its back, along with a black-haired nine-tailed fox, maybe a summoner. Since it's a compatriot, why did that guy run? Who knows, anyway he's already gone. Let's go check out the area of the recent explosion in Send. His information back, the base city's personnel will handle it." Far away, seeing that no one had followed, Chen Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He then recalled the soul servant used for reconnaissance that was hovering above the opponents' heads and continued to fly rapidly eastward towards the Kyoto base city's coordinates. Unbeknownst to him, news of his presence had already reached the Double Sun base city ahead, due to Yang Yi having previously notified the lords of various major base cities along the route and described Chen Yu's characteristics. The opposing side immediately conjectured Chen Yu's identity. So many days have passed, and that S-level talent from the Mabe base city has finally come. I wonder if he will stay in our base city. It would be great if he could stay for a few days, just in time to humble some of the youngsters in our base city. They're not even at school level, yet they clamor about wanting to form teams to gain experience. Ridiculous. You should know how big the gap is between S-level and A-level. If you don't mind the youngsters in the base city being devastated, even leaving lifelong traumas, then let that S-level talent give it a try. Being allowed to go to the Kyoto base city alone, his strength must be extraordinary, probably already at the general level, and he's a newcomer who just awakened his talent this year. The gap is too big. I think it's better not to. Always sheltered, one can never truly become strong. I felt it necessary to let them experience it firsthand to show them what a real genius looks like. There was some debate among the higher-ups about whether to use Chen Yu to make an example of the newcomers in their own base city. Each had their own thoughts. All eyes turned to the city lord. After pondering for a few seconds, the city lord looked at everyone with a somewhat amused expression. "Aren't we assuming too much? He might not be willing to help us after all." Unaware of these thoughts, Chen Yu continued his journey eastward. From his vantage point, it didn't take long for him to spot the outline of Xuanyang base city. Compared to the northern deserts, Xuanyang base city was undoubtedly much larger, situated in a resource-rich central region that could support more people. After traveling for over 10 days, either roasting his own meat or drinking tasteless energy potions, Chen Yu decided to rest in Xuanyang base city for 2 days before continuing his journey, hoping to avoid any trouble with his current strength. Unless he encountered a national level powerhouse, he would not be in much danger. Even a peak martial level powerhouse would not be a match against his hundreds of thousands of soul servants and over a dozen martial level soul servants. However, unlike when dealing with foreign races and beasts where he could strike without worry within the human base city, Chen Yu certainly had to abide by the laws and rules of the Dragon Nation. Of course, with his strength and potential, as long as he didn't go too far, there would be no problems. Chen Yu simply disliked trouble. Why worry so much? As long as no one offends me, I won't offend anyone. But if someone does offend me, they must be dealt with. While lost in thought, Chen Yu had already arrived about 30 kilometers west of Xuanyang base city. Without hiding his presence, he was immediately spotted. He considered whether to try sneaking in, but then thought better of it, reasoning that there was no need to be so cautious when not committing any crime. A figure flew up from the city wall and reached Chen Yu. In a few breaths, a martial level. Observing the old man who was sizing him up, Chen Yu was at a loss for words for a moment. The other party seemed to notice this and smiled. "You must be the S-level talent from the northern base city. I am Xiaozhan, the city lord of Xuanyang." As he spoke, his gaze fell on the wind god fierce wing eagle at Chen Yu's feet, his eyes slightly narrowing. With his keen vision, he could tell this was a fourth-level fierce beast, its body pitch black and eyes glowing green. Numerous characteristics combined. The talent for soul control immediately came to mind. "Chen Yu from the north, may I rest here for a couple of days?" Chen Yu looked at him intently. Feeling the intensity of the other's aura, he relaxed slightly, also curious whether the man had a son named Xiaoyan, but he did not rashly inquire. Of course. In response to Chen Yu's request, Xiao Zhan readily agreed, while internally pondering how to ask Chen Yu to help discipline a few A-level talents in his own base city. Following the old man into the central district of the base city, Chen Yu was thinking about splitting up with him as soon as possible. He wanted to stroll around the base city alone and enjoy some local delicacies. With different thoughts in mind, Chen Yu followed the old man to the front of the city lord's mansion. Before entering the base city, he took the opportunity to store his fiery winged eagle and other elite soul servants into his soul nurturing space. Seeing Chen Yu capable of flying On his own and easily keeping up even as he intentionally increased his speed, Xiao Zhan felt a shock within. This was not something at general level could achieve, could it be? A bold thought emerged in Xiao Zhan's mind. Impossible, right? Are today's youngsters really this monstrous? No, it's not the youngsters who are monstrous, it's this Chenyu. This is the central district of the base city. I can arrange a residence for you inside the city lord's mansion. Of course, you can also choose to find a hotel yourself. The hotels here are quite nice, Xiao Zhan said, and even blinked mysteriously at Chenyu, his eyes filled with anticipation. Then I won't disturb you anymore. Chenyu decisively chose the latter. The city lord's mansion was too conspicuous. The old man's demeanor earlier felt a bit off. Chenyu's choice made Xiao Zhan quite regretful, but he did not insist. After handing over the prepared identity proof to Chenyu, the two parted ways in front of the city lord's mansion. As an S-level talent, Chenyu's strength was conservatively estimated to be at the level of a general, and being in the central district of the base city's safety was definitely not a concern for him, so no protection was assigned. He always felt like the old man had something he wanted him to do. Shaking off that thought, Chenyu quickly took off, his speed so fast that he easily surpassed the cars along the way. In his previous life, such conspicuous behavior would have definitely caused a huge sensation, but on Planet D, humans being faster than cars was just the norm. After receiving a myriad of envious and awestruck gazes, Chenyu smoothly arrived at the tallest building in the central district apart from the city lord's mansion, a hotel named Dihao. When he left the North Desert, Chenyu had given 4 billion to Tian Yu and his school, leaving himself with 6 billion in funds. While the amount might not seem much in this world, the purchasing power of money was much stronger than in his previous life on Earth. Not wanting to shortchange himself, a situation he had been frustrated with for a long time in his previous life when he crossed over before using his house down payment, he lived by the principle that you get what you pay for. Chenyu immediately booked the most expensive room in the hotel, costing 300,000 a night for an area of over 1,000 square meters, all to himself, complete with a personal butler to handle all his affairs. A tall, good-looking woman in uniform quickly approached. "Hello, Mr. Chen, I am Eileen, your personal butler." Chenyu nodded calmly, his nose slightly twitching as a refreshing fragrance filled his body, making him feel significantly more refreshed, even slightly alleviating his mental fatigue. Surprised, he slightly furrowed his brows. There's something off about this scent. Noticing the subtle change in Chenyu's expression, Aaron explained with a smile, "Sir, there's no need to worry, this is my innate ability which can remove fatigue and restore spirit without causing you any harm. It's a good ability." Innate abilities vary widely, and with his perception, Chenyu could clearly feel that Aaron's heartbeat did not change during her explanation, indicating she was likely not lying. After praising her, Chenyu stepped back half a step. Seeing this, Aaron didn't mind and maintained her smile. "Sir, I am your exclusive butler and I will try to meet any request you have." "Any request?" Chenyu raised an eyebrow. "Any," Aaron replied, biting her bright red lips slightly. Chenyu thought to himself, "Then you should just become my sole servant." Of course, he did not say this aloud. Ignoring her nearly explicit hint, he turned and walked into the elevator. "A woman," Aaron sighed quietly to herself when she saw that Chenyu was unmoved. She then guided Chenyu into the elevator and the two smoothly arrived at the top floor of the hotel. Being refused entry into the room, Aaron watched Chenyu enter the room and walked away reluctantly. In the descending elevator, Aaron hurriedly took out a mirror to check her makeup and looked over her outfit, finding no issues. With a puzzled face, she thought, "There are actually men who can resist my charm." Of course, she wouldn't just approach anyone so readily. The ID Chenyu had pulled out when paying was only given to VIP guests at the Shuangyang base city, and Chenyu was also very young, very handsome, and wealthy. A young man of such status and wealth was irresistible to Aaron, especially since her innate ability meant she couldn't count on a future and she had to rely on her looks and body to seek a better life. She didn't want to be a hotel butler forever, nor did she want to commit to some old man. Unfortunately, it seemed Chenyu was not interested in her, which made her feel defeated for the first time about her charm. "Women only slow down my becoming stronger," Chenyu thought as he entered his room. Immediately, he summoned his 13 handsome soul servants to guard him, walked to the large floor-to-ceiling window, and lay down on the sofa in the most comfortable position overlooking Shuangyang base city. He thought, an innate ability that can slightly restore spirit is indeed a decent support, but it's a pity it belongs to a living person. Feeling the urge inside to turn her into a soul servant, Chenyu took a deep breath and suppressed it. After all, he was a good citizen, not a villain, and couldn't engage in such illegal acts. Moreover, her innate ability could only very slightly restore spirit, and with Chunyu's current level of spiritual power, it might take a month to fully recover. With her help, if the output and gain were not proportional, then there was no need to break the rules. After resting for half an hour and enjoying the different scenery of Xuanyang Bay City, Chinyu picked up the phone. As soon as he dialed, Aaron's sweet voice came through. "I'm Eileen, your personal butler. Is there anything I can assist you with?" "Prepare a lunch for 10 and deliver it to the room," Chinyu instructed. Naturally, there was no way I would refuse. After a brief discussion about the specifics of the meal, Chinyu decisively hung up the phone. On the other end, Eileen was quite dismayed. Little did she know she had narrowly escaped a grave danger. Soon the meal cart arrived. Seeing that Chinyu had absolutely no interest in her, Eileen slowly retreated with the staff. Located within the base city, while enjoying the delicious food and overlooking the scenery of Xuanyang Base City, surrounded by 13 elite soul servants, Chinyu finally relaxed. This is truly the life. However, he was unaware that his arrival and plans to rest for a couple of days were already disclosed to the proud A-level rookie talents of the base city by Xiao Zhan's orders. "Brother Lin Feng, have you heard that S-level talent from the North Desert is currently in our base city, S-level?" As he murmured softly, the young man known as Lin Feng stood up. "I have always wanted to see how powerful an S-level talent really is, and how much difference there is between S-level and A-level. I hope this guy won't disappoint me, Brother Lin." Hesitating for a moment, the person could not bring himself to say what was on his mind, and with a worried face followed Lin Feng out towards the Emperor Hao Hotel. Similarly, 11 others, all A-level talents from Xuanyang Base City, had the same idea. Unbeknownst to these developments, Chinyu continued to enjoy his peaceful and delicious meal. The road ahead is long and requires more effort. At the entrance of the Emperor Hao Hotel. "Lin Feng, I didn't expect you to come too. I heard you're about to break through to the school level. Your family must have given you quite the resources, huh?" a youth towering at 2 meters said with a look of arrogance. Before Lin Feng could respond, a few others who had arrived at the same time quickly joined in the conversation. "Having a dad who's a deputy city lord sure is nice. Being the same A-level talents, the resources you get are several times ours. Anyone can say this, but not you, kid. Your mom is the head of logistics, and if we talk about perks, hers are much more than a deputy city lord's. And let's not forget, Lin Feng's progress relies not just on his dad, but on his business-savvy mom. Hanging out with you heirs, I really feel a lot of pressure. You kid have the strongest offensive talent here. The base city must have given you plenty of resources, so don't act like you're so pitiful. Enough of this talk, are we really going to challenge him? The other guy is S-level. Because he is S-level, I want to challenge him. I want to see how big the gap really is between myself and an S-level." Listening to everyone's comments, Lin Feng's face showed displeasure. He hated it most when people said his progress was all due to his family's support, as if it wasn't also because of his excellent talents and hard work. However, none of them noticed that a few tens of meters away at a sewer entrance, a small shadow with green glowing eyes was staring intensely at these young men and women. Meanwhile, at the top floor of the hotel, what a hassle. Chinyu sighed, having just arrived at the base city not long ago and not even finished his meal before being sought after for challenges. Truly bothersome. His gaze shifted to the serene nine-tailed black fox lying on the floor beside him. "I'll leave them to you. Don't hurt them, just scare them a bit." "Yes, master," the fox replied. After adapting over time, the fox, now accepting its transformed appearance, vanished instantly. Being adept in psychic attacks, this handsome powerhouse could easily handle these novices who hadn't even reached school-level combat strength. Chinyu didn't pay much attention to these weaklings and continued to relish the delicious food. He had to admit the hotel's cooking was much tastier than his own grilled meat, to the point where he considered having a soul servant with culinary talents by his side. He chuckled and shook his head. Meanwhile, the group of young boys and girls who were about to enter the hotel didn't linger at the door. Excited, they briskly walked in. Nearby, a small water channel cover under the astonished gazes of passers-by opened up. Like dropping dumplings into a pot, one after another eagerly jumped in, prompting onlookers to remark, "Young people really know how to have fun." It wasn't long before a series of terrified screams echoed from the well, but they were brief, lasting only a few seconds. Realizing something was amiss, the surrounding people quickly reported the situation. Among these youngsters were several second-generation inhabitants of the base city and a few civilian prodigies who had awakened A-level talents this year. They were well known in the Double Sun base city and represented the future of the base. They couldn't afford any mishaps. the response from the city lord's office was swift. Specialists arrived to investigate and secured the scene. Upon entering, they were met with bodies lying askew in dirty water, foaming at the mouth, eyes rolled back, faces stricken with fear. A quick check revealed they were merely frightened into unconsciousness with no physical harm done, which was a relief. The situation was immediately reported to the city lord. The deputy city lord was surprised at how quickly the matter was resolved, showing no anger despite his son being among those involved. City Lord Xiaozhan smiled and said, "It seems Chen Yu really dislikes being bothered." He dealt with them quickly. "This lesson should be enough, let's restrain Xiaolin and the others from disturbing him further." Understood. The deputy city lord nodded, understanding the situation as he looked at the report listing the names of those found unconscious in the sewer, his lips twitching, but soon his expression turned puzzled. "City lord, I don't see Xiao Hui's name on the list. I hope he's not in any danger." "Don't worry, Xiao Hui is safe," Xiaozhan assured, turning to face the deputy city lord who looked genuinely concerned. "I didn't let Xiao Hui go there, he should still be at the training ground practicing. Did you not let him pass? Is there a problem?" Watching Xiaozhan, who was smiling at him, the deputy city lord showed a helpless expression. "No. No problem. A higher official can indeed crush you, and the key point is that I can't beat this old man in front of me, so I have no choice but to accept my fate. We had agreed that everyone would send their juniors over for some toughening up, but this old guy chickened out at the last minute and didn't send his grandson over." Xiaozhan said, "I'm a person who isn't even entitled to access certain information. I dare not send my own juniors over. If it angers the other party, that would be troublesome. As for whether this will cause others to resent Shinyu, that's not my concern." At this moment Shinyu had finished enjoying his meal, having eaten portions meant for 10 people. After his physical quality was enhanced to a handsome level, his appetite also increased manifold. Unless he took energy potions, just eating food, even if it was beast meat, required many portions to satisfy his hunger. As someone who enjoyed gourmet food, Shinyu really didn't want to rely on energy potions if conditions allowed. Alas, once he entered the wilderness, he would have to endure hardships again, which felt quite uncomfortable. After eating his fill and reflecting for a moment, Shinyu left the room, declined Aaron's offer to accompany him, and began wandering around the streets of Xuanyang Base City on his own. He feared that if he really went out alone with Aaron, he might not be able to resist finding a secluded corner to turn this girl, who was now completely devoted to him, into a sole servant. With modern-style buildings and the hustle and bustle of pedestrians and vehicles and various shops all around, if it weren't confirmed that this was the perilous Earthstar, Shinyu might even suspect he had traveled to a normal urban world. If he were just an ordinary person, perhaps everything wouldn't be too different from life on Earth. It was all about just living hard. Walking leisurely on the bustling streets, Shinyu felt somewhat out of sync with the fast-paced atmosphere which drew some attention. Even the patrolling officers came up to check his documents. Seeing the identity proof that only a VIP of the base city could possess, each of them showed a respectful demeanor, not daring to overstep, as they did not want to embarrass the base city. During his stroll, Shinyu bought himself a few sets of casual clothes. There was no need to always wear his armor. The defense it provided might not even be stronger than his own physical body now. He then visited a car dealership and found the cars of this era quite unique. Several girls came up to chat with him, but Shinyu paid them no mind. Their looks weren't high enough to meet his standards, and their physiques weren't up to par either. Fundamentally, they were from different worlds, and the difference in physique was too great for him to truly enjoy himself, so there was no need for deeper interaction. Being too strong sometimes isn't good either. This was the first time since arriving in this world that he had shopped in such a relaxed atmosphere, without needing to think about training to become stronger, worrying about his safety, or dealing with the threat of alien races. It felt good. After several hours of shopping, walking through the commercial district of the central city in a manly fashion and experiencing the unique cultural scenery of the Earthstar base city, Shinyu started his journey back home. Originally planning to stay here for 2 more days, Shinyu found his interest waning after just a few hours. The pleasures of eating, drinking, and entertainment could not compare to the importance of becoming stronger. In the end, he was still only at the handsome level, not yet capable of ensuring his own safety completely. The road ahead was long and required much effort. Realizing this, Shinyu felt there was no need to linger and decided to leave the next day. A beast tide coming? That would definitely snap him back to alertness. No chance of going back then. After more than half a year of either training to become stronger or fighting fierce beasts and alien tribes, Shinyu found himself unable to reintegrate into ordinary life like a normal person. The nature of this world was survival of the fittest. without being strong enough to fully control his own fate, he couldn't return carefree to normal life because his inner tension was always taut. As for responsibilities towards society, the nation, or even human civilization, he did have some, but not much. As a transmigrator, he was grateful to those who had helped him, but to say he felt a deep sense of belonging to this world would be nonsense. Of course, he upheld the basic principles in humanity one should have as a person. This was also why he had never actively absorbed human souls, as the ethical issues involved were enough to cause headaches, and one misstep could even lead to being branded a heretic. Still, his strength was not yet sufficient. If he were the strongest in the world, then he wouldn't need to worry about these issues. Arriving back at the hotel, the housekeeper Aaron greeted him as usual with a demeanor gentle as water and eyes seductive as silk, exuding a refreshing fragrance all over. It was evident that during the few hours of Chen Yu's absence she had prepared thoroughly, adjusting herself to her best state to present the finest version of herself to him. Unfortunately, Chen Yu was currently in a state of mind where he had no interest in women, his only focus being on becoming stronger. He instructed Aaron to bring dinner for 10 to his room later and decisively declined her offer to accompany him, then headed for the elevator alone. Aaron, left standing with a slightly stiff smile, began to doubt her life choices. Watching this, a baby-faced girl approached from the reception. "Sister Lin, seems like your charm didn't work. He didn't even spare you a glance." Humph. Aaron, ignoring the younger girl, walked away to prepare Chen Yu's dinner, feeling extremely frustrated and wondering what she lacked, or if there was some other reason unknown to her for Chen Yu's indifference. Could it be that he doesn't like women older than him? She felt almost crazed by these thoughts. This night she was destined to be sleepless. Of course, she wasn't the only one who would lose sleep tonight. Those youths who had been frightened into fainting by the nine-tailed black fox would wake up with those terrifying images still haunting their minds, feeling a chill throughout their bodies. Tonight is destined to be sleepless. Everyone learned from their elders that they were likely targeted by Chen Yu. In their anger, none of them harbored any thoughts of seeking retribution. In their view, even battling foreign races and ferocious beasts wasn't as terrifying. They didn't want to experience such a situation a second time. Poor kids. After several hours, Chen Yu had long forgotten about Lin Feng and the others. After enjoying a delicious dinner in his room, he didn't go straight to bed but instead meditated until 3 a.m. before finally falling asleep. With his current mental strength, sleeping just 2 or 3 hours a day was enough to keep him energized, provided that he hadn't spent too much mental energy absorbing souls that day. The night passed without incident, and under the protection of his elite soul servants, Chen Yu slept soundly. The next day, as the first rays of sunlight seeped through the gaps in the curtains and fell on his face, Chen Yu slowly awoke, thinking to himself that it had been a long time since he had slept so comfortably. The soundproofing in the room was excellent and the bed was very comfortable indeed. He gently touched the mattress, very pleased with its quality. If only he had a spatial device, he would definitely take this bed with him. If possible, taking a whole house would be a good choice too, to avoid living in the open air. After making an early call to have Aaron bring breakfast to his room, Chen Yu got up, washed up, and wore his under armor beneath a set of battle armor. Fortunately, both were very form-fitting, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to wear the casual clothes he had just bought and laundered the day before. Although the protective strength of the Under Armour and battle armor wasn't very strong, wearing them gave a completely different sense of psychological security. After dressing, breakfast arrived just on time, which Chen Yu found very satisfying. Despite being somewhat uncomfortable with the girls coveting his body, he acknowledged her competence at work. It was another day of considering transforming Aaron into a soul servant. Unexpectedly, along with Aaron and the hotel staff, there was also an uninvited guest. "You're from the city lord's office, aren't you?" Chen Yu asked calmly, hoping there wouldn't be any troublesome matters to deal with. After all, he was from the Mo-Bei base city and wasn't under the jurisdiction of the Xuanyang base city, so the other party had no authority over him. If things became too troublesome, he planned to simply leave. With his mind made up, Chen Yu was already considering how to refuse the visitor. "Yes, Mr. Chen, you are very observant," complimented the visitor, who then got straight to the point. "A massive beast tide has emerged in the northern Mongolian territories and a portion of it will enter our country. The city lord sent me to inform you that it would be best not to leave the base city in the near future." A beast tide. At this, Chen Yu's spirits lifted considerably. "How many are there?" Seeing that Chen Yu was not only unafraid but actually seemed excited, the visitor was a bit confused but answered truthfully, "The Mongolian region is vast with sparse population. They can only contract their forces to defend against the subterranean foreign races, so over 70% of their territories are occupied by ferocious beasts. This tide affects only their southern region, and we still do not know the exact numbers, but it is definitely in the tens of millions, a myriad of ferocious beasts. With a fleeting gleam of intense light in his eyes, Chen Yu raised his head looking earnestly at the other person. Do you know where exactly the beast tide will enter? Our country's territory. The sudden fervor in Chen Yu's demeanor caught the visitor off guard, but he didn't overthink it. After all, being a guest of the base city, he simply nodded. I will definitely participate. Our base city is right in the path of the beast tide southern movement, squarely in the disaster zone. Good to be in the disaster zone. What did you say? Nothing. Not giving the other person a chance to inquire further, Chen Yu swiftly changed the topic. Have you eaten? If not, let's have breakfast together before heading to the Lord's mansion. His gaze then shifted towards Eileen, instructing, prepare breakfast for this gentleman. Understood, Eileen responded with a smile. The visitor instinctively wanted to decline, but faced with what could only be described as a sumptuous breakfast and considering Chen Yu's warm invitation, he thought better of it. Rejecting such generosity might displease someone of Chen Yu's stature, thus he chose to stay. In the following moments, the two shared their breakfast and then set off together for the Lord's mansion. Contemplating the upcoming knowledge of the beast tide's current location, Chen Yu was in high spirits, thinking that he could directly engage in battle to officially increase his number of soul servants, making his steps much lighter. Nie Chen, the man with him, grew increasingly puzzled. Ordinary people would typically avoid a beast tide, but here was Chen Yu seemingly eager to meet it head on and even excited about it. Something didn't seem right. If Chen Yu were aware of Nie Chen's thoughts at that moment, he would surely have responded, how can the sparrow understand the aspirations of the swan? This is for the protection of our base city, for the defense of our nation, and incidentally to increase my own number of soul servants. The timid starve, the brave thrive. At the topmost observatory of the Lord's mansion in Xuanyang base city, with his hands clasped behind him and facing the wind, Lord Xiao, the city lord, stood with a calm expression, yet his eyes betrayed a complex emotion as he gazed towards the northern sky. Lord, are you really at ease letting Chen Yu scout the beast tide alone? He is an S-rank talent, and this year across our entire Dragon Nation there are only 4 S-rank newcomers, and he is one of them. If anything happens to him while he's here, it would be a significant responsibility on us. Don't worry, he'll be fine, Lord Xiao replied, still calm. In his mind, images of Chen Yu's recently demonstrated powers flickered. 5 commander-level strengths, 50 officer-level strengths. With such a lineup, even if he faced them himself, he might not win. Initially he had disagreed, but with Chen Yu holding such formidable power he found no reason to refuse, and so he gave out the approximate coordinates. It's just a scouting mission to assess the beast tide. Youngsters are naturally curious, especially such talented newcomers. Once he sees the scale of the million-strong beast tide, he will likely retreat, knowing the difficulty. With the power currently in Chen Yu's hands, as long as he doesn't foolishly clash head-on with the beast tide, there should be no danger. Moreover, was the power Chen Yu displayed really all he had? Xiao Zhan was skeptical. Thinking about it, the veteran general felt a deep sense of defeat. At just 18 years old, Chen Yu already possessed the strength of a general, while at 63 Xiao Zhan himself was only at the peak of general-level strength, and it was certain he would be surpassed in the future. From a national perspective, this was undoubtedly a good thing. After all, the stronger the younger generation, the stronger the future of the country would be, and the better equipped it would be to deal with crises from foreign races and external threats. However, from a personal standpoint, Xiao Zhan felt a deep sense of reluctance. Unfortunately, as the saying goes, it takes one's own family to know one's affairs. Given his current age and physical condition, advancing further was impossible, and even maintaining his current level of power was extremely difficult. People must accept aging. As he aged, the future of the Dragon Nation would need to be entrusted to the younger generation. While he still had some strength, Xiao Zhan decided he would continue to stand guard for a few more years. His expression suddenly became determined. Having lived through chaotic times, he was acutely aware of how hard-won the current relative peace was. It was for this reason that he knew he needed to work even harder to maintain this peace. His assistant, unaware of these thoughts, still had reservations about Chen Yu, but seeing Xiao Zhan's calm and confident demeanor, chose not to say anything further, only praying inwardly that Chen Yu would not encounter any mishaps and would return safely. It was just a mission to scout a distant beast tide. After all, it should pose no problems. Young people are known for their fleeting enthusiasms. Perhaps he would find it uninteresting halfway and return within a few hours, the assistant thought. Both Xiao Zhan and his assistant thought that Qin Yu merely wanted to witness the beast tide. Meanwhile, Qin Yu was rapidly flying towards the border between the Dragon Nation and Mongolia, summoning soul servants capable of keeping up with his current speed as he flew. Before long, hundreds of thousands of soul servants surrounded him, forming a massive cloud that blotted out the sky as they flew north. The scouting personnel in the bases on the ground below who happened to pass by felt as if darkness had descended, trembling involuntarily and looking up to see a rapidly moving, ever-expanding huge dark cloud. What in the world was that? Not clouds. The distance was too great and their speed too fast, it was impossible to discern their exact appearances. The good news was that they were not heading toward the base city, the direction indicated they were heading to the border. Hopefully they were friends not foes, because their momentum was truly extraordinary. With part of Mongolia's beast tide about to move south and this strange phenomenon now appearing, it was essential to inform the base city. Preparations had to be made in advance. Shen Yu of course noticed the personnel below but paid them no mind, focused solely on reaching the border area. A beast tide of tens of millions meant tens of millions of soul servants. Whether or not he could quickly exceed tens of millions of soul servants depended on this occasion. After resting for so long, he was finally able to experience the feeling of extreme mental exhaustion again, something he greatly looked forward to. Ugh, what kind of outrageous idea is this? Shen Yu shook his head, dismissing the audacious thought that had crept into his mind. Heading north, he had flown countless kilometers, even over several high mountains, yet he had not found any trace of the beast tide. However, along the way he did manage to gather over 10,000 fierce beast soul servants, which was somewhat of a consolation. Could I have flown off course? He glanced down at the screen of the locator. Seeing that his route was correct, Qin Yu felt somewhat relieved. The border between the Dragon Nation and the Mongolian nation was extensive, and now he feared that he might have just missed the beast tide, which would have been quite the farce. To minimize the chance of missing it, Chen Yu dispatched flying-type soul servants to scout over a large distance. His decision proved to be very wise. After half a day, about 100 kilometers to the right, he finally spotted the long-anticipated traces of the beast tide. Even from the air he couldn't see its end. Both the ground and the air were densely packed. Those with claustrophobia would definitely not be able to handle this sight. The numbers were astonishing. This was indeed a beast tide. In comparison, the beast tide at the North Mo base city was merely a junior, no a grandchild. Amidst his awe, without hesitation, Qin Yu summoned all his over 5 million soul servants, leaving only the commander-grade nine-tailed black fox and 300,000 soul servants to protect himself. The other 5 million plus soul servants were divided into several waves according to their species, each led by commander-grade soul servants. Unlike the heterogeneous races, which were organized by different racial categories, all the fierce beast soul servants were simply divided into two major armies, terrestrial and aerial. Fierce beasts knew no battle formations, so after giving Mukong a berserk buff, it would be a fierce and aggressive assault. The situation with the heterogeneous races was different. Those sent to Earthstar were at least soldier-grade in strength, with decent tactical acumen and enhanced by soul power. Under the leadership of their respective races' commander-grade strength, they could exhibit several times, even up to 10 times the combat power of their own numbers. Because of this, even though he was facing a beast tide of tens of millions this time, Qin Yu chose to take action himself rather than employing guerrilla tactics as he had previously in North Mo, eventually relying on the base city's power to crush it. Now, with over 5 million soul servants and a shockingly strong top-tier combat force, he had the strength to handle this level of beast tide on his own. At this moment, gazing in the direction of the beast tide, even though it was over 100 kilometers away, he could still clearly feel its terrifying momentum. The timid would starve, the bold would burst, and this time he was going to capture millions of soul servants. Without delay, looking towards the direction of the beast tide, Chen Yu commanded in a deep voice, "Attack!" From north to south, the beast tide surged towards the location of Xuanyang base city with a momentum that seemed to move mountains and seas, its force overwhelming, spreading horizontally for tens of kilometers and vertically endless, leaving not a blade of grass where it passed. Despite having an army of over 5 million soul servants with extremely strong combined combat capabilities, Chen Yu did not recklessly collide head-on with the beast tide, opting instead to launch an attack from the side. Specifically, the plan was to initiate an attack from the underground on the side of the beast tide. The army of soul servants quickly took their positions, hiding dozens of meters underground beside the beast tide without rashly launching an attack. Given the sheer number of ferocious beasts, it was prudent to be cautious. Qin Yu waited for the perfect moment. reality did not make him wait too long. After about 10 minutes, a wide river hundreds of meters across appeared ahead. The beast tide did not stop but plunged directly into the river, intending to force their way across. The river was deep and the current strong, but that was no match for the swimming capabilities of the numerous beasts, who easily crossed over. After more than half of the beast tide had crossed, the soul servants, who had been hidden for a long time, immediately launched a surprise attack. In an instant, countless dark shadows surged from the ground, and the screams of the beasts filled the air. In a single encounter facing the sudden attack of over 5 million soul servants, tens of millions of ferocious beasts were killed on the spot. However, the beast tide did not stop. Indeed, they could not stop. Once the front stopped, the beasts at the back would immediately crash into them, leading to a stampede. Thus, they could only keep pushing forward until the end. Of course, this did not include the beast tide behind the soul servant army, which, upon discovering the soul servants, charged directly at them. The Spiker tribe took the forefront, deploying their innate abilities to transform into rows of spiky barriers. The beast tide's onslaught crashed directly into them, and the Spiker tribe's soul servants bore the brunt with only a few thousand casualties, staunchly holding back the tide. Of these thousands of soul servants, only a few hundred were completely destroyed. The rest returned to Chun Yu's soul nurturing space, where they could recuperate and soon rejoin the battle. The Black Feather tribe took to the skies, blocking attacks from airborne ferocious beasts. The Serpent people stayed in the back, launching long-range attacks, while the Cat Ear tribe and the Lizard tribe surrounded the sides to prevent any beasts from breaking into the rear formation. Wukong was positioned in the middle of the beast soul servants, directly activating his berserk ability. The buffed beast soul servants immediately burrowed underground and launched a fierce attack on the rear of the beasts. The remaining diverse tribes of soul servants began to slice through the beast tide, intercepting over 5 million ferocious beasts. 12 major martial-level soul servants were positioned around the soul servant army to guard against sudden attacks by powerful beasts. Aiming to minimize casualties, according to Shirjan's analysis, the number of level 4 ferocious beasts in Meng country was considerable, with many level 5 beasts and possibly even level 6 beasts, which were equivalent to National Guardian level powerhouses among humans. Of course, level 6 ferocious beasts were extremely rare on Earthstar and generally did not join the beast tides, as they were not so lowly. In the recent centuries of Earthstar's new calendar, there had not been an incident where a level 6 ferocious beast actively attacked a human base city. Moreover, it was still uncertain whether there were level 6 ferocious beasts in Meng country at all. If it were only level 5 beasts equivalent to human martial level combat power, Chun Yu was not worried at all. Let them come. He was ready to turn them all into soul servants. Having intercepted over 5 million fierce beasts in one go, that nearly met my quota for the day. Yet, this was less than 1/5 of the entire beast tide, which suggested that more than 30 million beasts had surged into the country this time. Tears nearly spilled from my eyes, but soon my attention was captured by dozens of fierce beasts charging towards me with formidable aura. However, before I had a chance to observe them closely, all these fierce beasts were swiftly dealt with by my martial-level soul servants. For martial-level soul servants, those general-level beasts posed no real threat and were easily defeated. With a mere thought, the nearby soul servants transported the corpses of these general-level combat beasts over. Seeing how smoothly the battle was progressing, I immediately moved closer to the battlefield, from 100 kilometers away to 50, awaiting the arrival of the bodies. I was about to harvest over 30 general-level soul servants, a bountiful gain indeed. With general-level beasts appearing, it wouldn't be long before martial-level ones emerged as well. I was filled with anticipation. However, even after I had absorbed all the souls of these general-level beasts, no martial-level beasts appeared, which was quite disappointing. The main force of the beast tide had already left this area, heartlessly abandoning over 5 million fierce beasts and heading straight for the Xuanyang base city. It was almost certain that this beast tide contained some unique species that would need to be dealt with gradually. Returning to our side of the battlefield, the numbers were not much different, and with a comprehensive advantage in top-tier combat power, I really couldn't find a reason why we would lose. Indeed, it wasn't long before these 5 million fierce beasts were completely deprived of their combat capabilities. From the initial killings to the subsequent maiming, the tactics had changed significantly, granting me enough time to absorb souls. There were hardly any general-level fierce beasts, mostly level 1 and level 2, which posed no pressure on me. After spending most of the day, Chun Yu, who hadn't reached my limit in a long time, harvested nearly 3 million soul servants. this brought me a significant step closer to my goal of 10 million soul servants. Looking around at the fierce beast corpses that had dyed the river water and the earth blood red, I suddenly remembered the quirky plant soul servant I had named Little Droplet before entering Xuanyang Base City. It was now forlornly placed in the soul nurturing space, just summoned. It sprouted numerous tentacles and started gesturing at me again. Alright, I still couldn't understand. However, soon when Little Droplet noticed the countless fierce beast corpses around it, became excited beyond measure, nearly drooling. If a soul could drool, and kept looking my way. These corpses are yours. I had discovered Little Droplet because it was absorbing the essence from a fierce beast corpse before. I was curious whether Little Droplet, now transformed into a soul servant, could still absorb these corpses, and if so, what benefits it might gain. Since these corpses would otherwise just turn into fertilizer, it might be worth experimenting to see if there were any surprises. Upon receiving my instruction, Little Droplet eagerly rushed towards the bodies of the fierce beasts, extending hundreds of tentacles that connected to the corpses, which visibly shriveled at a rapid pace. The tiny Droplet was expanding at an alarming rate, so much so that Chen Yu worried it might burst open at any moment. Considering it was his soul servant, and despite not having spent much time together, he felt a connection and quickly stepped back without hesitation. However, what happened next took Chen Yu by surprise. The droplet, which had swelled to over 10 meters wide and seemed on the verge of exploding, started to deflate like a balloon, gradually shrinking back to its original size of about 1 meter in height and width, floating in the air with an increased aura. Turning to face Chen Yu, the featureless body somehow managed to form a smiling face. Truly, it was a plant that had gained sentience. Seeing this, Chen Yu waved his hand, signaling it to continue absorbing. He was curious to see the limits of this little droplet. Following his instruction, the droplet joyfully floated among the corpses of the fierce beasts, creating a somewhat eerie scene. Could it grow stronger by devouring these bodies? A useful ability indeed. He no longer had to worry about the waste of fierce beast corpses. Smiling and nodding, Chen Yu stopped paying attention to the droplet, allowing it to absorb at its own pace. Nearly 9 million soul servants covered tens of kilometers, ensuring an extremely high level of safety. He sat down on the ground and began to recover his energy. In less than a day, he had forcefully absorbed 3 million souls, which was much more efficient than having to absorb them one by one. As a result, the range of his soul absorption had increased to nearly 2,000 meters. This range was considerably large, and the efficiency of soul absorption had almost doubled compared to before. 10 million soul servants were not a dream, and with the right operation, even 20 million might be possible. There were still over 20 million fierce beasts in the beast tide, and if they were all dealt with at once, the souls wouldn't last long in the bodies. Therefore, the only solution was to split them up, and absorbing a few million at a time was still feasible. The key was whether the other side would cooperate. Moreover, according to Xiao Zhan's previous statement, these were just the fierce beasts from the beast tide that had entered from the north of Meng country, and a significant part of the beast tide remained within Meng country itself. Chen Yu felt that as a citizen of a major country, he had the duty to demonstrate the demeanor of a great nation and assist other countries when his abilities allowed. As for going to the capital base city, delaying it by a few months wouldn't matter much. But of course, that was a matter for later. For now, his main task was to recover his energy, and for some reason he thought of Eileen. Suddenly he felt a bit of regret. At the same time, Eileen, who was in the Xuanyang base city, inexplicably felt a chill run down her spine. Looking puzzled, but she didn't dwell on it and continued with her work. After resting for most of the day, Chen Yu finally fully recovered. Next to him floated a bloated-looking droplet, wobbling in the air, having gorged itself. I can absorb 3 million at a time, and you can barely handle less than 100,000. You're a bit weak, aren't you? Chen Yu pinched a small droplet with his hand, finding the sensation quite pleasing. With a thought, he collected it into his soul nurturing space. It had been a while since he had last done that, and even touching a plant seemed to evoke. No, better not dwell on it. Although it was already the wee hours, Chen Yu didn't want to waste any time. He set off again, spending 2 hours to catch up with the beast tide. Using his old tricks, he intercepted millions of fierce beasts within the tide and directed them to a wilderness area far from Xuanyang base city with his soul servants to prevent Xiao Zhan and others from stealing his kills. These beasts were his power. Over 20 million beasts chased by 2 million soul servants began to chaotically dash through the wilderness. Even the beasts with outstanding physiques couldn't keep running forever. They definitely needed to rest. While absorbing souls, Chen Yu kept an eye on the condition of the beast tide through shared vision, looking to identify the brains among them. it was tough to find them on the move, but it should be easier once they stopped to rest. However, he underestimated their endurance. Even knowing that the soul servants were merely stalling for time, the beasts showed no sign of revealing themselves. They just kept pursuing the soul servants. During the chase, 2 beasts of martial level strength appeared obviously to probe the situation, but facing 10 martial level soul servants, they were easily dealt with. 10 against 2 inch they couldn't lose. Shen Yu always preferred outnumbering his enemies rather than facing them one-on-one. That was his combat philosophy. Why struggle with a fair fight when you can win more easily? That would be foolish. Capturing the 2 martial level beasts, Shen Yu's number of martial level soul servants reached 15. Getting stronger was just this easy. Absorbing the souls of martial level beasts was quite draining. After absorbing another 2 million souls, Shen Yu felt like he was nearly ascending to heaven. Nearly fainting from exhaustion, he rested for a full day before fully recovering. His number of soul servants had reached 11 million, who could compete with him. Just as he anticipated, after reaching 10 million soul servants, he successfully awakened his third derivative ability, ability sharing. As the name suggests, Shen Yu could now share the innate abilities of his soul servants. With his current martial level strength, he could share 3 innate abilities, and as his own strength increased, the number of abilities he could share would also increase. Once an ability was integrated, it couldn't be changed and would stay with Shen Yu for life. That was the only drawback of this derivative ability. However, the benefits far outweighed this minor flaw. Effectively, he alone could possess multiple innate abilities, a real game changer. Was soul control really just an S-level talent? Having never seen other S-level talents in action, Shen Yu couldn't compare, but the enhancements provided by soul control now seemed almost like a bug. It was hard to imagine how powerful other S-level talents with similar enhancements could be. By comparison, A-level talents seemed rather trivial. However, Shen Yu's formidable power was mainly due to the perks of his transmigration, which ignored the strength of his own spirit. His soul nurturing space was infinitely large, providing him with the capital and possibility to rapidly become stronger. Shen Yu stopped dwelling on the past and turned his focus to selecting which 3 talents he should fuse with. Once chosen, these talents could not be changed. Currently, he could only merge 3 talents, so he needed to consider his options carefully. He meticulously inquired about the talents possessed by his soul servants, aiming to select those that best suited his current needs. His choices were primarily focused on talents from the general level and martial level soul servants, as the weaker ones rarely possessed noteworthy talents, and Shen Yu did not have the energy to sift through millions of soul servants for abilities. While Shen Yu was still pondering over which talents to integrate, the situation at the Xuanyang Bay City, which was bracing for the beast tide with tightened defenses, was somewhat awkward. Where was the promised beast tide? Why was there not even a shadow of a ferocious beast in sight? The scouts sent out had not returned either, making the atmosphere feel increasingly off. Xiaozhan, the city lord, stood atop the city walls, his mind racing with numerous thoughts. Unexpectedly, an image of a person flashed through his mind. Realizing who it was, he couldn't help but laugh dismissively. Impossible, this was a beast tide of millions. Even if that young man had held back his true strength, he couldn't possibly have resolved the beast tide alone. There must be another reason. Thinking this, Xiaozhan immediately dispatched more scouts to search for the beast tide. The 9-tailed black fox became busier, having to deal with numerous scouts while ensuring not to harm them but rather knock them unconscious, a task that proved much more challenging than simply killing them. Of course, Shen Yu didn't just leave them unconscious. He dispatched soul servants to secretly protect them from underground. He didn't want the personnel from Xuanyang Bay City to know the location of the beast tide, as he didn't wish to harm his fellow citizens. After careful consideration, Shen Yu had already locked in 2 talents that particularly appealed to him, preparing to integrate them into himself. After much deliberation, the 2 talents Shen Yu chose were the 9-tailed black fox's psychic abilities, which included mental shock and illusion capabilities, and the berserk talent of the exotic beast soul servant Wukong. The former would significantly enhanced Shen Yu's strength and offered a great cost-performance ratio. This talent allowed for 2 different modes of application and attack, enabling Shen Yu to transform his powerful psychic energy into combat strength, no longer just sitting on a treasure without being able to utilize it. Psychic attacks, distinct from powerless attacks, combine stealth, penetrative power and destructive force, often inflicting substantial damage on the enemy invisibly. with top-tier base cities like Kyoto possessing offensive psychic techniques and combat methods. Now that Chen Yu had the psychic talent, he would be able to master these techniques and combat methods more brilliantly, gaining greater control over his psychic powers. For Chen Yu's current combat style, long-range psychic attack significantly bolstered his strength. The latter talent was a powerful area effect buff skill, with the number of soul servants rapidly increasing. Relying solely on the general level Wukong for buffs was clearly insufficient. To evolve into a level 5 fierce beast, even with Wukong's impressive talents and the rapid cultivation speed in the soul nurturing space, there remains a long journey ahead. He cannot quickly boost his abilities in a short time. Unlike Chen Yu, Wukong doesn't possess the convenient talent of soul absorption, which allows for rapid enhancement of strength and talents. The more soul servants Chen Yu has, the faster his cultivation speed and the stronger his power become, creating a positive cycle. In terms of current mental strength and combat power, Chen Yu far surpasses Wukong. He can buff more soul servants more effectively and over a larger area. In case of a deadly crisis, buffing himself is also an option. This is a very practical and powerful ability. Having made his decision, Chen Yu wouldn't hesitate. After adjusting his mental and physical state to their optimal conditions, he chose two talents and silently initiated their fusion. In an instant he shivered as two warm streams emerged from the soul nurturing space. After circulating within his body, one stream settled on his forehead, completing the fusion, while the other merged with his eyes. In just a few seconds, the fusion was complete. "Huh? Is it over?" "That was fast," Chen Yu remarked. With a thought, a small droplet 100 meters away, which was joyfully absorbing the corpses of fierce beasts and rapidly expanding, suddenly paused. Its originally dark body turned blood red, emitting an extremely violent aura, yet it did not launch a reckless attack. The intensity of its aura increased by about 60 to 70% and its combat power significantly improved. Being absolutely loyal to him, there was no need to worry about it losing its sanity due to the frenzy. A perfect match. Satisfied, Chen Yu nodded and observed the small droplet, which after frenzying devoured the corpses even more crazily. He then tested the range of his frenzy buff, experimenting on a soul servant, and discovered it could reach as far as 10 kilometers. Undoubtedly, the range was vast and he could buff 1,000,000 soul servants at once without any problem. It wouldn't take many attempts to buff all his soul servants, enhancing their overall combat power by 60 to 70%, incredibly strong and much more efficient than Wukong. After completing the experiments with the frenzy ability, Chen Yu tried launching a mental shock. Due to its restraining effect on soul servants, even those with commander-level combat power could suffer substantial damage from a single hit. This was without Chen Yu fully exerting his mental shock. Should he exert it fully with his mental strength nearing mid-commander level, even early commander-level soul servants might be disoriented by the mental shock, becoming unable to attack for several seconds. While it may seem brief, in high-level combat a few seconds can determine the outcome of life and death. With Chen Yu's current mental strength, if he were to use this ability on humans, those with a rank below commander level might be instantly killed or even turned into fools, while those above would suffer greatly. With a mental shock combined with his own elite-level physical combat skills, Chen Yu was confident in maintaining an undefeated status even when facing a late-stage elite opponent one-on-one. After all, he had witnessed the combat prowess of Lu Jin, a late-stage elite, and had a reference point. As for the peak elite fighters or even the National Guardians, Chen Yu had not yet crossed paths with them or seen them in action, so he couldn't estimate their strength. Then Chen Yu tried out the hallucinatory ability, a power closely related to mental shock, and found it to be very effective. It could induce hallucinations in opponents, somewhat similar to the Sharingan in Naruto. With this ability he was no longer afraid of weaker adversaries causing trouble. A single use of the hallucination power could socially annihilate them. It felt good to think that with a few more uses no one foolish would dare provoke him again. At this moment Chen Yu's two talents had fully integrated. He stood up and looked towards a small droplet not far away. He could still integrate another talent. The ability of his opponent, who grew stronger by consuming corpses, was particularly enticing. Among his subordinates there were also several noteworthy talents, making Chen Yu somewhat conflicted. However, considering the upcoming elimination of the Beast Tide, where a rare mutant beast would surely appear, Chen Yu was curious about its talent. With these considerations, he decided not to rush into integrating this third talent immediately, opting to wait and see. It was about time to deal with the Beast Tide. More and more scouts from the Xuanyang base city were arriving, and their strength was increasing. delaying further might force even Xiao Zhan to intervene personally, and if not him, other elite fighters would surely come, risking exposure. Not wanting to complicate matters, Chen Yu knew he couldn't waste more time. Over the next 20-some hours, Chen Yu began to split the beast tide, dealing with 4 to 5 million at a time. After 2 rounds, only about 10 million remained, excluding those whose souls had dissipated due to prolonged death. Chen Yu had absorbed and transformed over 7 million beasts, bringing the total number of his soul servants close to 20 million. However, during these soul-absorbing sessions, Chen Yu noticed that there were only 3 beasts with level 4 or general level combat power, and no elite beasts came to probe, making him wary. It seemed like the enemy was holding back its forces. He was curious why the enemy didn't engage in full-scale battle when they had a numerical advantage and instead were being led around by him like dogs, gradually reduced to just over 10 million. Now, in terms of numbers, Chen Yu's soul servants even outnumbered the beast tide. It was baffling, but soon the enemy's actions would reveal the answer to Chen Yu. If they were using nearly 20 million beasts as bait, that was a grand and ruthless move. But now that my number of soul servants has surpassed yours, I surely can't lose, right? From the start of the battle to now, Chen Yu had already killed nearly 20 million beasts, yet the main enemy still hadn't appeared, leaving him puzzled. Was the enemy scared, truly ruthless, or simply waiting for the right moment? He couldn't understand it. Yet he never completely let his guard down. Naturally cautious, he always maintained 100 kilometers distance from the beast tide, and he himself was high in the air with soul servants scouting around in the sky, on the ground and underground. Under the current circumstances, the balance of power had already tilted in his favor. Considering that the enemy now had only over 10 million fierce beasts left, possibly including some top-tier combatants, his own current combat power made victory highly probable. Even if he couldn't win, at most he would lose a few million soul servants, which wouldn't be a crippling loss. Thus, this time Chen Yu didn't hold back, but instead proactively had his strongest soul servant among his current forces, a Serpent Man tribe marshal named Chris, lead 5 million diverse soul servants to join forces with the 2 million soul servants who had been probing the beast tide for a long time. They formed a battle formation on the spot, ready to completely block the beast tide. He tried to use this decisive battle stance to lure out the possibly present different kind of beast from within the beast tide. However, just as Chris emerged from the ranks of the soul servant army, the ground where he stood shattered without warning, countless wind blades engulfing him. Since it was all attribute attack and unavoidable, Chris's soul body was severely injured. Although he hadn't lost his combat capability, his strength was definitely impacted, and a full recovery was impossible in the short term. What surprised Chen Yu even more was that around the soul servant army led by Chris, many martial-level fierce beasts and 13 commander-level beasts suddenly appeared, charging directly at Chris's location. Coordinating with the tens of million-strong beast tide, the momentum of victory was terrifying. 13 commander-level beasts were still within a controllable range. Chen Yu's expression remained calm. It was indeed a bit tricky that they could completely blend into the surroundings and even hide their aura, but now that they had revealed themselves, it was no longer a problem. There were also those wind blades everywhere, which must be that different kind. He then issued an attack command to the 10 million soul servants hidden underground behind the beast tide, preparing to launch the decisive battle officially. Time no longer allowed him to slowly drain resources, and the beast tide must have also shown their full hand by now. If he really couldn't beat them, then he would just run. He was far enough from the battlefield, he shouldn't have. Suddenly, Chen Yu's expression changed, as all the flying soul servants he used for scouting were wiped out at the same time, startling him and making him subconsciously order the wind god Fierce Eagle to rapidly retreat. However, the enemy clearly didn't plan to give him this opportunity. From all directions an overwhelming murderous intent and countless biological auras emerged, not strong but too many in number, over 100 million, rapidly approaching his position. Often walking by the river, one's shoes are bound to get wet. This time I was too presumptuous, not taking my opponent seriously enough. It turns out that you have always been holding back, allowing me to divide the beast tide, all to pinpoint my location. Chen Yu's face turned sour as a sudden realization dawned on him. He had been sailing too smoothly ever since he awakened his talent. Having awakened an S-tier talent, his strength skyrocketed to the level of a commander, experiencing an all-around flawless enhancement in power. Up until now he had never tasted defeat, nor had he suffered significant losses. This gave him a blind confidence, as if everything was forever under his control. Reality then struck him a harsh blow. This time Chen Yu had to pay the price for his overconfidence. Yet he did not panic. With a mere thought, the 3 million soul servants stored within his soul nurturing space were summoned, encircling him as they gradually descended to the ground. Standing on solid ground made him feel much more secure compared to being in the air. It was at the moment he touched the ground that the surrounding soul servants were attacked. Chen could finally see clearly what was launching the assault on him: locusts. Over 100 million of them, visible, were the green locusts, generally 30 to 40 centimeters in size, charging from all directions like bullets, fiercely attacking the formation of soul servants around Chen Yu, attempting to break through and reach him. Individually, these mutated locusts were not very strong, the most powerful being at the school level, but their overwhelming numbers and kamikaze attacks were relentless. By Chen Yu's side, there was only a 9-tailed black fox with the strength of a commander and 30 generals. His elite combat power seemed dominant in the current scenario, but the enemy wasn't engaging him in a one-on-one battle. Instead, they employed a swarm tactic. The sheer number of them should have been detectable, suggesting they might possess abilities to conceal their presence and form, Chen Yu thought to himself. As the enemy employed tactics of trading 10 for 1, dozens for 1, even hundreds for 1 in a desperate onslaught, the front line quickly tore open a breach through which millions of mutated locusts surged like cats smelling fish. The 9-tailed black fox instantly positioned itself in front of Chen Yu, its eyes turning a crimson red as it launched its innate ability, causing a large swath of locusts to be struck by its mental assault and faint on the ground. Mental resistance is quite poor, huh? Just insects after all, can't expect too much from you, Chen Yu noted coolly. After sensing all presences within a few thousand kilometers and finding none particularly strong, Chen Yu narrowed his eyes. Seems like the big fish isn't ready to show itself, wanting to continue hiding. Then I'll just have to force you out. As soon as he spoke, Chen Yu willed it, and the eyes of a million soul servants around him turned blood red, their aura turning incredibly ferocious as their assault intensified. Berserk. At the same time, a massive psychic shockwave enveloped the area around Chen Yu for over 1,000 meters, stunning all the mutated locusts within it, causing them to fall to the ground like raindrops. Compared to the 9-tailed black fox, due to a stronger psychic power, Chen Yu's psychic assault covered a broader area, though now he wished to control his attacks more precisely, limiting the range to within a kilometer. That's enough. The sight of these mutant locusts, vast in number and terrifying, posed no threat to Chen Yu. They couldn't even get close to him, and even if they did, they couldn't breach his defenses, so he remained calm. Soon after the 5th time Chen Yu had stunned all the mutant locusts within a kilometer radius, a powerful presence suddenly emerged thousands of meters behind him, rapidly approaching his position. With a slight smirk, Chen Yu turned around, his gaze fixing on the new arrival. Finally, you couldn't resist. Let's use you to test my current strength and have a thrilling battle. Confidence painted his face as he looked at his companions, the 9-tailed black fox and 30 general-level soul servants. You guys go first. The soul servants. Within just 2 breaths, a nearly transparent spherical object wrapped in barely visible wind blades roared into Chen Yu's sight. Due to its extremely fast approach, it brought with it a piercing sonic boom. What is this thing? Chen Yu was momentarily stunned. Without needing his command, the 9-tailed black fox immediately stepped in front of him, launching a full-force psychic attack. A huge and invisible mental shockwave instantly bombarded the opponent. The fierce impact caused the opponent's forward motion to stall, and even the wind blades on its surface became less compact. Seems effective, he noted. Seeing this, Chen Yu did not hesitate. With a thought, he unleashed a full-force psychic attack on the opponent. Almost simultaneously, the 30 general-level soul servants sprang into action, encircling him and acting as a soul shield. Chen Yu's psychic attack hit the target squarely. A psychic shockwave far more powerful than the one from the 9-tailed black fox smashed into the opponent's mental world like a giant hammer, causing the wind blades engulfing it to visibly disperse. Clearly, this strike inflicted significant damage. An almost transparent elemental body. This must be a rare elemental type, even rarer than mutant beasts, immune to physical attacks but not to psychic ones. Recalling the wind blade attack that Chris had suffered, combined with the knowledge he had acquired at school, a realization flashed through Chen Yu's eyes. He had guessed the opponent's identity. Hidden within the beast tide was a wind elemental. For other commanders, this would be a tough opponent, but unfortunately for the wind elemental it faced, Chen Yu, who was adept in psychic attacks, having endured 2 psychic shocks. The wind elemental spirit was clearly wounded, and it erupted in fury, its murderous aura intensifying as countless wind blades, sharp enough to slice through the air, sped towards Chen Yu. Ignoring the swiftly approaching wind blades, Shinyu continued his psychic assaults on the wind elemental while the soul servants in front acted as shields, continually blocking the wind blades with their soul bodies. Repeatedly bombarded by psychic attacks, the wind elemental swayed unsteadily in the air. It seemed that they could not hold on for much longer. Just as Shinyu was preparing to have his soul servants encircle and capture them, the previously subdued mutant locusts, as if desperate, charged forward again. This forced Shinyu to activate his powers, stunning wave after wave of mutant locusts. However, when he turned his attention to the wind elementalist, the figure had already disappeared. Had they run away? So decisively, narrowing his eyes, Shinyu felt a bit annoyed. From the moment he realized the identity of the other, he had already decided what talent to integrate with the remaining slot of his fusion talent. That would be the wind elementalist's ability to become elemental. Immunity to physical damage was truly impressive. Although the soul servants could also be immune to most physical damage, they would reveal their physical form when attacking or gathering energy and thus could still be harmed by physical attacks. In comparison, the wind elementalist's elemental transformation was far more practically useful both in defense and offense, as they could maintain their elemental state. This made Shinyu very tempted, but unfortunately he couldn't capture it immediately. Since I've encountered you here, I won't let you escape. Shinyu's face showed determination. If he could integrate the ability to become elemental, his own safety and strength would greatly improve. Thinking this, Shinyu grew impatient with the mutant locusts that were still delaying him. The nine-tailed black fox, showing remarkable perceptiveness, began launching relentless psychic assaults, hundreds of them in succession, in coordination with the remaining 2 million soul servants. Soon they had crushed these mutant locusts. Only about 10 million managed to escape, the rest were left behind forever. After consuming a great deal of psychic energy, the nine-tailed black fox, looking listless and drained, was taken into the soul-nurturing space. Shinyu then dispersed 1 million soul servants to scout around. After observing the situation at the distant main battlefield and noting a clear advantage on their side, he remotely warned the commanding soul servant to be wary of the wind elementalist's sneak attacks. Looking around at the mountains of mutant locust carcasses, Shinyu took a deep breath and began his work. The soul strength of the mutant locusts was incredibly low, making them effortless to absorb, and the consumption of psychic energy was negligible, emboldening Shinyu to act without restraint. From above, it looked as if countless shadows were continuously flowing into the captivating center of Shinyu's forehead. Positioned at the center of a vast black vortex, Shinyu's expression was calm, yet he seemed to be opening a gigantic, gluttonous mouth, frantically absorbing the souls of the mutant locusts. 1 million, 2 million, 5 million, 10 million, 20 million, until he had absorbed the souls of 33 million mutant locusts. Finally reaching his limit, Shinyu was utterly exhausted, rubbing his forehead and desperately needing rest. He could not continue today. Despite having harvested so many soul servants, there was not the slightest joy on his face. 33 million souls, and yet they have not produced any significant improvement in my psychic power. The soul strength of the mutant locusts is just too low. Spending psychic energy on them feels somewhat wasteful, having squandered most of the day. Time is indeed the soul servant. Many fierce beast souls could not be absorbed on the main battlefield in a moment of thought. Shinyu moved his mind and summoned all the mutant locust soul servants, preparing to deploy them to the distant battlefield. At the same time, information about these locusts appeared, causing his expression to change. In their soul state, these mutant locusts could self-destruct, which was quite something. Originally, the strength of the mutant locust soul servants was very average, the vast majority being at the soldier and officer levels, with very few at the school, general, and martial levels, none at the highest ranks. The mere tactic of a sea of insects was not very useful against strong enemies, serving only as cannon fodder. But now, discovering they could self-destruct, Shinyu tried it and found the power surprisingly good. 33 million self-destructing mutant locusts could increase their combat power several times over. They were high-level cannon fodder, the kind you wouldn't grieve over losing. Now, it seemed worthwhile to have spent the mental energy to convert them into soul servants. Shinyu smiled, delicious. He then dispatched 30 million mutant locusts to the main battlefield, while the rest began to scatter and scout for traces of the escaped wind element. Watching the swarm of mutant locusts fly towards the main battlefield like a natural disaster, Shinyu was filled with emotion. Once upon a time, he only had a few hundred soul servants, but now, in less than a year, he had over 40 million, more than 4 times the total population of the North Base City, as his own. combat power and the number of soul servants continued to increase, Chen snowballing speed would only get faster. At this thought his heart surged with pride. With my current strength, even going to a top-tier base city like Kyoto, I should have enough power to protect myself. He then snapped back to reality, took a deep breath a few times and calmed his emotions. Not yet at the National Guardian level, just millions of cannon fodder, not time to be carried away. The recent attack by the wind element was the best warning. The stronger the power, the more cautious and careful one must be. Yes, no problem. But just as Chen Yu turned his attention back to the distant main battlefield, the scene that met his eyes made his face change. In order to gain as much advantage as possible, Chen Yu had left only the nine-tailed black fox, a martial-level soul servant, by his side, including 2 newly converted level 5 fierce beast soul servants from just 2 days ago. A total of 14 martial-level soul servants had been dispatched to the main battlefield. Facing 13 martial-level fierce beasts, the soul body's combat power was top-tier among its peers, giving him a clear advantage. 14 against 13 was clearly pressing down on the beasts. With more than 10 more general-level combat powers, Chen Yu had an even greater advantage. His troop numbers also far exceeded the beast tide. Even with half the number the soul servants could win, not to mention the numerically superior situation. It could be said that, whether in terms of elite combat power or troop numbers, Chen Yu's side was in an advantageous position. Losing was truly out of the question, winning was just a matter of time, especially after Chen Yu crushed the wind elemental that controlled the beast tide and harvested 33 million mutant locust soul servants. Just the entry of these 33 million mutant locust soul servants into the main battlefield would provide an overwhelming numerical advantage. The situation would immediately become one-sided. If things continued to develop according to this script, victory was assured. However, an unexpected situation occurred. Before the mutant locust soul servants could reach the battlefield, the ground in the main battlefield suddenly collapsed without warning, turning hundreds of kilometers into quicksand, threatening to bury both the soul servants and the fierce beasts beneath the sands. The ability to control the earth. Could there be another alien species involved? Flashes of Chris being attacked, the ground sinking, and blades of wind dancing filled Chen Yu's mind. The target of the wind blades was clear, the wind elemental. As for the ground sinking, a sudden insight struck Chen Yu, leading him to speculate. Could there still be an earth elemental hidden within the battlefield? Unprepared for the wind elemental that got away, Chen Yu was determined not to miss the potentially present earth elemental. With this in mind, he immediately remotely commanded most of his soul servants to take flight, while a smaller part dove underground, dispersing to scout and locate the earth elemental initiating the attacks. It was clearly visible that after the soul servants took flight and went underground, the quicksand, which had been relentlessly devouring all life forms in the area, suddenly paused. Chen Yu could even imagine the bewildered expression of the opponent. Caught off guard, not only can we fly, but we can also burrow underground. The soul servants continuously searched underground for the opponent's presence, but to no avail, which left Chen Yu somewhat helpless. Really cowardly. Aren't they brave enough to face us one-on-one? I'd let them face a million soul servants. However, since the quicksand area hadn't returned to normal, it indicated that the opponent was still exercising their powers and hadn't fled yet. The soul servants, capable of flying and burrowing, weren't affected by the quicksand, but the beasts that couldn't fly were inevitably sucked into the ground and forcibly buried, their cries of anguish unending. The opponent was launching an indiscriminate attack, not distinguishing between friend or foe. Either their control over their own abilities was insufficient to perform precise operations, or they were simply merciless, disregarding the lives of these beasts. Of course, none of this mattered to Chen Yu, who now only wanted to quickly locate the opponent and capture them. The abilities of the earth elemental were also desirable. If he couldn't capture the wind elemental, the earth elemental would suffice for now. He wasn't picky. First to capture, then consider the rest. If he could later capture the wind elemental and subsequently enhance his strength, he might also acquire its talents. However, the search results were disappointing. Hundreds of thousands of soul servants had scoured the entire quicksand area without finding a trace. It shouldn't be like this. For some reason, Chen Yu felt he was overlooking something. Before he could figure it out, the flowing quicksand on the ground began to rapidly contract and spikes started to surge and pierce through, turning the entire area into a land of thorny spikes. Realizing the situation, Chen Yu immediately signaled the soul servants lying underground to escape, but still over 100,000 were repeatedly pierced by soil spears with elemental damage, scattering their souls to the wind. At the same time, over 30 million mutated locust soul servants finally reached the battlefield and began to harvest the aerial fierce beasts in the sky. They attacked without self-destructing, for their opponents were not worthy of such a sacrifice. With an absolute advantage in numbers and strength, the 2 million plus flying beasts quickly lost their combat effectiveness after a few encounters, falling from the sky like raindrops. Some crashed into thorny grounds, getting impaled instantly, while others fell to the outskirts, their fate unknown. At this moment, the only ones still capable of fighting were 13 commander-level fierce beasts, all wounded and being mobbed by commander and general-level soul servants. It was clear they wouldn't last long, if not for Qin Yu's desire not to waste the commander-level forces he had captured, ordering the soul servants to capture them alive rather than killing them outright. The battle would have ended even quicker. Even so, amidst the onslaught, these 13 commander-level soul servants held out for less than an hour before they too lost their combat effectiveness, barely clinging to life. But given the vitality of fierce beasts, they could probably hold on for a few days. Qin Yu was pleased that he hadn't wasted the hard-won commander-level strength. He believed they must be eager to become part of his forces. Yes, that must be the case. Afterwards, the battle-weary commander and general-level soul servants regrouped with the army of over 40 million soul servants floating in the air, turning the whole sky pitch black. Sunlight pierced through the gaps between the soul servants like golden swords stabbing into the ground. For caution, Qin Yu, still not entering the battlefield, surveyed the land from above through shared vision. Millions of soul servants submerged into the ground at the edge of the thorny area, while millions more prepared for battle on the ground with airborne soul servants forming battle arrays. The entire area was surrounded in a full three-dimensional blockade. Although there was no movement from the enemy side, Qin Yu felt that the earth element might still be lurking within that thorny area. Based on previous experiences with the wind element, once the enemy moved, their presence would be revealed. Since no presence had been detected, it was highly likely that the enemy was still there, waiting for the soul servants to leave. Unwilling to engage in a battle of patience, Qin Yu with a thought commanded the millions of ranged attack-capable soul servants to launch a full-force assault on the thorny area. The attack was earth-shattering, literally shaking the ground. In an instant, the thorny area was blasted into oblivion, leaving a vast bottomless pit. The assault continued, spreading towards the surrounding areas of the thorny ground. Just as the attack was about to reach the hills that bordered the original thorny area, a sudden mysterious presence emerged from the ground, rapidly breaking towards the right side, towards Qin Yu's position. Qin Yu, who had been closely monitoring the battlefield from afar, narrowed his eyes in focus. "I've finally found you." Having spotted the enemy, he didn't hesitate a moment to remotely command his soul servants to encircle the target, preparing to capture this earth elemental. He planned to convert it into a soul servant once his spiritual energy was restored. The earth elemental took priority over the 13 formidable beasts of martial-level strength. After all, it was a rare species capable of controlling a beast tide of millions, and being an elemental, it far surpassed others in comparison. In contrast, even the mighty Sun Wukong would seem lesser. Sun Wukong, no love, huh? Where did that wind elemental run off to? As an adult, Qin Yu disliked multiple-choice questions. Now that he had encountered them, whether it was the earth or wind elemental, he wanted them both. None should escape. If luck was on his side and he encountered other types of elemental species in the future, as a person of broad love, he was very willing to accept them, by then with multiple attribute abilities combined in one body. Whether it was the use of a single ability or the coordinated use of multiple attributes, the strength he could foresee was formidable. Just the thought of it painted a beautiful picture. Regaining his focus on the present, Qin Yu continued to observe the earth elemental that was rapidly approaching him. Why was it not fleeing in another direction but instead charging straight towards him? Was it a coincidence, or was there a scheme at play? Suppressing the fatigue of his spirit, he constantly sensed the conditions within a kilometer radius and did not notice any unusual aura. However, recalling the wind elemental's ability to hide its aura, it might be lurking nearby, motionless, keeping an eye on him and waiting for an opportunity to attack. Qin Yu then had his still weary nine-tailed black fox and the martial-level soul servants surround him tightly, acting as shields while he remained on high alert. Having not so easily elevated his strength to the martial level and possessing nearly 50 million soul servants, Qin Yu's personal talent had significantly improved with the talents of so many soul servants, accelerating his cultivation speed even more. it was foreseeable that his time to reach the National Protector level would be significantly shortened. Knowing that the strongest force on Earth star was at the National Protector level, Chunyu was just one major realm away from the top. Once his strength truly reached the National Protector level, coupled with so many soul servants, he might not be invincible within the National Protector level, but he would definitely be in the upper echelons. By then he could relax a bit more and enjoy life without having to train every day and soul drain to the point of exhaustion. Good days were not far off, and Shenyu did not want to capsize in the gutter. However, the anticipated crisis never emerged, and even as the Earth Elemental approached within 10 kilometers of him, he had not been attacked, nor had he seen a trace of the Wind Elemental. Could it really just be a coincidence? Shenyu wondered. Meanwhile, the Earth Elemental, which had been relentlessly bombarded along its journey, now had a noticeably chaotic aura, but because it had always been hidden underground, its true appearance remained unseen. But the essence cannot deceive. Over 40 million soul servants relentlessly pursued the target, locking it down without giving it any chance to escape. Sensing that the opponent had noticed their presence and was attempting to change direction, Chenyu immediately exchanged a glance with the nine-tailed black fox, who had just been released and had not yet fully recovered. Understanding his intent, the black fox did not hesitate and directly engaged, launching a mental shock. Struck by it, the Earth Elemental's attempt to flee halted momentarily, a pause that allowed countless attacks to hit, weakening its essence further. 14 general-level soul servants seized the opportunity, striking from above and smashing the ground into 14 large pits, encircling the Earth Elemental in the center. Surrounding it were layers upon layers of soul servant armies, forming an impenetrable siege. Following that was an overwhelming barrage of attacks, forcing the Earth Elemental to reveal its true form. Similar to a nearly transparent body, unlike the Wind Elemental wrapped in wind blades, the Earth Elemental was enveloped in dirt yellow patterns. However, these patterns seemed on the verge of collapse, indicating severe injuries. As the Black Fox launched another mental shock, the Earth Elemental lost consciousness and fell to the ground. To ensure it was truly incapacitated, Chenyu had his soul servants probe it briefly. Once confirmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. It had not been easy to capture it. "It's now your responsibility," he instructed the Black Fox. "Hit it with a mental shock periodically, but be careful not to kill it." After giving these orders and signaling the surrounding soul servants to remain vigilant and scout for the Wind Elemental, Chenyu sat down to recuperate his spirit. He was truly exhausted. Once he had regained some strength, Chenyu did not linger. He retracted most of his soul servants into the soul nurturing space, taking with him those beast soul servants that had lost their combat ability and moved away from the battlefield. Of course, he kept the Earth Elemental close, planning to convert it into a soul servant and integrate its elemental talent into himself once his spirit was fully recovered. Not returning to Xuanyang Base City, Chenyu sought a quiet place to rest and then headed north directly. In the absence of an alien invasion, only a beast tide could rapidly increase his number of soul servants. A beast tide was not a constant event. Usually the beasts were dispersed across various regions and did not gather. To kill and convert them required too much energy. Having encountered a great uprising of the Mengu beast tide, where all ferocious beasts had gathered in one place, Chenyu could not miss this godsend opportunity. He was determined to reap a harvest. Before formally entering Mengu, he first needed to convert the captured beasts and the Earth Elemental into his own combat forces. Once the transformation was complete, Chenyu's number of soul servants would exceed 50 million, more than the population of most countries in the world. The strategy of the Sea of Souls was beginning to take shape. Chenyu had left no more than 3 hours ago when 3 figures appeared in the sky above the battlefield. Looking down at the shattered ground, they were hit by the pungent smell of blood and a lingering, terrifying malevolence, causing their faces to shift dramatically. It was hard to imagine the horrific battle that had taken place here not long ago. The remnants of ferocious beasts, their limbs and organs scattered around, were nauseating. It was clear now, the beast tide had been annihilated. The trio was deeply puzzled and shocked. A beast tide of tens of millions had been slaughtered without their notice. Who could have done this? Could it have been a National Guardian-level powerhouse passing by? Such powerhouses were exceedingly rare, each with significant missions and responsibilities, seldom leaving their posts without reporting. There seemed to be no news from the base city that a National Guardian was expected to pass this way, but it seemed the only plausible explanation. Unable to fathom it further, they decided not to dwell on it. The trio immediately reported the situation back to their superiors. They were only here for reconnaissance. let the higher-ups wrestle with these brain-straining matters. As for Chenyu, the instigator of all this, he had found a scenic mountainous area. After dealing with the ferocious beasts there, he planned to rest for a while. Little did he know that the news of the beast tide's defeat, once known and reported, caused a huge stir in Xuanyang Base City and even across the central regions of Long Country. A beast tide of tens of millions, including more than 10 level 5 ferocious beasts, was not something easily handled. To resolve this without the base city's awareness, National Guardian level strength was undoubtedly required. After verification, it was confirmed that no National Guardian level forces had passed through this area recently in Long Country. If it wasn't one of their own, only two possibilities remained. Either the National Guardian of Meng Country, where the beast tide originated, had acted due to the invasion of foreign species and the drastic change in magnetic fields, making it temporarily impossible to contact Meng Country, or it was the work of foreign species. However, the latter was almost impossible. A National Guardian level foreign species capable of single-handedly destroying the entire Xuanyang base city had no need to hide. Even if they wanted to remain hidden, there was no need to tackle the beast tide, as that would only draw more attention from Long Country. Besides, it was illogical for foreign species to help humans eliminate a beast tide, thus the speculation of foreign species acting was quickly dismissed. From the current situation, it seemed only possible that Meng Country's National Guardian level power had acted. Although a human alliance had been formed to collectively combat foreign species and preserve Earth's human civilization, there were agreements between countries that National Guardians should not enter another country's territory without permission. If it truly was Meng Country's National Guardian who had acted, then he had clearly overstepped his bounds. Even if his intentions were good, the Kyoto base city issued orders urging Xuanyang base city to thoroughly investigate this beast tide incident, with other base cities in the central region assisting in the investigation, in hopes of clarifying the situation soon and reporting it to the National Guardians Council. For the top-tier base cities, a beast tide numbering in the millions is nothing out of the ordinary. However, for most base cities in the western and central regions, such a scale of beast tide is undoubtedly an unmatched phenomenon, not to mention the entities capable of easily crushing these beast tides. If they were enemies and not friends harboring schemes, the danger would be immense. Therefore, it was imperative to investigate thoroughly. For this purpose, the city lord Xiao Zhan contacted Chenyu directly through the communicator. After confirming Chenyu's safety, he advised him to either return to Xuanyang base city or head straight to Kyoto base city without any stops in between to avoid any unforeseen incidents. It seems that no one has connected the annihilation of this beast tide to me, which has spared me a lot of trouble. Chenyu does not wish to attract attention. Now is not the best time to fully reveal his strength. He needs to keep a low profile. Fortunately, Xiao Zhan did not suspect him. If this situation had occurred in the western region, Yang Yi would have immediately connected it to Chenyu, as he is well aware of Chenyu's strength and rapid progress. In the entire western region, Chenyu is the most likely candidate to accomplish this feat. However, in the central region, because the Protectorate raised the confidentiality level of Chenyu's information to the highest apart from the core members of the Protectorate, no one else has the right to access this information, and thus they know little about Chenyu. They only know that Chenyu has an S-level talent. Naturally, they would not connect the destruction of the beast tide to Chenyu. After all, although Chenyu is an S-level talent with incredibly fast strength progression and has the capability to travel alone across half of Long Country to reach Kyoto base city, compared to a beast tide in the millions, the difference is too vast. It would be impossible to annihilate the beast tide in Xuanyang base city unnoticed. This kind of inherent thinking is exactly the effect Chenyu wants to achieve. In the western region where the Mabe base city is located, he has been sufficiently high profile, even to the point of being somewhat conspicuous, but at that time he had no other choice. If he did not act, all the major base cities would face the danger of destruction. Even he himself would face lethal risks. For self-preservation and the responsibility inherent in being human, Chenyu chose to go all out. But in the current region, even if he does not act himself, relying on the combat power of the major base cities is enough to handle this beast tide, and there is no need for Chenyu to expose all his combat power in cards. After all, it is definitely correct to always have a trick up one's sleeve. Being too high profile can easily attract trouble. Low-key development is the way to go. Once he arrives at Kyoto base city, it is even more crucial not to be overly conspicuous, as that would only invite trouble. 2 days quickly passed, and thousands of kilometers north of Xuanyang base city in a range of hills The originally undulating terrain suddenly seemed as if it was being pulled by some irresistible force, visibly transforming into a plane at a speed visible to the naked eye. The plane then crumbled away, turning into a deadly quicksand area, devouring everything that entered it. With the sound of whooshing through the air, tens of thousands of chillingly sharp earth spears burst from the quicksand, each towering 100 meters high, emanating a cold and deadly aura. In mere seconds, the earth spears disintegrated and converged at a startling speed, morphing into a massive lion's head that charged towards a low mountain 100 meters tall in the distance. Throughout this process, the size of the lion's head rapidly expanded until it reached a kilometer in size, swallowing the small mountain whole with a chilling crunch that sent shivers down the spine. Seconds later, all was calm again. The original hilly terrain had transformed into a barren plain with a mountain that had been completely bitten in half, its original form unrecognizable. The ability to control the earth with such precision, to mold it into any desired shape and even to alter its properties to increase its lethality while consuming minimal physical and mental energy, allowed for sustained combat. At this moment, Chen Yu had successfully integrated the natural ability of earth elements as if he had consumed the earth fruit, enabling him to transform into an earth element and control the terrain. Of course, he could only manipulate terrain composed of earth elements. The trait of being immune to physical damage alone was powerful, not to mention the control over earth elements. Chen Yu was very satisfied with this talent. His gaze then shifted to the black earth element floating beside him in the air. Recalling its previous assertive words, he asked with a smile, "Ah, too, are you sure you can help me find that escaped wind element?" "It is my honor, master." The words of the wind element resonated in Chen Yu's mind before he could speak, and the element continued, "Since our creation, Ma Feng and I have always been together and know each other very well. The places it could go to are limited, and it should be easy to find. I believe it would be very willing to serve the master alongside me." "That's good," Chen Yu thought, considering he was definitely going to Mongolia next. He chose to trust the guide, even if he couldn't find the wind element. Having Atu, who was familiar with the Mongolian environment, would save a lot of time in the upcoming harvest of the Mongolian beast tide. He was sure it would be worth it. By this time, Chen Yu had already converted all the soulable fierce beasts he carried with him into soul servants, owning over 50 million soul servants, with the strength of martial level soul servants jumping from 15 to 28. Including the special earth element, which ranked among the top in martial level strength, Chen Yu effectively had 29 martial level soul servants. The general level soul servants numbered up to 321, with nearly 50 million soul servants in his army. The power Chen Yu wielded was unprecedentedly strong. He was fully confident about his upcoming trip to Mongolia. Without further delay, he recalled all soul servants below martial level back to the soul nurturing space for training and improvement, taking only the 29 martial level soul servants with him as he headed north, speeding towards Mongolia. The next small goal, over 100 million soul servants.